New Terrors, edited by Ramsey Campbell. Copyright 1980 by Ramsey Campbell. Narrated by David Palmer.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation: 15 contemporary horror stories by writers such as Stephen King, Robert Aickman, Manly Wade Wellman, Marc Laidlaw, Gene Wolfe, and Ramsey Campbell. Includes Big Wheels, a tale of the laundry game, about a truck that cruises silently at night with no lights, and The Fit, about a boy's encounter with a storybook witch. From the book jacket. Keep all the lights on. Stay by the phone. Lock all your doors. And get ready. Big Wheels, Stephen King. 3 drunken friends reunite at a strange nighttime party that leads to a violent climax on an empty road, where a truck with no lights cruises silently. Kevin Malone, Gene Wolfe. A young couple fallen on hard times answers an advertisement to live on an old estate, an elegant mansion they may never be able to leave. Yare, Manly Wade Wellman. Mountain hunters and a lowlander set after strange prey, a 100-year-old man long since dead. Chicken Soup, Kit Reed. Harry's mother would do anything for him, but Harry was suffocating. He knew he had to get away, even though she promised she'd never leave him. Never. And 11 more chillers. Other books by Ramsey Campbell. The Parasite. Acknowledgments. The Stains by Robert Aickman, copyright 1980 by Robert Aickman, and reprinted with his permission. City Fishing by Steve Rasnic, copyright 1980 by Steve Rasnic, and reprinted with his permission. Yare by Manly Wade Wellman, copyright 1980 by Manly Wade Wellman, and reprinted with his permission. A Room with a Vi by Tanith Lee, copyright 1980 by Tanith Lee, and reprinted with her permission. Tissue by Marc Laidlaw, copyright 1980 by Marc Laidlaw, and reprinted with his permission. Without Rhyme or Reason by Peter Valentine Timlett, copyright 1980 by Peter Valentine Timlett, and reprinted with permission of the author and his agent, Carol Blake. Love Me Tender by Bob Shaw, copyright 1980 by Bob Shaw, and reprinted with permission of the author and his agent, Leslie Flood. Kevin Malone by Gene Wolfe, copyright 1980 by Gene Wolfe, and reprinted with permission of the author and his agent, Virginia Kidd. Chicken Soup by Kit Reed, copyright 1980 by Kit Reed, and reprinted with permission of the author and her agent, A.P. Watt Limited. The Pursuer by James Wade, copyright 1980 by James Wade, and reprinted with his permission. The Spot by Dennis Etchison and Mark Johnson, copyright 1980 by Dennis Etchison and Mark Johnson, and reprinted with permission of the authors. The Gingerbread House by Cherry Wilder, copyright 1980 by Cherry Wilder, and reprinted with permission of the author and her agent, Virginia Kidd. 220 Swift by Karl Edward Wagner, copyright 1980 by Karl Edward Wagner, and reprinted with his permission. The Fit by Ramsey Campbell, copyright 1980 by Ramsey Campbell, and reprinted with permission of Errol Undercliffe and Montgomery Comfort. Big Wheels by Stephen King, copyright 1980 by Stephen King, and reprinted with permission of the author and his agent, Kirby McCauley. Dedication. For Cherry and Henry, with memories of grassy Wales. Table of Contents. The Stains, Robert Aickman, Side 1. City Fishing, Steve Rasnic, Side 2. Yare, Manly Wade Wellman, Side 2. A Room with a Vi, Tanith Lee, Side 3. Tissue, Marc Laidlaw, Side 3. Without Rhyme or Reason, Peter Valentine Timlett, Side 3. Love Me Tender, Bob Shaw, Side 4. Kevin Malone, Gene Wolfe, Side 4. Chicken Soup, Kit Reed, Side 4. The Pursuer, James Wade, Side 5. The Spot, Dennis Etchison and Mark Johnson, Side 5. The Gingerbread House, Cherry Wilder, Side 5. 220 Swift, Karl Edward Wagner, Side 6. The Fit, Ramsey Campbell, Side 7. Big Wheels, A Tale of the Laundry Game, Stephen King, Side 7. Robert Aickman, The Stains. Robert Aickman is the finest living writer of ghost stories, and nobody has advanced the form so significantly since Lefanu. I believe there is no author in the field more worth rereading. In his essay in Gay and Wilson's anthology, The First World Fantasy Awards, which also contains the tale that gained him the award, Pages from a Young Girl's Journal, he writes, "I do not regard my work as fantasy at all, except perhaps for commercial purposes. I try to depict the world as I see it, sometimes artistically exaggerating, no doubt. Artistically is here a descriptive, not a qualitative term, and occasionally exaggerating for purposes of parable, as in my story Growing Boys. I believe in what the Germans term Ehrfurcht, reverence for things one cannot understand." The essay is well worth reading entire. His books include The Late Breakfasters, now back in print, Dark Entries, Powers of Darkness, Sub Rosa, Cold Hand and Mine, Tales of Love and Death, and the Best of Aickman volume, Painted Devils. He edited the first 8 volumes of the Fontana book of great ghost stories with splendid introductions. There is a great deal more to him, for which I have no room here, but some of it can be found in the first volume of his autobiography, which was published as The Attempted Rescue. It is about time someone published the second. Robert Aickman's combination of the supernatural, for want of a better term, and the erotic is unique, and a perfect start for this book. After Elizabeth ultimately died, it was inevitable that many people should come forward with counsel, and doubtless equally inevitable that the counsel be so totally diverse. There were 2 broad and opposed schools. The first considered that Stephen should treasure the memory, though it was not always put like that, for an indefinite period, which, it was implied, might conveniently last him out to the end of his own life. These people attached great importance to Stephen not rushing anything. The second school urged that Stephen marry again as soon as he possibly could. They said that, above all, he must not just fall into apathy and let his life slide. They said he was a man made for marriage, and all it meant. Of course, both parties were absolutely right in every way. Stephen could see that perfectly well. It made little difference. Planning, he considered, would be absurd in any case. Until further notice, the matter would have to be left to fate. The trouble was, of course, that fate's possible options were narrowing and dissolving almost weekly, as they had already been doing throughout Elizabeth's lengthy illness. For example, the obvious and most pressing example, how many women would want to marry Stephen now? A number, perhaps, but not a number that he would want to marry. Not after Elizabeth, that in particular. They told him he should take a holiday, and he took one. They told him he should see his doctor, and he saw him. The man who had looked after Elizabeth had wanted to emigrate, had generously held back while Elizabeth had remained alive, and had then shot off at once. The new man was half Sudanese, and Stephen found him difficult to communicate with, at least upon a first encounter, at least on immediate topics. In the end, Stephen applied for and obtained a spell of compassionate leave, and went, as he usually did, to stay with his elder brother Harwood, in the north. Harwood was in orders, the Reverend Harwood Hooper, B.D., M.A. Their father and grandfather had been in orders too, and had been incumbents of that same small church in that same small parish for 39 years and 42 years, respectively. So far, Harwood had served for only 23 years. The patron of the living, a private individual, conscientious and very long-lived, was relieved to be able to rely upon a succession of such dedicated men. Unfortunately, Harwood's own son, his one child, had dropped out, and was now believed to have disappeared into Nepal. Harwood himself cared more for rock growths than for controversies about South Africa, or for other such fashionable church preoccupations. He had published 2 important books on lichens. People often came to see him on the subject. He was modestly famous. He fostered lichens on the flagstones leading up to the rectory front door, on the splendidly living stone walls, here gray stone, there yellow, even in the seldom-used larders and pantries. Assuredly on the roof, which happily was of stone slabs also. As always, when he visited his brother, Stephen found that he was spending much of his time out of doors, mainly, being the man he was, in long solitary walks across the heathered uplands. This had nothing to do with Harwood's speciality. Harwood suffered badly from bronchitis and catarrh, and nowadays went out as little as possible. The domestic lichens, once introduced, required little attention, only observation. Rather, it was on account of Harwood's wife, Harriet, that Stephen roamed, a lady in whose company Stephen had never been at ease. She had always seemed to him a restless woman, jumpy and puzzling, the very reverse of all that had seemed best about Elizabeth. A doubtful asset, Stephen would have thought, in a diminishing rural parish. But Stephen himself, in a quiet and unobtruding way, had long been something of a skeptic. Be that as it might, he always found that Harriet seemed to be baiting and fussing him, not least when her husband was present, even unforgivably when Elizabeth, down in London, had been battling through her last dreadful years. On every visit, therefore, Stephen wandered about for long hours in the open, even when ice was in the air and snow on the tenuous tracks. But Stephen did not see it as a particular hardship. Elizabeth, who might have done, though for his sake she could have been depended upon to conceal the fact, had seldom come on these visits at any time. She had never been a country girl, though fond of the sea. Stephen positively liked wandering unaccompanied on the moors, though he had little detailed knowledge of their flora and fauna, or even of their archaeology, largely industrial and fragmentary. By now he was familiar with most of the moorland routes from the rectory and the village, and, as commonly happens, there was one that he preferred to all the others, and nowadays found himself taking almost without having to make a decision. Sometimes, even, asleep in his London flat, that until just now had been their London flat, he found himself actually dreaming of that particular soaring trail, though he would have found it difficult to define what properties of beauty or poetry or convenience it had, of which the other tracks had less. According to the map, it led to a spot named Burton's Clough. There was a vague valley or extended hollow, more or less in the place which the map indicated, but to Stephen it seemed every time too indefinite to be marked out for record. Every time he wondered whether this was indeed the place, whether there was not some more decisive declivity that he had never discovered, or possibly the name derived from some event in local history. It was the upwards walk to the place that appealed to Stephen, and, to an only slightly lesser extent, the first part of the slow descent homewards, supposing that the rectory could in any sense be called home, never the easily attainable but inconclusive supposed goal, the clough. Of course, there was always R.L. Stevenson's travelling, hopefully to be inwardly quoted, and on most occasions hitherto Stephen had inwardly quoted it. Never had there been any human being at, near, or visible from the terrain around Burton's Clough, let alone in the presumptive clough itself. There was no apparent reason why there should be. Stephen seldom met anyone at all on the moors. Only organizations go any distance afoot nowadays, and this was not an approved didactic district. All the work of agriculture is for a period being done by machines. Most of the cottages are peopled by transients. Everyone is supposed to have a car. But that morning, Stephen's first in the field since his bereavement 6 weeks before, there was someone. and down at the bottom of the shallow clough itself. The person was dressed so as to be almost lost in the hues of autumn, plainly neither tripper nor trifler. The person was engaged in some task. Stephen was in no state for company, but that very condition, and a certain particular reluctance that morning to return to the rectory before he had to, led him to advance further, not descending into the clough, but skirting along the ridge to the west of it, where indeed his track continued. If he had been in the Alps, his shadow might have fallen in the early autumn sun across the figure below. But in the circumstances that idea would have been fanciful, because at the moment the sun was no more than a misty bag of gleams in a confused sky. Nonetheless, as Stephen's figure passed, comparatively high above, the figure below glanced up at him. Stephen could see that it was the figure of a girl. She was wearing a fawn shirt and pale green trousers, but the nature of her activity remained uncertain. Stephen glanced away, then glanced back. She seemed still to be looking up at him, and suddenly he waved to her, though it was not altogether the kind of thing he normally did. She waved back at him. Stephen even fancied she smiled at him. It seemed quite likely. She resumed her task. He waited for an instant, but she looked up no more. He continued on his way more slowly, and feeling more alive, even if only for moments. For those moments it had been as if he still belonged to the human race, to the mass of mankind. Only once or twice previously had he continued beyond the top of Burton's Clough, and never for any great distance. On the map, it had been his father's map, the track wavered on across a vast area of nothing very much, merely contour lines and occasional habitations with odd, possibly evocative names. Habitations which, as Stephen knew from experience, regularly proved, when approached, to be littered ruins, or not to be detectable at all. He would not necessarily have been averse from the 12 or 14-mile solitary walk involved, at least while Elizabeth had been secure and alive, and at home in London. But conditions at the rectory had never permitted so long an absence. Harriet often made clear that she expected her guests to be present punctually at all meals, and punctually at such other particular turning points of a particular day as the day itself might define. On the present occasion, and at the slow pace into which he had subsided, Stephen knew that he should turn back within the next 10 to 15 minutes. But he half understood that what he was really doing was calculating the best time for a second possible communication with the girl he had seen in the clough. If he reappeared too soon, he might be thought at such a spot to be pestering, even menacing. If too late, the girl might be gone. In any case, there was an obvious limit to the time he could give to such approach as might be possible. As the whole matter crystallized within him, he turned on the instant. There was a stone beside the track at the point where he did it, perhaps aforetime a mile-post, at the least a waymark. Its location seemed to justify his action. He noticed that it, too, was patched with lichen. When staying with Harwood, he always noticed, and more at other times, too. One might almost have thought that the girl had been waiting for him. She was standing at much the same spot and looking upwards abstractedly. Stephen saw that beside her on the ground was a grey receptacle. He had not noticed it before, because its vague color sank into the landscape, as did the girl herself, costumed as she was. The receptacle seemed to be half-filled with grey contents of some kind. As soon as he came into her line of sight, and some time before he stood immediately above her, the girl spoke. "Are you lost? Are you looking for someone?" She must have had a remarkably clear voice, because her words came floating up to Stephen like bubbles in water. He continued along the ridge towards her, while she watched him. Only when he was directly above her did he trust his own words to reach her. "No, I'm really just filling in time. Thank you very much. If you go on to the top, there's a spring. I should think you have to have it pointed out to you, with all this heather." She looked down for a moment, then up again. "Do you live here?" "No, I'm staying with my brother. He's the rector. Perhaps you go to his church?" She shook her head. "No, we don't go to any church." That could not be followed up, Stephen felt, at his present distance and altitude. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Collecting stones for my father." "What does he do with them?" "He wants the mosses and lichens." "Then," cried Stephen, "you must know my brother. Or your father must know him. My brother is one of the great authorities on lichens." This unexpected link seemed to open a door, and at least for a second to open it surprisingly wide. Stephen found himself bustling down the rough, but not particularly steep slope towards her. "My father's not an authority," said the girl, gazing seriously at the descending figure. "He's not an authority on anything." "Oh, you misunderstand," said Stephen. "My brother is only an amateur, too. I didn't mean he was a professor or anything like that. Still, I think your father must have heard of him." "I don't think so," said the girl. "I'm almost sure not." Stephen had nearly reached the bottom of the shallow vale. It was completely out of the wind down there, and surprisingly torrid. "Let me see," he said, looking into the girl's basket, before he looked at the girl. She lifted the basket off the ground. Her hand and forearm were brown. "Some of the specimens are very small," he said, smiling. It was essential to keep the conversation going, and it was initially more difficult now that he was alone with her in the valley and close to her. "It's been a bad year," she said. "Some days I found almost nothing. Nothing that could be taken home." "All the same, the basket must be heavy. Please put it down." He saw that it was reinforced with stout metal strips, mostly rusty. "Take a piece for yourself, if you like," said the girl. She spoke as if they were portions of iced cake or homemade coconut fudge. Stephen gazed full at the girl. She had a sensitive face, with gray-green eyes and short reddish hair. No, auburn. The démodé word came to Stephen on the instant. Both her shirt and her trousers were worn and faded. Familiar, Stephen felt. She was wearing serious shoes, but little cared for. She was a part of nature. "I'll take this piece," Stephen said. "It's conglomerate." "Is it?" said the girl. Stephen was surprised that after so much ingathering she did not know a fact so elementary. "I might take this piece, too, and show the stuff on it to my brother." "Help yourself," said the girl. "But don't take them all." Feeling had been building up in Stephen while he had been walking solitarily on the ridge above. For so long he had been isolated, insulated, incarcerated. Elizabeth had been everything to him, and no one could ever be like her. But attractive was not a word that he had used to himself about her, not for a long time. Not attractive as this girl was attractive. Elizabeth had been a part of him, perhaps the greater part of him, but not mysterious, not fascinating. "Well, I don't know," said Stephen. "How far do you have to carry that burden?" "The basket isn't full yet. I must go on searching for a bit." "I am sorry to say I can't offer to help. I have to go back." All the same, Stephen had reached a decision. The girl simply nodded. She had not yet picked up the basket again. "Where do you live?" "Quite near." That seemed to Stephen to be almost impossible, but it was not the main point. Stephen felt like a schoolboy, though not like himself as a schoolboy. "If I were to be here after lunch tomorrow, say at 2:30, would you show me the spring? The spring you were talking about?" "Of course," she said, "if you like." Stephen could not manage the response so obviously needed, gently confident, if possible, even gently witty. For a moment, in fact, he could say nothing. Then, "Look," he said. He brought an envelope out of his pocket, and in pencil on the back of it he wrote, "Tomorrow, here, 2:30 p.m., to visit the spring." He said, "It's too big," and tore one end off the envelope, aware that the remaining section bore his name, and that the envelope had been addressed to him, care of his brother. As a matter of fact, it had contained the final communication from the undertaking firm. He wished they had omitted his equivocal and rather ridiculous OBE. He held the envelope out. She took it and inserted it without a word into a pocket of her shirt, buttoning down the flap. Stephen's heart beat at the gesture. He was not exactly sure what to make of the situation, or whether the appointment was to be depended upon, but at such moments in life one is often sure of neither thing nor of anything much else. He looked at her. "What's your name?" he asked, as casually as he could. "Nell," she answered. He had not quite expected that, but then he had not particularly expected anything else either. "I look forward to our walk, Nell," he said. He could not help adding, "I look forward to it very much." She nodded and smiled. He fancied that they had really looked at one another for a moment. "I must go on searching," she said. She picked up the heavy basket, seemingly without particular effort, and walked away from him up the valley. Insanely, he wondered about her lunch. Surely she must have some. She seemed so exceptionally healthy and strong. His own meal was all scarlet runners, but he had lost his appetite in any case, something that had never previously happened since the funeral, as he had noticed with surprise on several occasions. Luncheon was called lunch, but the evening meal was none the less called supper, perhaps from humility. At supper that evening, Harriet referred forcefully to Stephen's earlier abstemiousness. "I trust you're not sickening, Stephen. It would be a bad moment. Dr. Gopalakari's on holiday. Perhaps I ought to warn you." "Doctor who?" "No, not Doctor Who. Dr. Gopalakari. He's a West Bengali. We are lucky to have him." Stephen's brother Harwood coughed forlornly. For luncheon the next day, Stephen had even less appetite, even though it was mashed turnip, cooked, or at least served, with mixed peppers. Harriet loved all things Oriental. On an almost empty stomach, he hastened up the long but not steep ascent. He had not known he could still walk so fast uphill, but for some reason the knowledge did not make him particularly happy, as doubtless it should have done. The girl, dressed as on the day before, was seated upon a low rock at the spot from which he had first spoken to her. It was not yet 20 past. He had discerned her seated shape from afar, but she had proved to be sitting with her back to the ascending track and to him. On the whole, he was glad that she had not been watching his exertions, inevitably comical, albeit triumphant. She did not even look up until he actually stood before her. Of course, this time she had no basket. "Oh, hello," she said. He stood looking at her. "We're both punctual." She nodded. He was panting quite strenuously, and glad to gain a little time. He spoke. "Did you find many more suitable stones?" She shook her head, then rose to her feet. He found it difficult not to stretch out his arms and draw her to him. "Why is this called Burton's Clough, I wonder? It seems altogether too wide and shallow for a clough." "I didn't know it was," said the girl. "The map says it is. At least I think this is the place. Shall we go? Lead me to the magic spring." She smiled at him. "Why do you call it that?" "I'm sure it is magic. It must be." "It's just clear water," said the girl, "and very, very deep." Happily, the track was still wide enough for them to walk side by side, though Stephen realized that further on, where he had not been, this might cease to be the case. "How long are you staying here?" asked the girl. "Perhaps for another fortnight. It depends." "Are you married?" "I was married now, but my wife unfortunately died." It seemed unnecessary to put any date to it, and calculated only to cause stress. "I'm sorry," said the girl. "She was a wonderful woman and a very good wife." To that the girl said nothing. What could she say? "I am taking a period of leave from the civil service," Stephen volunteered. "Nothing very glamorous." "What's the civil service?" asked the girl. "You ought to know that," said Stephen in mock reproof. More or less mock. After all, she was not a child. Or not exactly. All the same, he produced a childlike explanation. "The civil service is what looks after the country. The country would hardly carry on without us. Not nowadays. Nothing would run properly." "Really not?" "No, not run properly." With her it was practicable to be lightly profane. Father says that all politicians are evil. I don't know anything about it. Civil servants are not politicians, Nell, but perhaps this is not the best moment to go into it all. He said that partly because he suspected she had no wish to learn. There was a pause. "Do you like walking?" she asked. "Very much. I could easily walk all day. Would you come with me?" "I do walk all day, or most of it. Of course I have to sleep at night. I lie in front of the fire." "But it's too warm for a fire at this time of year." He said it to keep the conversation going, but in fact he was far from certain. He himself was not particularly warm at that very moment. He had no doubt cooled off after speeding up the ascent, but the two of them were none the less walking reasonably fast, and still he felt chilly, perhaps perilously so. "Father always likes a fire," said the girl. "He's a cold mortal." They had reached the decayed milestone, or waymark, at which Stephen had turned on the previous day. The girl had stopped and was fingering the lichens with which it was spattered. She knelt against the stone with her left arm round the back of it. "Can you put a name to them?" asked Stephen. "Yes, to some of them." "I am sure your father has one of my brother's books on his shelf." "I don't think so," said the girl. "We have no shelves. Father can't read." She straightened up and glanced at Stephen. "Oh, but surely—" For example, and among other things, the girl herself was perfectly well-spoken. As a matter of fact, hers was a noticeably beautiful voice. Stephen had noticed it, and even thrilled to it when first he had heard it, floating up from the bottom of the so-called clough. He had thrilled to it ever since, despite the curious things the girl sometimes said. They resumed their way. "Father has no eyes," said the girl. "That is terrible," said Stephen. "I hadn't realized." The girl said nothing. Stephen felt his first real qualm, as distinct from mere habitual self-doubt. "Am I taking you away from him? Should you go back to him?" "I'm never with him by day," said the girl. "He finds his way about." "I know that does happen," said Stephen guardedly. "All the same—" "Father doesn't need a civil service to run him," said the girl. The way she spoke convinced Stephen that she had known all along what the civil service was and did. He had from the first supposed that to be so. Everyone knew. "You said your dead wife was a wonderful woman," said the girl. "Yes, she was." "My father is a wonderful man." "Yes," said Stephen. "I am only sorry about his affliction." "It's not an affliction," said the girl. Stephen did not know what to say to that. The last thing to be desired was an argument of any kind whatever, other perhaps than a fun argument. "Father doesn't need to get things out of books," said the girl. "There are certainly other ways of learning," said Stephen. "I expect that was one of the things you yourself learned at school." He suspected she would say she had never been to school. His had been a half-fishing remark. But all she replied was, "Yes." Stephen looked around him for a moment. Already he had gone considerably further along the track than ever before. "It really is beautiful up here." It seemed a complete wilderness. The track had wound among the wide folds of the hill, so that nothing but wilderness was visible in any direction. "I should like to live here," said Stephen. "I should like it now." He knew that he partly meant, now that Elizabeth was dead. "There are empty houses everywhere," said the girl. "You can just move into one. It's what Father and I did, and now it's our home." Stephen supposed that at least explained something. It possibly elucidated one of the earliest of her odd remarks. "I'll help you to find one if you like," said the girl. "Father says that none of them have been lived in for hundreds of years. I know where all the best ones are." "I'll have to think about that," said Stephen. "I have my job, you must remember." He wanted her to be rude about his job. But she only said, "We'll look now, if you like." "Tomorrow, perhaps. We're looking for the spring now." "Are you tired?" asked the girl with apparently genuine concern, and presumably forgetting altogether what he had told her about his longing to walk all day. "Not at all tired," said Stephen, smiling at her. "Then why were you looking at your watch?" "A bad habit picked up in the civil service. We all do it." He had observed long before that she had no watch on her lovely brown forearm, no bracelet, only the marks of thorn scratches and the incisions of sharp stones. The light golden bloom on her arms filled him with delight and with desire. In fact, he had omitted to time their progression, though he timed most things, so that the habit had wrecked his natural faculty. Perhaps another 20 or 30 minutes passed, while they continued to walk side by side, the track having as yet shown no particular sign of narrowing, so that one might think it still led somewhere, and that people still went there. As they advanced, they said little more of consequence for the moment, or so it seemed to Stephen. He surmised that there was now what is termed an understanding between them, even though in a sense he himself understood very little. It was more a phase for pleasant nothings, he deemed, always supposing that he could evolve a sufficient supply of them, than for meaningful questions and reasonable responses. Suddenly the track seemed not to narrow, but to stop, even to vanish. Hereunto it had been surprisingly well trodden. Now he could see nothing but knee-high heather. "The spring's over there," said the girl in a matter-of-fact way, and pointing. Such simple and natural gestures are often the most beautiful. "How right I was in saying that I could never find it alone," remarked Stephen. He could not see why the main track should not lead to the spring, if there really was a spring. Why else should the track be beaten to this spot? The mystery was akin to the Burton's Clough mystery. The uplands had been settled under other conditions than ours. Stephen, on his perambulations, had always felt that, everywhere. But the girl was standing among the heather a few yards away, and Stephen saw that there was a curious serpentine rabbit run that he had failed to notice, except that rabbits do not run like serpents. There were several fair-sized birds flying overhead in silence. Stephen fancied they were kites. He wriggled his way down the rabbit path with little dignity. There was the most beautiful small pool imaginable, clear, deep, lustrous, gently heaving at its center, or near its center. It stood in a small clearing. All the rivers in Britain might be taken as rising here, and thus flowing until the first moment of their pollution. Stephen became aware that now the sun really was shining. He had not noticed before. The girl stood on the far side of the pool in her faded shirt and trousers, smiling seraphically. The pool pleased her, so that suddenly everything pleased her. "Have you kept the note I gave you?" asked Stephen. She put her hand lightly on her breast pocket, and therefore on her breast. "I'm glad," said Stephen. If the pool had not been between them, he would have seized her, whatever the consequences. "Just clear water," said the girl. The sun brought out new colors in her hair. The shape of her head was absolutely perfect. "The track," said Stephen, "seems to be quite well used. Is this where the people come?" "No," said the girl. "They come to and from the places where they live." "I thought you said all the houses were empty." "What I said was, there are many empty houses." "That is what you said. I'm sorry. But the track seems to come to an end. What do the people do then?" "They find their way," said the girl. "Stop worrying about them." The water was still between them. Stephen was no longer in doubt that there was indeed something else between them. Really there was. The pool was intermittently throwing up tiny golden waves in the pure breeze, then losing them again. "We haven't seen anybody," said Stephen. "I never do see anyone." The girl looked puzzled. Stephen realized that the way he had put it, the statement that he never saw anyone, might have been tactless. "When I go for my long walks alone," he added. "Not only then," said the girl. Stephen's heart turned over slightly. "Possibly," he said. "I dare say you are very right." The kites were still flapping like torn pieces of charred pasteboard in the high air, though in the lower part of it, "You haven't even looked to the bottom of the pool yet," said the girl. "I suppose not." Stephen fell on his knees, as the girl had done at the milestone or waymark, and gazed downwards through the pellucid near-nothingness beneath the shifting goldenrods. There were a few polished stones round the sides, but little else that he could see, and nothing that seemed of significance. How should there be, of course? Unless the girl had put it there, as Stephen realized might have been possible. Stephen looked up. "It's a splendid pool," he said. But now his eye caught something else, something other than the girl and the pool. On the edge of the rising ground behind the girl stood a small stone house. It was something else that Stephen had not previously noticed. Indeed, he had been reasonably sure that there had been nothing and no one, not so much as a hint of mankind, not for a quite long way, a quite long time. "Is that where one of the people lives?" he asked, and in his turn pointed. "Or perhaps more than one." "It's empty," said the girl. "Should we go and look?" "If you like," said the girl. Stephen quite saw that his expressed response to the glorious little spring had been inadequate. He had lost the trick of feeling years and years ago. "It's a splendid pool," he said again, a little self-consciously. Despite what the girl had said, Stephen had thought that to reach the house above them they would have to scramble through the high heather, but he realized at once that there was a path, which was one further thing he had not previously noticed. The girl went before, weaving backwards and forwards up the hillside. Following her, with his thoughts more free to wander, as the exertion made talking difficult, Stephen suddenly apprehended that the need to return for Harriet's tea-time had for a season passed completely from his mind. Apprehending it now, he did not even look at his watch. Apart from anything else, the struggle upwards was too intense for even the smallest distraction or secondary effort. The best thing might be for his watch simply to stop. They were at the summit, with a wider horizon, but still Stephen could see no other structure than the one before him, though this time he gazed around with a certain care. From here, the pool below them seemed to catch the full sun all over its surface. It gleamed among the heathered rocks like a vast luminous sea anemone among weeds. Stephen could see at once that the house appeared basically habitable. He had expected jagged holes in the walls, broken panes in the windows, less than half a roof, ubiquitous litter. The door simply stood open. But it was a door, not a mere gap. A door in faded green, like the girl's trousers. Inside, the floorboards were present, and there was even a certain amount of simple furniture, though, as an estate agent would at once have pointed out with apologies, no curtains and no carpets. "No, somebody lives here already," Stephen said sharply, before they had even gone upstairs. "Already?" queried the girl. Stephen made the necessary correction. "Someone lives here." "No," said the girl. "No one. Not for centuries." Of course, that was particularly absurd and childish. Much of this furniture, Stephen thought, was of the kind offered by the furnishing department of a good co-op. Stephen had sometimes come upon such articles on visits paid in the course of his work. He had to admit, however, that he had little idea when such houses as this actually were built at these odd spots on the moors, possibly as long ago as in the 17th century, possibly only 60 or 80 years ago, possibly. They went upstairs. There were 2 very low rooms, hardly as much as half-lighted from one small and dirty window in each. One room was totally unfurnished. The sole content of the other was a double bed, which absorbed much of the cubic capacity available. It was a quite handsome country object, with a carved head and foot. It even offered a seemingly intact mattress, badly in need of a wash. "Someone must be living here," said Stephen. "At least sometimes. Perhaps the owners come here for the weekend, or perhaps they're just moving in." As soon as he spoke, it occurred to him that the evidence was equally consistent with their moving out, but he did not continue. "Lots of the houses are like this," said the girl. "No one lives in them." Stephen wondered vaguely whether the clear air or some factor of that kind might preserve things as if they were still in use. It was a familiar enough notion, though in his case somewhat unspecific. It would be simpler to disbelieve the girl, who was young and without experience, though perfectly eager, at least when others were eager. They returned downstairs. "Shall we see some more houses?" asked the girl. "I don't think I have the time." "You said you had a fortnight." "I know what a fortnight is." "Yes." He simply could not tell her that he had to report for Harriet's astringent tea-time, nor even now was that in the forefront of his mind. The truth was that whereas hitherto he had been trying to paddle in deep waters, he was now floundering in them. The girl had a suggestion. "Why not live here for a fortnight?" "I am committed to staying with my brother. He's not very fit. I should worry about him if I broke my word." He realized that he was speaking to her in a more adult way than before. It had really begun with her speaking similarly to him. "Does your worrying about him do him any good?" "Not much, I'm afraid." "Does your worrying about everything do you any good?" "None whatever, Nell. None at all." He turned aside and looked out of the window. The parlor window might not be too grand a term, for all its need of cleaning. He addressed her firmly. "Would you give me a hand with all the things that need to be done, even for a tenancy of a fortnight?" "If you like." "We should have to do a lot of shopping." The girl standing behind him remained silent. It was an unusual non-response. "I should have to cook on a Primus stove," said Stephen. "I wonder if we can buy one. I used to be quite good with them." Rapture was beginning. The girl said nothing. "We might need new locks on the doors." The girl spoke. "There is only one door." "So there is," said Stephen. "In towns, houses have two, a front door and a back door. When trouble comes in at one, you can do a bolt through the other." "People don't need a lock," said the girl. "Why should they?" He turned away from the filthy window and gazed straight at her. "Suppose I was to fall in love with you," he said. "Then you would not have to go back after a fortnight." It could hardly have been a straighter reply. He put one arm around her shoulders, one hand on her breast, so that the note he had written her lay between them. He remembered that the first letter written to a woman is always a love letter. "Would you promise to visit me every day?" "I might be unable to do that." "I don't want to seem unkind, but you did say that your father could manage." "If he discovers he will keep me at home and send my sister out instead. He has powers. He's very frightening." Stephen relaxed his hold a little. He had been all along well aware how sadly impracticable was the entire idea. For example, he could hardly even drive up to this place with supplies. Even had his car not been in the course of an opportune overhaul in London, a very complete overhaul after all this anxious time. And that was only one thing, one among very many. "Well, what's the answer?" Stephen said, smiling at her in the wrong way, longing for her in a very different way. "I can't come and go the whole time," said the girl. "I see," said Stephen. He who had missed so many opportunities, always for excellent reasons, and for one excellent reason in particular, clearly saw that this might be his last opportunity, and almost certainly was. "How should we live?" he asked. "I mean, how should we eat and manage?" "As the birds do," said the girl. Stephen did not inquire of her how she came to know Shakespeare, as people put it. He might ask her that later. In the meantime, he could see that the flat, floating birds he had taken to be kites were indeed drifting past the dirty window, and round the house, as it seemed. Of course his questions had been mere routine in any case. He could well have killed himself if she had made a merely routine response. "Let's see," he said. He gently took her hand. He kissed her softly on the lips. He returned with her upstairs. It would perhaps have been more suitable if he had been leading the party, but that might be a trifle. Even the damp discoloration of the mattress might be a trifle. Harriet's tea-time could not, in truth, be forced from the mind, but it was provisionally overruled. One learned the trick in the course of one's work, or one would break altogether. There were, of course, only the bed and the mattress, no sheets or blankets, no Spanish or Kashmiri rugs, no entangling silkiness, no singing save that of the Moor. Elizabeth had never wished to make love like that. She had liked to turn to the record player, almost always Brahms or Schumann. The Rhenish Symphony was her particular favorite, and to ascend slowly into a deep, fully made bed. But the matter had not seriously arisen for years. Stephen had often wondered why not. Nell was lying on her front, seemingly expectant and resistant at the same time. She clung like a clam. Her body was as brown as a pale chestnut, but it was a strong and well-made body. Her short hair was wavy rather than curly. Stephen was ravished by the line of it on her strong neck. He was ravished by her relaxed shoulder-blade. He was ravished by her perfect waist and thighs. He was ravished by her youth and youthful smell. "Please turn over," he said, after tugging at her intermittently and not very effectively. Fortunately, he was not too displeased by his own appearance. The hair on his body was bleaching and fading, but otherwise he could quite sincerely see little difference from when he had been 24 and had married Elizabeth. He knew, however, that at these times sincerity is not enough, nor objectivity either. When are they? "Please," he said softly in Nell's ear. Her ears were a slightly unusual shape, and the most beautiful he had ever beheld, or beheld so intently. He put his hand lightly on her neck. "Please," he said. She wriggled over in a single swift movement, like a light stab from an invisible knife. He saw that her eyes were neither closed nor open, neither looking at him nor looking at anything but him. On the skin between her right shoulder and her right breast was a curious brownish, grayish, bluish, irregular mark or patch, which had been hidden by her shirt, though Stephen could not quite see how. It was more demanding of attention than it might have been, partly because of its position, and partly, where Stephen was concerned, because of something vaguely else. In any case, it would mean that the poor girl could not reposefully wear a low-cut dress should the need arise. Though it was by no means a birthmark in the usual sense, Nell had probably been lying on her front through chagrin about it. Upon Stephen, however, the effect was to make him love her more deeply, perhaps love her for the first time. He did not want her or her body to be quite perfect. In a real person it would be almost vulgar. At this point Harriet and Harriet's tea-time came more prominently into view for a few seconds. Nell might say something about the mark sooner or later. He would never take an initiative. At the moment he said nothing at all. He simply could not make out whether she was watching him or not. Her mouth was long and generous, but had not her whole proceeding been generous in a marvelous degree? He could not even make out whether she was taut or relaxed. No small mystery was Nell, after years and years of a perfect, but always slow-moving, relationship with Elizabeth. He kissed her intimately. When she made no particular response, not even a grunt, he began to caress her, more or less as he had caressed his wife. He took care not to touch the particular blemish, or even to enter its area. There was no need to do so. It occurred to Stephen that the mark might be the consequence of an injury, and so might in due course disappear, or largely so. In the end, that happened even to many of the strangest human markings. One day, as the nannies used to say. Suddenly she made a wild plunge at him that took away his breath. The surprise was directly physical, but moral also. He had found it a little difficult to assess Nell's likely age, and inquiry was out of the question. But he had supposed it probable that she was a virgin, and had quite deliberately resolved to accept the implication, or so he had believed of himself. Now she was behaving as a Maenad, As an Oread, rather, Stephen thought at a later hour. For surely these moors were mountains, often above the 1,000-foot contour, boundless uplands peopled solely by unwedded nymphs and their monstrous progenitors. Stephen had received a proper education at a proper place. In Stephen's first days, one had not made the grade, Stephen's grade, otherwise. Stephen's parents had undertaken sacrifices so immense that no one had fully recovered from them. The last vestige of initiative had passed from Stephen like a limb, and yet he fancied it was not because Nell was what Elizabeth would have called unfeminine, but merely because she was young, and perhaps because she lived without contamination, merging into the aspect and mutability of remote places. So, at least, he could only suppose. Soon he ceased to suppose anything. He knew bliss unequaled, unprecedented, assuredly unimagined. Moreover, the wonder lasted for longer than he would have conceived of as possible. That particularly struck him. Nell's flawed body was celestial. Nell herself was more wonderful than the dream of death. Nell could not possibly exist. He was fondling her, and feeling a trifle cold, much as Elizabeth would have felt. Not that it mattered in the very least. Nell was no Maenad or Oread. She was a half-frightened child, sweetly soft, responsive to his every thought, sometimes before he had fully given birth to it. She was a waif, a foundling, and it was he who had found her, and only yesterday. "Tell me about your sister," said Stephen. He realized that it was growing dark as well as chilly. "She's not like me. You wouldn't like her." Stephen knew that ordinary, normal girls always responded much like that. He smiled at Nell. "But what is she like?" "She's made quite differently. You wouldn't care for her." "Has she a name?" "Of a sort." "What do you and your father call her?" "We call her different things at different times. You're cold." So she was human after all, Stephen thought. She herself had very little to put on, 2 fairly light garments, a pair of stout socks, her solid shoes. They went downstairs. "Would you care to borrow my sweater?" asked Stephen. "Until tomorrow?" She made no reply, but simply stared at him through the dusk in the downstairs room, the living place, the parlor, the salon. "Take it," said Stephen. It was a heavy garment. Elizabeth had spent nearly 4 months knitting it continuously, while slowly recovering from her very first disintegration. It was in thick, complex stitches, and meant to last forever. When staying with Harwood, Stephen wore it constantly. Nell took the sweater, but did not put it on. She was still staring at him. At such a moment her gray-green eyes were almost luminous. "We'll meet again tomorrow," said Stephen firmly. "We'll settle down here tomorrow. I must say something to my brother and sister-in-law, and I don't care what happens after that. Not now. At least I do care. I care very much, as you well know." "It's risky," she said. "Yes," he replied, because it was necessary to evade all discussion. "Yes, but it can't be helped. You come as early as you can, and I'll arrive with some provisions for us. We really need some blankets, too, and some candles. I'll see if I can borrow a Land Rover from one of the farms." He trusted that his confidence and his firm, practical actions would override all doubts. "I may be stopped," she said. "My father can't read books, but he can read minds. He does it all the time." "You must run away from him," said Stephen firmly. "We'll stay here for a little, and then you can come back to London with me." She made no comment on that, but simply repeated, "My father can read my mind. I only have to be in the same room with him. He's frightening." Her attitude to her father seemed to have changed considerably. It was the experience of love, Stephen supposed. First love. "Obviously, you must try to be in a different room as much as possible. It's only for one more night. We've known each other now for 2 days. There's only one room." Stephen had known that such would be her rejoinder. He well knew also that his behavior might seem unromantic and even cold-hearted. But the compulsion upon him could not be plainer. If he did not return to the rectory tonight, Harriet, weakly aided by Harwood, would have the police after him. Dogs would be scurrying across the moors, as if after Hercules, and perhaps searchlights sweeping also. Nothing could more fatally upset any hope of a quiet and enduring compact with such a one as Nell. He was bound for a rough scene with Harriet and Harwood as it was. It being now long past tea-time, he would be lucky if Harriet had not taken action before he could reappear. Speed was vital, and furthermore, little of the situation could be explained with any candor to Nell. First, she would simply not understand what he said, even though within her range she was shrewd enough, often shrewder than he. Second, insofar as she did understand, she would panic and vanish, and he had no means of tracking her down at all. She was as shy about her abode as about the mark on her body, though doubtless with as little reason, or so Stephen hoped. He recognized that parting from her at all might be as unwise as it would be painful, but it was the lesser peril. He could not take her to London tonight, or to anywhere, because there was no accessible transport. Not nowadays. He could not take her to the rectory, where Harriet might make Harwood lay an anathema upon her. They could not stay in the moorland house without food or warmth. "I'll walk with you to the top of the clough," he said. She shook her head. "It's not there I live." "Where, then?" he asked at once. "Not that way at all." "Will you get there?" She nodded. In exactly what spirit it was hard to say. He refrained from inquiring how she would explain the absence of specimens for her father. 2 or 3 stones dragged from the walls of the house they were in might serve the purpose in any case, he thought. Outside and inside were almost equally mossed, lichened, adorned, encumbered. "Good night, Nell. We'll meet tomorrow morning, here." He really had to go. Harriet was made anxious by the slightest irregularity, and when she became anxious, she became frenzied. His present irregularity was by no means slight already, assuredly not slight by Harriet's standards. To his great relief, Nell nodded again. She had still not put on his sweater. "In a few days' time we'll go to London. We'll be together always." He could hardly believe his own ears listening to his own voice saying such things. After all this time. After Elizabeth. After so much inner peace and convinced adoration and asking for nothing more. After the fearful illness. They parted with kisses, but with little drama. Nell sped off into what the map depicted as virtual void. All the same, Stephen reflected, I must look at the map again. I'll try to borrow Harwood's dividers. He pushed back through the heather, rejoicing in his sense of direction, among so many other things to rejoice about, and began lumbering down the track homewards. The light was now so poor that he walked faster and faster, faster even than he had ascended. In the end, he was running uncontrollably. Therefore his heart was already pounding when he discovered that the rectory was in confusion, though at the rectory even confusion had a slightly wan quality. During the afternoon Harriet had had a seizure of some kind, and during the evening had taken off in a public ambulance. "What time did it happen?" asked Stephen. He knew from all too much experience that it was the kind of thing that people did ask. "I don't really know, Stephen," replied Harwood. "I was in my specimens room, reading the journal, and I fear that a considerable time may have passed before I came upon her. I was too distressed to look at my watch even then. Besides, between ourselves, my watch loses rather badly." Though Stephen tried to help in some way, the improvised evening meal was upsetting. Harriet had planned rissoles sautéed in ghee, but neither of the men really knew how to cook with ghee. The homemade Congress pudding was nothing less than nauseous. Very probably some decisive final touches had been omitted. "You see how it is, young Stephen," said Harwood, after they had munched miserably but briefly. "The prognosis cannot be described as hopeful. I may have to give up the living." You can't possibly do that, Harwood, whatever happens. There is Father's memory to think about. I'm sure I should think about him more often myself. Stephen's thoughts were, in fact, upon quite specially different topics. I don't wish to go, I assure you, Stephen. I've been very happy here. The statement surprised Stephen, but was, of course, thoroughly welcome and appropriate. There is always prayer, Harwood. Yes, Stephen, indeed. I may well have been remiss. That might explain much. They had been unable to discover where Harriet hid the coffee, so sat for moments in reverent and reflective silence, one on either side of the bleak table, a gift from the nearest branch of the Free India League. Stephen embarked upon a tentative démarche. I need hardly say that I don't want to leave you in the lurch. It speaks for itself that there can be no question of that. Stephen drew in a quantity of air. To put it absolutely plainly, I feel that for a spell you would be better off at this time without me around to clutter up the place and make endless demands. For a second time, within hours, Stephen recognized quite clearly that his line of procedure could well be seen as cold-blooded, but for a second time he was acting under extreme compulsion more extreme than he had expected ever again to encounter, at least on the hither side of the Styx. I should never deem you to be doing that, young Stephen. Blood is at all times, even the most embarrassing times, thicker than water. It was Cardinal Newman, by the way, who first said that, a prelate of a different soteriology. Stephen simply did not believe it, but he said nothing. Harwood often came forward with such assertions, but they were almost invariably erroneous. Stephen sometimes doubted whether Harwood could be completely relied upon, even in the context of his private speciality, the lichens. I think I had better leave tomorrow morning, and so reduce the load for a span. I am sure Doreen will appreciate it. Doreen was the intermittent help. A little brash, where in former days no doubt she would have been a little simple. Stephen had always supposed that brashness might make it more possible to serve Harriet. Doreen had been deserted, childless, by her young husband, but there had been a proper divorce. Harwood was supposed to be taking a keen interest in Doreen, who was no longer in her absolutely first youth. You will be rather more dependent upon Doreen for a time, added Stephen. I suppose that may well be, said Harwood. Stephen fancied that his brother almost smiled. He quite saw that he might have thought so because of the ideas in his own mind, at which he himself was smiling continuously. You must do whatever you think best for all concerned, Stephen, said Harwood, including, of course, your sister-in-law, dear Harriet. I think I should go now, and perhaps come back a little later. As you will, Stephen. I have always recognized that you have a mind trained both academically and by your work. I am a much less coordinated spirit. Oh, yes, I know it well. I should rely very much upon your judgment in almost any serious matter. Circumstanced, as at the moment he was, Stephen almost blushed. But Harwood made things all right by adding, except perhaps in certain matters of the spirit, which, in the nature of things, lie quite particularly between my Maker and myself alone. Oh, naturally, said Stephen. Otherwise, continued Harwood, and now that Harriet is unavailable, for a very short time only, we must hope. It is upon you, Stephen, that I propose to rely foremost in many pressing concerns of this world. Beyond doubt, Harwood now was not all but smiling. He was smiling nearly at full strength. He explained this immediately. My catarrh seems very much better, he said. I might consider setting forth in splendor one of these days. Seeking specimens, I mean. Stephen plunged upon impulse. It may seem a bit odd in the circumstances, but I should be glad to have the use of a Land Rover. There's a building up on the moors I should like to look at again before I go, and it's too far to walk in the time. There's a perfectly good track to quite near it. Is there anyone you know of in the parish who would lend me such a thing? Just for an hour or two, of course. Harwood responded at once. You might try Tom Gerald. I regret to say that he's usually too drunk to drive. Indeed, one could never guarantee that his vehicle will even leave the ground. Possibly it was not exactly the right reference, but what an excellent and informed parish priest Harwood was suddenly proving to be. Harwood had reopened the latest number of the Journal, which he had been sitting on in the chair all the time. His perusal had, of course, been interrupted by the afternoon's events. "Don't feel called upon to stop talking," said Harwood. "I can read and listen at the same time perfectly well." Stephen reflected that the attempt had not often been made when Harriet had been in the room. "I don't think there's anything more to say at the moment. We seem to have settled everything that can be settled." "I shall be depending upon you in many different matters, remember," said Harwood, but without looking up from the speckled diagrams. As soon as Stephen turned on the hanging light in his bedroom, he noticed the new patch on the wallpaper, if only because it was immediately above his bed. The wallpaper had always been lowering anyway. He was the more certain that the particular patch was new, because naturally he made his own bed each morning, which involved daily confrontation with that particular surface. Of course, there had always been the other such patches among the marks on the walls. Still, the new arrival was undoubtedly among the reasons why Stephen slept very little that night, even though, in his own estimation, he needed sleep so badly. There again, however, few do sleep in the first phase of what is felt to be a reciprocated relationship, equally fulfilling and perilous, always deceptive, and always somewhere known to be. The mixed ingredients of the last 2 days churned within Stephen, as in Harriet's battered cook-pot, one rising as another fell. He was treating Harwood as he himself would not wish to be treated, and who could tell what had really led to Harriet's collapse? In the end, bliss drove out bewilderment, and seemed the one thing sure, as perhaps it was. Later still, when daylight was all too visible through the frail curtains, Stephen half dreamed that he was lying inert on some surface he could not define, and that Nell was administering water to him from a chalice. But the chalice, doubtless a consecrated object to begin with, and certainly of fairest silver from the Spanish mines, was blotched and blemished. Stephen wanted to turn away, to close his eyes properly, to expostulate, but could do none of these things. As Nell gently kissed his brow, he awoke fully with a compelling thirst. He had heard of people waking thirsty in the night, but to himself he could not remember it ever before happening. He had never lived like that. There was no water in the room, because the house was just sufficiently advanced to make visitors go to the bathroom. Stephen walked quietly down the passage, then hesitated. He recollected that nowadays the bathroom door opened with an appalling wrench and scream. It would be very wrong indeed to take the risk of waking poor Harwood in his new isolation. Stephen crept on down the stairs towards the scullery, and there was Harwood, sleeping like the dead, not in the least sprawling, but, on the contrary, touchingly compressed and compact in the worn chair. For a moment he looked like a schoolboy, though, of course, in that curtained light. Harwood was murmuring contentedly, "Turn over. No, right over. You can trust me." Then, almost ecstatically, almost like a juvenile, "It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful." Stephen stole away to the back quarters, where both the luncheon and the supper washing up, even the washing up after tea, all awaited the touch of a vanished hand. The cold tap jerked and jarred, as it always did, but when Stephen went back, Harwood was slumbering still. His self-converse was now so ideal that it had fallen into incoherence. The cheap figure on the mantel of Shiva, or somebody, which Stephen had always detested, sneered animatedly. But there Nell really was, really was. In his soul, Stephen was astonished. Things do not go like that in real life, least of all in the dreaded domain of the heart. However, they unloaded the Land Rover together, as if everything were perfectly real, toiling up the heather paths with heavy loads, Nell always ahead, always as strong as he, which was really rather necessary. "I must take the Rover back. Come with me." He had not for a moment supposed that she would, but she did, and with no demur. "It's rough going," he said. but she merely put her brown hand on his thigh as she sat and bumped beside him. They were a pair now. "It won't take a moment while I settle with the man." He was determined that it should not. It must be undesirable that the two of them be seen together in the village. Probably it was undesirable that he himself, even alone, be seen there before a long time had passed. He might perhaps steal back one distant day like Enoch Arden, and take Harwood completely by surprise, both of them now bearded, shaggily or skimpily. What by then would have become of Nell? They walked upwards, hand in hand. Every now and then he said something amorous or amusing to her, but not very often, because, as he had foreseen, the words did not come to him readily. He was bound to become more fluent as his heart reopened. She was now speaking more often than he was, not merely more shrewd, but more explicit. "I'm as close to you as that," she said, pointing with her free hand to a patch of rocky ground with something growing on it, growing quite profusely, almost exuberantly. She had spoken in reply to one of his questions. He returned the squeeze of the hand he was holding. "We'll be like the holly and the ivy," she volunteered later, "and then we'll be like the pebble and the shard." He thought that both comparisons were, like Harwood's comparison, somewhat inexact, but in her case all the more adorable by reason of it. He kissed her. At first he could not see their house, though as they neared it his eyes seemed to wander round the entire horizon, limited in range, however, by the fact that they were mounting quite steeply. But Nell led the way through the rabbit and snake paths, first to the spring, then upwards once more, and there, needless to say, the house was. Earlier that afternoon they had already toiled up and down several times with the baggage. The earlier occupants had been sturdy folk, men and women alike, aboriginals. It was somewhere near the spring that Nell this time made her possibly crucial declaration. "I've run away," she said, as if previously she had been afraid to speak the words. "Take care of me." They entered. When they had been lugging in the food and the blankets and the cressets and the pans, he had of policy refrained from even glancing at the walls of the house. But what could it matter now? For the glorious and overwhelming moment at least. And, judging by recent experience, the moment might even prove a noticeably long moment. Time might again stand still. Time sometimes did, if one had not expected it. Therefore, from as soon as they entered, he stared round at intervals quite brazenly, though not when Nell was looking at him, as for so much of the time she was now doing. The upshot was anticlimax. Here was not the stark, familiar bedroom in the rectory, and Stephen realized that he had not yet acquired points or areas of reference and comparison. He was at liberty to deem that they might never be needed. Nell was ordering things, arranging things, even beginning to prepare things, all as if she had been a diplômée of a domestic college, as if she had been blessed with a dedicated mamma or aunt. After all, thought Stephen, as he watched her and intercepted her, her appearance is largely that of an ordinary modern girl. He loved her. He turned his back upon her earlier curious intimations. She had run away from it all, and had even stated as much, unasked and unprompted. Henceforth an ordinary modern girl was what for him she should firmly be, though loyaler, tenderer, stronger than any other. When in the end, languishingly, they went upstairs, this time they wrapped themselves in lovely new blankets, but Stephen was in no doubt at all that still there was only the one mark on her. Conceivably, even, it was a slightly smaller mark. He would no longer detect, no longer speculate, no longer be anxious, no longer imagine. No more mortal marks and corruptions. For example, he would quite possibly never sleep in that room at the rectory again. Thus, for a week, he counted the good things only, as does a sundial. They were many, and the silken sequence of them seemed to extend over a lifetime. He recollected the Christian Science teaching that evil is a mere illusion. He clung to the thesis that time is no absolute. Nell had the knack of supplementing the food he had purchased with fauna and flora that she brought back from the moor. While at a vague hour of the morning he lay long among the blankets, simultaneously awake and asleep, she went forth, and never did she return empty-handed, seldom indeed other than laden. He was at last learning, not from talk but from experience, even though from someone else's experience, how long it really was possible to live without shops, without bureaucratically and commercially modified products, without even watered cash. All that was needed was to be alone in the right place with the right person. He even saw it was possible that the two of them might remain in the house indefinitely, were it not that his disappearance would inevitably be reported by someone, doubtless first by Arthur Thread in the office, so that his early exposure was inevitable. That, after all, was a main purpose of science, to make things of all kinds happen sooner than they otherwise would. Each morning, after Nell had returned from her sorties and had set things in the house to rights, she descended naked to the spring and sank beneath its waters. She liked Stephen to linger at the rim watching her, and to him it seemed that she disappeared in the pool altogether, vanished from sight, and clear though the water was, the clearest, Stephen surmised, that he had ever lighted upon. Beyond doubt, therefore, the little pool really was peculiarly deep, as Nell had always said. It would be difficult to distinguish between the natural movements of its ever-gleaming surface and movements that might emanate from a submerged Ned. It gave Stephen special pleasure that they drank exclusively from the pool in which Nell splashed about, but partly for that reason he confined his own lustrations to dabblings from the edge like a tripper. Stephen learned by experience, a new experience, the difference between drinking natural water and drinking safeguarded water, as from a sanitized public convenience. When she emerged from the pool, Nell each day shook her short hair like one glad to be alive, and each day her hair seemed to be dry in no time. One morning she washed her shirt and trousers in the pool, having no replacements as far as Stephen could see. The garments took longer to dry than she did, and Nell remained unclothed for most of the day, even though there were clouds in the sky. Clouds made little difference anyway, nor quite steady rain, nor drifting mountain mist. The last named merely fortified the peace and happiness. "Where did you get those clothes?" asked Stephen, even though as a rule he no longer asked anything. "I found them. They're nice." He said nothing for a moment. "Aren't they nice?" she inquired anxiously. "Everything to do with you, in and about and around you, is nice in every possible way. You are perfect. Everything concerned with you is perfect." She smiled gratefully and went back, still unclothed, to the house, where she was stewing up everything together in one of the new pots. The pot had already leaked, and it had been she who had mended the leak, with a preparation she had hammered and kneaded, while Stephen had merely looked on in delighted receptivity, wanting her as she worked. He had a number of books in his bag, reasonably well chosen, because he had supposed that on most evenings at the rectory he would be retiring early, but now he had no wish to read anything. He conjectured that he would care little if the capacity to read somehow faded from him. He even went so far as to think that, given only a quite short time, it might possibly do so. At moments they wandered together about the moor, he, as like as not, with his hand on her breast, on that breast pocket of hers which contained his original and only letter to her, and which she had carefully taken out and given to him when washing the garment, and later carefully replaced. Than these perambulations, few excursions could be more uplifting, but Stephen was wary all the same, knowing that if they were to meet anyone, however blameless, the spell might break, and paradise end. Deep happiness can but be slighted by third parties, whosoever, without exception, they be. No one is so pure as to constitute an exception. And every night the moon shone through the small windows, and fell across their bed and their bodies in wide streaks, oddly angled. "You are like a long, sweet parsnip," Stephen said, "succulent, but really rather tough." "I know nothing at all," she replied. "I only know you." The mark below her shoulder stood out darkly, but, God be praised, in isolation. What did the rapidly deteriorating state of the walls and appurtenances matter by comparison with that? But in due course The moon, upon which the seeding and growth of plants and of the affections largely depend, had entered its dangerous third quarter. Stephen had decided that the thing he had to do was take Nell back quickly and quietly to London, and return as soon as possible with his reinvigorated car, approaching as near as he could in order to collect their possessions in the house. The machine would go there, after all, if he drove it with proper vigor, though it might be as well to do it at a carefully chosen hour in order to evade Harwood, Doreen, and the general life of the village. He saw no reason simply to abandon all his purchases, and besides, he felt obscurely certain that it was unlucky to do so, though he had been unable to recall the precise belief. Finally, it would seem likely that some of the varied accessories in the house might be useful in Stephen's new life with Nell. One still had to be practical at times, just as one had to be firm at times. Nell listened to what he had to say, and then said she would do whatever he wanted. The weather was entirely fair for the moment. When the purchased food had finally run out, and they were supposedly dependent altogether upon what Nell could bring in off the moor, they departed from the house, though not truthfully for that reason. They left everything behind them, and walked down at dusk, past Burton's Clough to the village. Stephen knew the time of the last bus, which connected with a train to London. It was something he knew wherever he was. In a general way, he had, of course, always liked the train journey, and disliked the bus journey. It was hard to imagine what Nell would make of such experiences, and of those inevitably to come. Though she always said she knew nothing, she seemed surprised by nothing either. Always she brought back to Stephen the theories that there were two kinds of knowledge, sometimes of the same things. All the others in the bus were old-age pensioners. They had been visiting younger people and were now returning. They sat alone, each as far from each as space allowed. In the end, Stephen counted them. There seemed to be 8, though it was hard to be sure in the bad light, and with several pensioners already slumped forward. There were at least 2 kinds of bad light also, the beautiful dim light of the house on the moor, and the depressing light in a nationalized bus. Stephen recalled Ellen Terry's detestation of all electric light, and of course there were ominous marks on the dirty ceiling of the bus, and on such of the side panels as Stephen could see, including that on the far side of Nell, who sat beside him with her head on his shoulder, more like an ordinary modern girl than ever. Where could she have learned that when one was traveling on a slow, ill-lighted bus with the man one loved, one put one's head on his shoulder? But it was far more that she had somewhere, somehow learned. The slightest physical contact with her induced in Stephen a third dichotomy. The reasonable, rather cautious person his whole life and career surely proved him to be was displaced by an all-but criminal visionary. Everything turned upon such capacity as he might have left to change the nature of time. The conductor crept down the dingy passage and sibilated in Stephen's ear. "We've got to stop here. Driver must go home. Got a sick kid. There'll be a reserve bus in 20 minutes, all right?" The conductor didn't bother to explain to the pensioners. They would hardly have understood. For them, the experience itself would be ample. A few minutes later, everyone was outside in the dark, though no one risked a roll call. The lights in the bus had been finally snuffed out, and the crew were making off, a clank with the accoutrements of their tenure, spanners and irregular metal boxes and enameled mugs. Even now Nell seemed unsurprised and unindignant. She, at least, appeared to acknowledge that all things have an end, and to be acting on that intimation. As usual, Stephen persuaded her to don his heavy sweater. It was very late indeed before they were home, though Stephen could hardly use the word now that not only was Elizabeth gone, but also there was someone else, luminously better, or at least so decisively different, and, of course, a new person, too. Fortunately, the train had been very late, owing to signal trouble, so that they had caught it and been spared a whole dark night of it at the station, as in a story. Stephen and Nell had sat together in the buffet until they had been ejected and the strip lighting quelled. Nell had never faltered. She had not commented even when the train, deprived of what railwaymen call its path, had fumbled its way to London, shunting backwards nearly as often as running forwards. And the long, almost empty excursion-type coach had been what Stephen could by now almost complacently regard as the usual smears and blotches. "Darling, aren't you cold?" He had other, earlier sweaters to lend. She shook her head quite vigorously. After that, it had been easy for Stephen to close his eyes almost all the way. The other passenger had appeared to be a fireman in uniform, though of course without a helmet. It was hard to believe that he would suddenly rise and rob them, especially as he was so silently slumbering. Perhaps he was all the time a hospital porter, or a special messenger, or an archangel. On the Benares table, which filled the hall of the flat, a wedding present from Harwood and poor Harriet, who, having been engaged in their teens, had married long ahead of Stephen and Elizabeth, was a parcel, weighty but neat. "Forgive me," said Stephen. "I never can live with unopened parcels or letters." He snapped the plastic string in a second and tore through the glyptal wrapping. It was a burly tome entitled Lichen, Moss, and Wrack, Usage and Abusage in Peace and War, a military and medical abstract. Scientific works so often have more title than imaginative works. Stephen flung the book back on the table. It fell with a heavy clang. "Meant for my brother. It's always happening. People don't seem to know there's a difference between us." He gazed at her. He wanted to see nothing else. She looked unbelievably strange in her faded trousers and the sweater Elizabeth had made. Elizabeth would have seen a ghost and fainted. Elizabeth really did tend to faint in the sudden presence of the occult. "We are not going to take it to him. It'll have to be posted. I'll get the department to do it tomorrow." He paused. She smiled at him, late though it was. Late or early, what difference did it make? It was not what mattered. "I told you that I should have to go to the department tomorrow. There's a lot to explain." She nodded. "And then we'll go back?" She had been anxious about that ever since they had started. He had not known what to expect. "Yes, after a few days." Whatever he intended in the first place, he had never made it clear to her where they would be living in the longer run. This was partly because he did not know himself. The flat, without Elizabeth, really was rather horrible. Stephen had not forgotten Elizabeth for a moment. How could he have done? Nor could Stephen wonder that Nell did not wish to live in the flat. The flat was disfigured and puny. Nell still smiled with her usual seeming understanding. He had feared that by now she would demur at his reference to a few days, and had therefore proclaimed it purposefully. He smiled back at her. "I'll buy you a dress." She seemed a trifle alarmed. "It's time you owned one." "I don't own anything." "Yes, you do. You own me. Let's go to bed, shall we?" But she spoke. "What's this?" As so often happens, Nell had picked up and taken an interest in the thing he would least have wished. It was a large, lumpy shopping bag from a craft room in Burnham-on-Sea, where Elizabeth and he had spent an unwise week in their early days. What the Orient was to Harriet, the seaside had been to Elizabeth. Sisters-in-law often show affinities. The shopping bag had continued in regular use ever since, and not only for shopping, until Elizabeth had been no longer mobile. "It's a bag made of natural fibers," said Stephen. "It belonged to my late wife." "It smells. It reminds me." "Many things here remind me," said Stephen. "But a new page has been turned." He kept forgetting that Nell was unaccustomed to book metaphors. She appeared to be holding the bag out to him. Though not altogether knowing why, he took it from her. He then regretted doing so. It was not so much the smell of the bag. He was entirely accustomed to that. It was that, in his absence, the bag had become sodden with dark growths, outside and inside. It had changed character completely. Certainly the bag had been perfectly strong and serviceable when last he had been in contact with it, though for the moment he could not recollect when that had been. He had made little use of the bag when not under Elizabeth's direction. He let the fetid mass fall on top of the book on the brass table. "Let's forget everything," he said. "We still have a few hours." "Where do I go?" she asked, smiling prettily. "Not in there," he cried, as she put her hand on one of the doors. He very well knew that he must seem far too excitable. He took a pull on himself. "Try this room." When Elizabeth had become ill, the double bed had been moved into the spare room. It had been years since Stephen had slept in that bed, though. Once again, he could not in the least recall how many years. The first step towards mastering time is always to make time meaningless. It was naturally wonderful to be at long last in a fully equipped deep double bed with Nell. She had shown no expectation of being invited to borrow one of Elizabeth's expensive night-dresses. Nell was a primitive still, and it was life or death to keep her so. He had never cared much for flowing, gracious bedwear in any case, nor had the wonder that was Elizabeth seemed to him to need such embellishments. But he could not pretend, as he lay in Nell's strong arms and she in his, that the condition of the spare room was in the least reassuring. Before he had quickly turned off the small bedside light, the new marks on the walls had seemed like huge inhuman faces, and the effect was all the more alarming in that these walls had been painted, inevitably long ago, by Elizabeth in person, and had even been her particular domestic display-piece. The stained overall she had worn for the task still hung in the cupboard next door, lest the need arise again. It was always the trouble. So long as one was far from the place once called home, one could successfully cast secondary matters from the mind, or at least from the hurting part of it. But from the moment of return, in fact from some little while before that, one simply had to recognize that for most of one's life secondary matters were just about all there were. Stephen had learned ages ago that secondary matters were always the menace. Desperation, therefore, possibly made its contribution to the mutual passion that charged the few hours available to them. Within a week the walls might be darkened all over, and what could the development after that conceivably be? Stephen strongly suspected that the mossiness, the malady, would become more conspicuously three-dimensional at any moment. Only as a first move, of course. He managed to close his mind against all secondary considerations, and to give love its fullest license yet. Thread was in the office before Stephen, even though Stephen had risen most mortifyingly early, and almost sleepless. It was a commonplace that the higher one ascended in the service, the earlier one had to rise, in order to ascend higher still. The llamas never slept at all. "Feeling better?" Thread could ask such questions with unique irony. "Much better, thank you." "You still look a bit peaky." Thread was keeping his finger at the place he had reached in the particular file. "I had a tiresome journey back. I've slept very little. It's always the trouble. Morag and I make sure of a few days to settle in before we return to full schedule. Elizabeth and I used to do that also. It's a bit different now." Thread looked Stephen straight in the eyes, or very nearly. "Let me advise for what my advice is worth. I recommend you to lose yourself in your work for the next 2 or 3 years at the least. Lose yourself completely. Forget everything else. In my opinion, it's always the best thing at these times. Probably the only thing. Work doesn't mean to me what it did. Take yourself in hand, and it soon will again. After all, very real responsibilities do rest in this room. We both understand that quite well. We've reached that sort of level, Stephen. What we do nowadays matters. If you keep that in mind at all times, and I do mean at all times, the thought will see you through. I know what I'm talking about." Thread's eyes were now looking steadily at his finger, lest it had made some move on its own. "Yes," said Stephen. "But you're talking about yourself, you know." Stephen was very well aware that the sudden death some years before of Arthur Thread's mother had not deflected Thread for a day from the tasks appointed. Even the funeral had taken place during the weekend, for which Thread had departed on the Friday evening with several major files in his briefcase, as usual. As for Thread's wife, Morag, she was a senior civil servant, too, though of course in a very different department. The pair took very little leave in any case, and hardly any of it together. Their 2 girls were in an expensive boarding school on the far side of France, almost in Switzerland. "I speak from my own experience," corrected Thread. "It appears to me," said Stephen, "that I have reached the male climacteric. It must be what's happening to me." "I advise you to think again," said Thread. "There's no such thing. Anyway, you're too young for when it's supposed to be. It's not till you're 63, within 2 years of retirement." Thread could keep his finger in position no longer, lest his arm fall off. "If you'll forgive me, I'm rather in the middle of something. Put yourself absolutely at ease. I'll be very pleased to have another talk later." "What's that mark?" asked Stephen, pointing to the wall above Thread's rather narrow headpiece. So often the trouble seemed to begin above the head. "Was it there before?" "I'm sure I don't know. Never forget the whole place is going to be completely done over next year. Now, do let me concentrate for a bit." As the time for luncheon drew near, another man, Marc Tremble, peeped in. "Glad to see you back, Stephen. I really am." "Thank you, Mark. I wish I could more sincerely say I was glad to be back." "Who could be? Come and swim?" Stephen had regularly done it with Marc Tremble and a shifting group of others, usually at lunchtime on several days a week. It had been one of 20 devices for lightening momentarily the weight of Elizabeth's desperation. The bath was in the basement of the building. Soon the bath was to be extended and standardized, and made available at times to additional grades. Very well. Stephen had at one time proposed to tear back, to be with Nell for a few moments, perhaps to buy that dress. But during the long morning he had decided against all of it. His real task was to put down his foot with the establishment, to secure such modified pension as he was entitled to concentrate, as Thread always concentrated, to depart. He had not so far said a word about it to anyone in the place. The 2 seniors changed in the sketchy cubicles, and emerged almost at the same moment in swimming trunks. There seemed to be no one else in or around the pool that day, though the ebbing and flowing of table tennis were audible through the partition. "I say, Stephen, what's that thing on your back?" Stephen stopped dead on the wet-tiled floor. "What thing?" "It's a bit peculiar. I'm sure it wasn't there before you went away. I'm extremely sorry to mention it." "What's it look like?" asked Stephen. "Can you describe it?" "The best I can do is that it looks rather like the sort of thing you occasionally see on trees. I think it may simply be something stuck onto you. Would you like me to give it a tug?" "I think not," said Stephen. "I am sorry it upsets you. I'll go back and dress. I think it would be better." "Yes," said Marc Tremble. "It does upset me. It's best to admit it. Either it's something that will just come off with a good rub, or you'd better see a doctor, Stephen." "I'll see what I can do," said Stephen. "I don't feel so much like a swim after all," said Marc Tremble. "I'll dress too, and then we'll both have a drink. I feel we could both do with one." "I'm very sorry about it," said Stephen. "I apologize." "What have you been doing all day?" asked Stephen, as soon as he was back and had changed out of the garments currently normal in the civil service, casual and characterless. "I hope you've been happy." "I found this on the roof." Nell was holding it in both her hands, which were still very brown. It was a huge lump. Mineral, vegetable, who could tell? Or conceivably a portion of each. "Your father would be interested." Nell recoiled. "Don't talk like that. It's unlucky." Indeed, she had nearly dropped the dense mass. It had been an idiotic response on Stephen's part, mainly the consequence of his not knowing what else to say. He was aware that it was perfectly possible to attain the roof of the building by way of the iron fire-ladder, to which by law access had to be open to tenants at all hours. "I could do with a drink," said Stephen, though he had been drinking virtually the whole afternoon, without Thread even noticing, or without sparing time to acknowledge that he had noticed. Moira, the colored girl from the typing area, had simply winked her big left eye at Stephen. "I've had a difficult day." "Oh!" Nell's cry was so sincere and eloquent that it was as if he had been mangled in a traffic accident. "How difficult?" she asked. "It's just that it's been difficult for me to make the arrangements to get away, to leave the place." "But we are going." He knew it was what she was thinking about. "Yes, we are going. I promised." He provided Nell with a token drink also. At first she had seemed to be completely new to liquor. Stephen had always found life black without it, but his need for it had become more habitual during Elizabeth's illness. He trusted that Nell and he would, with use, want, and time, evolve a mutual equilibrium. At the moment he recognized that he was all but tight, though he fancied that at such times he made little external manifestation. Certainly Nell would detect nothing, if only because presumably she lacked data. Until now he had never really been in the sitting-room of the flat since his return. Here the new tendrils on the walls and ceiling struck him as resembling a Portuguese man-of-war's equipment. The colored, insensate creature that can sting a swimmer to death at 30 feet distance, and had done so more than once when Elizabeth and he, being extravagant, had stayed at Cannes for a couple of weeks. It had been there that Elizabeth had told him, finally, she could never have a child. Really, that was what they were doing there, though he had not realized it. The man-of-war business, the two victims, had seemed to have an absurd part in their little drama. No one in the hotel had talked of anything else. "Let's go to bed now," said Stephen to Nell. "We can get up again later to eat." She put her right hand in his left hand. Her acquiescence, quiet and beautiful, made him feel compunctious. "Or are you hungry?" he asked. "Shall we have something to eat first? I wasn't thinking." She shook her head. "I've been foraging." She seemed to know so many quite literary words. He gave no time to wondering where exactly the forage could have taken place. It would be unprofitable. Whatever Nell had brought in would be wholesomer, inestimably better in every way than food from any shop. As soon as she was naked, he tried in the electric light to scrutinize her. There still seemed to be only the one mark on her body, truly a quite small mark by the standards of the moment, though he could not fully convince himself that it really was contracting. However, the examination was difficult. He could not let Nell realize what exactly he was doing. The light was not very powerful, because latterly Elizabeth had disliked a strong light anywhere, and he had felt unable to argue. Most of all, he had to prevent Nell seeing whatever Mark Tremble had seen on his own person, had himself all the time to lie facing Nell or flat on his back. In any case, he wondered always how much Nell saw that he saw, how much, whatever her utterances and evidences, she analyzed of the things that he analyzed. The heavy curtains, chosen and hung by Elizabeth, had, it seemed, remained drawn all day, and by now the simplest thing was for Stephen to switch off what light there was. Nell, he had thought during the last 10 days, or 10 eons, was at her very best when the darkness was total. He knew that heavy drinking was said to increase desire and to diminish performance, and he also knew that it was high time in his life for him to begin worrying about such things. He had even so hinted to Arthur Thread, albeit mainly to startle Thread, and to foretoken his, Stephen's, new life course, even though any such intimation to Thread would be virtually useless. There can be very few to whom most of one's uttered remarks can count for very much. Nonetheless, Nell and Stephen omitted that evening to arise later, even though Stephen had fully and sincerely intended it. The next morning, very early the next morning, Nell vouchsafed to Stephen an unusual but wonderful breakfast, if one could apply so blurred a noun to so far-fetched a repast. Stephen piled into his civil service raiment, systematically non-committal. He was taking particular trouble not to see his own bare back in any looking-glass. Fortunately, there was no such thing in the dim bathroom. "Good-bye, my Nell. Before the weekend we shall be free." He supposed that she knew what a weekend was. By now it could hardly be clearer that she knew almost everything that mattered in the least. But during that one night, the whole flat seemed to have become dark green, dark gray, plain black, patched everywhere instead of only locally, as when they had arrived. Stephen felt that the walls, floors, and ceilings were beginning to advance towards one another. The knickknacks were dematerializing most speedily. When life once begins to move, it can scarcely be prevented from setting its own pace. The very idea of intervention becomes ridiculous. What was Nell making of these swift and strange occurrences? All Stephen was sure of was that it would be unwise to take too much for granted. He must hew his way out, if necessary, with a bloody axe, as the man in the play put it. Stephen kissed Nell ecstatically. She was smiling as he shut the door. She might smile off and on all day, he thought. Smile as she foraged. By that evening he had drawn a curtain, thick enough even for Elizabeth to have selected, between his homebound self and the events of the daylight. There was no technical obstacle to his retirement, and never had been. It was mainly the size of his pension that was affected, and in his new life he seemed able to thrive on very little. 100 costly substitutes for direct experience could be rejected. An intense reality, as new as it was old, was burning down on him like clear sunlight or heavenly fire or poetry. It was only to be expected that his colleagues should shrink back a little. Nonetheless, Stephen had been disconcerted by how far some of them had gone. They would have been very much less concerned, he fancied, had he been an acknowledged defector, about to stand trial. Such cases were now all in the day's work. There were routines to be complied with, though not too strictly. Stephen realized that his appearance was probably against him. He was not sure what he looked like from hour to hour, and he was taking no steps to find out. Still, the only remark that was passed came from Toby Strand, who regularly passed remarks. "Good God, Stephen, you're looking like death warmed up. I should go home to the wife. You don't want to pass out in this place." Stephen looked at him. "Oh, God, I forgot. Accept my apology." "That's perfectly all right, Toby," said Stephen. "And as for the other business, you'll be interested to learn that I've decided to retire." "Roll on the day for one and all," said Toby Strand, ever the vox populi. Mercifully, Stephen's car had been restored to a measure of health, so that the discreet bodywork gleamed slightly in the evening luster as he drove into the rented parking space. "Nell, we can leave at cockcrow." "I forgot about buying you that dress." He was standing in his bath-gown, looking at her in the wide bed. The whole flat was narrowing and blackening, and at that early hour the electric light was even weaker than usual. "I shan't need a dress." "You must want to change some time." "No, I want nothing to change." He gazed at her. As so often, he had no commensurate words. "We'll stop somewhere on the way," he said. They packed the rehabilitated car with essentials for the simple life, with things to eat and drink on the journey and after arrival. Stephen, though proposing to buy Nell a dress, because one never knew what need might arise, was resolved against dragging her into a roadside food place. He took all he could, including surreptitiously some sad souvenirs of Elizabeth, but he recognized plainly enough that there was almost everything remaining to be done with the flat, and that he would have to return one day to do it, whether or not Nell came with him. In the meantime, it was difficult to surmount what was happening to the flat or to him. Only Nell was sweet, calm, and changeless in her simple clothes. If only the nature of time were entirely different. "You'll be terribly cold." She seemed never to say it first, never to think of it. He covered her with sweaters and rugs. He thought of offering her a pair of his own warm trousers, but they would be so hopelessly too wide and long. Islington was a misty marsh as they flitted through, Holloway pink as a desert flamingo. The scholarly prison building was wrapped in fire. Finsbury Park was crystal as a step, Manor House deserted as old age. When, swift as thoughts of love, they reached Grantham, they turned aside to buy Nell's dress. She chose a rough-textured white one, with the square neck outlined in black, and would accept nothing else at all. She even refused to try on the dress, and she refused to wear it out of the shop. Stephen concurred, not without a certain relief, and carried the dress to the car in a plastic bag. The car was so congested that a problem arose. "I'll sit on it," said Nell. Thus the day went by as in a dream, though there are few such dreams in one lifetime. Stephen, for sure, had never known a journey so rapt, even though he could seldom desist from staring and squinting for uncovenanted blemishes upon and around the bright coachwork. Stephen recognized that, like everyone else, he had spent his life without living, even though he had had Elizabeth for much of the time to help him through, as she alone was able. Northwards they ran into a horse fair. The horses were everywhere, and among them burlesques of men bawling raucously, and a few excited girls. "Oh!" cried Nell. "Shall we stop?" "No," said Nell, "not stop." She was plainly upset. "Few fairs like that one are left," said Stephen, as he sat intimately, eternally beside her. "The motors have been there, Nell." "Nell?" said Nell. Always it was impossible to judge how much she knew. "Nell," said Stephen affectionately. But it was at about that moment he first saw a dark, juicy crack in the polished metalwork of the bonnet. "Nell," said Stephen again, and clasped her hand, always brown, always warm, always living and loving. The huge geometrical trucks were everywhere, and it was an uncircumspect move for Stephen to make. But it was once more too misty for the authorities to see very much, to take evidence that could be sworn to. The mist was more like fog as they wound through Harwood's depopulated community. Harwood really should marry Doreen as soon as it becomes possible, thought Stephen, and make a completely new start in life, perhaps have a much better type of youngster, possibly and properly for the cloth. Stephen was struck with horror to recollect that he had forgotten all about the costly book which had been almost certainly intended for Harwood, and which Harwood would be among the very few fully to appreciate and rejoice in. The book had not really been noticeable at first light in the eroding flat, but his lapse perturbed Stephen greatly. A fungus and an alga living in a mutually beneficial relationship, he said under his breath. "What's that?" asked Nell. "It's the fundamental description of a lichen. You should know that." "Don't talk about it." He saw that she shuddered, she who never even quaked from the cold. "It's unlucky," she said. "I'm sorry, Nell. I was thinking of the book we left behind, and the word slipped out. We're better without the book." "It wasn't really our book." "We did right in leaving it." He realized that it had been the second time when, without thinking, he had seemed ungracious about the big step she had taken for him, the second time at least. Therefore he simply answered, "I expect so." He remained uneasy. He had taken due care not to drive past the crumbling rectory, but nothing could prevent the non-delivery of Harwood's expensive book being an odious default, a matter of only a few hundred yards. To confirm the guilt, a middle-aged solitary woman at the end of the settlement suddenly pressed both hands to her eyes, as if to prevent herself from seeing the passing car, even in the poor light. The ascending track was rougher and rockier than on any of Stephen's previous transits. It was only to be expected, Stephen realized. Moreover, to mist was now added dusk. At the putative Burton's Clough he had to take care not to drive over the edge of the declivity, and thereafter he concentrated upon not colliding with the overgrown stony waymark. Shapeless creatures were beginning to emerge, which may no longer appear by daylight, even in so relatively remote a region. Caution was compelled upon every count. Thus it was full night when somehow they reached the spot where the track seemed simply to end, with no good reason supplied, as Stephen had always thought. Elizabeth would have been seriously upset if somehow she had seen at such a spot the familiar car in which she had taken so many unforgettable outings, even when a virtual invalid. She might have concluded that at long last she had reached the final bourne. The moon, still in its third quarter, managed to glimmer like a fragrance through the mist, but there could be no visible stars. Stephen switched on his flash, an item of official supply. "We don't need it," said Nell. "Please not." Nell was uncaring of cold, of storm, of fog, of fatigue. Her inner strength was superb, and Stephen loved it. But her indifference to such darkness as this reminded Stephen of her father, that wonderful entity whom it was so unlucky ever to mention, probably even to think of. None the less, Stephen turned back the switch. He had noticed before that he was doing everything she said. As best he could, he helped her to unload the car, and followed her along the narrow paths through the damp heather. Naturally, he could not see a trace of the house, and he suddenly realized that, though they struggled in silence, he could not even hear the gently heaving spring. They were making a pile at the spot where the house must be, and Nell never put a foot wrong in finding the pile a second, third, and even fourth time. Much of the trip was steep, and Stephen was quite winded once more by his fourth climb, and almost no moonlight at all, only the faint smell of moonlight. But when that time he followed Nell over the tangled brow, the mist fell away for a moment, as mist on mountains intermittently does, and at last Stephen could see the house quite clearly. He looked at Nell standing there, pale and mysterious, as the moonlight began to fade once more. "Have you still got my letter?" She put her hand on her breast pocket. "Of course I have." They re-entered the house, for which no key was ever deemed necessary. It might be just as well, for none was available. Stephen realized at once that what they were doing was moving into the house pretty finally, not, as he had so recently proposed, preparing to move out of it in a short time. It was clear that once Nell truly and finally entered one's life, one had simply to accept the consequences. Stephen could perceive well enough that Nell was at every point moved by forces in comparison with which he was moved by inauthentic fads. Acquiescence was the only possibility. The admixture in Nell of ignorance and wisdom, sometimes even surface sophistication, was continuously fascinating. In any case, she had left familiar surroundings and completely changed her way of life for him. He must do the same for her without end, and he wished it. The moonlight was now insufficient to show the state of the walls, or the curiously assorted furnishings, or the few personal traps he had omitted to bear to London. Stephen had worn gloves to drive, and had not removed them to lug. He wore them still. None the less, when he said, "Shall we have a light now?" he spoke with some reluctance. "Now," said Nell. "We're at home now." He fired up some of the rough cressets he had managed to lay hands on when he had borrowed the sottish Gerald's Land Rover. Nell threw herself against him. She kissed him again and again. As she did so, Stephen resolved to look at nothing more. To look was not necessarily to see. He even thought he apprehended a new vein of truth in what Nell had said on that second day, still only a very short time ago, about her father. Nell went upstairs and changed into the dress he had bought her. She had done it without a hint, and he took for granted that she had done it entirely to give pleasure. In aspect she was no longer a part of nature, merging into it, an Oread. Not surprisingly, the dress did not fit very well, but on Nell it looked like a peplos. She was a sibyl. Stephen was scarcely surprised. There was no need for him to see anything other than Nell's white and black robe, intuitively selected, prophetically insisted upon. Quite divine, as ordinary normal girls used to say. When he dashed off his gloves in order to caress her, he regarded only her eyes and her raiment. But later there was eating to be done, and it is difficult in very primitive lighting to eat without at moments noticing one's hands. These particular hands seemed at such moments to be decorated with horrid subfusc smears, quite new. Under the circumstances, they might well have come from inside Stephen's driving gloves. Warm, perhaps, but like most modern products of no precise or very wholesome origin. If ineradicable, the marks were appalling. not to be examined for a single second. When Nell took off her new dress, Stephen saw at once, how else but at once, that her own small single mark had vanished. She was as totally honeyed as harvest home, and as luscious and as rich. Stephen resolved that in the morning, if there was one, he would throw away all the souvenirs of Elizabeth he had brought with him. They could be scattered on the moor as ashes in a memorial garden, but better far. The eyes that were watching from behind the marks on the walls and ceilings and utensils glinted back at him, one and all. The formless left hands were his to shake. In the nature of things, love was nonpareil that night, and there was music, too. Nell's inner being, when one knew her, when one really knew her, was as matchless as her unsullied body. Goodness is the most powerful aphrodisiac there is, though few have the opportunity of learning. Stephen had learned long before from the example of Elizabeth, and now he was learning again. Time finally lost all power. The music became endlessly more intimate. "God!" cried Stephen suddenly. "That's Schumann!" He had all but leapt in the air, ridiculously. "Where?" asked Nell. Stephen realized that he was virtually sitting on her. He dragged himself up and was standing on the floor. "That music! It's Schumann!" "I hear no music." "I don't suppose you do." Stephen spoke dryly and unkindly, as he too often did, but he knew that everything was dissolving. For example, he could see on the dark wall the large portrait of Elizabeth by a pupil of Philip de Laszlo, which had hung in their conjugal bedroom. The simulacrum was faint and ghostly, like the music, but he could see it clearly enough for present purposes, dimly self-illuminated. He had taken that picture down with his own hands years and years ago, and the reason had been, as he now instantly recalled, that the light paintwork had speedily become blotched and suffused. They had naturally supposed it to be something wrong with the pigments, and had spoken between themselves of vegetable dyes and the superiorities of Giotto and Mantegna. Stephen had hidden the festering canvas in the communal basement storeroom, and had forgotten about it immediately. Now he could see it perfectly well, not over the bed, but in front of it, as always. "Come back," said Nell. "Come back to me." The music, which once beyond doubt had been the music of love, was dying away. In its place was a persistent snuffling sound, as if the house from outside, or the room from inside, was being cased by a wolf. "What's that noise? That noise of an animal?" "Come back to me," said Nell. "Come back, Stephen." Perhaps she was quite consciously dramatizing a trifle. He had gone to the window, but of course could see nothing save the misleading huge shapes of the flapping birds. He went back to the bed and stretched out both his hands to Nell. He was very cold. Though there was almost no light, Nell grasped his two hands and drew him down to her. "You see and hear so many things, Stephen," she said. As she spoke, he had for moments a vision of a different kind. Very lucidly he saw Nell and himself living together, but, as it might be, in idealized form, vaguely, intensely. He knew that it was an ideal of which she was wonderfully capable, perhaps because she was still so young. All that was required of him was some kind of trust. Held by her strong hands and arms, he leaned over her and faltered. "But whatever animal is that?" he demanded. She released his hands and curled up like a child in distress. She had begun to sob. "Oh, Nell," he cried. He fell on her and tried to reach her. Her muscles were as iron, and he made no impression at all. In any case, he could not stop attending to the snuffling, if that was the proper word for it. He thought it was louder now. The noise seemed quite to fill the small, low, dark, remote room, to leave no space for renewed love, however desperate the need, however urgent the case. Suddenly Stephen knew. A moment of insight had come to him, an instinctual happening. He divined that outside or inside the little house was Nell's father. It was one reason why Nell was twisted in misery and terror. Her father had his own ways of getting to the truth of things. She had said so. Stephen sat down on the bed and put his hand on her shoulder. Though he was shivering dreadfully, he had become almost calm. The process of illumination was suggesting to him the simple truth that for Nell, too, the past must be ever present. And for her it was, in common terms, the terms after which he himself was so continuously half aspiring, a past most absurdly recent. How could he tell what experiences were hers, parallel to, but never meeting, his own? It would be no good even making the obvious suggestion that they should dwell far away. She could never willingly leave the moor, even if it should prove the death of her, no more than he had been able all those years to leave the flat, the job, the life, all of which he had hated, and been kept alive in only by Elizabeth. "What's the best thing to do, Nell?" Stephen inquired of her. "Tell me, and we'll do it exactly. Tell me. I think I'm going to dress while you do so, and then perhaps you'd better dress too." After all, he began to think, there was little that Nell had ever said about her father or her sister which many girls might not have said when having in mind to break away. He would not have wanted a girl who had no independent judgment of her own family. The processes of insight and illumination were serving him well, and the phantom portrait seemed to have dissipated completely. The snuffling and snorting continued. It was menacing and unfamiliar, but conceivably it was caused merely by a common or uncommon, but essentially manageable creature of the moors. Stephen wished he had brought his revolver, another official issue, even though he had no experience in discharging it. He could not think how he had omitted it. Then he recollected the horrible furred-up flat, and shuddered anew, within his warm clothes. For the first time it occurred to him that poor Elizabeth might be trying, from wherever she was, to warn him. Who could tell that Harriet had not made a miraculous recovery? She was, after all, in touch with many different faiths, and was not now ready once more to accept him for a spell into the life at the rectory. Nell was being very silent. Stephen went back to the bed. "Nell?" He saw that she was not in the bed at all, but standing by the door. "Nell?" "Hush," she said. "We must hide." "Where do we do that?" "I shall show you." He could see that she was back in her shirt and trousers, a part of the natural scene once more. Her white dress glinted on the boards of the floor. To Stephen her proposal seemed anomalous. If it really was her father outside, he could penetrate everywhere, and according to her own statement. If it was a lesser adversary, combat might be better than concealment. Nell and Stephen went downstairs in the ever more noisy darkness, and Nell, seemingly without effort, lifted a stone slab in the kitchen floor. Stephen could not quite make out how she had done it. Even to find the right slab under those conditions was a feat. "All the houses have a place like this," Nell explained. "Why?" inquired Stephen. Surely Nell's father was an exceptional phenomenon? Certainly the supposed motion of him was akin to no other motion Stephen had ever heard. "To keep their treasure," said Nell. "You are my treasure," said Stephen. "You are mine," responded Nell. There were even a few hewn steps, or so they felt to him. Duly it was more a coffer than a room, Stephen apprehended. But in no time Nell had the stone roof down on them, almost with a flick of the elbow, weighty though the roof must have been. Now the darkness was total, something distinctly different from the merely conventional darkness above. All the same, Stephen, of all people, could not be unaware that the stone sides and stone floor and stone ceiling of the apartment were lined with moss and lichen. No doubt he had developed sixth and seventh senses in that arena, but the odor could well have sufficed of itself. "How do we breathe?" "There is a sort of pipe. That's where the danger lies." "You mean it might have become blocked up?" "No." He did not care next to suggest that it might now be blocked deliberately. He had already made too many tactless suggestions of that kind. She saved him the trouble of suggesting anything. She spoke in the lowest possible voice. "He might come through." It was the first time she had admitted, even by implication, who it was. Outside or inside, or both. Stephen fully realized that. It was difficult for him not to give way to the shakes once more, but he clung to the vague possibilities he had tried to sort out upstairs. "I should hardly think so," he said. "But how long do you suggest we wait?" "It will be better when it's day. He has to eat so often." It would be utterly impossible for Stephen to inquire any further. Not at the moment. He might succeed in finding his way to the bottom of it all later. He was already beginning to feel cramped, and the smell of the fungi and the algae were metaphorically choking him, and the moss realistically tickling him. But he put his arm round Nell in the blackness, and could even feel his letter safe against her soft breast. She snuggled back at him, as far as circumstances permitted. He had only a vague idea of how big or small their retreat really was. Nell spoke again in that same lowest possible voice. She could communicate even in the most pitchy of blackness, while hardly making a sound. "He's directly above us. He's poised." Stephen mustered up from his school days a grotesque recollection of some opera, the final scene. The Karl Rosa had done it. That one scene only, after the film in the cinema near Marble Arch. Elizabeth had thought the basic operatic convention too far-fetched to be taken seriously, except perhaps for Mozart, who could always be taken seriously. "I love you," said Stephen. No doubt the chap in the opera had said something to the like effect, but had taken more time over it. Time. That was always the decisive factor. But time had been mastered at last. "I love you," said Nell, snuggling ever closer, manifesting her feeling in every way she could. Curiously enough, it was at the verge of the small, lustrous pool that Stephen's body was ultimately found. A poor old man, apparently resistant to full employment, and even to the full security that goes with it, found the corpse, though after all those days or weeks the creatures and forces of the air and of the moor had done their worst to it, or their best. There was no ordinary skin anywhere. Many people in these busy times would not even have reported the find. There were still, however, folk who believed, or at least had been told, that the pool was bottomless, and even at the inquest a theory was developed that Stephen had been wandering about on the moor and had died of sudden shock upon realizing at what brink he stood. The coroner, who was a doctor of medicine, soon disposed of that hypothesis. Nonetheless, the actual verdict had to be open, which satisfied nobody. In these times people expect clear answers, whether right or wrong. Harwood, almost his pristine self by then, inquired into the possibility of a memorial service in London, which he was perfectly prepared to come up and conduct. After all, Stephen was an OBE already, and could reasonably hope for more. The view taken was that Stephen had been missing for so long, so entirely out of the official eye, that the proper moment for the idea was regrettably but irreversibly past. The funeral took place, therefore, in Harwood's own church, where the father and the grandfather of both the deceased and the efficient had shepherded so long with their own quiet distinction. People saw that no other solution had ever really been thinkable. Doreen had by now duly become indispensable to the rector. In the mysterious absence of Stephen, to whom the rector had specifically allotted that function, at the funeral she was the only person in full black. Not even the solitary young man from the ministry emulated her there. It had not been thought appropriate to place Stephen's OBE on the coffin, but during the service the rector noticed a scrap of lichen thereon, which was different entirely, he thought, from any of the species on the walls, rafters, and floors of the church. Performing his office, Harwood could not at once put a name to the specimen. The stuff that already lined the open grave was even more peculiar, and Harwood was more than a little relieved when the whole affair was finally over, the last tributes paid, and he free to stumble back to Doreen's Marmite toast and lilac peignoir. The newest number of the Journal had come in only just before, but Harwood did not so much as open it that evening. As Stephen's will had been rendered ineffective by Elizabeth's decease, Harwood, as next of kin, had to play a part, whether he felt competent or not, in winding everything up. Fortunately, Doreen had been taking typing lessons, and had bought a second-hand machine with her own money. The flat was found to be in the most shocking state, almost indescribable. It was as if there had been no visitors for years, which, as Harwood at once pointed out, had almost certainly been more or less the case since the onset of Elizabeth's malady an epoch ago. A single, very unusual book about Harwood's own speciality was found. It had been published in a limited edition, a minute one, and at a price so high that Harwood himself had not been among the subscribers. "Poor fellow," said Harwood. "I never knew that he was really interested. One can make such mistakes." The valuable book had, of course, to be disposed of for the benefit of the estate. Stephen's car was so far gone that it could be sold only for scrap, but in the event it never was sold at all, because no one could be bothered to drag it away. If one knows where to look, one can see the bits of it still. Steve Rasnic, City Fishing. Steve Rasnic appeared in my mail one day with 4 stories, 2 poems, and a letter telling me about Umbral, the quarterly of speculative poetry which he edits. Aside from living in Colorado and writing poetry published in some 60 magazines, short stories, general education articles, and so on, he is as enigmatic as his story. Here it is. After weeks of talking about it, Jimmy's father finally decided to take his son fishing. Jimmy's friend Bill and Bill's father, who was Jimmy's dad's best friend, also were to go. Their mothers didn't approve. Jimmy wasn't sure he approved either, actually. He had somewhat looked forward to the event, thought that he should go, but as the actual moment of departure approached, he knew fishing was the last thing he wanted to do. It seemed to be important to his father, however, so he would go just to please him. "Now, look what we have here, Jimmy." Jimmy's father was tall and dark-haired, and the deep resonance in his voice made his every word seem like a command. He gestured towards a display of tools, utensils, and weaponry. "Hunting knife, pistol, wire, gunpowder, hooks and sinkers, poles, small animal trap, steel trap, fish knife, stiletto, .22 rifle, shotgun, derringer. You have to have all this if you're going to get along in the wild. Remember that, son." Jimmy nodded his head with hesitation. Bill had run up beside him. "See what I got?" Jimmy had noted out of the corner of his eye a dark shape in Bill's left hand. As he turned to greet his friend, he saw that it was a large, dead crow, its neck spotted with red. "Dad caught it. Then I wrung its neck while we had the feet tied together. I thought I'd bring it along." Jimmy nodded his head. There were loud screams and shouting coming from the house. Jimmy could hear his mother weeping, his father cursing. He walked up to the front steps and watched through the screen door. He could make out Bill's father, his own mother, and a young red-headed woman back in the shadows who must have been Bill's mother. "You can't take them," he could hear his mother sob. Then there was a struggle, as his dad and Bill's dad started forcing the women into the bedroom. Bill's mother was especially squirmy, and Bill's father was slapping her hard across the face to make her stop. His own mother was a bit quieter, especially after Bill's mother got hurt, but she still cried. His father locked the door. "We'll let you out, maybe after we get back." He chuckled and looked at Bill's father. "Women." It all seemed very peculiar. As Jimmy's father pulled the battered old station wagon out of the driveway, he began singing. He looked back over his shoulder at Jimmy and winked. Jimmy figured that singing was all part of fishing, since first Bill's father, then Bill joined in. Jimmy couldn't follow the words. "Make a real man out of him, I think," his father said to Bill's father. Bill's father chuckled. They didn't seem to be getting any further out of the city. In fact, they seemed to be driving into the downtown section, if anything. Jimmy had never been downtown. "Are you sure this is the right way to the stream, Dad?" Jimmy's father turned and glared at him. Jimmy lowered his head. Bill was gazing out the window and humming. They passed several old ladies driving cars with packages and shopping bags filling the back seats. His father snickered. They passed young girls on bicycles, their dresses fluttering in the wind. They passed several strolling couples, and a man with a baby carriage. Jimmy's father laughed out loud and punched Bill's father on the shoulder. Then they were both laughing, tears in their eyes. Jimmy just stared at them. The shopping malls were getting smaller, the houses darker and shabby. Jimmy's father turned to him and said forcefully, almost angrily, "You're going to make me proud today, Jimmy." Bill was beginning to get fidgety as he looked out of the window. Every once in a while he would gaze at the back of his father's head, then at the buildings along the street, then back out the rear window. He began scratching his arms in agitation. Jimmy gazed out of his own window. The pavement was getting worse, dirtier and full of potholes. The buildings were getting taller and older the further they drove. Jimmy had always thought that only new buildings were tall. They passed a dark figure clothed in rags, crumpled on the sidewalk. Jimmy's father chuckled to himself. They had left the house at noon. Jimmy had just eaten the lunch of soup and crackers his mother had prepared, so he knew it had been noon. The sky was getting dark. Jimmy put his left cheek against the car window and tilted his head back so that he could see above the car. Tall smokestacks, rising out of the dark roofs of the buildings across the street, blew night-black clouds into the sky. The smokestacks were taller than anything he'd ever seen. Jimmy felt a lurch as the car started down the steep hill. He had been in San Francisco once, and there were lots of hills that steep. He couldn't remember anything like that in their city, but then he had never been downtown. Bill was jerking his head back and forth nervously, his eyes very white. The buildings seemed to get taller and taller, older and older. Some had tall columns out front, or wide wrap-around porches. Many had great iron or wooden doors. There didn't seem to be any people on the streets. It suddenly occurred to Jimmy that the buildings shouldn't be getting taller as they went downhill. The bottoms of these buildings were lower than the ones further up the hill, behind them, so their rooftops should be lower too. That was the way it had been in San Francisco. But looking out the back window, Jimmy could see that the roofs got further away, taller still as they descended the hill. The buildings were reaching into the sky. Dark figures scurried from the mouth of an alley as they passed. Jimmy couldn't tell what they looked like. It seemed to be almost night-time out. Jimmy's father and Bill's father were perched on the edge of their seats, apparently searching every building corner. His father was humming. Bill began to cry softly, his feet shuffling over the rumpled carcass of the crow. The street seemed to get steeper and steeper. Occasionally they would hit a flat place in the road. The car would make a loud banging noise, bounce, then seemingly leap several feet into the air. The car was going faster. His father laughed out loud and honked the horn once. It was completely black outside, so black Jimmy could hardly see. The two fathers were singing softly again. The car was picking up speed with every clank, bounce, and leap. Bill was crying and moaning. Jimmy couldn't even see the sky anymore. The buildings were so tall and so old. Bricks were falling into the street even as they passed. Stone fronts were sagging, the foundations obscured by piles of powdered rock. Beams were obviously split and cracked, some hanging down like broken bones. Window panes were shattered, curtains torn, casements grimed. Jimmy couldn't understand how the buildings held themselves up, especially when they were so tall, miles high, it seemed. If he hadn't been taught better, he would have thought they hung down from the sky on wires. How else could they stand? He was bouncing wildly up and down in the seat, periodically bumping into Bill, who was crying more loudly than ever. The car was like a train, a plane, a rocket. A loud clank, then something rattled off to his left. He turned and saw that a hubcap had fallen off and was lying in the street behind them. Shadows moved in a side doorway. The car was groaning. Bill's wails were even more high-pitched. "Daddy! Daddy, Bill's afraid!" His father stared at the windshield. The car dropped another hubcap. "Daddy, the hubcaps!" His father remained motionless, his hands tightly gripping the wheel. A brick fell and bounced off the car. A piece of timber cracked the windshield. The car squealed, roared, dropped further and further into the heart of the city. It seemed as if they had been going downhill for miles. It suddenly occurred to Jimmy they hadn't passed a cross street in some time. "Daddy, please." The car hit a flat section of pavement. The car body clanked loudly, the engine died, and the car rolled a few feet before stopping. They faced an old building with wide doors. Jimmy looked around. They were in a small court, faced on all sides by the ancient buildings which soared upwards, completely filling the sky. It was so dark he couldn't see their upper stories. He looked behind them. The steep road rose like a gray ribbon, dwindling into nothingness at the top. It was the only road into the court. Everything was quiet. Bill stared silently at his father. The dead crow was at his feet, trampled almost flat by Bill's agitated feet. The floorboard was filled with feathers, pieces of skin, bone, and blood. There were shapes in the darkness between buildings. Jimmy's father turned to his friend. "Bottom. We made it." He began rummaging in his knapsack. He was handing Jimmy the rifle, smiling, laughing, saying, "That's my boy," and "Today's the day," when the dark and tattered figures began closing in on the car. Manly Wade Wellman, Yare. Manly Wade Wellman was born in Angola in 1903, but now is thoroughly identified with North Carolina, where he lives with his equally charming and hospitable wife, Frances, who used to contribute to Weird Tales and who has now returned to writing. Manly is a large, gentlemanly Southerner who drinks tumblers of Jack Daniels and smokes horrid cigars. He has written under many pseudonyms, listed, along with much more essential information, in Who's Who in horror and fantasy fiction. His books include Who Fears the Devil, about the occult fighter John, who now also figures in novels, Lonely Vigils, The Beyonders, The Old Gods Waken, After Dark, Sherlock Holmes's War of the Worlds, written in collaboration with his son Wade, and unpublishable in Britain, and the huge collection Worse Things Waiting. This last won the World Fantasy Award, as well it might, and in 1978 he was given the North Carolina Award for Literature. August Derleth called his stories of John sui generis, and at the same time authentic American folklore. This is true also of Yare. They were 4 in the last gray of evening by the wind-blown coals of the fire with utensils propped ready. Trees tufted this slope beyond Black Ham Mountain, with grassy stretches between. Young Hal Stryker felt privileged to be there. He let the others study his flowing sandy hair and his patched jeans. "This here is Hal Stryker, the fellow I said I'd fetch." Poke Gendel introduced him when they arrived. "Hal, shake hands with Seth Worley, and with this here beardy one. He's Reed Loughborough. He makes a good distill of blockade, and looks to me he fetched on some in a jug. Seth and Reed, Hal's a lowlander who wants to see how we do things up here in the mountains." "Such as this fox hunt," amplified Stryker. "I've heard about how you hunt foxes, but it's better to see a thing done than hear about it." "Truer word was ne'er spoke," approved Seth Worley, lean as a hunting knife and as ready-looking, with his black hair and plowshare jaw. Gendel was the smallest man there, but hard-knit, shrewd about his horsey face, with broad hands that were wise with guns, tools, and especially with a banjo. Loughborough was the oldest, with thinning gray hair, a bush of beard, mustaches that curled like buffalo horns. They sat on square chunks of rock, rough-clad, good-humored. All had brought guns but Stryker. These were laid carefully within quick reach of hands. Tied to nearby roots strained half a dozen dogs. All but one were brown-blotched hounds. The exception was of a Scandinavian breed, heavy-furred, with ears that stood up expectantly. "Them dogs is ready to go," declared Worley, "and I aim to hark at them a-running something down tonight." He arranged the joints of 2 chickens in a skillet above the coals. Poke Gendel stirred meal and water and salt into another skillet for Pone. Loughborough unstoppered his jug. Each drank in turn, with the jug draped on a forearm. "Good," Stryker praised the sharp tang of the liquor. "Better'n the government whiskey," said Loughborough. "Pure as spring water. Not touched it but the wood of the keg, and the copper of the still, and the clay of the jug." Stryker studied the rock on which he sat. "It looks as if a house was built here once." "Long years back," nodded Gendel above the Pone. "Fellow they called Yare lived here. His house is gone, and so's he. I don't recollect him. He was before my time." "What kind of name is Yare?" wondered Stryker. "Just only a nickname, I reckon," said Gendel. "I don't know his true name. Folks just called him Yare. I was a young chap when Yare was a-using round hereabouts," contributed Loughborough, the jug in his lap. "He come from somewheres outland. He allowed he loved the animals and hated the hunters." "How did that suit the people?" asked Stryker, who was no enthusiastic huntsman himself. "They fussed with him, and he fussed with them," replied Loughborough. "He had powers from somewhere, I heard say. Could fetch down a rain by a-singing a certain song. Could kill a crop in the field, if so happened he didn't like the feller who'd planted it. My old daddy done told me about him," elaborated Gendel above his cooking. "If you killed a deer, he'd set his big old handprint in blood onto your door, and the blood wouldn't dry. Would drip and drip for days." "I've heard that same thing," said Worley, shaking dark powder into the chicken gravy. "This ain't no poison spell, boys, just some instant coffee. It goes good that way." "Well, but you say this Yare is dead," said Stryker. "So folks say," said Loughborough. "Me, I ain't ne'er yet heard tell where his grave might could have been dug." Gendel took knife and fork and cautiously turned the cake of pone in his skillet. "Near about time to set them dogs on," he said. "I'll do that," volunteered Worley, rising and unsnapping the leashes from the collars. He walked a few steps with the dogs until they bunched and sniffed the ground attentively. Then they sprang away, noses to earth. They ran towards where, about the distant hunch of Black Ham Mountain, rose a pale melon of a moon. The men watched them. "We're near about ready to eat," said Gendel at length. He cut wedges of pone and slid them onto paper plates. Worley forked on juicy pieces of chicken. Loughborough passed out iron knives and forks. Stryker bit into his chicken. It was as savory as Worley had promised. Away in the dimness a dog bayed tremulously, musically. "That there's Tromp," Gendel informed them. "I'd know him amongst 1,000. "Don't you follow them?" Stryker suggested. "Ne'er a step, son," said Loughborough, spooning gravy on his pone. "Not this here bunch of smart dogs. We sit and hark at them a-singing, and directly they fetch what they're after back to us here, close to where it wants to hole up. I hear tell the lowlands hunters ride after a fox with red coats on," said Gendel. "A sight of trouble to do that." Another dog's voice pealed like a bell. "That's my gift," Worley told him. "When he talks up that-a-way, the trail's hot. They're a good piece off from here already." "And they'll fetch him back," predicted Loughborough, gnawing at a drumstick. Stryker ate pone and gravy. "What you said about that man Yare is interesting," he prompted. "I know you, Hal," grinned Gendel. "You enjoy to hear about haints and witches and all like that. You say he lived here, right where we are now?" "His house got burnt off, these here very stones," said Loughborough. Why? Asked Stryker. Folks didn't much like Yare. They watched Stryker, and he smiled. As Gendel had said, he liked this sort of story, here in this sort of place, at this time of night, with the dogs baying at a distance. Why didn't they like him? He asked, because they waited for him to ask it. Well, he fussed with folks about hunting, said Loughborough between mouthfuls. He loved animals another sight better than folks. Wild animals, that is. Yare didn't value cows or chickens or hogs. Said they was tame, deserved to die. Folks figured he stole such things at night and ate them up. But he hated deer killing, coon killing, even fish catching. Did he have any family? Asked Stryker. A wife? Ne'er a girl would have looked at him, said Loughborough. Hairy the way he was. How hairy was that? All over, replied Loughborough. Not just a beard like mine. His face was all hair. Even the nose. The 1-2 times I seen him. And his arms, his hands, sticking out of his old clothes, they was hairy too, like on a bear or a wildcat. Dark hair, no shine to it. Pure down ugly to look at. Loughborough bit into the drumstick. Better off dead, if he is dead. He'd have to be better than 100 by now, said Gendel. My old granddaddy lived past 100, Worley said. Walked a couple of miles a-gathering walnuts the morning of the day he died. And Yare was long and tall, resumed Loughborough. Must have been near 7 foot, with long arms they liked to drag on the ground. Stryker was silent, trying to visualize such a figure. Gendel ate chicken and pone. Like what I say, I wasn't round here when he was, he said. But a heap of folks said Yare wasn't true human blood. He'd been born of some kind of devil blood. He looked devilish enough, endorsed Loughborough, and cut up devilish enough. Scared folks, maybe even killed a couple of fellows. I've heard tell that a couple of hunters ne'er come home from time to time, nodded Worley. Nobody found their bodies. Nobody found Yare's body, said Loughborough. Remotely, the dogs lifted their voices together like a choir. They're sure enough on to something, said Gendel. They're trying now to catch up on it. They finished eating to the remote music. Gendel threw scraps into the fire, which crackled hungrily. Loughborough passed the jug again. The moon soared well above Blackham Mountain. Now hark at them dogs, said Worley. The chorus lifted far off to one side, as though the pack were following a trail along the slope. Joy was in the voices, and deadly intent. They reckon they're a-getting close, decided Worley. Soon's they can see what they're after, they'll purely get a move on. The clarion voices rang together. Then all died out but one. Tromp, Gendel identified it. He must be a-leading the way just now. Those cries grew fainter. They're heading away after it, but they'll fetch it sure enough back here, said Loughborough confidently. Somebody want another whet out of this here jug? It went the rounds. Now, said Stryker, what about the question of whether this Yare is dead or not? Oh, hell, said Worley, wiping his mouth. You know how some folks are a-talking. They'll tell you that their corn dies down with a blight, or their dogs go mad and have to be shot, and they figure Yare's got something to do with it. Or they see something at the window, and get pestered about that. I've heard such stuff as that, chimed in Gendel. How if he comes up and looks in at your window, somebody in your family dies. Do you hold with that, Poke? Inquired Loughborough. Ne'er said I did, but I know folks that does. Worley drank again. All right, he addressed Stryker. Wien's been a-telling you tales.
It's your turn now. Tell us some of these here things Polk says you seen and done. Do that thing, Hal, encouraged Gendel.
Stryker did so, somewhat hesitantly. He told of how he had managed to destroy an evil spirit that haunted an ancient stage-house on a half-forgotten road, and of how he had managed to get into a remote cabin literally besieged by evil, cunning trees, and then had managed to get out again. As he spoke, he watched his companions. They acted as though they were weighing every word he spoke.
"Sure," said Gendel at last. "You done more such things than e'er one of us has, Hal. And the doing of it must have sure enough done something for you."
Remotely the dogs bayed on their resolute quest.
"What do you mean by that?" Stryker demanded. "You been up against taints and all like that. You whooped 'em. That means you found out how." "I don't see that I have," said Stryker, mystified. "Like when you're in a war," offered Loughborough. "They train you, they give you a gun, call you a soldier. Only you ain't no such thing, no soldier, till you been in where the shooting is and seen the monkey show, so to speak it."
The dogs sang to them again, far away there somewhere. They sounded more excited, less light-hearted.
"Hark at them," spoke up Worley. "They might could have caught a glimpse of what they want to catch up with."
A series of half-screaming yelps.
"Old Tromp, a-telling the others he'll lead," Gendel said approvingly. "Son," said Loughborough to Stryker, his voice weighty, "what you tell us gives me the thought you're what we've been a-needing here in the Blackham neighborhood."
"Me?"
Stryker half cried out. "You done been a-studying these things," said Loughborough. "You can figure what to do in some cases."
The fire flickered there among them, lighting the faces that looked at Stryker. Gendel put wood on the blaze. It fought briefly with the fuel, then sent up tongues of flame, yellow as butter. The dogs sang to them again. They sounded nearer by now.
"What does all this have to do with fox hunting?" Stryker asked. "Fox hunting?" said Loughborough after him. "Who said aught about foxes?" inquired Worley. "Why," Stryker stammered, "why, I came out here with Polk because you were going to hunt a fox." "I ne'er said pea turkey to you about foxes," said Polk solemnly. "Back yonder at my place I said we were a-bringing out our dogs here tonight, and did you relish to come along?"
"Are you having some kind of fun with me?" challenged Stryker, half angrily.
"No, Hal." Gendel's voice was patient. "I might could have fooled you up a tad, but we're dead serious about this. On account of them strange things you narrated to us. We'd had the word on you about them before now." "Them witches and haints and them," added Worley. "And you're being able to do something about them if they come a-pestering you."
Stryker stared at them from one solemn face to another.
"Well," he said slowly, "I've had some unusual experiences. I didn't think you'd believe them." "We believe," said Loughborough. "We come out here to believe. Look, son," and his beard jutted emphatically, "that's why we had Polk to fetch you out with us tonight."
"I don't get it," groaned Stryker, fidgeting on his rock.
"Ain't it a natural fact that if a man's had them experiences you say you had," said Gendel, "been up against such things and made out to handle them some way, he's got a power, ain't he?" "What Polk means," said Worley from his own rock, "he can do away with such things."
"That's the old supposition," admitted Stryker, feeling a chill in his stomach.
"And look, Hal," urged Gendel. "Hark at me good. It ain't no fox that we come out here tonight to have the dogs run." "In God's name, what is it, then?" "Shoo," said Gendel. "We've been a-talking about that. It's Yare we fetched them out after."
The dogs bayed, and the sound of baying was stronger. It was nearer. Stryker jumped to his feet.
"If this is a joke," he began. "If it was a joke, it'd be a plumb foolish one," said Gendel. "It ain't ne'er joke, Hal. We mean the last mumbling word of it." They sat on those rocks that once had held up a house, sat like a panel of judges passing sentence on him. The moonlight picked out their faces. "We come out here to track up on Yare once for all," said Gendel, "to stop what he does hereabouts. And you're the one is a-going to stop it for us." "You're all out of your heads," cried Stryker. "If that's a fact," said Loughborough, "you'll have the chance to find out directly, because they're running Yare in here to us like a fox to his hole." The voices of the pack rose louder, louder, building a crescendo. "They can see him now," said Worley expertly. "They're running him fast. And he wants to hole up right where we are," said Gendel, "where he used to live. Hal, I said it's up to you." "Up to you, son," said Loughborough, as though he pronounced a benediction. The excited clamor of the chase grew louder. Across open ground towards them came something, swift as a shadow. It was big and black. Stryker saw as he faced towards it. A bear, or a midnight bull, would be that size. The dogs thronged after it, leaping to close in. The others had risen, their rifles in their hands. Stryker, weaponless, snatched a pole from the stack of firewood. It was perhaps 4 feet long, sharpened to a rough point. It might help in a fight. A fight. His blood stirred at the thought. He stepped away from the fire. The ground seemed to quake under him. Whatever the something was, it had come near enough to see. It came swiftly at a crouch, huddled and huge. Its long forelimbs swept like shaggy wings close to the ground. Suddenly it rose erect in front of him. It loomed like a rearing horse. It plunged uncouthly against the night sky, those great shaggy arms outflung. Stars winked around it. He wondered why nobody fired, and it occurred to him that shots might not hurt it. It closed in. Rake-like paws swooped at him. The moonlight touched what must be a face higher up, dark and tufted except for pale crumbs of eyes, so close-set that they almost merged, jagged picket rows of teeth. Then the dogs were upon its bushy flanks. It screamed deafeningly and floundered back from Stryker, its paws slapping right and left. He caught a pale shimmer through the fur on one arm, a glint as of ivory. A dog yelped in agony as it flew through the air like a blown leaf. The grotesque hugeness shook itself free from the pack and clumped towards Stryker again. A wave of foul stench smote his nostrils, so overwhelming that he tottered as at a blow. The shaggy shape rose against the sky. The coat of hair rippled. He had another glimpse of streaky pallor, like a row of naked ribs. Desperately he swung the pole with both hands. The blow rang where it struck, as though on a dulled gong. The creature did not even flinch under the impact. It clawed for him. His shirt ripped, and he threw himself backwards and fell head over heels. As he rolled over and came up on one knee, it towered above him again. It hunched great shoulders, bannered with black hair. It stunk so strongly that Stryker's eyes swam. The talons scooped for him. He whirled the pointed pole in his hands, sharp end forward. He jabbed frantically, and the murky bulk dodged away. The dogs snarled and yelped and danced all around. "Yare!" He cried its name at it, and it knew its name. It heaved its shoulders and snarled back at him. Who was Yare? What had Yare become? This floundering, looming entity, wing-armed, talon-fingered, was grown out of Yare, who had loved the wild, had hated tame mankind. It wanted to fight. It must be fought. This dark blotch in the dancing glow of the moon. Somehow he got the pole in position. Again he jabbed, trying without real hope to keep the murky bulk away. He saw the shaggy face open up, with teeth like a monstrous skull. It slammed itself at him. His pointed pole struck into something, as into earth. Above his head rang a deafening scream of startled pain. The stench welled around him like a foul torrent. The ramming force of this thrust had brought him to his feet again.
He surged forward with the pole. The giant shadow almost enveloped him. Then, abruptly, it gave back. With all his summoned strength, he drove the pole in and in. It had floundered down. It sprawled and thrashed there. A paw raked upward at him. He felt the sting of talons on his cheek. Leaning all his weight on the pole, he felt it strike into something other than what he had transfixed, into earth, pinning the shape there like a gigantic insect upon a card. His mind churned within him, and he staggered away and slammed to the grass. He dreamed horribly of something. His senses returned to him furtively, as though they were not quite sure that they should come back. Voices chattered. Then he felt hands upon him. He blinked his eyes, and he could see. Gendel was on one side of him, helping him to his feet. Worley came up on the other, an arm around him. "He sure enough gouged you," Gendel babbled. "Looks like as if a knife come on your cheek. Let me have that there jug, Reed." Loughborough passed it to Gendel, who sloshed it at Stryker's face. The liquor stung sharply, and helped clear his head. He touched his face timidly. It was wet with blood, with the whiskey. "None of you got into the fight," Stryker said. "None of us could have done aught," Loughborough replied. "It was up to you." "Got a clean handkerchief?" Worley asked, his hands at Stryker's pockets. "Here you are. Hold it there. It'll staunch up the blood." Stryker wadded the handkerchief against the wound. "What happened?" Loughborough echoed him. "You done what we fetched you here to do. You finished Yare off." Stryker looked at Gendel for some sort of enlightenment. "Yonder he lies," Gendel pointed. "When you got up against him with just a stick, we wondered ourselves if things hadn't gone against us. But you stuck right through where he was biggest, spiked him to the ground. No, Hal, don't go over yonder." "He's dead," said Worley. "Dead all the way through," amplified Loughborough. "All the way back along them years. He stinks rotten." Stryker gazed. The great shadowy form lay motionless in the soft moonlight. Around it capered the dogs, weaving a pattern. They did not venture too near. "He appears like to be just bones inside his skin," said Loughborough. "Not even them dogs won't hear part of him." "He done slapped my gift clean out of this life," mumbled Worley miserably. "Crushed him like a duck egg." "That there's too bad, Seth," Loughborough comforted him. "I knowed you valued that there dog a right much. Thought the world of him. Too bad it happened." All of them walked away from the patterned rocks, the motionless fallen bulk of what had been something called Yare. "You know, fellows," said Loughborough, "that there pole that Hal Stryker took into the fight with him, it was an ash pole." "Ash pole," Stryker echoed him tonelessly. "Sure thing, ash. I've talked to old Injun fellers around here. They used to allow ash was something you could use to fight evil spirits with. It must have done its part just now." Stryker mopped his bloody, sweaty face. Wearily he walked along with the others. The dogs followed them, all but the one that lay limply apart from that larger dead mass. "What shall we do with the body?" Stryker asked all three of them at once. "Hell," said Gendel. "We won't do aught with it." "We'll just leave it where it is," seconded Loughborough. Already they were a considerable distance from where those things had happened. They quickened their feet. They headed towards where a tiny point of radiance made a token of a cabin in the night. Tanith Lee, A Room with a Vi. Tanith Lee is prolific and mysterious. She was born in North London in 1947 and began writing at the age of 9. She has been a library assistant, a clerk, a shop assistant, an art student for a year. In 1976, I was able to jettison these interruptions and become a full-time writer. I am interested in classical music, painting, reading, cinema, all of which influence my writing. In fact, I am influenced by everything which I see and which happens to me. So far, she has firmly refused most invitations to appear at conventions, though people tell Andy Offutt that she is nice to look upon. Perhaps she is too busy. Between 1975 and 1979, she wrote 10 adult fantasy novels, 3 more for children, 5 for young adults, 3 radio plays, and a large number of short stories. Her imagination seems indefatigable. Here is a tale in a setting far from the vivid fantasy worlds of The Birth Grave and The Storm Lord and Volcavar, a contemporary tale which follows through its implications with nightmare logic. This is it, then? Oh, yes. As you can see, it's in quite nice condition. Yes, it is. Clothes there on the bed, cutlery in the box, basin, cooker. The meter's the same as the one you had last year, and you saw the bathroom across the corridor. Yes, thank you. It's all fine. Well, as I said, I was sorry we couldn't let you have your other room, but you didn't give us much notice. And right now, August, in such good weather, we're booked right up. I understand. It was kind of you to find me this room. I was lucky, wasn't I? The very last one. It's usually the last to go, this one. How odd. It's got such a lovely view of the sea and the bay. Well, I didn't mean there was anything wrong with the room. Of course not. Mr. Tinker always used to have this room. Every year, 4 months, June to September. Oh, yes. It was quite a shock last year when his daughter rang to cancel. He died just the night before he meant to take the train to come down. Heart attack. What a shame. Yes, it was. Well, I'll leave you to get settled in. You know where we are if you want anything. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rice. Mr. Tinker, she thought, leaning on the closed door. Tinker, like a dog with one black ear. Here, Tinker. Don't be silly, she thought. It's just nerves, arrival nerves. By the sea nerves. By yourself nerves. Caroline crossed to the window. She stared out at the esplanade where the brightly colored summer people were walking about in the late afternoon sun. Beyond, the bay opened its arms to the sea. The little boats in the harbor lay stranded by an outgoing tide. The water was cornflower blue. If David had been here, she would have told him that his eyes were exactly as blue as that sea, which wasn't at all the case. How many lies there had been between them, even lies about eye color. But she wasn't going to think of David. She had come here alone, as she had come here last season, to sketch, to paint, to meditate. It was a pity about not being able to have the other room. It had been larger, and the bathroom had been contained rather than shared and across the hall. But then she hadn't been going to take the holiday flat this year. She had been trying to patch things up with David, until finally all the patching had come undone, and she had grasped at this remembered place in a panic. I must get away. Caroline turned her back to the window. She glanced about. Yes, of course it was quite all right. If anything, the view was better because the flat was higher up. As for the actual room, it was like all the rooms, chintz curtains, cream walls, brown rugs, and jolly cushions. And Mr. Tinker had taken good care of it. There was only one cigarette burn on the table, and probably that wasn't Mr. Tinker at all. Somehow she couldn't imagine Mr. Tinker doing a thing like that. It must be the result of the other tenants, those people who had accepted the room as their last choice. Well, now, make up the bed and then go out for a meal. No, she was too tired for that. She'd get sandwiches from the little cafe downstairs, perhaps some wine from the off-license. It would be a chance to swallow some sea air. Those first breaths that always made her giddy and unsure, like too much oxygen. She made the bed up carefully, as if for two. When she moved it away from the wall to negotiate the sheets, she saw something scratched in the cream plaster. Oh, Mr. Tinker, you naughty dog, she said aloud, and then felt foolish. Anyway, Mr. Tinker wouldn't do such a thing, scratch with a penknife, or even some of Mrs. Rice's loaned cutlery. Black ink had been smeared into the scratches. Caroline peered down into the gloom behind the bed. A room with a view, the scratching said. Well, almost. Whoever it was had forgotten to put in the ultimate double U. A room with a V. Either illiterate or careless, or smitten with guilt 9/10 through. She pushed the bed back again. She'd better tell the Rices sometime. God forbid they should suppose she was the vandal. She was asleep when she heard the room breathing. She woke gradually, as if to a familiar and reassuring sound. Then, as gradually, a confused fear stole upon her. Presently she located the breathing sound as the noise of her own blood rhythm in her ears. Then, with another shock of relief, as the sea. But in the end it was not the sea either. It was the room, breathing. A kind of itching void of pure terror sent her plunging upwards from the bed. She scrabbled at the switch, and the bedside light flared on. Blinded and gasping, she heard the sound seep away. Out at sea, a ship mooed plaintively. She looked at the window and began to detect stars over the water, and the pink lamps glowing along the esplanade. The world was normal. Too much wine after too much train travel. Nightmare. She lay down. Though her eyes watered, she left the light on. "I'm afraid so, Mrs. Rice. Someone scratched and inked it on the wall. A nostalgia freak. A room with a view." "Funny," said Mrs. Rice. She was a homely woman with jet-black gypsy hair that didn't seem to fit. "Of course there's been 2 or 3 had that room. No one for very long. Disgusting. Still, the damage is done." Caroline walked along the bay. The beach that spread from the south side was packed with holiday-makers. Everyone was paired as if they meant to be ready for the ark. Some had a great luggage of children as well. The gulls and the children screamed. Caroline sat drawing, and the children raced screaming by. People stopped to ask her questions about the drawing. Some stared a long while over her shoulder. Some gave advice on perspective and subject matter. The glare of sun on the blue water hurt her eyes. She put the sketchbook away. After lunch she'd go further along, to Jane's Bay, which she recollected had been very quiet last year. This year it wasn't. After about 4 o'clock, gangs of local youth began to gather on the esplanade and the beach. Their hair was greased, and their legs were like stork's legs in tight trousers. They whistled. They spoke in an impenetrable mumble, which often flowered into 4-letter words, uttered in contrastingly clear diction. There had been no gangs last year. The sun sank. Caroline was still tired. She went along the esplanade to her block, up the steps to her room. When she unlocked the door and stood on the threshold for a moment— What? It was as if the pre-twilight amber that came into the room was slowly pulsing, throbbing, as if the walls, the floor, the ceiling were— She switched on the overhead lamp. "Mr. Tinker," she said firmly, "I'm not putting up with this." "Pardon?" said a voice behind her. Caroline's heart expanded with a sharp thud like a grenade exploding in her side. She spun around, and there stood a girl in jeans and a smock. Her hand was on the door of the shared bathroom. It was the previously unseen neighbor from down the hall. "I'm sorry," said Caroline. "I must have been talking to myself." The girl looked blank and unhelpful. "I'm Mrs. Lacey," she said. She did not look Lacey, nor married. She looked about 14. "You've got number 8, then. How is it?" Bloody nerve, Caroline thought. "It's fine." "They've had 3 in before you," said 14-year-old Mrs. Lacey. "Altogether?" "Pardon?" "No, I meant 3 separate tenants. Nobody would stay. All kinds of trouble with that Mrs. Rice. Nobody would, though." "Why ever not?" Caroline snapped. "Too noisy or something, or a smell. I can't remember." Caroline stood in her doorway, her back to the room. 14-year-old Mrs. Lacey opened the bathroom door. "At least we haven't clashed in the mornings," Caroline said. "Oh, we're always up early on holiday," said young Mrs. Lacey pointedly. Somewhere down the hall a child began to bang and quack like an insane automatic duck. A man's voice bawled, "Hurry up that piss, Brenda, will you?" Brenda Lacey darted into the bathroom, and the bolt was shot. Caroline entered her room. She slammed the door. She turned on the room, watching it. There was a smell. It was very slight, a strange, faintly buttery smell, not really unpleasant, probably from the cafe below. She pushed up the window and breathed the sea. As she leaned on the sill, breathing, she felt the room start breathing too. She was 6 years old, and Auntie Sarah was taking her to the park. Auntie Sarah was very loving. Her fat, warm arms were always reaching out to hold, to compress, to pinion against her fat, warm bosom. Being hugged by Auntie Sarah induced in 6-year-old Caroline a sense of claustrophobia and primitive fright. Yet somehow she was aware that she had to be gentle with Auntie Sarah and not wound her feelings. Auntie Sarah couldn't have a little girl, so she had to share Caroline with Mummy. And now they were in the park. "There's Jenny," said Caroline. But of course Auntie Sarah wouldn't want to let Caroline go to play with Jennifer, so Caroline pretended that Auntie Sarah would let her go, and she ran very fast over the green grass towards Jenny. Then her foot caught in something. When she began to fall, for a moment it was exhilarating, like flying, but she hit the ground, stunning, bruising. She knew better than to cry, for in another moment Auntie Sarah had reached her. "It doesn't hurt," said Caroline. But Auntie Sarah took no notice. She crushed Caroline to her. Caroline was smothered on her breast, and the great round arms bound her like hot, faintly dairy-scented bolsters. Caroline started to struggle. She pummeled, kicked, and shrieked. It was dark, and she had not fallen in the grass after all. She was in bed in the room, and it was the room she was fighting. It was the room which was holding her close, squeezing her, hugging her. It was the room which had that faint cholesterol smell of fresh milk and butter. It was the room which was stroking and whispering. But of course it couldn't be the damn room. Caroline lay back exhausted, and the toils of her dream receded. Another nightmare. Switch on the light. Yes, that was it. Switch on the light and have a drink from the small traveler's bottle of gin she'd put ready in case she couldn't sleep. Christ! She shielded her eyes from the light. Distantly she heard a child crying, the offspring probably of young Mrs. Unlacey Lacey along the hall. "God, I must have yelled," Caroline said aloud. Yelled and been heard. The Unlacey Laceys were no doubt discussing her this very minute. The mad, lazy slut in number 8. The gin burned sweetly going down. This was stupid. The light. No, she'd have to leave the light on again. Caroline looked at the walls. She could see them very, very softly lifting, softly sinking. Don't be a fool. The smell was just discernible. It made her queasy. Too rich. Yet a human smell. A certain sort of human smell. Bovine, she concluded. Exactly like poor childless Sarah. It was hot even with the window open. She drank halfway down the bottle and didn't care any more. "Mr. Tinker? Why ever are you interested in him?" Mrs. Rice looked disapproving. "I'm sorry. I'm not being ghoulish. It's just... Well, it seemed such a shame his dying like that. I suppose I've been brooding." "Don't want to do that. You need company. Is your husband coming down at all this year?" "David? No, he can't get away right now." "Pity." "Yes, but about Mr. Tinker." "All right.
said Mrs. Rice. "I don't see why I shouldn't tell you. He was a retired man. Don't know what line of work he'd been in, but not very well paid, I imagine. His wife was dead. He lived with his married daughter, and really I don't think it suited him, but there was no alternative. Then, 4 months of the year, he'd come here and take number 8. Done it for years. Used to get his meals out. Must have been quite expensive. But I think the daughter and her husband paid for everything, to get a bit of time on their own. But he loved this place, Mr. Tinker did. He used to say to me, 'Here I am home again, Mrs. Rice.' The room with his daughter, I had the impression he didn't think of that as home at all. But number 8? Well, he'd put his ornaments and books and pieces round. My George even put a couple of nails in for him to hang a picture or two. Why not? And number 8 got quite cozy. It really was Mr. Tinker's room in the end. My George said that's why other tenants had fight shy. They could feel it waiting for Mr. Tinker to come back. But that's a lot of nonsense, and I can see I shouldn't have said it. No, I think your husband was absolutely right. Poor old room. It's going to be disappointed. Well, my George, he's a bit of an idiot. The night we heard, he got properly upset, my George. He went up to number 8 and opened the door and told it. I said to him, 'You'll want me to hang black curtains in there next.'"
Beyond the fence, the headland dropped away in dry grass and the feverish flowers of late summer to a blue sea ribbed with white. North spread the curved claw of Jane's Bay and the gray vertical of the lighthouse. But the sketch-pad and pencil case sat on the seat beside Caroline. She had attempted nothing. Even the novel lay closed. The first page hadn't seemed to make sense. She kept reading the words home and Tinker between the lines. She understood she was afraid to return to the room. She had walked along the headlands, telling herself that all the room had wrong with it was sadness, a bereavement, that it wasn't waiting, that it wasn't alive. And anyway, even sadness didn't happen to rooms. If it did, it would have to get over that, get used to being just a holiday flat again, a space which people filled for a few weeks, observed indifferently, cared nothing about, and then went away from. Which was all absurd, because none of it was true. Except that she wasn't the only one to believe. She wondered if David would have registered anything in the room. Should she ring him and confide in him? Ask advice? No. For God's sake, that was why she was imagining herself into this state, wasn't it? So she could create a contact with him again. No. David was out, and out David would stay. It was 5 o'clock. She packed her block and pencils into her bag and walked quickly along the grass verge above the fence. She could walk into King's Cliff at this rate and get a meal. She wondered who the scared punster had been, the one who knew French. She'd got the joke by now. A room with a V. A room with a life. She reached King's Cliff and had a pleasantly unhealthy meal, with a pagoda of white ice cream and glacé cherries to follow. In the dusk, the town was raucous and cheerful. Raspberry and yellow neons splashed and spat, and the motorbike gangs seemed suitable, almost friendly in situ. Caroline strolled by the whelk stalls and across the car park through an odor of frying doughnuts, chips, and fierce fish. She went to a cinema and watched a very bad and very pointless film with a sense of superiority and tolerance. When the film was over, she sat alone in a pub and drank vodka. Nobody accosted her or tried to pick her up. She was glad at first, but after the 4th vodka, rather sorry. She had to run to catch the last bus back. It was not until she stood on the esplanade, the bus vanishing, the pink lamps droning solemnly, and the black water far below, that a real and undeniable terror came and twisted her stomach. The cafe was still open, and she might have gone in there. but some of the greasy stork legs she had seen previously were clustered about the counter. She was tight, and visualized sweeping amongst them, ignoring their adolescent nastiness, but presently she turned aside and into the block of Holiday Flats. She dragged up the steps sluggishly. By the time she reached her door, her hands were trembling. She dropped her key and stifled a squeal as the short-time automatic hall light went out. Pressing the light button, she thought, supposing it doesn't come on. But the light did come on. She picked up her key, unlocked the door, and went determinedly inside the room, shutting the door behind her. She experienced it instantly. It was like a vast, indrawn, sucking gasp. "No," Caroline said to the room. Her hand fumbled the switch, and the room was lit. Her heart was beating so very fast. That was, of course, what made the room also seem to pulse, as if its heart were also swiftly and greedily beating. "Listen," Caroline said. "Oh, God, talking to a room. But I have to, don't I? Listen, you've got to stop this. Leave me alone," she shouted at the room. The room seemed to grow still. She thought of the Lacys and giggled. She crossed to the window and opened it. The air was cool. Stars gleamed above the bay. She pulled the curtains to and undressed. She washed and brushed her teeth at the basin. She poured herself a gin. She felt the room all about her, like an inhaled breath, impossibly prolonged. She ignored that. She spoke to the room quietly. "Naughty Mr. Tinker, to tinker with you like this. Have to call you Sarah now, shan't I? Like a great big womb. That's what she really wanted, you see. To squeeze me right through herself, pop me into her womb. I'd offer you a gin, but where the hell would you put it?" Caroline shivered. "No, this is truly silly." She walked over to the cutlery box beside the baby cooker. She put in her hand and pulled out the vegetable knife. It had quite a vicious edge. George Rice had them frequently sharpened. "See this?" Caroline said to the room. "Just watch yourself." When she lay down, the darkness whirled, carouseling her asleep. In the womb it was warm and dark, a warm blood dark. Rhythms came and went, placid and unending as the tides of the sea. The heart organ pumped with a soft, deep noise like a muffled drum. How comfortable and safe it was. But when am I to be born? Caroline wondered. Never, the womb told her, lapping her, cushioning her. Caroline kicked out. She floated. She tried to seize hold of something, but the blood-warm cocoon was not to be seized. "Let me go," said Caroline. "Auntie Sarah, I'm all right. Let me go. I want to. Please." Her eyes were wide, and she was sitting up in her holiday bed. She put out her hand spontaneously towards the light and touched the knife she had left beside it. The room breathed, regularly, deeply. Caroline moved her hand away from the light switch and saw in the darkness. "This is ridiculous," she said aloud. The room breathed. She glanced at the window. She had left the curtains drawn over, and so could not focus on the esplanade beyond, or the bay, the outer world. The walls throbbed. She could see them. She was being calm now, and analytical, letting her eyes adjust, concentrating. The mammalian milky smell was heavy, not precisely offensive, but naturally rather horrible under these circumstances. Very carefully, Caroline, still in darkness, slipped her feet out of the covers and stood up. "All right," she said. "All right, then." She turned to the wall behind the bed. She reached across and laid her hand on it. The wall was skin. It was flesh, live, pulsing, hot, moist. It was
The wall swelled under her touch. It adhered to her hand eagerly. The whole room writhed a little, surging towards her. It wanted, she knew it wanted, to clutch her to its breast. Caroline ripped her hand from the flesh wall. Its rhythms were faster, and the cow-like smell much stronger. Caroline whimpered. She was flung backwards, and her fingers closed on the vegetable knife, and she raised it. Even as the knife plunged forwards, she knew it would skid or rebound from the plaster, probably slicing her. She knew all that, but could not help it. And then the knife thumped in, up to the handle. It was like stabbing into meat. She jerked the knife away and free, and scalding fluid ran down her arm. I've cut myself after all. That's blood. But she felt nothing. And the room? The room was screaming. She couldn't hear it, but the scream was all around her, hurting her ears. She had to stop the screaming. She thrust again with the knife. The blade was slippery. The impact was the same. Boneless meat. And the heated fluid this time splashed all over her. In the thick unlight it looked black. She dabbed frantically at her arm, which had no wound. But in the wall, she stabbed again. She ran to another wall and stabbed and hacked at it. I'm dreaming, she thought. Christ, why can't I wake up? The screaming was growing dim, losing power. Stop it, she cried. The blade was so sticky now she had to use both hands to drive it home. There was something on the floor, spreading, that she slid on in her bare feet. She struck the wall with her fist, then with the knife. Oh, Christ, please die, she said. Like a butchered animal, the room shuddered, collapsed back upon itself, became silent and immobile. Caroline sat in a chair. She was going to be sick, but then the sickness faded. I'm sitting here in a pool of blood. She laughed, and tears started to run from her eyes, which was the last thing she remembered. When she woke, it was very quiet. The tide must be far out, for even the sea did not sound. A crack of light came between the curtains. What am I doing in this chair? Caroline shifted, her mind blank and at peace. Then she felt the utter emptiness that was in the room with her, the dreadful emptiness occasioned only by the presence of the dead. She froze. She stared at the crack of light, then down. Oh, no, said Caroline. She raised her hands. She wore black mittens. Her fingers were stuck together. Now her gaze was racing over the room, not meaning to, trying to escape, but instead alighting on the black punctures, the streaks, the stripes along the wall, now on the black stains, the black splotches. Her own body was dappled, grotesquely mottled with black. She had one white toe left to her, on her right foot. Woodenly she managed to get up. She staggered to the curtains and hauled them open and turned back in the full flood of early sunlight and saw everything over again. The gashes in the wall looked as if they had been accomplished with a drill or a pick. Flaked plaster was mingled with the blood, except that it wasn't blood. Blood wasn't black. Caroline turned away suddenly. She looked through the window along the esplanade, pale and laved with mourning. She looked at the bright sea with the 2 or 3 fishing boats scattered on it, and the blueness beginning to flush sky and water. When she looked at these things, it was hard to believe in the room. Perhaps most murderers were methodical in the aftermath. Perhaps they had to be. She filled the basin again and again, washing herself, arms, body, feet. Even her hair had to be washed. The black had no particular texture. In the basin it diluted. It appeared like a superior kind of Parker fountain pen ink. She dressed herself in jeans and shirt, filled the largest saucepan with hot water and washing up liquid. She began to scour the walls. Soon her arms ached,
and she was sweating the cold sweat of nervous debility. The black came off easily, but strange tangles of discoloration remained behind in the paint. Above, the holes did not ooze, they merely gaped. Inside each of them was chipped plaster and brick, not bone, muscle, or tissue. There was no feel of flesh anywhere. Caroline murmured to herself, "When I've finished—" It was quite matter-of-fact to say that, as if she were engaged in a normality. "When I've finished, I'll go and get some coffee downstairs. I won't tell Mrs. Rice about the holes. No, not yet. How can I explain them? I couldn't have caused that sort of hole with a knife. There's the floor to do yet, and I'd better wash the rugs. I'll do them in the bath, when the ghastly Lacys go out at 9 o'clock. When I've finished, I'll get some coffee. And I think I'll ring David. I really think I'll have to. When I finish." She thought about ringing David. She couldn't guess what he'd say. What could she say, come to that? Her back ached now, and she felt sick. But she kept on with her work. Presently she heard energetic intimations of the Lacys visiting the bathroom, and the duck child quacking happily. She caught herself wondering why blood hadn't run when the nails were hammered in the walls for Mr. Tinker's pictures. But that was before the room really came to life, maybe. Or maybe the room had taken it in the spirit of beautification, like having one's ears pierced for gold earrings. Certainly the knife scratches had bled. Caroline put down the cloth and went over to the basin and was sick. "Perhaps I'm pregnant," she thought, "and all this is a hallucination of my fecundity." "David, I am pregnant, and I stabbed the room to death. David. David." It was a boiling hot day, one of the last fling days of the summer. Everything was blanched by the heat, apart from the apex of the blue sky and the core of the green-blue sea. Caroline wore a white dress. A quarter before each hour, she told herself she would ring David on the hour. 10 o'clock, 11, 12. Then she would forget. At 1 o'clock she rang him, and he was at lunch, as she had known he would be, really. Caroline went on the pier. She put money into little machines which whizzed and clattered. She ate a sandwich in a cafe. She walked along the sands, holding her shoes by the straps. At 4:30 she felt compelled to return. She had to speak to Mrs. Rice about the holes in the walls. And then again, perhaps she should go up to number 8 first. It seemed possible that the dead room would somehow have righted itself. And then, too, there were the washed rugs drying over the bath, that the unlacies might come in and see. Caroline examined why she was so flippant and so cheerful. It was, of course, because she was afraid. She went into the block, and abruptly she was trembling. As she climbed the steps, her legs melted horribly, and she wished she could crawl, pulling herself by her fingers. As she came up to the landing, she beheld Mr. Lacey in the corridor. At least she assumed it was Mr. Lacey. He was overweight and tanned a peachy gold by the sun. He stood glowering at her, blocking the way to her door. He's going to complain about the noise, she thought. She tried to smile, but no smile would oblige. "I'm Mr. Lacey," he announced. "You met the wife the other day?" He sounded nervous rather than belligerent. When Caroline didn't speak, he went on. "My Brenda, you see. She noticed this funny smell from number 8. When you come along to the bathroom, you catch it. She was wondering if you'd left some meat out, forgotten it." "No," said Caroline. "Well, I reckoned you ought to be told," said Mr. Lacey. "Yes, thank you." "I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but we've got a kid. You can't be too careful." "No, you can't." "Well, then." He swung himself aside and moved a short way down the corridor towards the Lacey flat. Caroline went to her door. She knew he was watching her with his 2 shining, lacy, piggy eyes.
She turned and stared at him, her heart striking her side in huge bruising blows, until he grunted and went off. Caroline stood before the door. She couldn't smell anything. No, there was nothing at all. The stink came in a wave out of nowhere. It smote her, and she nearly reeled. It was foul, indescribably foul. And then it was gone. Delicately, treading soft, Caroline stepped away from the door. She tiptoed to the head of the stairs, and she ran. But like someone drawn to the scene of an accident, she couldn't entirely vacate the area. She sat on the esplanade, watching. The day went out over the town, and the dusk seeped from the sea. In the dusk, a police car came and drew up outside the block. Later, another. It got dark. The lamps, the neons, and the stars glittered, and Caroline shuddered in her thin frock. The stork legs had gathered at the cafe. They pointed and jeered at the police cars. At the garden pavilion, a band was playing. Far out on the ocean, a great tanker passed, garlanded with lights. At 9 o'clock, Caroline found she had risen and was walking across the esplanade to the holiday block. She walked right through the crowd of stork legs. "Got the time?" one of them yelled. But she paid no heed, didn't even flinch. She went up the steps, and on the first flight she met two very young policemen. "You can't come up here, miss." "But I'm staying here," she said. Her mild voice, so reasonable, interested her. She missed what he asked next. "I said what number, miss?" "Number 8. "Oh, right. You'd better come up with me, then. You hang on here, Brian." They climbed together like old friends. "What's the matter?" she questioned him perversely. "I'm not quite sure, miss." They reached the landing. All the way up from the landing below, the stench had been intensifying, solidifying. It was unique. Without ever having smelled such an odor before, instinctively and at once you knew it was the perfume of rottenness, of decay and death. Mrs. Rice stood in the corridor, her black hair in curlers, and she was absent-mindedly crying. Another woman with a handkerchief to her nose patted Mrs. Rice's shoulder. Behind a shut door, a child also cried vehemently. Another noise came from the bathroom, someone vomiting. Caroline's door was wide open. A further 2 policemen were on the threshold. They seemed to have no idea of how to proceed. One was wiping his hands with a cloth over and over. Caroline gazed past them into the room. Putrescent lumps were coming away from the walls. The ceiling dribbled and dripped. Yet one moment only was it like the flesh of a corpse. Next moment it was plaster, paint, and crumbling brick. And then again like flesh. And then again. "Christ," one of the policemen said. He faced about at his audience. He, too, was young. He stared at Caroline randomly. "What are we supposed to do?" Caroline breathed in the noxious air. She managed to smile at last, kindly, inquiringly, trying to help. "Bury it?" Marc Laidlaw, Tissue. Marc Laidlaw was born in 1960, and I wish I could have written as well as that when I was 18, or have been half as energetic and professional. Many a writer trying for his first solo professional sale would have given up after the first rejection. Yet when I rejected 2 stories, fine, but not right for this book, he bounced back with Tissue. I couldn't resist that ending, but I wanted revisions elsewhere, which he sent almost by return of post. Although he is a student at the University of Oregon, he manages to write scripts and to sell stories to Omni, Year's Best Science Fiction, The Future at War, and I'm sure by the time this sees print, others. He has also written novels, The Mistress of Shadows, The Minions of Lithoa, which will have reached a friendly editor by now, I hope.
At the age of 17, he played son in an educational film about divorce. His father was played by Hal Landon, Jr., who is one of the more unnerving characters in Eraserhead, the most nightmarish film ever made. A good start for a writer of nightmares like this one. "Here," Daniel said, handing Paula the photograph. "Take a look at this. Then tell me you still want to meet my father." Paula hefted it in one hand. It was framed in dark wood, covered with a heavy rectangle of glass. A fringe of dust clung to the glass's edges under the frame, blurring the borders of the photograph into a spidery haze. "What is it? Who is it?" "Us. My family." "But there's only—" Paula's words faded away as she stared at the photograph, trying to understand. Squinting her eyes, polishing the glass, nothing seemed to resolve it. It was merely a simple figure, a person, but as blotched and mottled as an old wall, with sharply ragged edges that unsettled Paula. She couldn't focus. It was like looking through a prism. There was a disturbing disparity within it, too. Abrupt internal changes of tone and texture. "Your family?" she repeated. Daniel nodded, looking straight ahead at the road as he drove. The shadows were lengthening, the gloom descending. Through the endless stand of trees along the roadside, fields and hills were visible. "It's a composite," he said. "You know, like a collage." He glanced down at the photograph and pointed at the figure's left hand. "That's my hand. The right one's my mother's." "What?" "And the chin. There is my sister's. That's my brother's forehead, I think, yeah. And that's his nose, too. The clothes, I'm not sure." "And the eyes?" "My father's." "Daniel, what is this? I mean, why?" His hands tightened on the steering wheel. Paula found herself staring at his left hand, the one from the picture. "Daniel, why?" He shook his head. "My father's a madman, that's why. No reason for it. He's just— Well, yeah, to him there's a reason. This, to him, shows us as a group, close-knit. One optimally functioning individual organism, he used to say." Paula looked at the picture with apparent distaste, then slid it back into the briefcase from which Daniel had taken it. "It's grotesque," she said, rubbing dust from her hands. "He sent that to me 3 years ago, when I had just moved away from home. Made it out of old photographs, begging me to come back. God, he must have worked on that thing for weeks. The joints are almost invisible." He fell silent, perhaps watching the road for their turn-off, perhaps just thinking. After a while he sighed, shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know why I'm doing this, why I'm giving in and going back after all this time." Paula moved closer and put her hand on his arm. "He's human. He's alone. Your mother just died. You didn't even go to the funeral, Daniel. I think this is the least you can do. It's only for a few days." Daniel looked resentfully thoughtful. "Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that started the whole thing." "What?" "Loneliness. He must be awfully lonely, though, to have come up with his obsessions. He used to play with a jigsaw puzzle, Paula, made entirely out of a shattered pane of glass, for hours. And then that thing." He gestured towards the briefcase, but Paula knew he meant what was in it. "You'll survive," she said. "Yeah, to survive. That's the whole thing." There was another silence as he considered this. "Funny," he said presently. "That's exactly what my father was always saying." The shadows had swallowed the old farmhouse by the time they found it, trapped in ancient trees at the end of a rough dirt road. The sun was gone, only a pale wash of orange light marking the direction in which it had sunk. Paula looked for a sign of light or life around the weathered building, but found only flooding blackness, shining where it was a window, splintered and peeling where it was the front door. Daniel stopped the car and stretched back in his seat, yawning. "I feel like I've been driving for a month." "You look it, too," said Paula. "I offered to drive." He shrugged. "I'll get to sleep early tonight," he said, pushing open the door. They got out of the car into the quiet gray evening. "Is anyone home?" Paula asked as Daniel came around the car. "With my luck, yes. Come on." They walked through a fringe of dead grass, then carefully up the rotten steps. Daniel paused at the top, stepping back on the step beneath him. It creaked and thumped, creaked and thumped. Daniel smiled nostalgically. Paula reminded herself that he had grown up in this house, out here in the middle of nowhere, far from the city and the campus where she had met him, where they were now living together. Daniel never spoke of his childhood or family, for reasons Paula was unsure of. He seemed bothered by his past, and perhaps somewhat afraid of it. Across the porch, the door was a panel of emptiness, suddenly creaking as it opened. Paula tried to look through the widening gap. She jerked back as something pale came into view. "Dad?" The voice that replied was as worn and weathered as the house. "Daniel, son, you've come. I knew you would." The dim, pale head bobbed and nodded in the darkness, coarse gray hair stirring. Something white fluttered into view, lower in the frame of darkness. A hand. Daniel's father was coming out. I'm sorry I didn't make the funeral, Dad. I was really busy with school and my job. And here he came, swimming through the gloom, both white hands coming forward like fish, grasping Daniel. Paula saw the hunched, dark figure of the old man only dimly. Her eyes were fastened on those hands. They clutched, grabbed, prodded Daniel, exploring as if hungry. It was vaguely revolting. Daniel stood motionless. He had determined to be firm with his father. Now he was faltering. "Dad?" Daniel pushed away one flabby hand, but it was clever. It twisted, writhed, locked around his own. Paula gasped. The sluggish white fingers intertwined with Daniel's. He looked up at her, aghast, silently crying for help. Hello," Paula blurted, stepping towards them. The hands jerked, stopped. The old man came around. "Who are you?" "Daniel, who is this?" "Dad, this is Paula. I told you about her. We're living together." Paula started to extend her hand. She remembered what might meet it and drew away. "Hello." "Living together?" Daniel's father said, watching him. "Not married?" No, Dad. Not yet, anyway." Good. 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 It would weaken the bond, break the bond between us. He did not even look at Paula again. His hands returned to Daniel, though not so frantically this time. They guided him forward into the house. Paula followed, shutting the door behind her, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the dark. When her vision had cleared, she could see Daniel and his father vaguely limned against a distant doorway. There was light beyond. When she caught up, they were seating themselves on an antique sofa. It had been poorly kept, springs and padding spilled through in places. The room around them had been equally neglected. Darkness lay upon it like soot. A single dull lamp glowed beside the sofa. Daniel caught Paula's eye when she entered, warning her away from them. She sat in a nearby chair. Daniel was shrugging away from the proddings of his father, fighting off the creeping fingers, but they kept coming, peering around the long shadows, then hurrying across Daniel while he sat at last unmoving, silent. We were terribly sorry to hear about your wife," said Paula. The sound of her words muffled the rustling noises. The old man sat up, leaving Daniel for a moment. His eyes were sharp and tense. "Yes, it's bad. Bad. She and I, we were close.
towards the end. Locked, like this. He clasped his two puffy hands together before his face, staring at them. Daniel took this opportunity to move to a chair beside Paula, where his father could not follow. The old man hunched after him, hands straining, but didn't rise. "Daniel, come back here. Sit beside me." I think I'd better stay right here, Dad." "Ah," the old man hissed like a serpent. "Stubborn. You were always stubborn. All of you. Your sister, your brother, they both resisted. Look what happened to them." Daniel looked nervously away from the old man's black stare. "Don't talk about Louise like that, Dad. It's all over now. And it had nothing to do with stubbornness." "Nothing. She ran away, Daniel, as you all did. She could not function, Daniel. She could not maintain herself. No more than the liver, the heart, the lungs can function outside of the body. No more than the individual cells can function outside of the tissue that maintains them. Even as this tissue is dependent on the organ it contributes to, as this organ in turn is dependent on all other organs to keep the whole intact." Paula had gone rigid in her chair, watching the old man speak. Suddenly that hanging black gaze turned to her. "You," he said, "do you know how an organism survives?" "Pardon me?" she said weakly. "It survives because its components work together, each one specialized towards its specific contribution to the organism. Specialization, yes. Louise was specialized. She did not survive." Daniel sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Dad, it wasn't specialization, it was drugs. She made some mistakes." "And your brother?" "What about him? He's doing fine. He has his own business now. He seems to be happy." "But he deserted us. He threatened the existence of us all. Your sister deteriorated. Your mother crumbled. And then you. What about me?" The old man shrugged. "You returned. We still have a chance." Paula, through all this, said nothing, but she was thinking, My God. "I'm going to be going home, Dad. I'm not staying very long." The old man snapped. "What?" "I told you that in my letter. I'm only staying for a day or two." "But you can't go back. You can't. Otherwise I have no chance. Not alone. Nor you either, Daniel. Look, Dad, together we can survive, perhaps recover, and maybe your brother will return. He's raising a family. Ah, see?" He raised one pallid finger. "He has learned." "Maybe we'd better not stay at all," said Daniel, rising. His features had gone hard, faced with all this. Easier to run than worry about it. "No." This was a bleat, a plea, escaping from the old man as if he had been punctured. His expression, too, was wounded. "Daniel, you can't." Paula rose and touched Daniel gently on the arm until he turned to her. Thank God he hadn't pulled away from her touch. "Daniel," she said, "it's really getting late. I don't think you should do any more driving tonight." Daniel searched her expression, saw only concern. He nodded. "We'll stay the night then, Dad, but we're leaving in the morning." The old man started forward, then sank back in apparent despair. His breath was loud and labored, wheezing. His hands crouched upon his knees, waiting for Daniel to stray near. "You can't leave me, Daniel. I need you to survive. I need you." His eyes glimmered, turning to Paula. "You know, don't you? That's why you're taking him from me, to strengthen yourself. Well, you'll never have him. He's mine, only mine." The words slid into Paula like a blade of ice, malevolent in their cold precision. She felt weak. I she began. "Honestly, it's nothing like that. I don't want Daniel that way." The worm-white head rotated. "Then you are a fool." "Paula," Daniel repeated, "maybe we'd better leave right now." "Haven't you heard what I've said? You mustn't leave." Again, pain had replaced malicious insanity on the old man's pale features. Paula felt sorry for him. "Daniel," she said, "just the night. It's really too late to leave." Daniel looked once at the poised hands of his father. Then he sighed tensely and nodded. "But I don't want to hear any more of this, Dad. One more word of it, and we're going for sure." He turned back to Paula. "Come on, I'll show you to your room. Hopefully there's something to eat around here." They started to leave, stepping towards another dark doorway. "Daniel?" The voice was cold again, chilling. They stopped and looked back at the old man. "You forget," he said, eyes narrowing, face hardening. "I'm stronger than you. I always was. You cannot resist the organism." Paula felt Daniel's muscles tighten beneath her hand. "Good night, Dad," he said. They walked out. Much later, in the darkened hallway upstairs, Daniel apologized again. "He's gotten worse, Paula. Worse than I had ever expected." Daniel was nervous, his expression intensely bothered. "It's all right, Daniel, really. Things happen to people as they get old." Daniel pulled her closer to him. It was cold in the drafty darkness, only the feeble gray moonlight trickling in through the window at the end of the hall. But the embrace was not warming. Daniel seemed to be protecting himself with Paula. "It's as if he wants to swallow me, the way he keeps touching and grabbing. So greedy. I wouldn't have come back if I thought he'd be this way." "What did he used to be like?" Paula asked. She looked up at Daniel, but he wasn't looking at her. His eyes were fixed on the door to his father's room, where a narrow fringe of light spread into the hall from under the door. His gaze seemed clouded, distant. He was remembering something. Something unpleasant. "What is it, Daniel?" He shook his head, slightly disgusted. It was the look he always got when she asked him about his childhood. She could feel his heart pounding against her breasts. "Daniel, please, what's wrong?" I never told you. I never thought I'd tell anyone." She began to urge him on, but he continued without prompting. "When I was a kid, I came out here one night. I'd had a nightmare, I think. It was late. I thought I heard noises in my parents' room. The light was coming out just like it is now. I knocked, but no one answered. So I opened the door, just a little, you know, and started to go in. They just lying there, my mother and my father, wrapped around each other, and the light was so bright I wasn't sure that it was my mother there. I thought it was my sister, Paula." Paula caught her breath, then instantly relaxed. Daniel had been young. He'd seen his parents having sex. Such experiences often led to traumas, delusions. She could imagine it lurking in his mind all these years, breaking free now. Daniel was trembling. "I yelled," he continued. "I remember yelling, but they didn't even move. They just lay there until I ran away." He paused. Then, "It wasn't my sister, of course. It couldn't have been. I can't believe it. She and my mother had the same color of hair, and that was all I could see. The light was so bright. They were so close together, not moving. But I thought for just a moment that he—" Daniel looked towards the door and shuddered again. "Daniel, do you want me to stay with you tonight?" "What?" "Oh, no, that's all right." He forced a laugh. "Might be a little too hard on my dad. Maybe later, when he's asleep. You can sneak over. She yawned uncontrollably. Maybe, if I can stay awake. They kissed and said good night. Daniel parted with obvious reluctance, then went through the door into his room, closing it softly behind him. Paula looked down the hall, where light still spilled from beneath his father's door. Thank God she was on the other side of Daniel. He was between her and that old man. Daniel's story was ridiculous, of course, a childhood hallucination magnified by the years. Things like that, incest, just didn't happen. She slipped into her own room and was somewhat dismayed to find that the lock didn't work. It needed a key that was nowhere to be found. Just another inconvenience among many. She was surprised, actually, that this place even had electricity. The room itself was dusty and suffocating, but she supposed she could stand it for one night. In a minute she was in bed, trying to warm herself, the small table lamp shut off. When the sounds of her settling in had faded, the darkness swarmed around her uncomfortably, creaking and breathing in the manner of such old houses. She tried to ignore it, suddenly glad that they had stayed the night. Another nap in the car, and she would have gone mad. At least she had been able to shower here. The old man was bearable when she didn't have to confront him directly. Presently she drifted off, breathing with the house, her thoughts muffled by its thick atmosphere. But her sleep was restless, uncertain. Paula was never positive she had slept at all when she realized that she was wide awake again. The stillness was incredible. The house was holding its breath. She sat up, certain that something had jarred her from sleep. A noise? There. Perhaps from Daniel's room. Perhaps from the hall. Perhaps trailing from the hall into Daniel's room. Suddenly Paula was certain she'd heard a door shut. And footsteps? But where were they going? Where had they been? Those sounds were clear in the swollen darkness, but after a moment came less certain ones, rising and falling, always soft, as deceptive as the rush of blood in her ears. She was hearing things. No. Paula shook her head. She did not imagine things. Straining her ears, the sounds resolved themselves. Voices from Daniel's room. They stopped. Paula waited, heard nothing. A slight dragging sound that might have been the night passing through her mind. A dull footstep. And then quite distinctly, 3 words in the old man's voice. I need you. And creaking. Paula was out of bed in an instant, hurrying quietly across the floor. She didn't trust that old man, not for a minute, not alone with Daniel. She found the door, jerked the knob. It was locked. Paula remembered the sound that had awakened her. It returned very clearly now that she could place it. It had clicked metallically. A lock engaging. She pounded once on the door, again louder, tugging at the knob. And still not a sound from the other room. Daniel! Daniel! Paula began to sob, wishing that there would be another sound, Daniel's voice. The door. Quieting, she returned her attention to it. The lock didn't seem terribly strong. It was old. For a minute she considered throwing herself against the door, but it opened the wrong way. Chanting Daniel's name, she wrenched at the knob, pulling it back with all her strength. It seemed to give a little. Paula glanced back into the room, hoping for something useful. Her hand mirror glimmered on the table, reflecting moonlight. It was heavy, had a sturdy handle. In a moment she was cracking the doorframe with it, chipping away the splintered wood, ripping and tearing. There was a grinding, and she yanked on the doorknob, and the door crashed open, stunning her. She stood for just a second, considering the darkened hall beyond, then moved forward into it, the mirror dropping from her fingers. No sound from Daniel's room. None at all. Not through all her screaming and pounding and thundering. Nothing. Daniel? She called softly. She stopped outside his door, listening.
Everything was gray and dim, shrouded in shadows. "Daniel!" Before she could reason with herself, she had turned the knob and found it unlocked, had opened the door and entered. "Daniel?" On the bed, something gray, tangled in blankets. Two shapes. God help her, she was going forward, approaching the bed. "Please, Daniel, are you all right?" The words came as a whimper. She was at the bedside, eyes squinted with fear, so that all she could see was the two of them vaguely, Daniel and his father pressed close together as if kissing or making love, his father on top. Down in the gloom, a huge spider almost filling the bed. Her eyes closed. "Daniel?" Her eyes went forward to touch, gingerly. "Please." And there on top was the back of the old man's head, his hair coarse around her fingers. She moved her hand down, consciously forcing it to touch his ear, and pass around it, still down, over a rough cheek, withered skin. Skin that abruptly smoothed. Skin that continued unbroken. Unbroken. Straight to another cheek, another ear, and the back of Daniel's head. Peter Valentine Timlett. Without rhyme or reason. Peter Valentine Timlett was born in London in 1933. He has two daughters who are quite the most magnificent thing that has ever happened to me. He has worked as a jazz musician and in the distribution department of Howard and Wyndham. For several years he was a practicing ritual magician until he became frustrated by the aims of the occult group of which he was a member. His Seed Bearers trilogy is based on his occult experiences. His later work includes an Arthurian trilogy and a novel based on the witchcraft trial of Father Urbain Grandier, Nor All Thy Tears, none of which prepares us for the following. It was a large house, far bigger than she had expected. Must be 5 or 6 bedrooms at least. Not all that old, late Victorian probably, and the gardens were superb. It was well set back off a very minor road about a mile outside the village, with not another house in sight, and as a consequence it was beautifully quiet and peaceful. She could be very happy here indeed. She rang the bell and waited. After a couple of minutes she rang again. There must be someone at home, surely. Her appointment was for 3 o'clock, and she was punctual almost to the second. "Yes?" said a sharp voice behind her. She spun round, startled. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come up." The woman was in her late 40s, tall and slimly built, with clear gray eyes that studied her firmly, almost fiercely. "I am Miss Templeton, Deborah Templeton. The agency sent me. Are you Mrs. Bates?" The woman nodded. "You are punctual. I like that." The gray eyes swept her from head to foot. "You're also very pretty. I told the agency that you had to be pretty. I like to be surrounded by beautiful things, including people. You are not beautiful, but you are very pretty. It's the dress, I think, and the hairstyle. Pretty, but not beautiful." Miss Templeton's hand strayed involuntarily to her hair. "I usually wear it down," she said. "Yes, you should. With your hair down, a decent eyeshadow, green, I think, and a daring evening gown, you could look quite stunning." The girl smiled. "It's been a long time since I dressed like that. There has been no occasion." Mrs. Bates was no advertisement for her own philosophy. She wore patched and faded jeans, muddy at the knees, and a shapeless smock-like top that did little for her figure, and her hair was pushed up under an old hat that looked as though it might have begun life a decade earlier as a chic jockey cap in a Chelsea boutique. But she had that classical facial bone structure that most women envy, giving her face that precious ageless look. Given the right clothes, this woman could also look quite stunning despite her age.
Mrs. Bates was aware of her appraisal. "One should dress to please oneself, not others," she said firmly. "When I am in the garden, I dress like a gardener. In the evenings, I dress like a woman, even when I'm alone." She turned and walked away. "Come into the house," she said over her shoulder. Miss Templeton followed her round the side of the house and into a sun lounge through a pair of French windows. A curious woman, this Mrs. Bates. The agency had been right to describe her as somewhat eccentric. But the room was beautiful. Each piece of furniture, as far as she could tell, was a genuine antique, and the woman waved her to a Victorian chaise longue that alone would be worth a fortune by her own standards. "As I am in my gardening clothes, I will remain standing," said Mrs. Bates. "I am a wealthy woman, Miss Templeton. The contents of this house are worth far more than the house itself, and for that reason alone I have to be careful whom I invite to live with me." "I understand." "And there is also the question of compatible personalities." Again those gray eyes scanned her from head to toe. "I imagine that the agency told you that I am an eccentric." "They said that you were a strongly individualistic person," said Miss Templeton carefully. "And so I am. This is my house, and thus I have the right to determine how it shall be run." "Of course." "I am a fanatical gardener, Miss Templeton. Summer or winter, I spend most of my time in the garden. I do not want a companion. Let's be clear about that. I want someone to look after the house, leaving me free to tend the garden. Anything to do with the house, anything at all, will be your province." "So I understand. The agency gave me a list of all the duties and conditions, and I find them very acceptable." "Good. As to meals, I see to myself during the week. You will be required to cook only one meal a week, on Saturday evening, for which I trust you will join me. I am a fanatic about the garden, but not about the house. Providing it is kept reasonably clean and tidy, you may come and go as you please. If you like walking, you will find the countryside around here quite delightful. I am not a sociable woman, Miss Templeton. I can be quite charming when I put my mind to it, but basically I prefer my own company. During the week, when you are not actually engaged upon work in the house, I would be grateful if you would remain in your rooms, but I would welcome your company on the Saturday evening." The girl nodded. "You want the house to run smoothly, without you being bothered about it, and I am to stay out of your way except on Saturdays." The woman smiled. "Exactly. All this may sound a bit odd to you, but I find that it suits me very well, and I need someone who can fit in with that pattern, someone who is also quite happy with their own company most of the time. Your letter said that you are 28, an only child, and that your parents are dead. Any other attachments?" "No, none. Not even a romance." "I see. Sorry to ask these rather personal questions, but the reasons are obvious. However, I think it is only fair that I reciprocate. So, Miss Templeton, I can tell you that I am 48 and do not give a damn who knows it. Like yourself, my parents also died when I was young, and like yourself, I am also an only child. Because of that, I was already fairly wealthy in my own right even before I married, and my husband had money as well. We were married for 10 years before he ran off with a younger woman." "Oh, I am sorry." "To be candid, so was I. It was a good marriage, or so I thought, even though there were no children." "Why did he leave?" For a brief moment a look of bleak hatred crossed her eyes. Let us say that the girl in question used her physical assets to good effect. So I, too, am quite alone, with no attachments whatever. Did the agency tell you the salary?" "Yes, the money is fine." "Good." Again those dark eyes surveyed her critically. "Well, Miss Templeton, I think we will get on very well indeed. I'll leave you for a few minutes to think about it. By all means, have a look round the house. Your rooms are the first two on the right at the top of the stairs. There is a bedroom with your own bathroom attached, and a small sitting room with a connecting door. I'm sure you will be comfortable. When you are ready, you will find me in the garden." And she turned and walked out onto the patio. Deborah Templeton continued to sit there in the sun lounge for a few moments. What a curious woman, she thought, and what an extraordinary interview.
It was the sort of interview that a man might have conducted, not a woman. For a brief moment the thought crossed her mind that Mrs. Bates might have unusual tastes, hence the reason, perhaps, why her husband had left her for a more normal woman, and hence the reason, perhaps, why she was so insistent that her employee be young and attractive. But she dismissed the idea almost as soon as it arose. The woman might be odd, but that oddness certainly didn't stem from Sappho. She rose and walked through the house. She had not exactly come from penurious circumstances herself, but she had never lived in such luxurious surroundings as this. The kitchen was enormous, and fitted with just about every labor-saving device on the market, and the main lounge was a superb room of elegance and grace. She walked up the main staircase, and directly she entered what was to be her bedroom, she knew that she simply had to have this position. For there was the most gorgeous four-poster bed, curtained in woven tapestry of gold and red, like something out of a fairy tale. It was silly, she knew, to let such a trivial thing as a bed clinch the decision, but it had always been a fantasy of hers to sleep in a four-poster. She looked at herself in the tall cheval mirror and pulled a wry smile. Pretty, but not beautiful. An accurate, but deflating description. There had been a time, oh, so many years ago now, when she had been stunningly attractive, in the days when she had deliberately dressed for that effect. But the image that stared back at her from the mirror was suburbanly mumsy, and hardly likely to stir the male libido. She walked over to the window and stared down into the garden to where Mrs. Bates was busy weeding the flower beds. The woman was certainly an autocrat, but if it was true that she would not see her for most of the time, then that was no real problem. And yet there was still something odd about the whole thing. It was all too good to be true. Or perhaps the oddness was more to do with Mrs. Bates herself than the position she was offering. Anyway, she would be a fool to turn it down. The name on the list of duties that the agency had given her was Mary Elizabeth Bates, followed by an indecipherable signature. The name Mary was really quite apposite. "Mary, Mary, quite contrary," she murmured. "How does your garden grow?" And the answer was that it grew very well, though Mary Bates herself was certainly contrary. Contrary indeed. The girl left the room and went downstairs into the garden. "I think I will be very happy here," she said simply. The woman smiled. "When I read your letter and saw your photograph, I was already half certain. But when I saw you standing at the door, I knew that you were going to be the one. When can you come?" "Would Monday be too soon?" Mrs. Bates held out her hand. "Monday will be fine. I'll see you then." Deborah had said Monday, just to give herself the weekend, should she wish to change her mind. But by Saturday lunchtime she had given the landlady of her bedsit a week's rent in lieu of notice, and was already packed and eager to go. Saturday evening and all day Sunday stretched to a seeming eternity. But at last the Monday came, and the taxi delivered her to her new home by noon. Mrs. Bates, still in the same old pair of jeans, welcomed her kindly, but not effusively. "You know where your rooms are. Use today to get settled in. Cook yourself a meal when you feel like it. I'll talk to you more fully and go over the house accounts with you tomorrow." And she turned and went back into the garden. Deborah smiled wryly and lugged her suitcases up to her rooms, and by 2 o'clock she was unpacked and ready to explore the house. Her mother had always said that you could know almost everything there was to know about a woman's environment, temperament, and character by the contents of her kitchen cupboards, her wardrobe, and her laundry bin. The kitchen harbored no surprises in view of the evidence of wealth in the rest of the house. The tins and jars and bottles in the cupboards revealed a highly expensive Epicurean taste that promised a future of delightful cuisine, though no doubt it would prove a disaster to any calorie-controlled diet. And the wine rack contained a dozen or more bottles, mostly German hocks, though in amongst the array of white wine there were 2 bottles of Nuit Saint-Georges. Mrs. Bates obviously dined well. The girl did not dare go into her employer's bedroom to see her wardrobe, But she did make a quick examination of the contents of the laundry bin, and there met with a surprise that almost bordered on shock. There were 2 suspender belts, one of black and purple, and one of black and scarlet, and 5 pairs of the scantiest briefs that she had ever seen, again in scarlet, black, and purple, and all of them lacy and highly revealing. And in addition there were 2 bras, one black and one red, so brief that they simply had to be quarter bras that would make the point quite clear on any normally endowed woman. It was puzzling. These were the underclothes of a young Soho showgirl, not those of a 48-year-old rural semi-recluse. Mrs. Bates was proving to be something of an intriguing mystery. At 4 o'clock it began to rain, and Deborah rushed to her sitting-room window to see what Mrs. Bates would do. The woman hurried into the conservatory and emerged a few minutes later, dressed in Wellington boots, oilskin trousers, and a waterproof anorak, with the hood pulled up over her head, and calmly went back to work. She really did look quite ridiculous, bent over the flower-beds, with the rain drumming on her back. Being late June, the weather was still quite warm, despite the rain, and if you are suitably waterproofed, then there was no logical reason why you should not work in the rain, and yet it seemed ludicrous. People didn't tend their gardens in the pouring rain. It simply wasn't done. And how on earth could you equate that comical and eccentric figure down there in the rain with the sort of woman that wore lurid and provocative underclothes? It was delightfully mysterious. Deborah did not see Mrs. Bates that evening, but on the following morning she found a note in the kitchen asking her to come into the library after breakfast to go over the house accounts. Well, at last Deborah would see Mrs. Bates in something other than jeans. But when she entered the library, the result was oddly disappointing. She was dressed in pale blue slacks and a white high-necked blouse. The outfit was simple, tasteful, and hardly in keeping with the erotic contents of the laundry bin. And Mrs. Bates proved to have a good brain, neat, precise, and logical. The house accounts were all neatly annotated and filed in alphabetical order in a proper filing cabinet in the library, and within half an hour the familiarization talk was over, and Mrs. Bates changed back into her jeans and returned to the garden. In accordance with her instructions, Deborah Templeton kept out of her employer's way for the rest of that Tuesday and all day Wednesday, though Mrs. Bates in the garden was constantly in her view from the house. And it was this constant view of her employer that revealed yet another oddity. It was true that Mary Bates gave her attention to all parts of the garden, but again and again she returned to that same flower-bed where Deborah had first seen her. If she moved to another part of the garden, it would only be a matter of minutes, 10 at the most, before she returned to what was obviously her favorite spot. The flower-bed was a low mound some 20 feet long and 6 feet wide, and it would have been called a rockery, but for the fact that it had no rocks. Deborah Templeton was no gardener, and could scarce put a name to any particular plant in that blaze of color, except for the tulips and the aubrietia, and indeed to her untutored eye some of them seemed very unusual, and thus probably quite rare. But it was certainly a beautiful bed, and obviously thrived on the loving care that Mrs. Bates lavished upon it. "With silver bells and cockle-shells," she murmured, as she saw Mrs. Bates move back to her favorite spot for the umpteenth time. On Thursday she went shopping in the village, and there discovered yet another oddity, one that was rather disquieting. "Well, I will say this for Mrs. Bates," said the butcher, an enormous man with fat red cheeks. "She certainly knows how to pick 'em." "How do you mean?" Fortunately, the shop was empty. Otherwise the man might not have been so forward, and thus the oddity would have remained hidden a little longer. "Well, you're a very attractive young lady, Miss Templeton, if I may say so. But then all of Mrs. Bates's girls have been good lookers." From the later viewpoint of hindsight, Deborah decided that it was at that precise moment that the first warning bell began to sound inside her. "All of them?" she said. "Why, how many have there been?" The butcher pursed his lips. "You're the 7th, I think." She signed the bill and was just about to leave when on impulse she said,
Do you remember their names?" "Of course," he said, and rattled off 6 names. "And you're the best-looking one so far," he added gallantly. Once outside the shop, she wrote the names in her pocket diary before she forgot them, and then began the mile walk home. But before she left the village, she placed a call from the public telephone box. It was not a call that she would have cared to make from the house. The agency was polite and apologetic, but not very forthcoming. Yes, she was indeed the 7th. Yes, the 6 names were correct. No, they had not told her about her predecessors, because of Mrs. Bates's instructions to that effect. As far as they understood, all the girls had quickly grown bored with the job, having little to do, and had left. No, they had not seen any of the girls after they had left. In each case, they had not known that the girl had left until Mrs. Bates had contacted the agency for a replacement. No, they did not think it particularly unusual. Deborah did not see Mrs. Bates to speak to that Thursday nor the Friday. It was not until the Saturday morning that her employer sought her out. "I do trust that you have not forgotten that today is Saturday." "No, of course not. Dinner will be at 8. At 7 o'clock, with everything prepared and going nicely, Deborah went up to dress. She took a quick shower and then combed her hair down long and full. She then tried on her only full-length evening gown. She had not worn it for several years, and it still fitted surprisingly well. She had not put on as much weight as she had feared. The gown was black with a simple flowing line. It was a crossover halter neck that left half her breasts exposed, and all her midriff to below the navel. Not content with that, the dress was slashed up the front to mid-thigh, and fitted so tightly around her hips and bottom that any underclothing at all, even the merest wisp, always spoiled the line of it, and she wondered how on earth she had ever had the courage to wear it. She looked at herself critically in the cheval mirror, and shook her head. It was a great dress, and she would love to wear it just to disprove that pretty but not beautiful tag. But it really wasn't very suitable for this present occasion. Reluctantly, she stripped and folded it away, put on underclothes and a simple calf-length cocktail dress that did not reveal anything, and left the room to go downstairs. As she was closing her bedroom door, she saw her employer going down the stairs, and the sight almost made her gasp. Her own black evening gown would have been declared modest by comparison to the creation that Mrs. Bates was wearing. It was a pure white gown cut in a Grecian style of a material so fine that she trailed wisps of it behind her as she moved, and it was quite staggering how little of Mrs. Bates it covered. The contrast to the Wellington-booted figure in the garden was so startling that it was scarcely believable that it was the same woman. Without even thinking about it, Deborah went back into her bedroom, stripped off her cocktail dress and her underclothes, put on her evening gown, and went downstairs to serve dinner. Neither gown was mentioned during dinner. Indeed, little was said at all. Mrs. Bates made an appreciative comment about the prawn cocktail, was quite complimentary in respect to the Tournedos Rossini, and said that she found the lemon sorbet to be delicious. It was only when they withdrew to the main lounge for coffee that the first mention was made. "An excellent meal, my dear," said Mrs. Bates, "and I completely withdraw my earlier remark about being merely pretty. You look quite stunning. I doubt that any man could keep his hands off you." The girl smiled. "With you in the room, I doubt that he would even see me." Mrs. Bates looked down at herself. "Yes, men are quite stupidly physical. With a dress like this, or one like yours, a man's every instinct prompts him to reach out and remove what little there is. All female virtues are as nothing compared to the power of a revealing gown, as I know to my cost." Deborah sipped her coffee. "The girl who took your husband?" she said softly. The woman smiled grimly. "We entertained a lot in those days, mostly business acquaintances of my husband's, and people from his office. I did not dress then as you see me now. I used to dress elegantly and tastefully, but never revealingly. An old-fashioned attitude, perhaps, in these days of blatant sexuality. But we all have our own particular tastes and standards. And the girl? A personal assistant to one of my husband's directors. She came to one of our dinner parties dressed in a gown almost exactly like this one, and made it perfectly obvious to my husband that he need only snap his fingers for her to remove it altogether. Mrs. Bates put her coffee cup on a side table and leant back in the armchair. 2 weeks later he left me and went off with her. "I'm sorry," said the girl quietly. The woman was silent for a moment. "He would have come back to me, you know, when the novelty had worn off, and I would have taken him. It was a good marriage. Men are so vulnerable to a really determined and blatant advance from an attractive woman. Few of them can resist. It is almost part of their nature, you might say." "What happened?" 3 weeks after he left, they were both killed in a car crash in southern France, and I hope she rots in hell for all time. And it was also unnecessary. A discreet affair would have been far better. It would have satisfied the sexual attraction and preserved the marriage." The girl did not comment. Her sympathy was instinctively with the husband. An autocratic woman such as Mrs. Bates would not be easy to live with from any aspect, sexual or otherwise. There was probably more than one reason why he had left her. "And all because of a revealing evening gown," said Mrs. Bates bitterly. "That girl had worked at that office for 2 years, and I know that there had been nothing between them prior to that dinner party. It was the gown that did it." Deborah sipped at her coffee again. Possible, but not likely. If it had only been a question of sex, then a discreet affair would indeed have satisfied the situation. There had to be more to it than that. The way this woman kept harping on that one particular aspect seemed to suggest that Mrs. Bates felt very inadequate and inferior in that area. "And so I went out and bought this gown, and some other clothing," said Mrs. Bates. "And do you know why?" Deborah shook her head. She didn't like the way this was going. The woman really did have a most peculiar expression in her eyes. Mrs. Bates stood up abruptly. "Then I will show you. Come with me." And she took the girl's hand and led her to the other end of the lounge to where a large mirror hung on the wall. "That's why," she said, pointing to the 2 reflections. "Having come off second best on one notable occasion, I wanted to see how I would compare if I were similarly dressed." The girl felt her spine begin to tingle. Not fear exactly, but that instinctive nervous apprehension that the sane sometimes feel in the company of the insane. By God, how long had this woman brooded on her misfortune to have produced this sort of crazy reaction? This obviously explained the long string of attractive girls. Mrs. Bates was measuring herself against them, one after the other. And then what? If the measurement was in the older woman's favor, then presumably that was an end of the matter, honor having been satisfied. But what if the comparison was unfavorable? Deborah looked at the 2 reflections. Mary Bates really was an attractive woman. Her body was trim and taut, and her figure was still quite superb, even without a bra. And in that wisp of a gown she looked like a high priestess of a pagan cult, sensual, uninhibited, and devastatingly provocative. Few women her age could even begin to compare. But she was 48 years of age, and she looked it. Nothing could hide that difference in age between the 2 women reflected in that mirror, and ironically the 2 provocative gowns served only to reveal that difference more clearly. Deborah was not vain about her own looks, but she knew that if a choice had to be made at that precise moment, then most men would choose herself. Mrs. Bates simply did not compare. The girl smiled nervously. "There's no comparison," she said lightly. "If there were any men around, I wouldn't stand a chance." In the mirror she saw the woman's eyes narrow to an expression of cold hatred. "Nonsense, my dear," said Mrs. Bates smoothly. "You're far more attractive than I. If the whole situation occurred again, my husband would undoubtedly go off with you." Deborah released her hand and walked away back to the coffee table. You underestimate yourself, Mrs. Bates. She picked up her shawl. I'm not attractive to men and never have been, no matter what I wear. Why do you think I live on my own? It's not by choice, I assure you. She began to move towards the door. Oh, God, she simply had to escape from this stupid insanity. Anyway, it's getting late, and the wine has given me a headache. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go to bed. The look of hatred had vanished from the woman's eyes. By all means, she said coldly. Thank you for a lovely dinner and a most entertaining evening. The girl could not get to her room fast enough. Once inside the bedroom, she leant back against the door and closed her eyes. Her hands were trembling, and sweat had broken out over her whole body. What a weird scene! No wonder the others had left in so much of a hurry. First thing tomorrow she would see if she could get her old bedsit back again. She was not going to stay in this house with that crazy woman a minute longer than absolutely necessary. She stripped off her gown, toweled herself dry, put on her nightdress, and lay down on the bed. But her mind was in too much of a turmoil for sleep. It was about 11:30 when she heard Mrs. Bates come up the stairs and go to her own bedroom. But an hour later Deborah was still fretfully awake. She went to the open window and stared down into the garden. It looked even more beautiful by moonlight, and the silver bells really did look silver. It was a warm night and oppressively close. Perhaps a walk round the garden would calm her down. Silently she opened the bedroom door and stood there listening. But all was quiet. That wretched woman must be fast asleep by now, dreaming whatever weird images would rise in such a neurotic as Mrs. Bates. She slipped on her dressing-gown over her nightdress and went downstairs and out into the garden. It was a lovely night, and for the first time during that entire evening she was able to breathe more easily. It was in many ways a dreadful shame that she had to leave. On the surface it was an ideal job and ideal surroundings, but even from the beginning it had seemed too good to be true, and so it had proved. She sighed and meandered across the lawn. Such a beautiful garden, but such a weird gardener. Even here in the garden the behavior of her employer had been decidedly odd, coming back again and again to this particular spot. Deborah looked down at the long, low mound of Mrs. Bates's favorite flower-bed. "Mary, Mary, quite contrary," she murmured, "how does your garden grow, with silver bells and cockle-shells, and pretty maids all in a row?" And it was then, at that precise moment, that the earlier warning bells, the odd behavior of Mrs. Bates, and the fact of the missing girls all came together in an explosion of realization in her mind. So sudden was the revelation, and so terrifying, that for a full minute she could not move at all, even though every instinct in her screamed out for her to get away, and her whole body trembled with wave after wave of piercing coldness. Then slowly she began to back away. "Oh, dear God! It cannot be, surely." "Admiring the flowers in the moonlight?" said a voice behind her. Deborah spun round, and there, just a few feet away, was Mrs. Bates, looking pale and ghostly in a flowing white dressing-gown. This second shock, coming so close on the first, came near to causing a fatal heart attack, quite literally. The girl gave a piercing shriek of terror and fled in panic towards the house, bursting in through the French windows and flying up the stairs to her bedroom. There was no key to the bedroom door, and no straight-back chair to prop under the door-handle. Frantically she dragged the dressing-table across the carpet and rammed it against the door, and only just in time. "What on earth is the matter, girl?" Mrs. Bates called out from the corridor, rattling the handle and pushing against the door. "Let me in! You frightened the life out of me, shrieking like that. What on earth is the matter? Let me in!" Deborah said nothing. She picked up a pair of scissors and backed away to the middle of the room. Mrs. Bates had shoved the door open a couple of inches, but could move it no more, and Deborah saw her pale hand come snaking round the edge to identify the obstruction. "This is ridiculous," the woman shouted. "Remove that thing and open this door." "Get out! Get out!" the girl shrieked. The hand disappeared, and then there was silence. 15 seconds passed, half a minute, and still there was no sound from the corridor. "You forgot the connecting door," said a calm voice behind her, and a hand descended on her shoulder. Again that shriek of hysterical terror rang out. Deborah spun round and stabbed blindly with her scissors, again and again. She stabbed the woman's eyes and her face and her shoulders, and fell with her to the floor, and kept on stabbing again and again at her arms, at her breasts, and again and again and again at what was left of her face, and then she sprang clear, flung away the scissors, raced through the connecting door, through the sitting-room and out into the corridor, and stumbled hysterically down the stairs to the telephone. The police arrived 20 minutes later. An inspector, a sergeant, 2 male constables, and a policewoman. Little sense had been made of the hysterical babble on the telephone, and they had come prepared for almost anything, though hardly for what they actually found. The girl was covered in blood from head to foot, and at first they assumed that she had been attacked and savagely beaten. But as her story began bubbling out, they began to realize that there was something far more grim. "They're out there, I tell you, buried in the flower-bed, murdered by that crazy woman upstairs," she finished. "And I was to be next. If you don't believe me, go and look." And she burst into great racking sobs. Leaving the constables downstairs with the girl, the inspector and the sergeant went up to the bedroom. They came out 2 minutes later and leant against the wall, fighting down the nausea. "You knew Mrs. Bates quite well," said the inspector at last. "Is that her?" The sergeant wiped his brow. "How the hell can I say? It doesn't even look human." Presently the 2 men came down the stairs and walked over to the open French windows. "There should be a spade or a fork out there somewhere," said the inspector. "Take the 2 lads. Just dig enough to verify the story. The rest can wait." 30 minutes later the sergeant returned, and the 2 men exchanged a whispered conversation, and then the inspector came over to Deborah. "Now let's take this again from the beginning." "What more do you want?" said the girl hysterically. "You've seen what's upstairs, and you've seen what's in the garden. For God's sake, get me out of this place." "I've seen you, and certainly I've seen what's upstairs," said the inspector grimly. "It's the rest of the story I don't understand." The girl sprang to her feet. "Good God, there are 6 dead girls buried in the flower-bed. I've told you why and how. What else is there to understand?" The inspector shook his head. "There is no one buried in the flower-bed, Miss Templeton," he said quietly. "No one at all. Now let's start right from the beginning, and take it very, very slowly." Bob Shaw, Love Me Tender. Bob Shaw was born in 1931 and educated in Belfast. He worked in structural engineering and aircraft design. Then, in 1958, he became a journalist. After 3 years on a daily newspaper, he began to specialize in industrial public relations. But in 1975, he became a full-time author. In 1973, he and his wife Sadie and 3 children moved to Stan Laurel's birthplace in the English Lake, all of which, apart from Stan Laurel, is an awfully po-faced introduction to this large, shy man who can drink everyone else into a state so euphoric that they will laugh at his horrid jokes about koalas and Brighton Pier and a great deal else. He has been guest of honor at conventions in Sweden, USA, England, Scotland, Italy, and Belgium, and is to be found at most British SF conventions. You can locate him by the groans at the end of the joke. Among his novels are Night Walk, The Palace of Eternity, Who Goes Here, The Shadow of Heaven, and Vertigo. His short stories are collected as Tomorrow Lies in Ambush and Cosmic Kaleidoscope. The only joke in the following story is the grim pun of the title. It's a funny thing. I can think all right, but I can't think about the future. Tomorrow doesn't seem to exist for me anymore. There's only today and this drowsy, dreamy acceptance. Most of the time it's cool here in the shack. The mosquito screens are holding together fairly well, and the bed is a whole lot better than some of the flea pits I've been in lately. And she waits on me hand and foot. Couldn't be more attentive. Brings me food and drink, all I can stomach, and cleans me up afterwards. Even when I wake up during the night, I can see her standing at the door of the room, always watching, always waiting. But what's she waiting for? That's what I ask myself every so often. And when I do... The swamp buggy had started off life as an ordinary Volkswagen, a Beetle convertible. But somebody had extended the axles and fitted pudgy aircraft tires which spread the vehicle's weight sufficiently to keep it from sinking in mud. Snow chains had been wrapped around the tires to provide traction. The buggy was noisy, ungainly, and uncomfortable, but it was able to negotiate the narrow tracks that ran through the Everglades, and Joe Massick felt it had been well worth the trouble he had taken to steal it. He sat upright at the wheel, glancing over his shoulder every now and again, as though expecting to see a police helicopter swooping down in pursuit. But the sky remained a featureless gray void. The air was hot, and so saturated with water that it reminded him of the atmosphere inside the old-fashioned steam laundry where he had once worked as a boy. He did his best to ignore the sweat which rolled down his slab-like body, concentrating his attention on maintaining a northwesterly course in the general direction of Fort Myers. His best chance of avoiding capture lay in making a quick crossing of the Florida peninsula without being seen. But it was beginning to dawn on him that the journey was not one to be undertaken lightly. The sloughs and swamps of the northern Everglades made up one of the last truly wild regions of the country, and as a confirmed town-dweller, he felt threatened by every aspect of the flat and prehistoric landscape through which he was traveling. For the past 30 minutes he had been encountering stands of lifeless trees draped with Spanish moss, and now the intervals between the trees were growing so brief that he appeared to be entering a dead forest which provided a habitat for countless varieties of birds, insects, and reptiles. The sound of the buggy's engine was almost drowned by the protests of the colonies of birds it disturbed, and on all sides there was a furtive agitation of other life forms, a sense of resentment, of being scrutinized and assessed by primeval eyes. It was a feeling which Massick disliked intensely, prompting him to seek reassurance from the buggy's fuel gauge. The position of the needle showed that he still had 3/4 of a tank, more than enough, even allowing for forced detours, to take him to the far side of Big Cypress. He nodded, relaxing slightly into the burlap-covered seat, and had driven for perhaps another minute, when a disturbing thought lodged itself like a pebble in the forefront of his mind. According to the fuel gauge, the tank had been 3/4 full when he first set out in the buggy almost an hour earlier. An optimist might have concluded that the vehicle's modest engine was using practically no gasoline, but Massick was beyond such naivety. He tapped the gauge with his knuckles and saw that the needle was immovable, locked in place. "Doesn't prove a thing," he thought, vainly trying to sell himself the idea. "For all I know, the tank was filled right up." A mile further along the track, as he had known in his heart it was bound to do, the engine cut without even a preliminary cough. Massick turned the steering wheel and brought the buggy to rest in a thicket of sawgrass and huge ferns. He sat for a moment with his head bowed, whispering the same swear-word over and over again until it came to him that he was wasting precious time. The girl back in West Palm Beach might have died. He had been forced to hit her pretty hard to keep her quiet. But if she was still alive, she would have given his description to the police, and they would have connected him with the one in Orlando and the other one up in Fernandino. In any case, there was no time for sitting around feeling sorry for himself. Massick picked up the plastic shopping bag which contained all his belongings, stepped down from the buggy, squelched his way back onto the trail, and began walking. The surface was better for walking on than he had expected, probably owing its existence to the oil prospecting that had been carried out in the area some years earlier. But it soon became apparent that he was not cut out for trekking across swamps. He had been desperately tired to start off with, and before he had taken a dozen paces his clothes were sopping with perspiration, binding themselves to his well-larded body, maliciously hampering every movement. The air was so humid that he felt himself to be drinking with his lungs. Now that he was proceeding without the roar of an engine and the clatter of chains, the swamp seemed ominously quiet, and again he had the impression of being watched. The profusion of tree trunks and the curtains of hanging moss made it difficult to see far in any direction, and for all he knew he could have been accompanied by a stealthy army whose members were waiting until he collapsed with exhaustion before closing in. Childish though the fantasy was, he was unable to dismiss it completely from his mind, and occasionally, as he walked, he fingered the massy solidity of the .38 pistol in his bag. The sky sagged close overhead, heavy with rain. 2 hours later he crossed one of the innumerable small concrete bridges which carried the track over dark streams, and found that it forked in 2 directions, both of them uninviting to an equal degree. The sun had been invisible all along, and now that dusk was falling, Massic's rudimentary trail sense was totally unable to cope with the task of identifying the branch which lay closest to the northwesterly course he wanted. He paused, breathing heavily, and looked around him in the tree-pillared gloom, suddenly understanding why, in local Indian legend, the big swamp was regarded as the home of ancestral spirits. It was easy to see the ghosts of dead men standing in slim canoes, drifting in silence through the endless colonnades and caverns. The realization that he was going to have to spend the night in such surroundings jerked Massic out of his indecision. He chose the right-hand path and moved along it at an increased pace, looking out for a hillock of any description upon which he would have a reasonable chance of remaining dry while he slept. It was only when he recalled that snakes also had a preference for high ground, especially in the wet season, that he admitted to himself the seriousness of his situation. He had no real idea how far he was from the townships of the west coast, and even if he did succeed in making his way through Big Cypress on foot, he was going to emerge looking conspicuously bearded and filthy, the sort of figure that any cop would want to interrogate on sight. The thought of being caught and put back in prison after less than a month of freedom caused Massic to give an involuntary moan. He reached into the plastic bag, took out the bottle of rum he had acquired at the same time as the swamp buggy, and drank the few ounces of neat liquor it contained. The rum was warm and had an aftertaste of burnt brown sugar, which made him wish he had a full fifth for solace during the approaching night. He hurled the bottle away, heard it come down with a splash, and on the instant a cicada began to chirp nearby, as though he had startled it into life. Within seconds 100 others had taken up the chorus, walling him in with sound, advertising his presence for the benefit of any creature, human or inhuman, which might be lurking in the encompassing darkness. Startled, prey to fears he was unable to acknowledge, he quickened his pace even though each passing minute made the track more difficult to see. He was beginning to contemplate retracing his steps to the last concrete bridge when a yellow glow sprang into existence some distance ahead and slightly to his left. Convinced for the moment that he had seen the headlights of an approaching vehicle, Massic snatched his pistol out of the bag, then realized there were no mechanical sounds such as another swamp buggy would have made. Keeping the gun at the ready, he went forward until he reached a barely discernible side track, which branched off to the left and seemed to lead straight towards the glimmer of light. All the indications were that, against the odds, he had found some kind of habitation in the heart of the swamp. The pang of pleasure and relief Massic experienced was not quite enough to obliterate his natural wariness. The only reason he could envisage for people living in the waterlogged wilderness was that they were wardens for one of the area's wildlife sanctuaries, and for him walking into an official establishment which had radio equipment could be as disastrous as calling in at a police station. He threaded his way along the path, trying not to make any sound as he negotiated successive barriers of dark vegetation, and after several minutes reached a hummock upon which was perched a wooden shanty. The wan radiance which seeped from the windows and the screen door was swallowed up by the surrounding blackness, but there was enough refraction to show that the building had been constructed from second-hand timbers, which pretty well ruled out the possibility of it being an outpost of authority. Emboldened by what he had found thus far, Massic crossed a cleared area to the nearest window,
and cautiously looked through it. The room beyond the smeared glass was lit by oil lanterns hanging from hooks in the ceiling. Much of the floor space was taken up with stacks of cardboard boxes, and in the center of the room was a rough wooden table, at which sat a small, stoop-shouldered man of about 60. He had cropped gray hair, a sprinkling of silver stubble around his chin, and tiny crumpled ears, which gave the impression of being clenched like fists. He was dressed in well-worn slacks and a faded green beach shirt. On the table before him was a bottle of whiskey and several glass jars containing what looked like small twists of colored paper. He was preoccupied with removing the colored objects from the jars and carefully placing them in individual plastic boxes, pausing now and then to swig whiskey straight from the bottle. The room had 2 interior doors, one of them leading into a primitive kitchen. The other door was closed, but Massac guessed it led into a bedroom. He remained at the window long enough to assure himself that the occupant of the shanty was alone, then slipped the pistol into his side pocket, walked quietly to the screen door, and tapped on it. The mosquito mesh made a noise like distant thunder. A few seconds later, the small man appeared with a flashlight, which he shone on Massac's face. "Who's out there?" he growled. "What do you want?" "I got stranded," Massac explained, enduring the searching brilliance. "I need shelter for the night." The man shook his head. "I got no spare room. Go away." Massac opened the door and went inside, crowding the other man back. "I don't need much room, and I'll pay you $20 for the night. What's the idea? What makes you think you can just walk in here?" For a reply, Massac used a trick he had perfected over a period of years. He smiled broadly, and at the same time hardened his gaze and projected a silent message with all the conviction he could muster. "If you cross me up, I'll tear your head right off your body." The little man suddenly looked uncertain, and backed further into the room. "I got to be paid in advance," he said, trying to retain some advantage. "Fair enough. I tell you what I'll do, Pop. I could use a few drinks to make up some of the sweat I lost, so here's an extra 10 for a share in that bottle. How's that?" Massac took his billfold from his pocket, counted out $30, and handed them over. "Okay, I guess." The man took the money, and looking mollified, tucked it into his shirt pocket. "The whole bottle didn't cost 10. Consider it a reward for your hospitality to a weary traveler," Massac said jovially, smiling again. He was prepared to be generous, while armed with the knowledge that when he left he would be taking the money back, along with any other cash and valuables his host happened to have around. "What's your name, Pop?" "Ed. Ed Cromer." "Nice to meet you, Ed." Massac went on into the room he had surveyed from the outside, and picked up the whiskey bottle from the table, observing as he did so that the small colored objects his host had been packaging were dead butterflies and moths. "Is this some kind of a hobby you've got here?" "Business," Cromer replied, squaring his thin shoulders importantly. "Profession." "Is that a fact? Is there much demand for bugs?" "Me and my partner supply lepidopterists, them's collectors, all over the state." "All over the country?" "Your partner." Massac slid his hand into the pocket containing the pistol and glanced towards the closed door of the bedroom. "Is he in there?" "No." The expression of pride vanished from Cromer's face, and his eyes shuttled anxiously for a moment. "That's my private room in there. There's nobody allowed in there bar me." Massac noted the reaction with mild interest. "There's no need to get uptight, Ed. It was just when you mentioned your partner. He runs the store up in Tampa, only comes down 1 day a month to pick up the new catch." "He'll be here soon, will he?" "Not for a couple of weeks. Say, mister, what's the third degree for? I mean, I could ask you who you are, and where you're from, and what you're doing wandering around Big Cypress in the dark." "That's right," Massac said comfortably. "You could ask." He cleared some magazines from a wicker chair and sat down near the window. suddenly realizing how close he was to total exhaustion. His intention had been to press on towards the west coast in the morning, but unless Cromer had a swamp buggy parked out of sight nearby, it might be best to wait until the partner arrived with transportation. It would be difficult to find a safer place to lie low and rest for a couple of weeks. Turning the matter over in his mind, he took off his sweat-stained jacket and draped it over the back of the chair, then settled back to drink whiskey. There followed 15 minutes of almost total silence, during which Cromer, who had returned to his meticulous sorting and mounting of butterflies, glanced expectantly at Massac each time he raised the bottle to his lips. At length, realizing there was going to be no taking of turns, he took a fresh bottle of Canadian Club from a cupboard in the corner and began drinking independently. After his initial querulousness, he showed no sign of resenting his unexpected guest, but Massac noticed he was drinking somewhat faster than before, and becoming less precise in his movements. Massac watched contentedly, enjoying his ability to cause apprehension in others simply by being near them. As Cromer fitted a jeweler's magnifier over his right eye and began examining a small heap of blue-winged insects one by one, using his flashlight to supplement the room's uncertain illumination. "What are you doing now, Pop?" he said indulgently. "Is it all that hard to tell the boys from the girls?" "Checking for lookalikes," Cromer mumbled. "Mimics, they're called." "You don't know nothing about mimics, do you?" "Can't say I do." Cromer sniffed to show his contempt. "Didn't think you would somehow. Even them so-called experts up in Jacksonville with their fancy college degrees don't know nothing about mimics. Nobody knows more about mimics than I do, and one of these days—" He broke off, his narrow face taut with sudden belligerence, and took a long drink of whiskey. "You're going to show them a thing or two, are you, Professor?" Massac prompted. "Make them all sit up and take notice?" Cromer glanced at the bedroom door, then selected 2 pale blue butterflies from the table and held them out on the palm of his hand. "What do you say about them? Same or different?" Massac eyed the closed door thoughtfully before turning his attention to his insects. "They look the same to me. Want to bet on it?" "I'm not a gambling man." "Just as well. You'd have lost your money," Cromer said triumphantly. "This one on the left has a kind of blue glaze all over his wings, and the birds leave him alone because he doesn't taste good. This other fellow does taste good to birds, so he fools them by copying the same blue, but he does it by mixing in blue bits and white bits on his wings. Of course, you need one of them microscopes to see it proper. I'm going to get me one of them microscopes real soon." "Very interesting," Massac said, abstracted, noticing for the first time that the door to the room he had presumed to be a bedroom was secured by a farmhouse-type latch, and that the latch was held down by a twist of wire. Was it possible, he wondered, that Cromer had something valuable hidden away? It was difficult to imagine what the shabby recluse might have, but it was a well-known fact that elderly people who lived in conditions of abject poverty often had large sums of money tucked into mattresses and under floorboards. In any case, there would be no harm in investigating the matter while he was actually on the premises. Deciding that no immediate action was required, he continued sipping whiskey and pretending to listen to Cromer's rambling discourse on entomology. The little man appeared to have an extensive, though informal, knowledge of his subject, which he dispensed in an anecdotal, folksy style, with frequent references to Seminole legends, but his words were becoming so slurred that it was almost impossible to follow his meaning at times. The practice of mimicry among insects, fish, and animals seemed to fascinate him, and he kept returning to it obsessively, drinking all the while, his face and clamped-down ears growing progressively redder as the level in his bottle went down. "You ought to go easy on that stuff," Massac told him with some amusement. "I don't want to put you to bed." "I can handle it." Cromer stood up, swaying even though he was holding the edge of the table, and gazed at Massac with solemn blue eyes. "I gotta consult the head of the family." He lurched to the outer door and disappeared through it into the night, already fumbling with his trouser zip. Massick waited a few seconds, stood up, and was surprised to discover that he, too, was unsteady on his feet. He had forgotten that exhaustion and hunger would enhance the effects of the liquor he had consumed. Blinking to clear his vision, he crossed the room to the locked door, pulled the wire away from the latch, and dropped it on the floor. He opened the door, took one step into the room beyond, and froze in mid-stride, his jaw sagging in surprise. There was a young woman lying on the narrow bed, her body covered by a single sheet. At the sound of Massick's entrance, she raised herself on one elbow, a strangely languid movement, as though she was weakened by illness, and he saw that she had smooth, swarthy skin and black hair. His impression that she was an Indian was strengthened by the fact that she had 3 dots tattooed in a triangle on her forehead, although he had never seen that particular marking before. She stared at him in silence for a moment, showing no signs of alarm, and began to smile. Her teeth were white, forming a flawless crescent. "I'm sorry," Massick said. "I didn't know." He backed out of the room, pulling the door closed, trying to understand why the sight of the woman had been so disconcerting. Was it the sheer unexpectedness of her presence in Cromer's bedroom? Was it that the circumstances suggested she was being held captive? Massick picked up his bottle, gulped some whiskey, and was wiping his mouth with the back of his hand when the answer to his questions stole quietly into his mind. She had looked at him, and had smiled. He could not remember a single occasion in the 20-odd years of his adult life on which a woman had set eyes on him for the first time and had reacted by smiling. As a youth he had spent hours before the mirror, trying to decide what it was about his appearance that made all the girls in his age group avoid his eyes and refuse point-blank to date him. There had been a 2-year period in which he had done his best to conform to the same image as the sexually successful young men in the neighborhood, trying to put a twinkle into the slate pellets that were his eyes, trying to smile when every muscle in his face wanted to scowl, trying to crack jokes, to be lean-hipped, to be a good dancer. But the net result had been that the girls had shunned him more assiduously than before. After that he had simply begun taking them, whether they liked it or not, and none of them had liked it. Over the years Massick had grown accustomed to the arrangement, so much so that he found real stimulation in the sudden look of mingled terror and disgust on a woman's face as she realized what was going to happen to her. Underneath it all, however, imprisoned far down in buried layers of his mind-body complex, there still lived a boyish Joe Massick, who yearned for another kind of encounter, one in which there was gentleness in place of force, gladness in place of revulsion, in which soft arms welcomed as the world flowed out and away, until there was nothing to see anywhere except eyes that shone with a special warm luster, and lips that smiled. "That's better," Cromer said, coming in through the screen door. He went straight to his chair at the table, executed a lateral shuffle, which showed he was quite drunk, and sat down before the assortment of insects in plastic boxes. Massick returned to his own seat and gazed at Cromer with speculative eyes. Was it possible that the little man, in spite of his scrawny and dried-up appearance, had a taste for hot-blooded Indian girls? The notion inspired Massick with a sharp pang of jealousy. He had seen enough of the girl's body to know that she was strong-breasted, lush, ripe, and that she would be totally wasted on a miserable old stick like Cromer. If anybody was to bed down with her that night, it ought to be Joe Massick, because he was the one who had been going through hell and needed relief from the tensions that racked his body. He was the one who had the size and strength to give the chick what she deserved, and because he was in that kind of a mood. Besides, she had smiled at him. "The Calusas was the ones who knew this swamp," Cromer was muttering, staring down at a moth in its tiny crystal coffin. "They were here long before the Seminoles ever even seen the place, and they knew all about it, that's for sure. Knew when the nymphs was turning into imagos. Knew when it was time to pull up stakes and move on." "You're a wily old bird, aren't you?"
Masik said. "You got this place stocked up with everything you need. Hear them cicadas out there?" Cromer, apparently unaware that Masik had spoken, nodded towards the black rectangle of the door. 17 years they live under the ground, getting ready to come up and breed. It stands to reason there must be other critters that takes longer. Maybe 30 years, maybe 50, maybe even I'm a bit disappointed in you, Ed. I just didn't think you were the selfish type." "Selfish?" Cromer, looking puzzled and hurt, attempted to focus his gaze on Masik. "What's this selfish?" "You didn't introduce me to your friend." "Friend? I got no—" Cromer's flushed, narrow face stiffened with consternation as he turned to look at the bedroom door. He threw himself forward onto his hands and knees, picked up the piece of wire Masik had discarded, and wrapped it around the latch, snorting with urgency as his clumsiness protracted an operation that should have been instantaneous. Masik watched the performance with good humor. "Do you generally keep your lady friends locked up?" She's sick." Cromer got to his feet, breathing audibly, his eyes nervous and pleading. "Best left alone in there." "She didn't look all that sick to me. What's her name?" "Don't know her name. She wandered in here a couple of days ago. I'm looking after her, that's all." Masik shook his head and grinned. "I don't believe you, Ed. I think you're a horny old goat, and you're keeping that young piece in there for your own amusement. Shame on you." "You don't know what you're talking about. I tell you she's sick, and I'm looking after her." Masik stood up, bottle in hand. "In that case, we'll give her a drink. Best medicine there is." "No!" Cromer darted forward, grabbing for Masik's arm. "Listen, if you want to know the—" Masik swung at him, more out of irritation than malice, intending merely to sweep the little man out of his way. But Cromer seemed to fall onto his fist, magnifying the effect of the blow. The force of the impact returning along his forearm told Masik he had done some serious damage, and he stepped back. Cromer went down into a collision with the table, his eyes reduced to blind white crescents, and dropped to the floor with a slapping thud which could have been produced by a side of bacon. The sound alone was as good as a death certificate to Masik. "You stupid old bastard," he whispered accusingly. He stared down at the body, adjusting to the new situation, then knelt and retrieved his money from Cromer's shirt pocket. A search of the dead man's personal effects yielded only a cheap wristwatch and $11 extra in single bills. Masik put the watch and money away in his pocket. He took a firm grip on Cromer's collar, dragged the body to the screen door and out into the raucous darkness of the swamp. The chorus of insect calls seemed to grow louder as he moved away from the shanty, again creating the impression of an all-pervading sentience. In spite of the stifling heat, Masik felt a crawling coldness between his shoulder blades. Suddenly, appreciating the futility of trying to dispose of the body before daylight, he released his burden and groped his way back towards the sallow glimmers of the hurricane lamps. Once inside the building, he bolted the outer door and went around the main room, twitching curtains into place across the windows. As soon as he felt safe from the pressures of the watchful blackness, he picked up the whiskey bottle and drank from it until his throat closed against the rawness of the liquor. Somewhat restored by the alcohol, he allowed his thoughts to return to the bedroom door, and there was a stirring of warmth low down in his belly as he remembered what lay beyond. "It's cozier this way," he thought. 3 always was a crowd." He put the bottle aside, went to the door, and removed the wire from the latch. The door swung open easily, allowing a swath of light to fall across the bed, revealing that the black-haired girl was still lying down, apparently undisturbed by any commotion she may have heard. As before, she raised herself on one elbow to look up at him. Masik stood in the doorway and scanned her face, waiting for the change of expression to which he was so accustomed, the clouding of the eyes with fear and loathing. But, exactly as before, the girl began to smile. He bared his own teeth in a manufactured response, scarcely able to believe his luck. "What's your name, honey?" he said, moving closer to the bed. She went on smiling at him, her gaze locked into his, and there was nothing anywhere in her face to show that she had heard the question. "Don't you have a name?" Masik persisted, a new idea beginning to form at the back of his mind. "Never had a deaf-mute before." The girl reacted by sitting up a little further, a movement which allowed the sheet to slip down from her breasts. They were the most perfectly formed that Masik had ever seen, rounded, almost pneumatic in their fullness, with upright nipples, and his mouth went dry as he advanced to the side of the bed and knelt down. The girl's dark eyes remained fixed on his, bold and yet tender, as he put out his hand and with his fingertips gently traced a line from the 3 dots on her forehead, down her cheek and neck, and on to the smooth curvature of her breast. His hand lingered there briefly, and was moving on towards the languorous upthrust of her hip, taking the edge of the sheet with it, when she made a small inarticulate sound of protest and caught his wrist. Thwarted and tantalized, Masik gripped the sheet with the intention of ripping it away from the lower part of her body. Then he saw that the girl was still smiling. She let go of his wrists, raised her hands to his chest, and began to undo his shirt, fumbling in her eagerness. "You raunchy little so-and-so," Masik said in a gratified whisper. He got to his feet, tearing at his clothing, and in a few seconds was standing naked beside the bed. The girl relaxed onto her pillow, waiting for him. He lowered his thick torso onto the bed beside her and brought his mouth down on hers. She returned his kiss in a curiously inexpert manner, which served only to heighten his pleasure. Giving way to his impatience, he propped himself up on one elbow and used his free hand to throw back the sheet, his eyes hungering for the promised magical concourse of hip and belly and thigh unique to woman. The ovipositor, projecting from the she-creature's groin, was a tapering, horny spike. Transparent eggs were already flowing from the aperture at its tip, bubbling and winking, sliming its sides, adding to the jellied mass of spawn which had gathered on her distended abdomen. Masik had time for a single whimper of despair. Then the she-creature was on him, bearing down with an inhuman strength, which was scarcely necessary. The first probing stab from the ovipositor had hurt for only an instant. Then ancient and merciful chemistries had taken over, obliterating all pain, inducing a flaccid paralysis which gripped his entire frame. He lay perfectly still, hushed and bemused, as his lover worked on him, stabbing again and again, skillfully avoiding vital organs, filling his body cavities with the eggs, which would soon produce 1,000 hungry larvae. It's a pity she had to change. I liked her better the other way. Before those dots on her forehead changed into watchful black beads, before her eyes developed the facets and began to drift to the side of her head, before those magnificent breasts began reshaping themselves into a central pair of legs. But she's kind to me, and that counts for a lot. Waits on me hand and foot like an attentive lover. Even when I wake up during the night, I can see her standing at the door of the room, always watching, always waiting. But what's she waiting for? That's what I ask myself every so often. And when I do... Gene Wolfe, Kevin Malone. Gene Wolfe was born in Brooklyn in 1931 and sent me a biographical essay as engrossing as his stories. Here it is, he wrote at the top. Good luck. I'm tempted to run it complete, but this book is already longer than it was supposed to be. Soon he was in Peoria, where little Rosemary Deach lived next door. But by the late 30s he was established in Houston, where he attended Edgar Allan Poe Elementary School, read Masque of the Red Death in 5th grade, learned The Raven in 6th, enviably. I had to make do with Jane Austen and Matthew Arnold. 5 blocks away from home was the Richmond Pharmacy, where he read famous fantastic mysteries behind the candy case. High school led by a devious route to the National Guard, whence he landed at Texas A&M, an all-male land-grant university specializing in animal husbandry and engineering. Only Dickens could have done justice to A&M as I knew it, and he would not have been believed. The GI Bill eventually got him to the University of Houston. He married Rosemary Deach 5 months after taking a job in engineering development. After 16 years, he joined the staff of plant engineering. The Wolfe children are Roy II, Madeleine, Therese, and Matthew. Soon after the marriage, he began to write, in the hope of making enough money to buy furniture. Since then, he has published more than 80 stories. The Death of Dr. Island, not to be confused with The Island of Dr. Death, or The Doctor of Death Island, won a Nebula Award for Best Novella. His contemporary novel Peace won the Chicago Foundation for Literature Award. Other novels are the fantasy Devil in a Forest, Operation Ares, and The Fifth Head of Cerberus, one of the subtlest of science fiction novels. His approach to the tale of terror is subtle too, as you will see. Marcella and I were married in April. I lost my position with Kitterly, Bruce, and Drake in June, and by August we were desperate. We kept the apartment. I think we both felt that if we lowered our standards there would be no chance to raise them again. But the rent tore at our small savings. All during July I had tried to get a job at another brokerage firm, and by August I was calling fraternity brothers I had not seen since graduation, and expressing an entire willingness to work in whatever businesses their fathers owned. One of them, I think, must have mailed us the advertisement. Attractive young couple, well-educated and well-connected, will receive free housing, generous living allowance for minimal services. There was a telephone number, which I omit for reasons that will become clear. I showed the clipping to Marcella, who was lying with her cocktail shaker on the chaise longue. She said, "Why not?" And I dialed the number. The telephone buzzed in my ear, paused, and buzzed again. I allowed myself to go limp in my chair. It seemed absurd to call at all. For the advertisement to have reached us that day, it must have appeared no later than yesterday morning. If the position were worth having. The Pines. I pulled myself together. You placed a classified ad for an attractive couple, well-educated, and the rest of it. I did not, sir. However, I believe my master did. I am Priest, the butler. I looked at Marcella, but her eyes were closed. Do you know, Priest, if the opening has been filled? I think not, sir. May I ask your age? I told him. At his request, I also told him Marcella's. She was 2 years younger than I, and gave him the names of the schools we had attended, described our appearance, and mentioned that my grandfather had been a governor of Virginia, and that Marcella's uncle had been ambassador to France. I did not tell him that my father had shot himself rather than face bankruptcy, or that Marcella's family had disowned her. But I suspect he guessed well enough what our situation was. You will forgive me, sir, for asking so many questions. We are almost a half-day's drive, and I would not wish you to be disappointed. I told him that I appreciated that, and we set a date, Tuesday of the next week, on which Marcella and I were to come out for an interview with the master. Priest had hung up before I realized that I had failed to learn his employer's name. During the teens and 20s, some very wealthy people had designed estates in imitation of the palaces of the Italian Renaissance. The Pines was one of them, and better preserved than most. The fountain in the courtyard still played, the marbles were clean and unyellowed, and if no red-robed cardinal descended the steps to a carriage blazoned with the Borgia arms, one felt that he had only just gone. No doubt the place had originally been called La Capanna, or Il Eremitaggio. A serious-looking man in dark livery opened the door for us. For a moment he stared at us across the threshold. "Very well," he said. "I beg your pardon?" "I said that you are looking very well." He nodded to each of us in turn and stood aside. "Sir? Madame? I am Priest. Will your master be able to see us?" For a moment some exiled expression, it might have been amusement, seemed to tug at his solemn face. "The music-room, perhaps, sir?" I said I was sure that would be satisfactory, and followed him. The music-room held a Steinway, a harp, and a dozen or so comfortable chairs. It overlooked a rose garden in which old remontant varieties were beginning that second season that is more opulent, though less generous, than the first. A kneeling gardener was weeding one of the beds. "This is a wonderful house," Marcella said. "I really didn't think there was anything like it left. I told him you'd have a John Collins, all right? You were looking at the roses." "Perhaps we ought to get the job first." "I can't call him back now. And if we don't get it, at least we'll have had the drinks." I nodded to that. In 5 minutes they arrived, and we drank them and smoked cigarettes we found in a humidor. English cigarettes of strong Turkish tobacco. A maid came and said that Mr. Priest would be much obliged if we would let him know when we would dine. I told her that we would eat whenever it was convenient, and she dropped a little curtsy and withdrew. "At least," Marcella commented, "he's making us comfortable while we wait." Dinner was lamb and aspic, and a salad with a maid, another maid, and footman to serve, while Priest stood by to see that it was done properly. We ate at either side of a small table on a terrace overlooking another garden, where antique statues faded to white glimmerings as the sun set. Priest came forward to light the candles. "Will you require me after dinner, sir?" "Will your employer require us? That's the question." "Bateman can show you to your room, sir, when you are ready to retire. Julia will see to Madame." I looked at the footman, who was carrying in fruit on a tray. "No, sir, that is Carter. Bateman is your man." "And Julia," Marcella put in, "is my maid, I suppose?" "Precisely." Priest gave an almost inaudible cough. "Perhaps, sir, and Madame, you might find this useful." He drew a photograph from an inner pocket and handed it to me. It was a black-and-white snapshot, somewhat dog-eared. 24 people, most of them in livery of one kind or another, stood in brilliant sunshine on the steps at the front of the house, men behind women. There were names in India ink across the bottom of the picture. James Sutton, Edna de Buck, Lloyd Bateman. "Our staff, sir," I said. "Thank you, Priest. No, you needn't stay tonight." The next morning Bateman shaved me in bed. He did it very well, using a straight razor and scented soap applied with a brush. I had heard of such things. I think my grandfather's valet may have shaved him like that before the First World War. But I had never guessed that anyone kept up the tradition. Bateman did, and I found I enjoyed it. When he had dressed me, he asked if I would breakfast in my room. "I doubt it," I said. "Do you know my wife's plans?" "I think it likely she will be on the south terrace, sir. Julia said something to that effect as I was bringing in your water." "I'll join her, then." "Of course, sir." He hesitated. "I don't think I'll require a guide, but you might tell my wife I'll be with her in 10 minutes or so." Bateman repeated his, "Of course, sir," and went out. The truth was that I wanted to assure myself that everything I had carried in the pockets of my old suit, car keys, wallet, and so on, had been transferred to the new one he had laid out for me, and I did not want to insult him, if I could prevent it, by doing it in front of him. Everything was where it should be, and I had a clean handkerchief in place of my own only slightly soiled one. I pulled it out to look at. Irish linen, and a flutter of green came with it. 2 bills, both 50s. Over Eggs Benedict I complimented Marcella on her new dress, and asked if she had noticed where it had been made. "Rose. It's a little shop on Fifth Avenue." "You know it, then?" "Nothing unusual?" She answered, "No, nothing unusual," more quickly than she should have, and I knew that there had been money in her new clothes, too, and that she did not intend to tell me about it. "We'll be going home after this. I wonder if they'll want me to give this jacket back." "Going home?" She did not look up from her plate. "Why? And who are they?" "Whoever owns this house. Yesterday you called him he." "You said priests talked about the master, so that seemed logical enough. Today you're afraid to deal with even presumptive masculinity." I said nothing. "You think he spent the night in my room. They separated us, and you thought that was why, and you just waited there." "Was it under a sheet?" "For me to scream or something? And I didn't." "I was hoping you had, and I hadn't heard you." "Nothing happened, damn it. I went to bed and went to sleep. But as for going home, you're out of your mind. Can't you see we've got the job? Whoever he is, wherever he is, he likes us. We're going to stay here and live like human beings, at least for a while." And so we did. That day we stayed on from hour to hour, after that from day to day, and at last from week to week. I felt like Klipspringer, the man who was Jay Gatsby's guest for so long that he had no other home, except that Klipspringer, presumably, saw Gatsby from time to time, and no doubt made agreeable conversation, and perhaps even played the piano for him. Our Gatsby was absent. I do not mean that we avoided him, or that he avoided us. There were no rooms we were forbidden to enter, and no times when the servants seemed eager that we should play golf or swim or go riding. Before the good weather ended, we had 2 couples up for a weekend, and when Betty Windgasson asked if Marcella had inherited the place, and then if we were renting it, Marcella said, "Oh, do you like it?" in such a way that they left, I think, convinced that it was ours, or as good as ours. And so it was. We went away when we chose, which was seldom, and returned when we chose, quickly. We ate on the various terraces and balconies, and in the big formal dining room, and in our own bedrooms. We rode the horses and drove the Mercedes, and the cranky, appealing old Jaguar, as though they were our own. We did everything, in fact, except buy the groceries and pay the taxes and the servants. But someone else was doing that, and every morning I found $100 in the pockets of my clean clothes. If summer had lasted forever, perhaps I would still be there. The poplars lost their leaves in one October week. At the end of it I fell asleep listening to the hum of the pump that emptied the swimming pool. When the rain came, Marcella turned sour and drank too much. One evening I made the mistake of putting my arm about her shoulders as we sat before the fire in the trophy room. "Get your filthy hands off me," she said. "I don't belong to you." "Priest, look here. He hasn't said an intelligent word to me all day or done a decent thing, and now he wants to paw me all night." Priest pretended, of course, that he had not heard her. "Look over here. Damn it, you're a human being, aren't you?" He did not ignore that. "Yes, madame, I am a human being." "I'll say you are. You're more a man than he is. This is your place, and you're keeping us for pets. Is it me you want, or him? You sent us the ad, didn't you? He thinks you go into my room at night, or he says he does. Maybe you really come to his. Is that it?" Priest did not answer. I said, "For God's sake, Marcella." "Even if you're old, Priest, I think you're too much of a man for that." She stood up, tottering on her long legs and holding on to the stonework of the fireplace. "If you want me, take me. If this house is yours, you can have me. We'll send him to Vegas, or throw him on the dump." In a much softer tone than he usually used, Priest said, "I don't want either of you, madame." I stood up then and caught him by the shoulders. I had been drinking too. though only half or a quarter as much as Marcella. But I think it was more than that. It was the accumulated frustration of all the days since Jim Bruce told me I was finished. I outweighed Priest by at least 40 pounds, and I was 20 years younger. I said, "I want to know." "Release me, sir, please." "I want to know who it is. I want to know now. You see that fire? Tell me, Priest, or I swear I'll throw you in it." His face tightened at that. "Yes," he whispered, and I let go of his shoulders. "It was not the lady, sir. It was you. I want that understood this time." "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm not doing this because of what she said." "You aren't the master, are you? For God's sake, tell the truth." "I have always told the truth, sir." "No, I am not the master." "Do you remember the picture I gave you?" I nodded. "You discarded it." "I took the liberty, sir, of rescuing it from the waste-can in your bedroom. I have it here." He reached into his coat and pulled it out, just as he had on the first day, and handed it to me. "It's one of these? One of the servants?" Priest nodded and pointed with an impeccably manicured forefinger to the figure at the extreme right of the second row. The name beneath it was Kevin Malone. "Him?" Silently, Priest nodded again. I had examined the picture on the night he had given it to me, but I had never paid special attention to that particular half-inch-high image. The person it represented might have been a gardener, a man of middle age, short and perhaps stocky. A soft, sweat-stained hat cast a shadow on his face. "I want to see him." I looked towards Marcella, still leaning against the stonework of the mantel. "We want to see him." "Are you certain, sir?" "Damn you, get him!" Priest remained where he was, staring at me. I was so furious that I think I might have seized him as I had threatened and pushed him into the fire. Then the French windows opened, and there came a gust of wind. For an instant I think I expected a ghost, or some turbulent elemental spirit. I felt that pricking at the neck that comes when one reads Poe alone at night. The man I had seen in the picture stepped into the room. He was a small and very ordinary man, and worn khaki. But he left the windows wide behind him, so that the night entered with him, and remained in the room for as long as we talked. "You own this house," I said. "You're Kevin Malone." He shook his head. "I am Kevin Malone. This house owns me." Marcella was standing straighter now, drunk, yet still at that stage of drunkenness in which she was conscious of her condition and could compensate for it. "It owns me, too," she said, and walking almost normally, she crossed the room to the baronial chair Malone had chosen, and managed to sit down at his feet. "My father was the man of all work here. My mother was the parlour-maid. I grew up here, washing the cars and raking leaves out of the fountains. Do you follow me? Where did you grow up?" I shrugged. "Various places. Richmond, New York, 3 years in Paris. Until I was sent off to school, we lived in hotels mostly." "You see, then, you can understand." Malone smiled for a moment. "You're still recreating the life you had as a child, or trying to. Isn't that right? None of us can be happy any other way, and few of us even want to try." "Thomas Wolfe said you can't go home again," I ventured. "That's right, you can't go home. There's one place where we can never go. Haven't you thought of that? We can dive to the bottom of the sea, and some day NASA will fly us to the stars, and I have known men to plunge into the past or the future and drown. But there's one place we can't go. We can't go where we are already. We can't go home because our minds and our hearts and our immortal souls are already there." Not knowing what to say, I nodded, and that seemed to satisfy him. Priest looked as calm as ever, but he made no move to shut the windows, and I sensed that he was somehow afraid. I was put into an orphanage when I was 12, but I never forgot the Pines. I used to tell the other kids about it, and it got bigger and better every year. But I knew what I said could never equal the reality. He shifted in his seat, and the slight movement of his legs sent Marcella sprawling passed out. She retained a certain grace still. I have always understood that it is the reward of studying ballet as a child. Malone continued to talk. They'll tell you it's no longer possible for a poor boy with a second-rate education to make a fortune. Well, it takes luck, but I had it. It also takes the willingness to risk it all. I had that, too, because I knew that for me anything under a fortune was nothing. I had to be able to buy this place, to come back and buy the Pines, and staff it and maintain it. That's what I wanted, and nothing less would make any difference. You're to be congratulated, I said. But why? He laughed. It was a deep laugh, but there was no humor in it. Why don't I wear a tie and eat my supper at the end of the big table? I tried it. I tried it for nearly a year, and every night I dreamed of home. That wasn't home, you see. Wasn't the Pines. Home is 3 rooms above the stables. I live there now. I live at home, as a man should. It seems to me that it would have been a great deal simpler for you to have applied for the job you fill now. Malone shook his head impatiently. That wouldn't have done it at all. I had to have control. That's something I learned in business, to have control. Another owner would have wanted to change things, and maybe he would even have sold out to a subdivider. No. Besides, when I was a boy, this estate belonged to a fashionable young couple. Suppose a man of my age had bought it, or a young woman, some whore. His mouth tightened, then relaxed. You and your wife were ideal. Now I'll have to get somebody else, that's all. You can stay the night, if you like. I'll have you driven into the city tomorrow morning. I ventured. You needed us as stage properties, then. I'd be willing to stay on those terms. Malone shook his head again. That's out of the question. I don't need props. I need actors. In business, I put on little shows for the competition, if you know what I mean, and sometimes even for my own people, and I've learned that the only actors who can really do justice to their parts are the ones who don't know what they are. Really? I began. He cut me off with a look, and for a few seconds we stared at one another. Something terrible lived behind those eyes. Frightened, despite all reason could tell me, I said, I understand, and stood up. There seemed to be nothing else to do. I'm glad, at least, that you don't hate us. With your childhood, it would be quite natural if you did. Will you explain things to Marcella in the morning? She'll throw herself at you no matter what I say. He nodded absently. May I ask one question more? I wondered why you had to leave and go into the orphanage. Did your parents die or lose their places? Malone said, Didn't you tell him, priest? It's the local legend. I thought everyone knew. The butler cleared his throat. The elder Mr. Malone, he was the stableman here, sir, though it was before my time. He murdered Betty Malone, who was one of the maids. Or at least, he was thought to have, sir. They never found the body, and it's possible he was accused falsely. Buried her on the estate, Malone said. They found bloody rags and the hammer, and he hanged himself in the stable. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. The wind whipped the drapes like wine-red flags. They knocked over a vase, and Priest winced, but Malone did not seem to notice. She was 20 years younger and a tramp, he said. Those things happen. I said, Yes, I know they do, and went up to bed. I do not know where Marcella slept. Perhaps there on the carpet, perhaps in the room that had been hers, perhaps even in Malone's servant's flat over the stables. I breakfasted alone on the terrace, then, without Bateman's assistance, packed my bags. I saw her only once more. She was wearing a black silk dress. There were circles under her eyes, and her head must have been throbbing, but her hand was steady. As I walked out of the house, she was going over the Sèvres with a peacock feather duster. We did not speak. I have sometimes wondered if I were wholly wrong in anticipating a ghost when the French windows opened. How did Malone know the time had come for him to appear? Of course, I have looked up the newspaper reports of the murder. All the old papers are on microfilm at the library, and I have a great deal of time. There is no mention of a child. In fact, I got the impression that the identical surnames of the murderer and his victim were coincidental. Malone is a common enough one, and there were a good many Irish servants then. Sometimes I wonder if it is possible for a man, even a rich man, to be possessed and not to know it. Kit Reed, Chicken Soup. Kit Reed lives in Connecticut, and there isn't much more I can say about her. Her science fiction novels are Magic Time and Armed Camps, but she also writes novels outside that field. For example, The Ballad of T. Ranchula. Her play, The Bath Escape, was produced on American Public Radio. I get the impression that she likes her work to speak for her, and so it does, not least in the collection of Mr. Daw V. and The Killer Mice. So does this one, a fine example of, among other things, the retrospectively horrific title. When he was little, Harry loved being sick. He would stay in bed with his books and toys spread out on the blankets and wait for his mother to bring him things. She would come in with orange juice and aspirin at mid-morning. At lunchtime she always brought him chicken soup with floating island for dessert. And when he had eaten, she would straighten the pillow and smooth his covers and settle him for his nap. As long as he was sick, he could stay in this nest of his own devising, safe from schoolmates' teasing and teachers who might lose their tempers and falling down and getting hurt. He could wake up and read or drowse in front of the television, perfectly content. Sometime late in the afternoon, when his throat was scratchy and boredom was threatening his contentment, he would start watching the bedroom door. The shadows would be long by that time, and Harry restless, and perhaps faintly threatened by longer shadows that lurked outside his safe little room, the first intimations of anxiety, accident, and risk. Finally, he would hear her step on the stair, the clink of ice in their best glass pitcher, and she would come in with cookies and lemonade. He would gulp the first glass all at once, and then, while she poured him another, he would feel his own forehead in hopes it would be hot enough to entitle him to another day. He would say, "I think my head is hot. What do you think?" She would touch his forehead in loving complicity. Then the two of them would sit there together, Harry and Mommy, happy as happy in the snug world they had made. Harry's father had left his widow well fixed, which meant Mommy didn't have to have a job, so she had all the time in the world to make the house pretty and cook beautiful meals for Harry, and do everything he needed even when he wasn't sick. She would wake him early so they could sit down to a good hot breakfast together, pancakes with sausage and orange juice, after which they would read to each other out of the paper until it was time for Harry to go. They always talked over the day when he came home from school, and then, being a good mother, she would say, "Don't you want to play with a little friend?" She always made cookies when his friends came over, rolling out the dough and cutting it in neat circles with the rim of a wine-glass dusted with sugar. She sat in the front row at every violin and flute recital, and when Harry had trouble with a teacher, any kind of trouble at all, she would go up to the grammar school and have it out with him. Harry's bed was made for him, and his lunches carefully wrapped, and although nobody would find out until they reached middle school and took communal showers, Harry's mother ironed his underwear. In return, Harry emptied the garbage and made the phone calls and did most of the things the man of the house would have done if he had been there.
Like all happy couples, they had their fights, which lasted only an hour or two and cleared the air nicely. Usually they ended with one of them apologizing and the other saying, with admirable largesse, "I forgive you." In fact, the only bad patch they had came in the spring of the year Harry was 12, when Charles appeared with a bottle of wine and an old college yearbook in which he and Harry's father were featured. Naturally, Mommy invited him to dinner, and Harry was shocked to come out of the kitchen with the bottle opener just in time to hear his mother saying, "You don't know what a relief it is to have an adult to talk to for a change." Didn't Harry get asthma that night? And wasn't he homesick for the rest of the week? He did not spend his usual happy sick time, because his mother seemed distracted, almost to the point of being neglectful, and he was absolutely astonished at lemonade time that Friday. There were 2 sets of footsteps on the stairs. Mommy came in first. "Oh, Harry, I have a surprise for you." "I'm too sick." She managed to keep the smile in her voice. "It's Charles. He's brought you a present." "I don't want it." He flopped on his stomach and put the pillows over his head. "Oh, Harry." "Let me handle this." There was Charles's voice in his bedroom, that had always been sacrosanct. Harry wanted to rage and drive him out. He might even brain him with a bookend. But that would involve showing himself, and as long as he stayed under the pillows, there was the chance Charles would give up and go away. There was something wriggling on his bed. "Help! What's that?" "It's a puppy." "Go away." "Charles has brought you a lovely puppy." "A puppy?" There it was. He was so busy playing with it that he only half heard when Mommy said the puppy's name was Ralph, and Ralph was going to keep him company while she and Charles went out for a little while. "Wait," Harry said, or tried to, but the puppy was warm under his hands, and he couldn't keep his mind on what he was saying. It had already wet the blanket, and Harry was riveted by the experience. The wet was soaking right through the blanket and the sheet and into Harry's pajama leg, and by the time he had responded to the horror and the wonder of it, Mommy had already kissed him, and she and Charles were gone. For the first hour or two he and the puppy were happy together. But just as he began to take it into his confidence, convincing himself that it was company enough, the puppy flopped on its side and slept like a stone, leaving Harry alone in the room, jabbering to the gathering shadows. He clutched the covers under his chin and kept on talking, but the empty house was terrifying in its silence, so that Harry too fell silent, certain that both he and the house were listening. She took forever to come home. When she did come in, she was voluble and glowing, absently noting that she had forgotten to leave him anything for supper, passing it off with a half-hearted apology and a long recital of everything Charles had said and thought. She approached the bed with the air of a jeweler unveiling his finest creation, and proffered a piece of Black Forest cake she had wrapped carefully right there in the restaurant, and brought halfway across town, cradled in her lap. Harry did the only logical thing under the circumstances. He started wheezing. The puppy woke and blundered across the blanket to butt him with its head. He picked it up, murmuring to it between wheezes. "Harry, Harry, what's the matter?" he said to the puppy. "I told you I was sick." "Harry, please." She proffered cough medicine, and he spurned it. She held out the inhaler, and he knocked it away. He said, not to her, but to the puppy, "Mommy left me alone when I was sick." "Harry, please." "Right, puppy." "Oh, Harry, please take your medicine." "It's you and me, puppy, you and me." Harry and the puppy were thick as thieves for the next couple of days. They refused to read the paper with his mother when she came in with breakfast, and they wouldn't touch anything on any of her trays. Instead, they bided their time and sneaked down to raid the kitchen when she was asleep. They talked only to each other, refusing all her advances, brooking no excuses and no apologies. On the 3rd day she cracked. She came to Harry's room empty-handed and weeping. "All right. What do you want me to do?" He answered in a flash. "Never leave me alone when I'm sick." "Is that all?" "I don't like that guy." "Charles?" "I don't like him." Her face was a study. Whatever she felt for Charles, and a tug-of-war with the ancient visceral pull. After a pause, she said, "I don't like him either." Harry smiled. "Mommy, I'm hungry. I'll bring you a nice bowl of chicken soup." That was the end of Charles. After that, Harry and his mother were closer than ever. If it cost her anything to say goodbye to romance, she was gallant about it and kept her feelings well hidden. There was Harry to think about. She was the one who argued with his teachers over that last quarter of a point and prepped him for tests and sent the coach packing when he suggested that with his build Harry was a natural for basketball. And if Harry seemed at all reluctant to give up the team trips, boys and girls together on a dark and crowded bus, his mother pointed out that it would be the worst possible thing for his asthma. It was his mother who badgered the dean of admissions until Harry was enrolled in the college of his choice, located 3 convenient blocks from their house. They were both astonished when at the end of the first term the dean suggested that he take a year off because he needed to mature. Harry and his mother talked about it privately and concluded that for whatever reasons the administration objected to the presence of a middle-aged woman, however attractive, at the college hangout and in various seminars and waiting with Harry on the bench outside the dean's office until it was his turn to go in. "Who needs college?" she said. Harry thought, but did not say, "Hey, wait." "After all," she was saying, "we both know you're going to be an artist." Harry was not so sure. His mother had enrolled him in the class because she had always wanted art lessons, and so she assumed he would want them too. And Harry dutifully went to the Institute on Tuesday to do still lifes of Fruit of the Season with the same old clay wine bottle and pencil, charcoal, pastels, and acrylics. His colors all ran together, and the shapes were hideous, but his mother admired them all the same. "Oh, Harry," she would say, promiscuous in her approval, "that's just beautiful." "That's what you always say." It irritated him because it meant nothing, so that he was both flattered and fascinated when the cute girl from the next class came in just as he was finishing a depressing oil of that same old wine bottle, with dead leaves and acorns this time, and said, in hushed tones, "Gee, that really stinks." "Do you really think so?" "Sorry, You're the first person who's ever told the truth. What's your name?" "Marianne." Harry fell in love with her. It was around this time that his mother began to get on his nerves. If he lingered after class to talk to Marianne or buy her a cup of coffee, his mother would spring out the front door before he put his key in the lock. She would be a one-woman pageant of anxiety. "Where have you been? What kept you? I thought you'd been hit by a taxi or run over by a truck. Oh, Harry, don't frighten me like that again." He would say, "Oh, Ma," but she would already be saying, "The least you could do is call when you're going to be late." She managed to be in the hall every time he used the phone, and when he began to go out with Marianne, she could not keep herself from asking where he was going, how long he would be. It didn't matter whether he came home at 10 or 12 or 2 or 4 a.m., she would be rattling the kitchen. Her voice would take on the high hum of hysteria. "I couldn't sleep." He should have known better than to bring Marianne home to meet her. She didn't do much. She didn't say much. But she brought in his puppy, which was no longer a puppy, but instead was aging, balding, with broken, rotting teeth. When Harry squatted to pet the dog, his mother looked at Marianne over his head. "That's the only thing Harry has ever loved. Can't sleep without him." Marianne looked at her in shock. "What?" "Right next to him on the pillow, too, head to head. I tried to get him to put that thing in the cellar, but all I have to do is mention it, and Harry starts to wheeze." "Harry wheezes?" "Oh, all the time," his mother said cheerfully, opening the front door for her. When she was gone, Harry turned on his mother in a rage, but she managed to stop him in his tracks. "I only do these things because I love you. Think of what I have given up for you." She was wheezing herself as she confronted him with their whole past history in her face. "Oh, Mother, I don't like Marianne." All their years together accumulated and piled into him like the cars of a fast express. "I don't like her either," he said. At the same time, he knew he could not stand the force of his mother's love, wanted to leave her because he was suffocating, did not know how. He didn't know whether he would ever find another girl who loved him, but if he did, he was going to handle it differently. His first vain thought was to marry his mother off, but she would not even accept a date. "You might need me," she said, in spite of all his protests that he was grown now, would do fine without her. "I wouldn't do that to you." It was implied that he wouldn't do that to her either, but he would in a flash, if he could only figure out how. It was around this time that he started going into the library in the evenings, and it was natural that he should find himself attracted to one of the librarians. She liked him, too, and they had a nice thing going there in the stacks, late-night sandwiches and hurried kisses. But one night Harry heard a distinct rustling in the next aisle, and when he came around the end of Q to S and into T to Z, he found his mother crouching, just as the girl he had been fondling saw her, and began to scream. When he stamped into the house that night, she greeted him with a big smile and an apple pie. "Mother, how could you?" "Look, Harry, I baked this for you. Your favorite." "How could you do a thing like that?" "Why, Harry, you know I would do anything for you." "But you... damn... ruined..." He was frothing, raging, and inarticulate. He looked into that face suffused by blind mother love, and in his fury took desperate measures to dramatize his anger and frustration. "You..." He snatched the pie from her, ignoring her craven smile. "Have..." He raised it above his head, overriding her hurried, "It's your favorite," and screamed, "Got to stop!" He took the fruit of her loving labor and dashed it to the floor. There. He was exhausted, quivering, and triumphant. He had made her understand. She had to understand. When the red film cleared and he could see again, she was on her hands and knees in front of him, scraping bits of pie off the rug as if nothing could make her happier. "Oh, Harry," she said, imperturbable in her love, "you know I would do anything for you." A less determined son would have given up at that point, sinking into the morass of mother love. But two things happened to Harry around that time, each peculiarly liberating. First, his puppy died. Then they began life classes at the Institute, and Harry, who up to that point had seen only selected fragments of his mother, saw his first woman nude. Her name was Karl, and he fell in love with her. They began to stay after class, Harry pretending to keep sketching, Karl pretending to pose, until the night their hands met as he pretended to adjust her drape, and Karl murmured into his ear, and Harry took her home. He may have been aware of rustling in the bushes outside the studio, or of somebody following as they went up the drive to Karl's bungalow. He may have sensed a determined, feral presence under Karl's bedroom window, but he tried to push back the awareness, to begin what Karl appeared to be so ready to begin. He would have, too, kissing her as he took off his shirt. But as he clasped her to him, Karl went rigid and began to scream. He turned quickly to see what had frightened her, and although he caught only a glimpse of the face in the window, it was enough. "Harry, what is it?" He lied. "Only a prowler. I think it's gone." He knew it wasn't. "Then kiss me." "I can't." He just couldn't. "Please." "I can't. Yet. There's something I have to take care of." "Don't go." "I have to." "When will you come back?" "As soon as I can. It may not be until tomorrow." "Tomorrow, then." Gradually she let go. "Tomorrow or never, Harry. I don't wait." "I promise." He was buttoning his shirt. "But right now there's something I have to do." She was waiting for him at the end of the driveway, proffering something.
He didn't know how she had got there because he had taken the car. He had the idea she might have run the whole way because she was breathing hard and her clothes were matted with brambles. Her stockings were torn and muddy at the knees. Her face was a confusing mixture of love and apprehension, and as he came towards her, she shrank. "I thought you might need your sweater." He looked at her without speaking. "I only do these things because I love you." He opened the car door. "Harry, you know I'd do anything for you." He still did not speak. "If you're mad at me, go ahead and get good and mad at me. You know I'll forgive you no matter what you do." "Get in." She made one more stab. "It's raining, Harry. I thought you might be cold." Later, when they made the turn away from their house and up the road into the foothills, she said, "Harry, where are we going? Where are you taking me?" His response was dredged from millennia of parent-child dialogues. He leaned forward, taking the car into rocky, forbidding country up an increasingly sharp grade. He said, "We'll see." Maybe he only planned to frighten her. But at that last terrible moment she said blindly, "I'll always be there when you need me." He got rid of her by pushing her into Dunman's Gorge. She got right out of the car when he told her to. She would have done anything to keep on his right side. And when he pushed her, she looked back over her shoulder with an inexorable motherly smile. There were dozens of jagged tree stumps and sharp projecting rocks, and she seemed to ricochet off every single one of them going down. But, in spite of that, and perhaps because of the purity of the air and the enormous distance she had to tumble, he thought he heard her calling to him over her shoulder, "I forgive you," the words trailing behind her in a dying fall. He didn't know whether it was guilt or the simple result of going all the way to the peak above Dunman's Gorge and standing out there arguing in such rotten weather, but he was sick by the next evening, either flu or pneumonia, and there was no going to Karl's house that evening to take his reward. He telephoned her instead, and she came to him, looking hurried and distracted, and shying off when he began to cough and sneeze. "I really want to, Harry, but right now you're too contagious." "But, Karl—" He could hardly breathe. "As soon as you get better." She closed the bedroom door behind her. When he tried to get up to plead with her, he found he was too weak to stand. "But, Karl," he said feebly from his bed. "I'll lock the front door behind me," she said, her voice rising behind her as she descended the stairs. "Do you want some chicken soup?" His voice was thin, but he managed to say, "Anything but that." He heard the thump as she closed the front door. Despairing, he fell into a fevered sleep. It may have been partly the depression of illness, the frustration of having his triumph with Karl postponed. It may have been partly delirium, and partly the newly perceived flickering just beyond the circle of his vision, the gathering shadows of mortality. It may only have been a sound that woke him. All Harry knew was that he woke suddenly around midnight, gasping for breath and sitting bolt upright, swaying in the dark. He was paralyzed, trembling in the fearful certainty that something ominous was approaching, coming slowly from a long way off. When he found that his trunk could not support itself and his legs would no longer move, he sank back into the pillows, bloating with dread. There had been a sound, something on the walk, sliding heavily and falling against the front door. "I came as soon as I could." What? Why couldn't he sit up? He did not know how much time passed, but whatever it was in the house now. It seemed to be dragging itself through the downstairs hall. Was that it in the kitchen? In his terror and delirium, he may have blacked out. He came to, returning from nowhere, thought he might have been hallucinating, trying to slow his heart. Then he heard it again. It was on the stairs leading to his room, mounting tortuously. "You're sick." My God. He tried to move. The sound was in the hall outside his room now.
Parts of whatever it was were thumping or sliding wetly against his bedroom door in a travesty of a knock. In another second it would start to fumble with the knob. He cried out in terrible foreknowledge, "Who's there?" "Harry, it's Mother." James Wade, The Pursuer. James Wade was born in 1930 in Illinois, but lives now in Korea, where he works as a journalist and translator. The death of his wife in 1973, the circumstances of which were incorporated into his friend Fritz Leiber's novel, Our Lady of Darkness, to prevent that novel from becoming uncomfortably autobiographical, has stopped him, alas, from writing fiction since then. His stories are collected as Such Things May Be, but he is best known as a composer. His operas include A Wicked Voice, based on Vernon Lee's ghost story, and The Martyred, highly praised by the conductor Fritz Mahler. In Such Things May Be, he describes horror fiction as further and subtler variations on ever more familiar and archaic themes. I think this tells us more about his attitude to his work than about the field. The best macabre fiction is timeless. The Pursuer was written in 1951 and rejected by Weird Tales and Magazine of Fantasy, both of which folded soon after. Urban horror fiction is more plentiful now, but this story has not been left behind by the field. He has been following me for longer than I dare to remember, and it scares me to think how long he may have been following me before I noticed him. He follows me when I go to work in the morning, and when I come home at night. He follows me when I am alone, and when I date a girl or go out with friends, although I've almost stopped doing those things, because it's no fun to be with people while he's around. I can't say to my friends, or to the police, or anyone, "That man there, he's following me. He's been following me for months." They'd think I was crazy. And if I tried to point him out to them another time, somewhere else far away from the first place, to prove it, why, he just wouldn't be there. I'm sure of that. I think I know now what he wants. I remember when I first noticed him. Noticed that he was following me, that is. I was down in the Loop on a Saturday night, just messing around, planning to take in a few of the cheaper bars and lounges. Saturday night is a pretty big night in Chicago. I was getting some cigarettes in a drugstore, and when I turned around, he was there standing right next to me, small and seedy-looking, in a long brown overcoat and a brown hat pulled low. His face was long and leathery, with a thin nose and wide, wet lips. He didn't seem to be looking at me or at anything in particular. I recognized him as the little guy I'd seen around my neighborhood a lot, in stores and on the street. I didn't know who he was, and I'd never talked to him, but I started to open my mouth and say something in a conversational way about running into him down here. Then I looked closer at his face, and for some reason I didn't say anything. I just edged past him and left the store. He followed. Every bar, every lounge, every joint. As I fled from him, one spot to another, I kept remembering other unlikely times and places I'd seen him in the last few days, and longer than that, it seemed to me. Maybe I imagined a few of them, but there were plenty I could be pretty sure about. And I began to get scared. I didn't know what he wanted. I thought he might be planning to rob me or kill me. Why, I didn't know. I had little enough. I couldn't face him. I couldn't look at him. He would come into a place like he always does, just a little after me, very quiet, very unnoticeable, and stay just a medium distance away from me. Nothing suspicious, and he wouldn't leave just when I did. He was too clever for that. But soon after I left a spot, I'd know that he was coming on behind me. I have never heard him speak. The last place I went to that night, I must have been pretty shook up. I couldn't take my eyes away from the door, but I couldn't stand to keep looking at it either. The barkeep,
a big bald-headed guy, leaned forward and squinted at me through the foggy neon light. "What's the matter, buddy? You expecting somebody?" I got up and went out. It took a lot of courage to go through that door. I was deadly afraid of meeting him coming in. I didn't, and I didn't see him on the street either. But right away I knew he was behind me. I was pretty drunk by that time, with all the doubles I had knocked back and the bars I'd visited, and it was like some crazy nightmare, staggering along Randolph Street under all the glaring neon signs, with the loudspeakers blaring music from inside the lounges, and the crowds pushing in every direction. I felt sick, and scared enough almost to cry. People looked at me, but I guess they thought I was just drunk. Naturally, no one ever noticed him. After a while, I threw up in an alley, and then I felt a little calmer and headed for home. I knew he was on the streetcar with me, and I knew he got off at my stop. I went down the street as fast as I could, hardly able to tell my rooming house from all the others just like it. At last I found it and staggered upstairs, groped open my door, and threw the bolt behind me. I went to the window and looked down, peering intently through the darkness towards the splashes of light from the street lamps. But I didn't see him below on the street. It was dark and quiet and empty. I never do see him down there, in fact, but somehow he's always after me as soon as I come out. I went over to the mirror and stood there as if for company. If only I'd had some family or anyone that cared enough to believe such a crazy story. But there was no one. I was very scared. At that time, I believed he wanted to hurt me. I know better now. I went over and lay down on the bed, trembling. After a while, I fell asleep and slept all the next day. When I went out that evening, he was standing on the corner. That's how it's been ever since. Day or night, anywhere, everywhere, I can always spot him if I dare look. I've tried every way to dodge or elude him, even made a sort of grim game out of it. But nothing is any good. All this time I couldn't think of anything to do about him. I knew that I couldn't prove a thing, that there was no way to get any witnesses without making people think I was crazy. I knew that even if I took a train or plane and went 1,000 miles, he'd be there, if he wanted to be, as soon as I was there, or sooner, and it would start all over. After a while, I began almost to get used to it. I became convinced he wouldn't try to hurt me. He'd had too many chances to do that already. The only thing I could think of to do was to keep working, to act as if nothing was the matter, and to ignore him. Maybe someday he wouldn't be there. I started staying in, not seeing anyone, pretending to be sick if friends called. Gradually, they stopped calling. I tried to read magazines all the time I was off work. Lately, I find that I can't stand that anymore. I can't sit in my room and do nothing, and not know where he is. As bad as it is, it's better to know that he's walking behind me, or standing at the end of the bar, or waiting on the corner outside, better than imagining all sorts of things. So I walk. I walk in all kinds of weather, in all kinds of places. I walk at any time of the day or night. I walk for hours, and if I get tired, I get on a streetcar or a bus. And when I get off, I walk some more. I walk along shabby streets of lined-up flats and brownstones where the prostitutes stand under the streetlights after dark and writhe their bodies when you pass by. I walk in the park during afternoon rains, when no one is there but us and the thunder. I walk on the lakefront breakwater at midnight, while the cold wind sends waves slithering inland to shatter into nets of spray. I walk in suburban neighborhoods. The sun bakes the brick and concrete. Cars are parked in neat rows under shade trees. I walk in the snow and slush along Skid Row, where legless beggars and awful cripples and drunks and degenerates sprawl on the sidewalks. I walk through Market Day on Maxwell Street, with all the 1,000,001 things in stalls and booths, with the spicy food smells and the crazy sales spiels and the jabbering crowds of every kind of people on earth. I walk by the university campuses, and the churches, and the blocks and blocks of stores and bars, and I know that whenever I look behind, I'll be able to see his small, shuffling form, that brown hat and overcoat, that long, expressionless face, never looking at me, but knowing I'm there. And I know what he wants. He wants me, some night on a dark street, or in the neon glow outside a tavern, or in a park at noon, or by a church while they're holding services inside and you can hear the hymn singing. He wants me to turn around and wait for him. No. He wants me to walk back and come up to him. He wants more than that. He doesn't expect me to ask what he's doing, why he's following me. The time is long past for that. He wants me. He is inviting me to come up to him in blind rage and attack him, to try to kill him in any way I'm able. And that I must not do. I don't know why, but the thought of doing that, as satisfying as it should be after all I've been through, makes me run cold with a sweat of horror beyond any revulsion I felt for him up to now. I must not, I dare not approach him. Above all, I must not touch him, or try to injure him in any way. I can't imagine what would happen if I did, but it would be very awful. I must continue not to pay him any heed at all. And yet I know, if he keeps on following me, sometime, somewhere, I'll not be able to help myself. I will turn back on him with insane fury and try to kill him, and then... Dennis Etchison and Mark Johnson. The Spot. Dennis Etchison was born in California in 1943 and is getting tired of being described as a young Californian writer. Do you suppose that one of these days I'll pass an invisible peak and suddenly become middle-aged without ever having gone through my prime? He wonders. I suspect that blurb writers on such folk don't quite know how else to describe him, since so many of his stories are uncompromisingly subtle and original. They have appeared in Frights, Orbit, Whispers, the year's best horror stories, Shadows, and Nightmares, as well as in many magazines. His first novel, Red Dreams, a kind of sequel to The Spot, was published recently. Mark Johnson is a cartoonist and illustrator, and a collector of movie memorabilia. Their collaboration is more allegorical than most of the tales in the book, but the allegory by no means explains away the tale. The van crept up Elevado Way, its headlights stabbing like ice picks at the encroaching darkness. Martin kicked at the debris on the floorboard, but the cans and paper bags were all empty. He tried to put the thought of food out of his mind. He rolled down the window and peered out at the old Spanish-style houses, at the sun as it disappeared like a tired eye behind the tops of the palm trees that rimmed the horizon of the city below. "Better step on it, Raj," he said. "The old man doesn't like it when we get in after 7, remember?" "I guess he doesn't have much of a choice, does he?" said Roger, bulldogging the wheels around a steep curve. "He gave us 3 buildings to do today, and overtime is overtime. We're the best team he's got, aren't we? If he doesn't like it, we can always go back on unemployment, right, Jackie? Am I right?" Martin leaned his chin on his hand and watched the flickering tile roofs, which glowed now with a deep ochre stain from the setting sun, as he kept track of the house numbers with one half-closed eye. He was thinking of the time he and Kathy had bought a map to the Stars homes that first week in California. Now he felt that he might be following the endless bifurcations of one of those same winding streets with pretentious, foreign-sounding names. The only thing they had found that seemed alive that Sunday, however, was an old man with an Indian blanket over his legs, his wheelchair planted in the sun on the other side of an enormous lawn fronting a house that looked suspiciously like a misplaced southern mansion. They hadn't got close enough to be sure, but he could not help wondering if there had been more to it than a false front. an old movie set installed around a modest house with a view, perhaps to improve the land value. They had waited there under a shade tree, eating their picnic lunch in the car, but the old man had never moved. For all they could tell, he might have been nothing more than a made-up skeleton set out as a prop on the too-perfect grass. Martin heard his stomach growl. He gave up. "Hey," he said, "you don't have any more of that Kentucky Fried Chicken stashed in back, do you, Rog?" Roger glanced reflexively at the equipment in the rear of the van. "Aw, tighten your belt. We'll be able to cop something when we get inside. This neighborhood's full of fat cats, I can tell. Anyway, I hear it's supposed to be good for people in our profession to stay a little bit hungry." Martin recalled the rotten stench from the refrigerator in the last place they had cleaned, and shuddered. Our profession, he thought. And what profession is that, Roger? If you do that sort of thing, you become that sort of animal, don't you, Rog? He remembered to check the numbers. He blinked and turned his head, almost missing one. "Hey, I think that was it," he said. And then Roger was downshifting and swinging around a gravel circle and braking with a noisy ratcheting in front of the Carlton Arms. It was another of those buildings taped and glued together back in the 50s around an indeterminate number of cracker-box apartments, somehow always more than you would guess from the outside. Martin thought of the architects for these quiet horrors, all right angles of powdering stucco and rust from hidden drain-pipes, as the ballpoint pen boys. They could be relied upon to make an infinite number of copies, but no originals. The manager, a pale, nervous man who treated everyone as a potential process server, scrutinized the work order as they stood shifting their weight from foot to foot, as they studied their shoes and said nothing, and directed them, at last, to the elevator. They passed an overweight housekeeper in a white uniform on her way out of the building. She picked her teeth and watched them suspiciously, as if they were in some strange way competitors. They ignored her and unloaded the wet and dry vac, the buckets and mops and cart full of cleansers and disinfectants from the van, clattered it all through the garage and up to the third floor, to what were undoubtedly still described in rental ads as penthouse apartments. The tenant had probably moved out within the last couple of days, possibly within the last few hours. Martin noticed a half-loaf of not-yet moldy bread on top of an old copy of Variety, a can of crystallized honey, and a plastic bag full of blue-chip stamps. Martin pocketed the stamps as Roger screwed a 250-watt bulb into the kitchen ceiling, and they set to work to make the place habitable for the next occupant, whoever that might be. Who knows what else got left behind, he wondered, in closets and back rooms, in cupboards and under sinks, on top shelves and in forgotten drawers, so much overlooked, or perhaps simply and conveniently disremembered by those on the move, as though on purpose, as a way of shedding the collected burdens of a life gone on too long in one place. Like snakeskins, he thought, or the dead casings of gypsy moths. Still, when he thought of it at all, it always surprised him just how much they left behind, some of it inexplicably valuable. There was a lingering smell about the room that Martin could not quite place. Another housekeeper or maid in a tight white uniform passed by outside. From time to time, as they worked, muffled sounds penetrated the paper-thin plaster, the echo of delicate movements as of mice busy under the linoleum or behind the peeling latex paint on the walls. Martin had just begun cleaning the chipped metal grooves of the sliding windows with a toothbrush when a door on the opposite landing swung slowly open. A beam of dingy light cut through the twilight, tracing faint yellow streaks across the discolored bottom of the empty swimming pool in the courtyard below. "I think we're being watched," he said, pausing between strokes. The window frame had not been cleaned in years. A residue of soot and unidentifiable particles from the air had settled along with the piles of sharp, corroded filings, like insect droppings within the cracks. It was difficult to get rid of, even with the large wire brush and the chemical solvent. "How much longer do you figure, Rog?" We only have one unit to do in this building, don't we? And that's it? 2 more, said Roger. You've got to be kidding. Martin swore under his breath, aware of the woman in the opposite doorway. Her features were lost in darkness, but he could see jagged points of hair sticking out from her head in the backlight, like the spokes of a broken wheel. Get a load of that pose, said Roger, mixing the rug shampoo. I wonder what she's waiting for. Martin made a quick mental note of the proportions, of the odd cant of the limbs. Do you remember The Bride of Frankenstein? He said. I worked with Elsa Lanchester once, said Roger. Did I ever tell you? You did. Many times, he thought. Listen, he said abruptly, dropping the brush. Will you tell me something? What in hell are we doing here? About 3:30 an hour, said Roger. Seriously. Seriously, said Roger. It's my latest role. It's called Paying the Rent. Do you know that the average SAG member makes like $700 a year? But you didn't decide to be an actor for the bucks, said Martin impatiently. You couldn't have. You'd have been a fool. Hell, he thought. The average guys I went to school with, the jocks, are all managing supermarkets or selling Porsches now. I could have had a piece of that. So why didn't I? Why did I turn my back on Kathy, a house, kids? There must be a reason. Or maybe I'm just a fool. Maybe that's all there is to it, after all. Roger unwound the cord and tried to find an outlet. You may not believe this, Jack, he said, but there are times when I'm glad to be pushing a broom for a living. Like right now. He groaned and stretched. Martin heard bones crack in the empty room. My mind's still my own, you know. I mean, when we leave here, we're through. And I'm my own man. Till my agent calls me for another reading, a commercial, anything. I'm not particular. So long as I have the chance to practice my craft. That's crap, thought Martin, but didn't say it, because he didn't know why. But there was something basically wrong with the equation, though it had sounded reasonable enough for him to take this job himself until his next commission, until... Roger was staring across the courtyard. The woman had left the doorway and was now making her way tenuously towards them, one hand on the railing for support. That one's about ready for the bone orchard, if you ask me, said Roger. He backed up and fumbled with the cord reel as if he recognized her, as if he did not want to. His hands were shaking. Why is he so upset? Wondered Martin. Did I ever tell you about my next project, Jack? It's a real departure for me. I've been working on the treatment in my head. He was talking too fast, rattling through the words as if they were beads. The Adventures of Reggae Rat. It's a children's story. Bet you didn't know I could write, too, did you? My agent's been after me for years to put together a property of my own. Naturally, there'll be a part in it for me, so that when I sell the film rights, I'll need an illustrator for the book first, of course. Why don't you see what you can come up with, when you have the time? I know you're doing that other thing on spec right now. What's it called? Pipe Dreams? That's it, isn't it, Jackie? Am I right? Roger stopped talking as the woman arrived at their door. Martin stood to one side to let it happen, whatever it would be. How's it going, ma'am? Said Roger. Nice evening, isn't it? Young man? Began the woman. Martin stifled a laugh. How many more years can we get away with it? Young men on the way up, promising talents, aging enfant terrible, he thought. Very rapidly aging. You simply must help me. I have a terrible, terrible problem. Roger reached for the work order. Let me see here, he said. What apartment was that now? Number 26, she said. I'm only staying between engagements, you understand, until I can find more suitable quarters. But you must come at once. I don't see it, said Roger, scanning the clipboard. Are you sure? Oh, the colored girls come in and clean around me once a week. Or is it once a month? I've so much on my mind these days, you know. But you really must help me. Why, I've called and called to complain, but it never does any good." Roger exchanged glances with Martin. He seemed to be forcing himself to a decision. "Now, just you calm down, ma'am. We'll see what we can do, all right? I'll be over in a jiffy." The old lady wandered away, clutching her housecoat, muttering to herself. "What?" "It's good PR," said Roger, grabbing a box full of cleansers and sponges. "See, we spend 5 minutes with Baby Jane here. She tells the manager tells the old man gets a lock on the building. She's satisfied, and we get a raise. That's called priming the pump, my boy. Greasing the pig." He shouldered a broom and started out. "Do what you can with this dump in the meantime, but don't knock yourself out. I'll be right back." Martin watched as Roger disappeared into the opposite apartment, ahead of the old lady, holding the screen door for her. He shook his head. "Great," he thought. "Who knows when we'll get out of here now?" He withdrew to a corner of the living room and leaned against the wall. He looked around at the floor polisher, the scrub brushes, the plastic jugs of cleaning solution and germ killer, and the packet of paper bands for the toilets that said sanitized in cheerful script. He sighed. He sank down so that he was sitting on the floor and took out his sketch pad and a Pilot fineliner pen. He opened to a blank page. The sketches he had been working up for his Red Dreams concept were all grotesques. She would fit in nicely. Altogether, they would form the core of a fantastic one-man show, if anybody in the La Cienega galleries were into that sort of thing yet. He was trying to reproduce the lumpy outline of her coat when a scream sounded from the other apartment. He tapped the cap of his pen on his teeth. He squinted into the darkness and started to get up. At that instant, the other door opened, and Roger came running with his supplies, looking like a Fuller Brush man who has just been bitten by the family dog. He stumbled in, out of breath. "Jesus Christ," he said, with a wild look in his eyes. "I feel more like I do now than when we got here." Martin put away his notebook. "That bad, huh?" She had seemed like a candidate for the cackle factory, all right. "What happened?" "The usual. She wanted me to kill the rug." "What?" "The lint, rather, on the rug. She says it's really bugs. Cockroaches or something." "Is it? Are Donnie and Marie Osmond sisters?" "I don't know." "My point exactly. I tell you, man, I had to get out of there. I thought I could handle her. I'm used to dealing with people. But I should have trusted my instincts. There's something about that old bird that gives me the creeps. Another minute and I wouldn't have known my own hole from an ass on the ground." Martin considered Roger's face. He was trying to make sense of his partner's overreaction when the screen door slammed open across the way and the old woman staggered out, making unintelligible sounds in her throat. "Here we go again," said Roger. "I can't do it, Jack. You try if you want to. Hey, maybe you can bring us back some eats. She's got something cooking in there. I could smell it. Just don't take too long, okay?" Martin tried in vain to get a good look at her. Probably just an old Hollywood crank, he thought. There must be a lot of them around here. Maybe the whole building's full of them, who knows? Some sort of retirement setup. There were no children visible, no pets, no tricycles. Now that he thought of it, the manager down below had had a certain thespian fussiness about him. "I can pay you," she said as she came up. "Don't worry," said Martin, stepping forward, feeling sorry for her in spite of himself. "A regular service of the Sunshine Cleaning Company. It's all free, and it won't hurt a bit." He left Roger walking behind her at a respectful distance. As he followed her into the apartment, he was finally able to see her bright orange hair and the eyes that bulged like poached eggs through flesh caked with accumulated makeup. There was something vaguely familiar about her, even under the wan light that filtered through the dusty tassels of the lamp. But he still could not place her. She collapsed onto an overstuffed sofa, reupholstered in purple crushed velvet, as if the exertion had been more than she could bear. She was silent for a moment. Then her eyelids unfolded, twitching thickly as she caught him staring at her. "It's there by the table," she said, pointing a long arm that would have been graceful if not for the arthritis. He felt himself bow slightly. Her hand retracted to cover her eyes, shielding them from the light that came through the burnt lampshade. Her chest began to rise and fall, as if she were sinking into a deep slumber. He went to the table, realizing after a few steps that he was on tiptoe. It was a fine old Chippendale, with years of wax rubbed into the surface, but with an incongruous sample of frayed pink velvet thrown haphazardly over the top. There was a small open box of tarnished antique jewelry, a copy of TV Guide, and a framed photograph of what appeared to be a flying saucer. His attention drifted automatically to other photographs and certificates on the wall, glossies gone sepia with age, and news clippings and hand-lettered commendations. He recognized one of the faces, that of a young actor who had been killed tragically in a car crash when Martin himself was a teenager. "It moves," she said. He turned, startled. "I beg your pardon?" "It goes away and then it comes back. I've told them to clean it. I've pleaded and begged, but they won't do anything about it. It always comes back. Small in the afternoons, and then larger in the evenings, but it always comes back. I used to clean it twice a week with the carpet sweeper, but lately I've been so terribly, terribly tired. I don't know why." Her voice failed. Even now, as Martin watched her, the last of her strength seemed to leave her body and seep into the cushions and pillows. What was she talking about? He heard the clinking of silver on dishes and low voices from the next room. He took another step and saw a doorway that led to the kitchen. The old woman moaned and got to her feet. He felt her brush past him, trailing an aura of cheap perfume. "Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face," she said. With a crooked finger, she directed his eyes to the floor, holding the doorframe with her other hand. "Will you help me? If you don't, I don't know what I'll do." "Of course I'll help you," he said quickly. "That's what I'm here for." That seemed to pacify her. She nodded shakily and went on into the kitchen. Martin turned his attention to the carpet at his feet. It was a worn Oriental design with bone-white threads showing through. In the middle, extending outwards from the legs of the table, was a long spider-like spot. It ended at a dark oval outline in the shape of a stomach sack. He knelt and suspended his hand above the pile of the carpet, as if trying to detect something from the feel of it, the texture. The spot flowed over and covered his knuckles. He drew back. The spot returned to the carpet. He stood up and stepped carefully around it. As he did so, the spot enlarged, bleeding off the carpet and onto the floor. Suddenly he let out a chuckle. He looked at the lampshade, the curtained window behind it, the end of the sofa between the lamp and the table. That was all there was to it, then. The spot? It was only a shadow, growing as the sun went down, disappearing and then reappearing when the lamp was snapped on. A shadow, nothing more. He shook his head. He walked around the room, strangely relieved, and again heard voices from the kitchen. "None of the dead has been identified." It was a radio or television set, he realized. He found himself back at the table. He noticed signed photographs on the wall of a man in a gray suit shaking hands with various minor celebrities. One of them was an old-time actor who had appeared in most of the cheap-jack science fiction films of the 50s. Martin had seen them all, or most of them, either in theaters at the time or on the Late Late Show in the years since. One of the certificates was inscribed, "To Albert Zugman, from the Baron Frankenstein Society, in recognition of his contribution to the genre." That was it. The man in the gray suit was none other than the late Albert Zugman, king of the B pictures. His movies had been Martin's absolute favorites as a boy. Perhaps they had even been the original source of his taste for the bizarre. How many times had he sneaked into the old Rialto Theater on Saturday afternoons to see them over and over again? He traced the edges of the publicity stills with genuine affection.
Robot Invaders, circa 1953, if he remembered correctly. And I Was a Teenage Dracula, about 1958. Even Hippie High School, from 1967. That one had been Zugman's last attempt at another kind of exploitation picture. It had failed. So apparently had Zugman. As nearly as Martin could recall, Zugman had died quietly in the early 70s, all but forgotten. The flying saucer? That would be from Mars versus Earth, of course. And the old woman would be Mrs. Zugman herself, the former model and actress, in person. My God, he thought. There must be something he could do for her, some way of repaying even a small part of the hours of pleasure he had received. Then he remembered. He lifted the end of the sofa and moved it 12 or 14 inches, and set it down so that there was no longer a direct line between it and the lamp. There. Now there will be no more shadows to bother her, he thought. It seemed so little. Well, wasn't there something more he could do before he left? Some other detail, perhaps, further to ease her mind? He waited, but she did not come out of the kitchen. He circled the room, a patternless array of objects and memorabilia, a sad mixture of quality furnishings and the dreariest chintz. For the first time he noticed cardboard cartons along one wall, some of them containing odds and ends of statuary, vases, pictures. She, or someone, was in the process of moving her things in or out. He couldn't tell which. He turned into the small hall. It was a cracker-box apartment, all right, with 2 tiny rooms, a kitchen, and a bath. He flicked on the bathroom light. The imitation porcelain basin was coated with layers of spilled face powder, hardened into cement over the years. He switched off the light. In the bedroom was a transparent mask attached to an oxygen tank. Rays of light from a street lamp outside slanted through the adjustable louvered panels of the window, casting sharp vertical shadows over the bed. He heard a sound somewhere behind him. Feeling like a trespasser, he turned back to the living room. She was standing by the table. "Oh," she cried. "Oh, my dear, what have you done?" "Excuse me?" he said hurriedly. "I was just wondering if there was anything more I could—" "You mustn't touch my things." She pressed her hands to her face, her watery eyes fixed on the sofa. "This is all I have left of the estate. I hear them coming in at all hours like thieves in the night, like ants. Oh, you're one of them, aren't you? You're just like the rest." She lunged unsteadily to the kitchen. "Ma'am," he called, following her, "I was only trying to help. Please believe me. Mrs. Zugman?" He saw another person with her in the kitchen, a woman in a white uniform. "Don't make me hurt you," one of them was saying. He couldn't tell which one. He rapped on the door jamb. "Ma'am, if you'll let me explain." She spotted him and hobbled out in a near panic. He heard her closing the door to her bedroom, and her bony fingers struggling with a lock that would not catch. The other woman remained seated at the kitchen table. She leaned forward on her elbows, squeezing something in her fat hands. She might have been Mexican or Middle European. He could not be sure. A portable television set was propped across from her. Patiently, her lidded eyes returned to it. They must be cooks, he thought, all of them in their white dresses. That would explain why they're so well fed, their uniforms taut and bursting at the seams. A huge kettle simmered on the stove. He smelled a familiar lingering odor and recognized it at last as a mixture of heavy spices about to boil, as if held in readiness for a long time. But why? The refrigerator stood open, the racks inside picked clean. It looked as if it had been empty for days, perhaps longer. He took a tentative step forward, trying to think of something to say. There were questions taking shape in his mind, but he did not yet know how to frame them. Her hands flexed almost imperceptibly in the white light, and he saw that she held nothing in them after all. It had been only the fleshiness of her own hands, cupped expectantly around each other. She glanced up at him, her jaws grinding in a steady, regular rhythm. Her lips fell open. There was nothing in her mouth, not yet. And a sudden dread began to overtake him.
creeping up the back of his neck and spreading across his scalp. It was like nothing he had ever felt before. Her jaws clenched and unclenched, a trickle of colorless fluid starting already from the sides of her mouth, dripping from the corners of her faint but unmistakable mustache. She made no move to wipe it away. "Was that trip really necessary?" Roger was saying. He had been muttering for several blocks, but this was the first of his quasi-observations to register. Martin let it go and tried to lose himself in the rush of foliage outside the van. "Can't you step on it?" he thought. Roger tore open a package of Mickey Banana Dreams with his teeth, devoured one, and set the other on the dashboard. He pushed it towards Martin. "Found 'em in one of the drawers," Roger said. "You know, it blows my mind sometimes, the stuff they leave behind when they go." He tried to laugh, but it didn't come out right. He licked his fingers and let the wrapper fly out the window. "Anyway, I just hope the old man doesn't find out about those other 2 units, at least not till we get paid for the week. If the manager complains, we'll say one of us got sick and had to split. Which is true, right?" Roger eyed his partner in the semi-darkness. "She really got to you, didn't she?" "You recognized her before I did," said Martin. Say it, he thought. The van shook, turning downhill. Roger took a long time to answer. "She was Lila Lord," he said wonderingly. "The Lila Lord? I wasn't sure at first." He adjusted the rear-view mirror, his eyes glassy. "But you saw her. That was what got to you, too, wasn't it?" "I saw her," Martin said. He saw her now, in fact. Saw her no matter how hard he tried not to. The tattered robe, the spindly wrists, the veins and age spots on her legs. A tired, starved old woman, living with death and waiting helplessly for the end. It was her final hysterical role, one in which she had awakened to find herself trapped, and from which she could not escape. He tried, but he could not put her out of his mind. "You want to get drunk?" said Roger. "It's late." "That it is. And we have a big new apartment complex over on the east side, first thing tomorrow morning. I saw the order. But I just thought, when we get back to the valley, away from here—" Unexpectedly, Roger's voice, the trained instrument that it was, failed him. "I know," said Martin. "I used to wonder what happens to old actors in this town. Now I wish I'd never found out. Did I ever tell you, Jackie, that I had quite a crush on her? She was the love of my life for years. I collected her pictures on trading cards. Even carried one around in my wallet. I wonder if it's still there. Lila Lord. Jesus Christ." They approached the base of the foothills, where Elevado Way merged and became one with the plain of jewel-like streets and traffic signals and dimly lighted windows, each the tired eye of another private residence, within which one more sad melodrama was playing itself out, alone to the end. And among the lights, Martin knew, were the bright, cold flowers of theater marquees and television screens, where the faces of people long dead and forgotten spoke and gestured from another time and place, and where they would continue to do so, forever perhaps, or until even the last remaining record of their lives would itself break and decompose into remnants to be carted away with the rest, like the actors whose photographs were even now curling and disintegrating on the walls of her apartment. He reached for the pack of cigarettes on the seat. "I didn't know you smoked, Jackie." "I don't." Martin lit up and sat watching the cigarette flare in the darkness, and then subside to an ember. He inhaled deeply, but it did no good. Cars passed them on either side, tail lights breaking and then growing weak in the distance. Once a huge truck roared by, rattling the van from a great height, as if it meant to run them off the road, as if it did not even see them. The vibration knocked the ash from Martin's cigarette. He watched the burning continue the length of the cigarette, converting it all to ashes. "Maybe we're in the wrong profession," said Roger. Martin looked over at him, trying to see his eyes. "I don't just mean sunshine cleaning," said Roger. "I mean—" He cut the wheel sharply, and they mounted an on-ramp. Look, the first thing I had to learn as an actor was to eat shit. Unsalted, you know? And it isn't much better in your field, am I right? Martin thought, why is consensus so important to him? So, what are we breaking our balls for? Can you tell me that? I mean, being an artist is fine if you get the breaks. But why should we waste our whole lives waiting for some kind of, I don't know. Roger's hands trembled on the steering wheel, under the strobing of lights that passed above. I'm sure as hell not going to let myself end up like her. I know that now. The way I see it, we've just been fooling ourselves. What then? Wondered Martin. Let's get it together, Jackie. Who do you think hires those maids, or whatever the hell they are, for example? Somebody, right? He must be raking in the dough. Enough to make some kind of a life, you know? I bet he has guys who do nothing but haul them out in the morning, pick them up at the end of the day. You figure he needs more drivers? That's what we ought to be into, something with a future. What do you think? Martin was thinking about what he had seen at the Carlton Arms. Whether it was true or not in its particulars didn't really matter. The sense of it was the same. It was big fishes eating little fishes, consuming and being consumed, just as we feed and are fed upon in turn by the old man, and so on. The feeling returned then, the feeling that had made him want to be out of there. I have to break the chain, he thought. It stops here. They were nearing the end. The cigarette had burned down to the filter and was sputtering dangerously close to his fingers, but he was not aware of it. For some reason, he was thinking of the young actor who had been killed in the car crash when he himself was only a boy. He felt pain, and his eyes filled with tears. A shadow passed over them as an illuminated road sign swept by overhead. I want out, he heard himself say. Roger smiled at him. I know, believe me. I've got to get home and get something to eat myself. But hey, I think there's a Bob's Big Boy coming up. If you don't want a drink, maybe we could grab a bite before we go back. Man, I sure wouldn't mind having one of those maid's jobs right now, let me tell you. I'll bet they sneak whatever they want right out from under those old birds' noses. Am I right, Jackie? My name's Jack, said Martin. Roger drove on in silence. They left the freeway and headed along the main street, the restaurant logo becoming clearer until it dominated the sky. You sure you don't want to stop? Martin did not answer. Well, said Roger, you give the idea some thought, okay? This racket's for losers. Now, porter-maid, or whatever they call it, that's the kind of scam we should be into, I'm telling you. One thing about it, we'd never go home hungry. At least see if you can find out who they work for. You can do that, can't you? No, thought Martin. No, I can't. He was still hungry, all right, but not that hungry. Cherry Wilder, The Gingerbread House. Cherry Wilder was born and educated in New Zealand, but lived in New South Wales for many years. She now lives in Germany with her husband Horst Grimm and their two daughters, Kathy and Louisa. She began both reading and writing at 6. The Auckland Herald bought a Santa Claus story from her when she was 11. I was bound to get back to speculative fiction, she says, and in 1974, after publishing literary and other short stories, and reviews in Australia, she decided to follow up the success of her first SF story in a Ken Bulmer anthology. Since then, she has appeared in anthologies edited by Terry Carr, Lee Harding, Virginia Kidd, Maxim Jakubowski, and others. And there is a sequel to her novel, The Luck of Bryn's Five. Germans do not think their country particularly haunted or haunting. They tend to believe that all the best ghosts live in England. On the other hand, as a newcomer, I see ghosts and ghost stories looming everywhere. This is her first published ghost story, but will certainly not be her last. Amanda stood in the road for a few minutes after the taxi had driven off. Then she walked back the way they had come, recrossed the rustic bridge, and began to approach the cottage through the woods. It was early afternoon. The mist had begun to lift.
but under the tall canopy of beech trees there was a chill that reached through the layers of pale mohair that swathed Amanda and seeped in at the soles of her suede thigh boots. She soon became aware that she had taken on too much. The pigskin back was too heavy. The carpet of crisp leaves was uneven. She leaned against a tree. A woodpecker tapped high up against the golden roof of the forest. All around the leaves fell, with a light, damp sound. At her feet she saw mushrooms of a smooth, pale lilac. The trees were widely spaced, but even at a short distance the ranks of tall, green-scurfed trunks blurred and wavered. The profound stillness of the wood settled on Amanda. She drew the folds of her ridiculous model gear around her thin frame and walked on slowly. She was not quite alone. A lady in a tailored gabardine raincoat and matching hat of Tyrolean shape walked her dog, a long-haired miniature dachshund. Amanda staggered on past an inviting yellow bench and saw the cottage. It was small and grayish, but not unbearably grotesque. The tilted roof dipped quaintly at the eaves. In the peak of the gable was an open window, with bedding set to air. The fence was of crumbling wooden slats and new wire. The garden was planted with potatoes, asters, chrysanthemums. Amanda stared. It really did not look like Douglas at all. She noticed with alarm a cream Volkswagen parked in the old mossy garage on the far side of the house. She was pressing on, but suddenly the little dog, the dachshund, scuffed leaves at her feet. She saw its mistress hurrying towards her. "Ein Moment, bitte." The woman had an inaccessibly ordinary, firm, plain face and sharp blue eyes. No trace of regional accent, not a scrap of makeup. Gold studs in her ears. An Englishwoman of similar vintage, Amanda thought of her mother, would have worn tweeds, a pale lipstick, might have addressed Amanda as "my dear." "Are you going to the cottage?" asked the woman in English. "Yes," said Amanda. "My brother—" It was out before she had time to think, but the woman did not seem to notice her moment of panic. She stuck out her hand. "Louisa Schneider." "Amanda King." Amanda shook hands. "An English lady rented this house," said Frau Schneider. "I was her friend." She turned her head and spoke to her dog, then turned back to Amanda with decision. "Frau Winter was not happy about the house. There were things which baffled her understanding." Frau Schneider said "baffled," and Amanda caught it as an echo of the English lady's own voice. She realized what she was being told and what it must have cost the woman to speak up. "We will be all right," she said. "I'm sure we will be all right. I hope you will forgive me. Frau Winter would have wished me to speak to the next people. Thank you, Frau Schneider." "Nicky!" Frau Schneider called her dog to heel. "He would never enter the place," she whispered suddenly. "Not even to eat meat." She snapped the lead onto Nicky, who waved his golden plume of a tail and looked up at Amanda with melting eyes. "He is a dear little dog," she said. "He is like a child," said Frau Schneider wearily. As she turned to go, she established her kinship with Amanda's mother. "You must help yourself to the garden vegetables," she said. "It's in the contract. You are too thin, Fräulein King. You must round yourself out. I have had daughters myself." Amanda felt her smile growing fixed. Frau Schneider let Nicky lead her away through the columns of beech trees. A well-worn path led Amanda to the side gate, and she could not struggle round to the front of the house. She stared at a kitchen window with white net curtains and a box of geraniums on the sill. Her heart thumped. Someone behind the curtains vanished. She dragged her suitcase a little further down the path. The gate slammed shut behind her. She stood still and called, "Douglas!" The back door, half glass with white net covering the panel, swung open without a sound. "Douglas, can you come?" She looked at the garden beds on either side of the path. They were unweeded, but still flourishing. A trowel and a single gardening glove lay by an old crock of parsley, half buried in the dark earth. She had been standing on the path for half a minute. Douglas was not coming out. She left her suitcase where it was, gripped the strap of her shoulder bag, and stooped down unnecessarily to enter the doorway. Douglas King slammed the door shut behind his sister and wiped his face with a checked tea towel. "Christ," he said, "you take your time. Was someone watching you?" "No," said Amanda. She backed into the kitchen to get a look at him. The sink was still full of warm suds. Douglas had been watching through the window and had ducked down out of sight when she appeared at the back gate. Douglas was 7 years older than Amanda, and a few inches shorter. A muscular man, handsome, his hair black as a raven's wing. She had been taught to envy his hair and his long eyelashes. Wasted on a man, her mother said. At this moment, in shirt sleeves, he looked paunchy. Amanda felt sure that his appetite was as large as ever. The thought of eating overwhelmed her with desire and revulsion. Must take something. It has been 12 hours. No, 14. She stumbled into the sitting room and folded into a chair. "You idiot," said her brother. "You really shouldn't have—" She bit her lip to stave off the wretched faintness and prepared to repel his kind inquiries. Even he could not refrain from urging his sister to eat. "I'm all right," she said. "I'll have a brandy." Douglas was not making kind inquiries. She moved her head and saw him crouched down at the back door, lifting aside the white curtains. "Idiot," he said again, "to leave that bloody great suitcase on the path." "Douglas, come and tell me what this is all about." Douglas came into the sitting room, still clutching the tea towel, and sat on the edge of a green velvet armchair. He looked like a henpecked husband. "What did Helen tell you?" he demanded. "Nothing," lied Amanda. "I haven't seen her. You know I've been at the clinic for weeks." "In Zurich?" "Of course. Douglas, I want you to tell me. What is the matter?" "Just the divorce." "Tell me." He shook his head. It was an admission that there was more to tell. It satisfied her for the moment. Douglas smiled at last. "You do look all in," he said. He strode off into the kitchen, and she heard the tinkle of glass. He would fetch her brandy. Amanda gazed slowly around the room, taking in the narrow grate, the handsome old chairs and the dining table, the lamps. Surely it was unusual in this part of the world for a house to be let fully furnished. Douglas had not bothered with flowers, and there were no ornaments, except a pink and green shepherdess in Staffordshire pottery. It put Amanda in mind of the English lady. The door to the kitchen and the back hallway closed slowly, and she heard the click of the lock. The room was darker now, but more evenly lit, with a pale autumn light from the window. The door into the front hall moved 6 inches, remained ajar. Amanda extended long fingers into her handbag and brought out a packet of bitter Swiss chocolate. She ate 2 squares doggedly, then leaned back and closed her eyes. Presently she must unzip the damned boots. She fell into a light, uncomfortable sleep, the kind of sleep she might have on a plane. Just beyond the boundaries of her sleep there was bustle and movement. She saw Douglas with a terrible expression on his face, stumping past with her suitcase. She slept more deeply and began to dream. She was on a picnic in the woods with a man of her dreams, tall and warm, bearing only a superficial resemblance to her lost love, her old no-love-lost Roger Mallet. They ate raspberries. The taste was tart and clean, and cured her of her disease. Between one tree and the next she lost him. She was lost. She wandered among the trees, fir trees, with a growing anxiety. She knew in her dream that this was one of her usual anxiety dreams, but suddenly it became much worse. The tang of the fir trees turned dank and sour like old water in a flower vase. She saw the cottage, shrunken and dark, in the distance, and a figure kneeling at the base of a tree, digging deeply into the thick leaf-mold. The scene was flavored with an old aching fear, half out of mind. She nibbled on something from her pocket, and it had an awful taste, stale, dead, peppery sweet. Amanda woke up shuddering, her lips drawn back in a grimace.
It was dark outside the room now, and the lamps had been switched on. Her glass of brandy stood beside her chair on a little table, golden in the lamplight. She sipped it eagerly, savoring the relief of her escape from the dream. She called lazily, "Douglas?" There was a rattle of pots and pans from the kitchen. When she turned her head, she could see her reflection in the glass front of a cupboard. She floated, incorporeal, the thin essence of Amanda. "I am transparent. I am made of spun glass. Everything gross has been purged away. I will do what I want to do. I will have my way." She was thinking of Jane, 30 kilos, the fat nurse shrieking aloud, and the scent of the fir trees in the grounds of the clinic. Jane would have her way. There was a crash of glass from the kitchen. The sound went through her head like jagged lightning, and Amanda cried out. The silence rolled back. She was not even sure that she had heard the crash at all. Her gaze returned to her own reflection. She altered her pose, rearranged a billowing sleeve. The door of the cupboard swung open without a sound. Amanda's reflection became distorted and hideous. She felt cold, cold. The carpet under her feet was chill and damp as the forest floor. A whiff of foul air had entered the room. Amanda felt for the cologne in her handbag, but she was too late. The stench filled the room in a choking cloud. It was carrion, decay, a suppurating foulness. She rose up, gagging helplessly, and stumbled into the front hall. She tried to call her brother and could not. A light was switched on in the hall. She realized that Douglas had gone out. He was not there. She was, more or less, alone in the house. She turned and raced up the stairs. Douglas had been careful to leave on some lights. She paused at the top landing. 2 small bedrooms, a bathroom, a yard or so of corridor. The air sweet and clean. Not a mouse stirring. She went to the window at the end of the corridor and looked down at the garage. Lights blinked through the trees. Douglas drove into the garage with a characteristic roar from the Volkswagen. She went into the bedroom, where her suitcase leaned drunkenly against the foot of the bed. The window was still wide open, but the feather bed and the huge soft pillow had been taken in and set in place. Her tartan traveling rug trailed out of the straps on the pigskin bag. She picked it up and slung it around her shoulders. She closed the window. Down, far down in the reaches of the house, there was another rending crash of glass and crockery. Amanda went quickly and quietly down as far as the first landing. The door into the sitting room was moving backwards and forwards. She heard little thumps and taps at the skirting board, as if someone were sweeping behind the door. She knew with deep resentment that she was very much afraid. Steps sounded on the path. A key grated in the lock of the front door, and Douglas came in cheerfully with a plastic sack of groceries. "Did you hear a noise?" Amanda heard her own voice shake. Douglas stared at his sister and began to grin. "I heard the owl scream and the crickets cry," he intoned. "Did you not speak?" Amanda drew the folds of the tartan rug about her and strode down the stairs. "Hark!" she said. "Who lies in the second chamber?" "Donalbain!" they cried in chorus. Macbeth had cleared the air. They sat on the third step. There was just room for the pair of them. "You're skin and bone," said Douglas. "Sorry, I was strung up. Helen has been playing merry hell. I had to get away for a while." "The school?" "I tossed it in at the end of last term," he said with a touch of the old nonchalance. "I've been doing some writing." "Why did you send for me?" "Lonely," he said. "And I needed someone to improve the setup. Helen could be having this place watched." "Douglas, this house—" She drew back. The house was quiet and sweet-smelling. A cuckoo clock chirred beside the coat rack. The cuckoo sprang out 7 times, but did not speak. It had been silenced. "Don't speak," warned the silent cuckoo. "Yes, this place is a marvelous find," said Douglas defensively. "Most flats don't have a stove, let alone all this furniture and crockery." "How did you find it?" "Pure luck. Got talking to the agent in a train. They have trouble letting the place. something to do with a deceased estate. He helped her up, and they strolled into the kitchen. Douglas began stowing food into the small, inadequate refrigerator. Amanda looked about for shards of glass and china, knowing she would find none. "Do most of the shopping in the evenings," he said. "I drive out to a huge supermarket. Sells everything from bread to benzene." "Did you have trouble renting the car?" "Of course not." He could not look her in the eye. She could not say any more. Douglas piled wrappers into the pedal bin. "I had better have something to eat," said Amanda. "Good kid," he said jovially. "Did you finish that washing up, or did I?" They took their plates into the sitting room, which was warm and wholesome in the lamplight. "I've got the ordinary central heating going," said Douglas. "But in the winter I'll have an open fire as well." Amanda ate 2 tangerines, a cup of blueberry yogurt, a slice of crisp bread with cheese. She kept her eyes averted from her brother's laden plate. Douglas had rented an elegant small-color television. They watched Einsatz in Manhattan. A policeman had his wife handcuffed to the bed because she was a heroin addict. "Surely that's Lynn Redgrave," said Douglas. "She seems to have lost weight," said Amanda. "What's it called in English, anyway?" "Kojak." Amanda went up to bed and left her brother pottering about, tidying up. She took 2 of her strongest capsules, curled up in the short wooden bed, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. In the darkness of early morning she half woke, then lay in a strange, dreaming state. Her feather quilt was hot and heavy. She was fat. Her legs ached. Her ankles were swollen. She was restless. She must get up and sweep the stairs, make them all clean, hide what must be hidden. Amanda woke up fully for a few seconds and dragged one skinny arm out from under the covers. "I am Amanda, like spun glass." She flung off the clinging discomfort of the dream and slept again. Next time she woke, it was 9:30. The mist outside was giving way to cool autumn sunshine. There were 2 tangerines on her bedside table. Amanda smelled coffee, and remembered a time when she enjoyed the smell of coffee, even the smell of bacon frying. From the bathroom window she thought she saw Frau Schneider and Nicky taking their walk. She was adjusting the shawl collar of the pink sweater when she caught a look of panic on her own face in the glass. A regular sound of tapping. Someone was sweeping the stairs. She peered through the bathroom door, expecting to see nothing. The noise continuing, and nothing else, no one. But what she saw was worse. A woman, a strange woman in a shapeless raincoat and headscarf, sweeping the stairs. Amanda died of terror there on the spot, then rallied. The woman was solid as a tree trunk, not an apparition. She worked away, tapping with her dustpan and brush, then raised her head to stare at the bathroom door with an expression of ferocious ill will. And this was the worst of all. Amanda's stomach tightened into a knot. She had to clutch at the doorframe. She went into all the old anti-fainting tricks, bit her lip, lowered her head, held tight to the doorframe. She gulped air and let it out in a scream. "Douglas!" She flung open the bathroom door. Douglas was hanging up the raincoat and scarf. "What's the matter now?" he asked gruffly. "You gave me a terrible fright." "What, this old coat? There was a shower." "You were wearing a headscarf." "No umbrella." Douglas picked up his dustpan and brush from the little chest of drawers. "Come and have some breakfast." He went into the kitchen. As she walked down into the coffee smell, he called, "There is that wretched woman with the dog." Amanda went straight out of the front door and down the path. "Guten Morgen, Frau Schneider." "Guten Morgen." Nicky sat down in the leaves and had to be dragged along on his bottom towards the garden gate. "How have you found the house?" "Not very nice. There are things. What did your friend—" "Frau Winter was kind and friendly. Yet she changed. She would not let me in. She spoke dreadful things I would never have believed she could say. In German, at any rate." Who lived here before she came? I don't know. I could not ask, said Frau Schneider. Some poor woman. Frau Winter was found out of doors on a winter's night, half frozen. Mud and leaves were frozen to her fingers. She never recovered. Amanda wiped her hands against her trousers. At first she loved the house, said Frau Schneider. She said it was from a fairy tale. Her Lebkuchen house. Her gingerbread house, said Amanda. She remembered the dreadful taste in her dream, old and stale and peppery sweet. Nicky was dragging Frau Schneider off again. Amanda walked slowly back down the path, fumbling in her pocket for imaginary crumbs. Gingerbread houses, the real ones, could be rather nasty because they were seldom eaten up. The beautiful frosted eaves and windows encrusted with jujubes were put away until next year. It was enough to make her shudder. It was her dream all over again, a dream that she might have had before. Old things, dead things, filthy, dusty places that would never come clean. Sweetness gone stale, food left to moulder and rot. Mad Miss Havisham's terrible bride cake, the haunt of mice and spiders. She looked up and saw Douglas at her bedroom window. She had to wait some time before he came downstairs and let her in. When he did come down, he was so much himself again that she put off any confrontation. Douglas settled down at the coffee table in the sitting room and typed with his maddening slowness. Amanda wandered about. Writing had been so much his thing at one time. She sat on the first landing of the stairs and looked up and down at the dimensions of the small house. There was nothing to say how old it was, none of the bulging paintwork or uneven walls which suggested that a house was several 100 years old. She would guess that the place was built in about 1930, but perhaps the site was already old. Perhaps there had always been some sort of house here in the woods. She put her head on her knees and thought of her friend Jane, who had looked a little like Snow White, and of the English lady. Really, one could not escape a witch, if she were determined. Either she came after you, snug in your cottage, armed with a poisoned apple, or she lured you inside her gingerbread house. Yet what else was here but an old cry of pain, the remains of some guilty ritual? She and Douglas were not children left wandering in the woods. Amanda laughed aloud, because that was exactly what they were. She went down the stairs singing a little song, and she did not recognize it until she came to the door of the sitting room. Brother, come and dance with me, both my hands I offer thee. Douglas, she said, please take a break. I want to talk to you. Fine, said Douglas. But you must have something to eat. If he hoped to put her off, it did not work. They went into the kitchen, and Amanda selected a square of cheese, a tomato, a slice of Gelbwurst. How is your friend Jane? Asked Douglas. Amanda tightened her hold on the thin white plate. Jane had her way, she said. She did what she wanted to do. She carried her plate into the sitting room. The cupboard door hung open a few inches. Jane was the most languid female I ever set eyes on, chuckled Douglas, following with her glass of buttermilk. She never wanted to do anything except starve herself to death. He broke off, appalled. Yes, said Amanda. He sat on the couch and stared at his sister. She quickly bit into the tomato, nibbled a morsel of cheese, consumed a fragment of sausage. Forgive me, Jane. I am not spun glass. I am skin and bone. Douglas stared until she was embarrassed. At last he said, You've got it, too. I hope you admit that, Amanda. You've got this wretched thing, this anorexia nervosa. I admit it, said Amanda. She choked on the tomato, felt the seeds crawl down her throat, sipped quickly at the buttermilk. Tiny sips. A bird drinking. She wanted to eat as much as she could, get it down before he put her off her food. You've nearly killed Mummy with this starvation carry-on, said Douglas. I hope you face up to the truth. Mummy is tough, said Amanda, finishing her cheese. but I admit that it must have been a bit of a strain." "You've ruined your life," said Douglas. "The modeling is too much for you. Roger didn't want to marry a skeleton. Helen thinks you're completely round the bend and doesn't want you to have anything to do with the children." "In case they don't eat their veggies?" asked Amanda. She pushed away the plate and glass with a feeling of clearing the decks. "I admit all this," she said, "and I'm trying to improve." "You take it far too calmly. I want you to face facts." "Douglas, will you face facts? You're £5,000 in debt." "Rubbish. I made some payments." "I didn't see Helen, but she wrote to me in Switzerland. You worked a swindle over the car insurance. You were sacked from the school. But the worst thing of all, the thing you must go back for, is the hit and run. The boy in Hammersmith." "Do you believe this bullshit?" said Douglas in a trembling voice. "Interpol believe it. They came to the clinic." "What did you tell them?" "That I had no idea where you were. I said you had friends in Italy. You probably led them right to this doorstep." "Now you're talking nonsense," said Amanda. "They are only an information bureau." "You left a trail a mile wide, staggering about like some bloody spectre." She could feel the room stirring into life. The cold came seeping up from the floor like mist. The hall door slammed, and Douglas jumped. Something inexplicable was happening to the carpet, a heaving and wrinkling as if something crawled beneath it at the edges of the room. The cupboard door moved gently back and forth. The smell of corruption sidled out. Amanda felt a firm pressure on her shoulder. As she turned her head, her glass bounced across the room and smashed. The buttermilk made a thick white pool among the jagged slivers of glass. Douglas came up from the couch with his eyes blazing, his mouth pouting and twisted. He marched into the kitchen with an odd, flat-footed walk and came back instantly with the dustpan and a cloth. "Filthy," he said thickly. "A filthy liar." He wiped the fragments of glass into the pan and went back to the kitchen. She heard the clang of the pedal bin, the running tap. He came back with the rinsed cloth and wiped at the table with bent head. Douglas was muttering some words which she could not catch, or did not believe, and she saw that in his left hand he still held the base of the glass, broken off into long jagged teeth. The foul smell had become very strong. His hand began to come up in a long curve. Amanda screamed and struggled to her feet. He made a long, inaccurate swipe, and Amanda felt the glass brush the hand she had flung up to shield her face. Then, heavy-footed, he was at the mantelpiece, wiping it down, wiping the wooden arms of the couch. He came to the cupboard and stood stock still, arms hanging by his sides. His whole body sagged. The hall door rattled briefly. The stairs creaked. The room still wavered, unsettled. Douglas glared at her. "Don't stand there gawping as if your throat was cut," he said. "What am I doing with this damned glass?" Amanda's hand stung. She saw for the first time that it had been cut by the glass and was oozing fine beads of blood. "Doug," she said, "is there anything in that cupboard?" "No," he said. "No, it's empty." "Mandy, what's wrong?" "You mustn't take any notice of the drafts in this place." He edged away from the cupboard and flung the broken glass into the fireplace, among the crumpled newspaper and kindling wood. Amanda watched him and licked the blood from her hand. "Why does the taste of blood not revolt me?" Immediately it did revolt her. The whole room reeked of blood. She pressed a hand to her mouth and went to the casement window. Sunlight came in, and a smell of roses. The house was a good creature again, quite docile. Douglas was sitting on the couch, his mouth still twisted. She thought, "He will be taken again. He will go so far away that I will never be able to get him back. Doug, we must get out of this house." Horribly, he began to cry. He covered his face with his hands and sobbed aloud. "Doug, please." She knelt beside him while the room chirruped and rattled. "Ran right under the wheels," sobbed Douglas. "Oh, God, Mandy, It's in my head. I can't think of anything else. I killed the poor little beggar. Douglas, listen to me. Don't know what I'm doing half the time. Douglas, the boy in Hammersmith is not dead, not even badly hurt. He took in great gulps of air and fumbled for his handkerchief. Is that a fact? I didn't kill? Truly, she said. You must go back. You must stop running away. So must you, he said, with a reassuring touch of the old self-righteousness. Yes, she said. Yes, I promise. I'll eat. I'll put on 10 pounds, 12. Only we must leave this house. There is 2 weeks' rent paid. Douglas, this is a rotten place. It plays tricks. His eyes swiveled nervously in the direction of the cupboard. You may be right, he whispered. My things are still packed, she said. Let me pack yours. You mean now, at once? I don't want to spend another night in this house. Douglas ran a hand through his black hair in what his mother had deplored as an artistic gesture. All right, he said. I'll tidy up a bit down here. Amanda went up the stairs whistling. She stripped the beds and cleared the bathroom and packed. Douglas had been living neatly out of a suitcase. Had he tried to leave the house? She paused, kneeling beside his bed, and heard the distant roar of the vacuum cleaner. She felt for her watch, worn on a chain round her neck, and found that it was past midday. Amanda, she asked herself quietly, why do you wear your watch on a chain? She felt the links of the chain run between her fingers, a chain of lies and evasions. The disease dominated her life. She could not wear a wristwatch. Her wrist was a bird's bone. The bands slipped and chafed. Long sleeves and buttoned cuffs to hide her arms. No more dressing rooms, bedroom and bathroom doors always locked. No one must see Amanda stripped to the bone. Years of lying about food. Almost second nature now to say, I've just had something. To pretend dietary quirks. I don't eat meat. I can't digest eggs. The silly stratagems to make her eat. Finish this ice cream, Pet, so that I can wash the bowl. The Swedish au pair, who was really a nurse. She cracked much sooner than Mummy. Seized Amanda bodily and forced custard into her mouth. Amanda leaned forward onto the folded feather bed and tenderly felt the spot where her rib had been broken. A bitter, childish hatred engulfed her. She was drowning in their care. It was like vile, nourishing mush sliding down the back of her throat. She had endured force-feeding more than once, but at Zurich it was never permitted. But what was the secret? She knew. She must know somewhere inside herself the reason for it. She was not Jane. She had her own reasons. She closed her eyes and tried to look for the secret. When she opened them again, the darkness remained. The room had grown dark. She sprang up awkwardly, and thunder crashed overhead. As she closed the window, huge drops of rain, warm as blood, fell on her hand. The black clouds had rolled up in an instant over the woods. Through the sparse raindrops she could see the misty fields, the ruined watchtower, and the tall apartment blocks of the little town, still in a shaft of sunlight. But the house was dark and racked with thunder. She called into the shadowy hall, "Douglas!" There was no answer. Amanda sagged against the banister and began to go down one step at a time, her long legs trembling with fear. Douglas had gone, had been taken again. But she could escape. Fragile Amanda could snatch a coat from the rack and rush off into the rainy garden. She called more loudly, "Douglas!" Hearing her voice shake. It was oddly familiar. It sounded like her mother's voice. And as she came to the foot of the stairs, pale lightning flashed, and the thunder spoke, and she regained her courage. Amanda looked down some dusty corridor of time and saw another self, a sturdy, yes, even a fat little girl. A tomboy, enormously stubborn and strong-willed to the point of madness, to the point of death. No one, nothing was a match for her.
She flung herself against the sitting-room door, shouting her brother's name. It came open, then was slammed against her. A voice, hoarse and unrecognizable, came out from under the door. The German was thick and sibilant, with a heavy Hessian accent. She could not understand a word. Amanda ran into the kitchen, seized a broom, and let it fall, looked about for a weapon to drive out evil. Cold iron, water, sunlight. Then the lightning flashed again and gave her the answer. She scrabbled in the cupboard under the sink, looking for paraffin or cleaning fluid, and found something better, a jerry-can of petrol. She took the box of giant kitchen matches and went through the narrow box of the kitchen into the back hallway. She burst into the sitting-room through its back door. The room was pitch dark, and the switch for the overhead light did not work, but Amanda knew that she had not miscalculated. Douglas, or that other, was still crouched by the far door. Amanda struck a match and saw the horror turning to face her. Wrapped in the tartan rug, face pudgy, lined, transformed, the face of a madwoman, yet inexplicably her brother's face. "Let him go!" shouted Amanda. The creature came for her, slow and clumsy, as if its feet hurt. Its joints were stiff from years of house-cleaning. The room was icy cold beyond the flame of the long match, and it stank of death and corruption. The cupboard opened with a little scratching sound. Amanda moved towards the cupboard. She deliberately flung the doors wide and looked inside. She had been ready to cry out that the cupboard was empty, but it was not. She made out the small folded limbs, the head like a doll's head, waxy and putrescent, with a fluff of baby hair on the peeling scalp. The little corpse seemed to give off its own light. The match burned Amanda's fingers, and she flung it aside with a cry. Heavy steps came towards her in the darkness. The voice panted, "Muss graben. Have to bury it." Amanda blundered away towards the fireplace and struck another match. The madwoman, Douglas, leaned against the couch, arms outstretched, the hands crooked into claws for digging, for scratching. Some object came hurtling across the room from another direction, right at Amanda's forehead, and her anger was rekindled. She dropped the jerry-can and caught the china shepherdess in mid-air. She set it down carefully on the mantelpiece and unscrewed the cap of the jerry-can. She spilled petrol on the paper in the grate. "Let him go," she said again, hearing a furious malevolence in her own voice. "Lass ihn los! Let him go, or I will burn this house." She threw the lighted match into the fireplace, and the flames roared up. This time, perhaps, she had miscalculated horribly. The jerry-can was half full of petrol. A spark would send it up like a Molotov cocktail. The firelight, reflected in the dark window-pane, showed thin Amanda among flames. She could feel them in her hair, could feel the room grow into an inferno, with the crouching figure of Douglas burning like a Buddhist monk. Suddenly the casement window burst open. Wind and rain blew cleanly into the dark room. There was a long cry that sprang first from the contorted lips of Douglas, then left him and echoed from the very walls of the house. The house was racked with sobs, and Amanda read them as an endless, an age-old sorrow, a female sorrow that told of blood and filth and drudgery, and hatred of one's own body, and a useless grief for children dead. She ran to the window and flung the jerry-can far out into the wet garden. The rain struck at her face and mingled with her own tears. "Please," she said aloud, "please, I understand." Then she was talking to the empty air. The house was still, really still at last. The only sounds were heavy drops of rain on the sill, or hissing down the chimney into the ashes of the fire. Douglas heaved himself up from the carpet, and sat shivering on the couch with the tartan rug around his shoulders. "The cupboard," he said hoarsely. "Did you see?" "There's nothing in the cupboard now," said Amanda firmly. She went and ran her hands over the empty shelves. She almost wished for some token, a scrap of cloth or paper that she could take out and bury. She wondered what might be found if the house were pulled down.
if anyone took a spade to the forest floor. "The packing is done," she said. "Douglas, I think we should—" "Yes," he said. "Yes, as soon as possible. There's nothing to keep us here." The rain had stopped when they left, but the sky was still overcast. As her brother got out the car, Amanda walked through the trees to the bridge and met Frau Schneider. "You think it best, Fräulein King?" "I don't trust the place," said Amanda. "And Douglas has to go back to London." She reached into her bag and brought out the china shepherdess. "Frau Schneider, I wish you would keep this. It will get broken if it stays in the house." Frau Schneider looked puzzled. "It belongs to Frau Winter," she said. "All her things were packed up. This must have been left out." "Please keep it," said Amanda, "in memory of Frau Winter." Nicky began to bark at the base of an oak tree beyond the bridge, and the two women saw two squirrels, whisking along the upper branches. The Volkswagen came roaring up and parked. Douglas and Frau Schneider exchanged a nod. "But, Fräulein King," she said softly, "the English lady is not dead. Frau Winter is not dead." "I thought—" Frau Schneider reached out and patted Amanda's hand, holding the shepherdess with her own gloved hand. "You take it," she said kindly. "It is of no use if I bring it to the sanatorium. The poor woman would not know it." They turned together, as if at a command, and stared at the house, framed among the autumn trees. "She has never recovered," said Frau Schneider. "She cannot even keep herself clean." Amanda could not speak. She stowed the pink and green figure in her handbag. Nicky began to give tongue even more loudly among the oak trees, and Frau Schneider went to fetch him. Amanda walked briskly towards the car, her boot heels breaking through the crust of the fallen leaves, as if the ground were already half frozen. Karl Edward Wagner, 220 Swift. Karl Edward Wagner was born in 1945 in Knoxville, Tennessee, and is a red-bearded giant who looks as if he should be flinging his wench aside as Kirk Douglas calls the Vikings to battle. In fact, he was a psychiatrist before becoming a full-time writer and publisher, and he and his wife are two of the reasons, the others are the Wellmans and the Drakes, why you could die of hospitality in Chapel Hill. His sword and sorcery novels read like Robert E. Howard on LSD, though Wagner created his character Cain, an effort to go back to the hero-villain of the Gothic novels, before he read Howard. His work has all the energy and power of the best pulp fiction, but is more intelligent than almost any of its predecessors. His books include Darkness Weaves, originally altered by the copy editor so that Cain would look like the cover, Death Angel's Shadow, Bloodstone, Dark Crusade, Night Winds, and In the Wake of the Night. He has also written of an occult investigator, Sign of the Salamander, and of Robert E. Howard's Conan and Bran MacMorn. Nevertheless, it was a horror story, Styx, which won him the British Fantasy Award. 220 Swift has its beginnings in the summer I spent, 1969, living in an old log cabin in Hayward County, North Carolina, on the North Carolina side of the Smokies, National Park, that is, not the Fuzz. According to my notes, I started writing it in May 1973. Locales are authentic, as are place names and the bits of data, legends, place names, archaeological curiosa, etc. I wanted to develop the material into something more than the old dodge, here's an old legend, arg. It got me. I must say I began to wonder if I was ever going to see this story, but it was worth the wait. Within there was musty darkness, and the sweet, stale smell of damp earth. Crouched at the opening, Dr. Morris Kenlaw poked his head into the darkness and snuffled like a hound. His spade-like hands clawed industriously, flinging clods of dirt between his bent knees. Steadying himself with one hand, he wriggled closer to the hole in the ground and craned his neck inward. He stuck out a muddy paw. "Give me back the light, Brandon." His usually overloud voice was muffled. Brandon handed him the big flashlight and tried to look over Kenlaw's chunky shoulder. The archaeologist's blocky frame completely stoppered the opening as he hunched forward. "Take hold of my legs," came back his words, more muffled still. Shrugging, Brandon knelt down and pinioned Kenlaw's stocky legs. He had made a fair sandlot fullback not too many years past, and his bulk was sufficient to anchor the overbalanced archaeologist. Thus supported, Kenlaw crawled even farther into the tunnel. From the way his back jerked, Brandon sensed he was burrowing again, although no hunks of clay bounced forth. Brandon pushed back his lank white hair with his forearm and looked up. His eyes were hidden behind mirror sunglasses, but his pale eyebrows made quizzical lines towards Del Warner. Del had eased his rangy denim-clad frame onto a limestone knob. Dan made a black-furred mound at his feet, tail thumping whenever his master looked down at him. The young farmer dug a crumpled pack of cigarettes out of his shirt pocket, watching in amused interest. "Snake going to reach out and bite his nose off," Del ventured, proffering the cigarettes to Brandon, selecting one himself when the other man declined. The cool mountain breeze whisked his lighter flame, whipped the high weeds that patchworked the sloping pasture. Yellow grass and weed, cropped closely here, there a verdant blotch to mark a resorbed cow-pie. Not far above them dark pines climbed to the crest of the ridge. A good way below, the slope leveled to a neat field of growing corn. Between stretched the steep bank of wild pasture, terraced with meandering cow-paths and scarred with gray juts of limestone. The early summer breeze had a cool, clean taste. It was not an afternoon to poke one's head into dank pits in the ground. Kenlaw heaved convulsively, wriggling back out of the hole. He banged down the flashlight and swore. Dirt hung on his black mustache. "Goddamn hole's nothing but a goddamn groundhog burrow." Behind his smudged glasses, his bright black eyes were accusing. Dell's narrow shoulders lifted beneath his blue cotton workshirt. "Groundhog may have dug it out now, but I remember clear it was right here my daddy told me Granddad filled the hole in, losing too much stock stepping off into there." Kenlaw snorted and wiped his glasses with a big handkerchief. "Probably just a hole leading into a limestone cave. This area's shot through with caves. Got a smoke? Mine fell out of my pocket." "Well, my dad said Granddad told him it was a tunnel mouth of some sort, only all caved in, like an old mine shaft that's been abandoned years and years." Ill-humoredly snapping up his host's cigarette, Kenlaw scowled. "The sort of story you'd tell to a kid. These hills are shot through with yarns about the mines of the ancients, too. God knows how many wild goose chases I've been after these last couple days." Dell's eyes narrowed. "Now, all I know is what I was told, and I was told this here was one of the mines of the ancients." Puffing at his cigarette, Kenlaw wisely forbore to comment. "Let's walk back to my cabin," Brandon suggested quickly. "Dr. Kenlaw, you'll want to wash up, and that'll give me time to set out some drinks." "Thanks, but I can't spare the time just now," Dell grunted, sliding off the rock suddenly. The plot hound scrambled to its feet. "Oh, and Ginger says she's hoping you'll be down for supper this evening." "I'd like nothing better," Brandon assured him, his mind forming a pleasant image of the farmer's copper-haired sister. "See you at supper, then, Eric." "So long, Dr. Kenlaw. Hope you find what you're after." The archaeologist muttered a goodbye as Warner and his dog loped off down the side of the pasture. Brandon recovered his heavy Winchester Model 70 and .220 Swift. He had been looking for woodchucks when he'd come upon Del Warner and his visitor. From a flap pocket of his denim jacket, he drew a lens cover for the bulky Leupold 3x9 telescopic sight. "Did you say whether you cared for that drink?" Kenlaw nodded. "Jesus, that would be good. Been a long week up here, poking into every groundhog hole some hillbilly thinks is special." That doesn't happen to be one there, Brandon told him, hefting the rifle. I've scouted it several times for chucks. Never anything come out. You just missed seeing it. Or else it's an old burrow, Laidlaw judged. It's old, Brandon agreed, or there'd be fresh dug earth scattered around. But there's no sign of digging, just this hole in the hillside. Looks more like it was dug out from below. The cabin that Eric Brandon rented stood atop a low bluff about half a mile up a dirt road from the Warner farmhouse. Dell had made a show of putting the century-old log structure into such state of repair that he might rent it out to an occasional venturesome tourist. The foot-thick poplar logs that made its rough-hewn walls were as solid as the day some antebellum Warner had levered them into place. The gray walls showed rusty streaks, where Dell had replaced the mud chinks with mortar, made from river sand hauled up from the Pigeon as it rushed past below the bluff. The massive river rock fireplace displayed fresh mortar as well, and the roof was bright with new galvanized sheet metal. Inside was one large puncheon-floored room, with a low loft overhead making a second half-story. There were no windows, but a back door opened onto a roofed porch overlooking the river below. Dell had brought in a power line for lighting, stove, and refrigerator. There was cold water from a line to the spring on the ridge above, and an outhouse farther down the slope. The cabin was solid, comfortable, but a bit too rustic for most tourists. Occasionally someone less interested in heated pools and color TV found out about the place, and the chance rent helped supplement the farm's meager income. Brandon, however, had found the cabin available each of the half-dozen times over the past couple of years when he had desired its use. While the archaeologist splashed icy water into the sink at the cabin's kitchen end, Brandon removed a pair of fired cartridges from the pocket of his denim jacket. He inspected the finger-sized casings carefully for evidence of flowing, then dropped them into a box of fired brass destined for reloading. Toweling off, Laidlaw watched him sourly. "Ever worry about ricochets? Shooting around all this rock like you do?" "No danger," Brandon returned, cracking an ice tray briskly. "Bullets moving too fast. Disintegrates on impact. One of the nice things about the .220 Swift. Rum and coke okay?" He didn't care to lavish his special planter's punch on the older man. Moving to the porch, Laidlaw took a big mouthful from the tall glass and dropped onto a ladder-back chair. The Jamaican rum seemed to agree with him. His scowl eased into a contemplative frown. "Guess I was a little short with Warner," he volunteered. When Brandon did not contradict him, he went on. "Frustrating business, though, this trying to sort the thread of truth out of a snarl of superstition and hearsay. But I guess I'm not telling you anything new." The woven white oak splits of the chair bottom creaked as Laidlaw shifted his ponderous bulk. The Pigeon River, no more than a creek this far upstream, purled a cool, soothing rush below. Downstream, the Canton paper mills would transform its icy freshness into black and foaming poison. Brandon considered his guest. The archaeologist had a sleek roundness to his frame that reminded Brandon of young Charles Lawton in Island of Lost Souls. There was muscle beneath the pudginess, judging by the energy with which he moved. His black hair was unnaturally sleek, like a cheap toupee, and his bristly mustache looked glued on. His face was round and innocent, his eyes behind round glasses, round and wet. Without the glasses, Brandon thought, they seemed tight and shrewd. Perhaps this was a squint. Dr. Morris Laidlaw had announced himself the day before, with a peremptory rap at Brandon's cabin door. He had started at Brandon's voice behind him. The other man had been watching from the ridge above as Laidlaw's dusty Plymouth drove up. His round eyes had grown rounder at the thick-barreled rifle in Brandon's hands. Dr. Laidlaw, it seemed, was head of the Department of Anthropology at some southern college, and perhaps Brandon was familiar with his work. No? Well, they had told him in Waynesville that the young man staying at the Warners' cabin was studying folklore and Indian legends and such things. It seemed Mr. Brandon might have had cause to read this or that article by Dr. Kenlaw. No? Well, he'd have to send him a few reprints, then, that might be of interest. The archaeologist had appropriated Brandon's favorite seat and drunk a pint of his rum before he finally asked about the lost mines of the ancients. And Brandon, who had been given little chance before to interrupt his visitor's rambling discourse, abruptly found the other's flat stare fixed attentively on him. Brandon dutifully named names, suggested suggestions. Kenlaw scribbled notes eagerly. Mission accomplished. The archaeologist pumped his hand and hustled off like a hound on a scent. Brandon had not expected to see the man again. But Del Warner's name was among those in Kenlaw's notes, and today Brandon had run into them. Kenlaw, having introduced himself as a friend of Brandon, had persuaded Del to show him his family's version of the lost mines. And that trail, it would seem, had grown cold again. The chunky reddish-gray squirrel, they called them boomers, that had been scrabbling through the pine-needle sod below them, suddenly streaked for the bushy shelter of a Virginia pine. Paying no attention, Dan romped around the corner of the cabin and bounded onto the porch. Brandon scratched the plothound's black head and listened. After a moment he could hear the whine and rattle as a pickup lurched up the dirt road. "That'll be Del," he told Kenlaw. "Dan knew he was headed here and took the shortcut up the side of the ridge. Dog's one of the smartest I've seen." Kenlaw considered the panting black hound. "He's a bear hound, isn't he?" "A damn good one," Brandon asserted. "A bear killed young Warner's father, if I heard right," Kenlaw suggested. "Up near where we were just now. How dangerous are the bears they have up here?" "A black bear doesn't seem like much compared to a grizzly," Brandon said. "But they're quite capable of tearing a man apart, as several of these stupid tourists find out every summer. Generally, they won't cause trouble, although now and then you get a mean one. Trouble is, the bears over in the Smokies have no fear of man, and the park rangers tend to capture the known troublemakers and release them in the more remote sections of the mountains. So, every now and then, one of these renegades wanders out of the park. Unafraid of man and unaccustomed to foraging in the wild, they can turn into really nasty stock killers. Probably what killed Bard Warner that night. He'd been losing stock and had the bad sense to wait out with a bottle and his old 8mm Mannlicher. Bolt on the Mannlicher is too damn slow for close work. From what I was told, Bard's first shot didn't do it, and he never got off his second. Found what was left pulled under a rock ledge the next morning." Del's long legs stuck out from the battered door of his old Chevy pickup. He emerged from the cab, balancing several huge tomatoes in his hands. A rolled newspaper was poked under one arm. "These'll need to go into the refrigerator, Eric," he advised. "They're dead ripe. Get away, Dan." The plothound was leaping about his legs. Brandon thanked him and opened the refrigerator. Finger-combing his wind-blown, sandy hair, Del accepted his offer of a rum and coke. "Brought you the Asheville paper," he indicated. "And you got a letter." "Probably my advisor wondering what progress I've made on my dissertation," Brandon guessed, setting the letter with no return address carefully aside. He glanced over the newspaper while his friend uncapped an R.C. and mixed his own drink. Inflation, Africa, the Near East, a new scandal in Washington, and in New York a wave of gangland slayings following the sniping death of some syndicate kingpin. And this century-old cabin in the ancient hills, all this seemed distant and unreal. "Supper'll be a little late," Del was saying. "Fay and Ginger took off to Waynesville to get their hair done." He added, "We'd like to have you stay for supper, too, Dr. Kenlaw." The redhead's temper had cooled so that he remembered mountain etiquette. Since Kenlaw was still here, he was Brandon's guest,
and a supper invitation to Brandon must include Brandon's company as well, or else Brandon would be in an awkward position. Had Canlaw already left, there would have been no obligation. Brandon sensed that Dell had waited to see if the archaeologist would leave before finally driving up. "Thanks, I'd be glad to," Canlaw responded, showing some manners himself. Either he felt sheepish over his brusque behavior earlier, or else he realized he'd better use some tact if he wanted any further help in his research here. Brandon refilled his and Canlaw's glasses before returning to the porch. Dell was standing uncertainly, talking with the archaeologist, so Brandon urged him to take the other porch chair. Taking hold with one hand of the yard-wide section of white oak log that served as a low table, he slid it over the rough planks to a corner post and sat down. He sipped the drink he had been carrying in his free hand and leaned back. It was cool and shady on the porch, enough so that he would have removed his mirror sunglasses had he been alone. Brandon, a true albino, was self-conscious about his pink eyes. As it was, Canlaw was all but gawking at his host. The section of log that Brandon had negligently slewed across the uneven boards probably weighed a couple of 100 pounds. Dell, who had seen the albino free his pickup from a ditch by the straightforward expedient of lifting the mired rear wheel, appeared not to notice. "I was asking Dr. Canlaw what it was he was looking for in these mines," Dell said. "If mines they are," Brandon pointed out. "Oh, they're mines, sure enough," the archaeologist asserted. "You should be convinced of that, Brandon." He waved a big hand for emphasis. Red clay made crescents beneath untrimmed nails. "Who were the ancients who dug them?" Dell asked. "Were they the same Indians who put up all those mounds you see around here in Tennessee?" "No, the mound builders were a lot earlier," Canlaw explained. "The mines of the ancients were dug by Spaniards, or, more exactly, by the Indian slaves of the conquistadors. We know that De Soto came through here in 1540 looking for gold. The Cherokees had got word of what kind of thieves the Spaniards were, though, and while they showed the strangers polite hospitality, they took pains not to let them know they had anything worth stealing. De Soto put them down as not worth fooling with, and moved on. But before that he sank a few mine shafts to see what these hills were made of." "Did he find anything?" Dell wanted to know. "Not around here. Farther south along these mountains a little ways, though he did find some gold. In northern Georgia you can find vestiges of their mining shafts and camps. Don't know how much they found there, but there's evidence the Spaniards were still working that area as late as 1690. Must not have found much gold, or else word would have spread. You can't keep gold a secret." "Hard to say. They must have found something to keep coming back over a century and a half. There was a lot of gold coming out of the New World, and not much of it ever reached Spain in the hands of those who discovered it. Plenty of reason to keep the discovery secret, and of course later on this area produced more gold than any place in the country before the Western Gold Rush. But all those veins gave out long before the Civil War." "So you think the Spaniards were the ones that dug the mines of the ancients?" Dell said. "No doubt about it," stated Canlaw, bobbing his head fiercely. "Maybe that's been settled for northern Georgia," Brandon interceded, "although I'd had the impression this was only conjecture. But so far as I know, no one's ever proved the conquistadors mined this far north. For that matter, I don't believe anyone's ever made a serious study of the lost mines of the ancients in the North Carolina and Tennessee hills." "Exactly why I'm here," Canlaw told him impatiently. "I'm hoping to prove the tie-in for my book on the mines of the ancients. Only so far I've yet to find proof of their existence in this area." "Well, you may be looking for a tie-in that doesn't exist," Brandon returned. "I've studied this some, and my feeling is that the mines go back far beyond the days of the conquistadors. The Cherokees have legends that indicate the mines of the ancients were here already when the Cherokees migrated down from the north in the 13th century. "This is the first I've heard about it, then," Canlaw scoffed.
Who do you figure drove these mines into the hills if it wasn't the conquistadors? Don't tell me the Indians did it. I hardly think they would have been that interested in gold." "Didn't say it was the Indians," Brandon argued. "Who was it, then?" "The Indians weren't the first people here. When the Cherokees migrated into the Tellico region, not far from here, they encountered a race of white giants, fought them, and drove the survivors off, so their legends say." "You going to claim the Vikings were here?" Canlaw snorted. "The Vikings, the Welsh, the Phoenicians, the Jews. There's good evidence that on several occasions men from the Old World reached North America long before Columbus set out. Doubtless there were any number of pre-Columbian contacts, of which we have no record, only legends. If you'll forgive me, I'll stick to facts that are on record." "Then what about the Melungeons over in Tennessee?" "They're not Indians, though they were here before the first pioneers, and even today anthropologists aren't certain of their ancestry." Brandon pressed on. "There are small pockets of people all across the country, not just in these mountains, whose ethnic origins defy pinning down. And there are legends of others. The Shonokans, for example." "Now you're dealing with pure myth," Canlaw shut him off. "That's the difference between us, Brandon. I'm interested in collecting historical fact, and you're a student of myths and legends. Science and superstition shouldn't be confused." "Sometimes the borderline is indistinct," Brandon countered. "My job is to make it less so. But you'll have to concede there's often a factual basis for legend," Brandon argued doggedly. "And the Cherokees have a number of legends about the caves in these mountains, and about the creatures who live within. They tell about giant serpents, like the Uktena and the Uksuhi, that lair inside caves and haunt lonely ridges and streams, or the intelligent panthers that have townhouses in secret caves. Then there's the Nunnehi, an immortal race of invisible spirits that live beneath the mounds and take shape to fight the enemies of the Cherokee. These were supposedly seen as late as the Civil War. Or, better still, there's the legend of the Yunwi Tsunsdi, the little people who live deep inside the mountains. I'm still looking for that factual basis," Canlaw said with sarcasm. "Sometimes it's there to find. Ever read John Ashton's Curious Creatures in Zoology? In his chapter on pygmies, he quotes from 3 sources that describe the discovery of entire burying grounds of diminutive stone sarcophagi containing human skeletons under 2 feet in length, adult skeletons by their teeth. Several such burial grounds, ranging upwards to 1.5 acres, were found in White County, Tennessee, in 1828, as well as an ancient town site near one of the burials. General Milroy found similar graves in Smith County, Tennessee, in 1866, after a small creek had washed through the site and exposed them. Also, Weller, in his Romance of Natural History, makes reference to other such discoveries in Kentucky as well as Tennessee. Presumably, a race of pygmies may have lived in this region before the Cherokees, who remember them only in legend as the Yunwi Tsunsdi. Odd, isn't it, that there are so many Indian legends of a pygmy race? Spare me from Victorian amateur archaeology. Canlaw dismissed him impatiently. What possible bearing have these half-baked superstitions on the minds of the ancients? I'm talking about archaeological realities, like the pits in Mitchell County, like the sinkhole mine near Bakersville. That's a pit 40 feet wide and 40 feet deep, where the stone shows marks of metal tools and where stone tools were actually uncovered. General Thomas Clingman studied it right after the Civil War, and he counted 300 rings on the trees he found growing on the mine workings. That clearly puts the mine back into the days of the conquistadors. There's records of one Tristan de Luna, who was searching for gold and silver south of there in 1560. The sinkhole mine contained mica, and quite possibly he was responsible for digging it, and the other mines of that area. I've read about the sinkhole mine in Creasy's grandfather's tales, Brandon told him, and as I recall, the early investigators there were puzzled by the series of passageways that connected the sinkhole with other nearby pits, passageways that were only 14 inches wide. The archaeologist sputtered in his drink. Well, Jesus Christ, man, he exploded after a moment. That doesn't have anything to do with Indian legends. Don't you know anything about mining? They would have driven those connecting tunnels to try to cut across any veins of gold that might have lain between the pits. Brandon spread his big hands about 14 inches apart. He said, "Whoever dug the passageways would have had to have been rather small." Afternoon shadows were long when Dill drove the other two men down to the house in his pickup. The farmhouse was a two-story board structure with stone foundation, quite old but in neat repair. Its wide planks showed the up-and-down saw marks that indicated its construction predated the more modern circular sawmill blade. The front was partially faced with dark mountain stone, and the foundation wall extended to make a flagstone veranda, shaded and garlanded by bright-petaled clematis. Another truck was parked beside Kenlaw's Plymouth, a battered green 1947 Ford pickup that Brandon recognized as belonging to Dell's father-in-law, Olin Reynolds. Its owner greeted them from the porch as they walked up. He was a thin, faded man whose bony frame was almost lost in old-fashioned overalls. His face was deeply lined, his hair almost as white as Brandon's. Once he had made the best moonshine whiskey in the region, but his last stay in Atlanta had broken him. Now he lived alone on his old homestead bordering the Pisgah National Forest. He often turned up about dinner-time, as did Brandon. "Hello, Eric," Olin called in his reedy voice. "You been over to get that chuck that's been after my little girl's cabbages yet?" "Hi, Olin." Brandon grinned. "Shot him yesterday morning, from over across by that big white pine on the ridge." "That's near a quarter mile," the old man figured. Brandon didn't say anything, because Ginger Warner just then stepped out onto the porch. Dell's younger sister was recently back from finishing her junior year at Western Carolina in nearby Cullowhee. She was tall and willowy, green-eyed, and quick to smile. Her copper hair was cut in a boyish shag instead of the unlovely bouffant most countrywomen still clung to. Right now she had smudges of flour on her freckled face. "Hi, Eric," she grinned, brushing her hands on her jeans. "Supper'll be along soon as the biscuits go in. You sure been keeping to yourself lately." "Putting together some of my notes for the thesis," he apologized, thinking he'd eaten dinner here just 3 nights ago. "Liar. You've been out running ridges with Dan." "That's relaxation after working late at night." Ginger gave him a skeptical look and returned to her biscuits. With a ponderous grunt, Dr. Kenlaw sank onto one of the wide-armed porch rockers. He swung his feet up onto the rail and gazed thoughtfully out across the valley. Mist was obscuring the hills beyond now, and the fields and pasture closer at hand filled with hazy shadow. Hidden by trees, the Pigeon River rushed its winding course midway through the small valley. Kenlaw did not seem at ease with what he saw. He glowered truculently at the potted flowers that lined the porch. "What the hell?" Kenlaw suddenly lurched from his rocker. The other 3 men broke off their conversation and stared. Balancing on the rail, the archaeologist yanked down a hanging planter and dumped its contents into the yard. "Where the hell did this come from?" he demanded, examining the rusted metal dish that an instant before had supported a trailing begonia. Dell Warner bit off an angry retort. "For God's sake, Kenlaw!" Brandon broke the stunned reaction. "Yeah, for God's sake!" Kenlaw was too excited to be nonplussed. "This is a Spanish morion. What's it doing hanging here full of petunias?
Ginger stepped onto the porch to announce dinner. Her freckled face showed dismay.
"What on earth?"
Kenlaw was abashed. "Sorry, I forgot myself when I saw this. Please excuse me. I'll replace your plant if it's ruined. But where did you get this?"
"That old bowl. It's lain around the barn for years. I punched holes along the rim, and it made a great planter for my begonia."
She glanced over the rail and groaned.
"It's a morion! A conquistador's helmet!"
Kenlaw blurted in disbelief. Painstakingly, he studied the high-crested bowl of rusted iron with its flared edges that peaked at either end. "And genuine, too, or I'm no judge. Show me where this came from originally, and I'll buy you a pickup full of begonias." Ginger wrinkled her forehead.
"I really don't know where it came from. I didn't even know it was anything. What's a Spanish helmet doing stuck back with all Dad's junk in our barn? There's an old iron pot with a hole busted in it where I found this. Want to look at it and tell me if it's Montezuma's bulletproof bathtub?"
Kenlaw snorted. "Here, Brandon, you look at this and tell me I'm crazy." The albino examined the helmet. It was badly pitted, but solid. It could not have lain outside, or it would have rusted entirely away centuries ago. "It's a morion, of course," he agreed. "Whether it dates to conquistador days or not, I'm not the one to tell. But it does seem equally unlikely that a careful reproduction would be lying around your barn."
"Hell, I know where that come from,"
Olin cut in, craning his long neck to see.
"I was with your-all's daddy time he found it."
Kenlaw stared at the old mountain man, his eyes intent behind thick glasses. "For God's sake, where?" Olin worked his pointed chin in a thoughtful circle, eyeing Dell questioningly. The younger man shrugged.
"Place up on Oldfield Mountain,"
Olin told him.
"Near Tennessee Bald, in what's now Pisgah National Forest. There's a sort of cave there, and I guess it won't do no harm now telling you a couple of old boys named Brennan used to make a little blockade from a still they'd built back inside. Me and Bard used to stop up there times and maybe carry wood and just set around. Well, one time Bard goes back inside a ways, and we worried some because he'd had a little. And after a while he comes back carrying that thing there and calling it an Indian pot because he found it with a lot of bones way back in there. He liked to keep arrowheads and axe heads and such like when he found them, and so he carried that there back and put it with some other stuff. And I guess it's all just laid there and been scattered around the barn since."
"You can find the place still?" Kenlaw pounced. "Can you take me there tomorrow? Who else knows about this?"
"Why, I don't guess there's nobody knows. The Brennans is all out of these parts now and gone. Never did amount to much. Hardin Brennan got himself shot one night arguing with a customer, and they said his brother Earl busted his head in a rock fall back there in the cave. Earl's wife had left him, and there was just his boy Buck and a daughter Laurie. She was half wild, not right in the head. Young as she was, she had a baby boy they said must have been by her own kin on account of everybody else was half afraid of her. They all went up north somewheres, I heard, to live with their mother. There's other Brennans still around that might be distant kin. But far as I know, nobody's gone around that cave on Oldfield Mountain since Buck and his sister left there better than 20 years back."
Kenlaw swore in excitement. "Nobody knows about it, then? Fantastic! What time tomorrow do you want to go? Better make it early. 7?
"Say about 6 instead," Olin suggested. "You'll need the whole day. How about coming up to the cabin, if that's all right with you, Eric? Shouldn't go back in there by yourself, and Lord knows my old bones are too brittle for scrambling around such places."
"Sure, I'll go along," Brandon agreed. "Sounds interesting." "No need to," Kenlaw told him. "I've done my share of spelunking." "Then you know it's dangerous to go in alone. Besides, I'm intrigued by all this."
You all coming in to eat? Fay Warner pushed open the screen. Ginger, I thought you'd gone to call them. Everything's ready.
There was chicken and ham, cornbread and gravy, tomatoes and branch lettuce, bowls of field peas, snap beans, corn, and other garden vegetables. Kenlaw's scowl subsided as he loaded his plate a second time. Shortly after dinner, the archaeologist excused himself. Been a long day, and we'll be up early enough tomorrow. Olin drove away not long after, and when Dell went off to see to some chores, Brandon had the porch to himself. He was half asleep when Ginger came out to join him.
Did I startle you?
She apologized, sliding onto the porch swing beside him.
You're jumpy as a cat. Is that what living in the city does to your nerves?
Keeps you alert, I guess, Brandon said sheepishly. Coppery hair tickled his shoulder.
Then you ought to get out of New York after you finish your project, or whatever it is. Sounds like you must spend most of your time traveling around from one place to another as it is.
That's known as field research.
Ha! Dell says you don't do anything but laze around the cabin or go out hunting. No wonder you still don't have your doctorate. Must be nice to get a government grant to run around the country studying folklore.
Well, part of the time I'm organizing my notes, and part of the time I'm relaxing from the tension of writing.
I can see how lugging that cannon of a rifle around would be exercise. Why don't you use that little air pistol instead?
What air pistol?
You know. You use it sometimes, because once I saw you shoot a crow with it that was making a fuss in the apple tree in front of the cabin. I saw you point it, and there wasn't a sound except the crow gave a squawk, and then feathers everywhere. My cousin has an air pistol, too, so I knew what happened.
Little spy. His arm squeezed her shoulder with mock roughness.
Wasn't spying,
Ginger protested, digging her chin into his shoulder.
I was walking up to help Dell chop tobacco.
When Brandon remained silent, she spoke to break the rhythmic rasp of the porch swing.
What do you think of Dr. Kenlaw?
A bit too pig-headed and pushy. They raise them that way up north.
That's one coming from a New Yorker. Or are you from New York originally? You have less accent than Dr. Kenlaw.
Hard to say. I grew up in a foster home. I've lived a lot of places since.
Well, folks around here like you well enough. They don't much like Dr. Kenlaw.
I expect he's too aggressive. Some of these obsessive researchists are like that. Ginger lined her freckles in a frown.
You're a researcher. Is Dr. Kenlaw?
Brandon went tense beneath her cheek. What do you mean?
I mean, have you ever heard of him? If you're both studying the same subjects, pretty much.
I don't know his work, if that's what you mean. Brandon's muscles remained steel-tight. But then he knows his subject well enough. Why?
He seems to be more interested in gold than in archaeology, Ginger told him. At least that's the way his questions strike most folks he talks to.
Brandon laughed and seemed to relax again. Well, there's more acclaim in discovering a tomb filled with gold relics than in uncovering a burial of rotted bones and broken potsherds, regardless of the relative value to archaeological knowledge. That's why King Tutankhamun's tomb made headlines, while the discovery of a primitive man's jawbone gets squeezed in with the used car ads.
There was a curse on King Tut's tomb, Ginger reminded him dourly.
Even better, if you're fighting for a grant.
Grants, Ginger sniffed. Do you really mean to get that degree, or do you just plan to make a career of living off grants?
There's worse ways to make a living, Brandon assured her.
Somehow I can't see you tied down to some university job. That's what you'll do when you get your doctorate, isn't it? Teach?
There's a lot of PhDs out there looking for jobs once the grants dry up. Brandon shrugged. If there's an opening somewhere, I suppose so.
There might be an opening at Western Carolina, Ginger hinted. There might.
And why not? You like it down here, or else you wouldn't keep coming back. And people like you. You seem to fit right in. Not like most of these loud New York types.
It does feel like coming home again when I get back here, Brandon acknowledged. Guess I've never stayed in one place long enough to call it home. Would you like for me to set up shop in Cullowhee?
I just might.
Brandon decided she had waited long enough for her kiss, and did something about it. Shadows crept together to form a misty darkness, and the cool mountain breeze carried the breath of entwined clematis and freshly turned earth. The creak of the porch swing measured time like an arthritic grandfather's clock, softened by the rustle of the river. A few cows still lowed, and somewhere a chuck-will's widow called to its mate. The quiet was dense enough so that they could hear Dan gnawing a bone in the yard below. Ginger finally straightened, stretched cozily from her cramped position.
She purred. Then, Lord, what is that dog chewing on so? We didn't have more than a plate of scraps for him after dinner.
Maybe Dan caught himself a rabbit. He's always hunting.
Oh, go see. He killed a mother rabbit last week, and I know her baby's all starved.
Dan probably saw that they didn't. Brandon rose to go look. What you got there, boy?
Ginger saw him stiffen abruptly.
Oh, no, not another Mama Bunny.
She darted past Brandon's arm before he could stop her. Dan thumped his tail foolishly and returned her stare. Between his paws was a child's arm. Olin Reynolds shifted his jaw reflectively.
I don't wonder Ginger came to carry on such a fit, he allowed. What did you figure it was?
Certainly not a child's arm, Brandon said. Soon as you got it into good light, you could see it was nothing human. It had to have been some type of monkey. And the resemblance gave me a cold chill at first glance, too. Pink skin with just a frost of dirty white fur. And just like a little kid's arm, except it was all muscle and sinew instead of baby fat. And it was a sure enough hand, not a paw, though the fingers were too long and sinewy for any child's hand. And the nails were coarse and pointed like an animal's claws. Wonder where old Dan come to catch him a monkey, Olin put in. Somebody's pet. Tourists, maybe. They carry everything they own in those damn campers. Thing got away, or more likely died, and they buried it. And Dan sniffed it out and dug it up. He'd been digging from the look of him. What did you finally do with it? Dell weighted it down in an old gunny sack and threw it into a deep hole in the river there. Didn't want Dan dragging it back again to give the ladies another bad start. Just as well, Olin judged. It might have had somebody coming for to see what come of it. I suspect that'll be Dr. Canlaw coming up the hill now. Canlaw's Plymouth struggled into view through the pines. Brandon glanced at his watch, noted it was past 7. He stretched himself out of Olin's ladder-backed chair and descended the porch steps to greet the archaeologist. Had a devil of a time finding the turnoff, Canlaw complained, squeezing out from behind the wheel. Everything set? Throw your stuff in my pickup and we'll get going, Olin told him. Where we're headed ain't no kind of road any car can follow up. Will that old bucket make it up a hill? Canlaw laughed, opening his trunk to take out a coil of rope and 2 powerful flashlights. This here old Ford's got a Marmon Harrington all-wheel drive conversion, Olin said coldly. She can ride up the side of a bluff and pull out a cedar stump while your feet are hanging straight out the back window of the cab. Canlaw laughed easily, shoving spare batteries and a geologist's pick into the ample pockets of the old paratrooper's jacket he wore. Brandon helped him stow his gear into the back of the truck, then climbed into the cab beside Reynolds.
It was a tight squeeze in the cab after Dr. Kenlaw clambered in, and once they reached the blacktop road, the whine of the gears and fan made conversation like shouting above a gale. Olin drove along in moody silence, answering Kenlaw's occasional questions in few words. After a while they left the paved roads, and then it was a long, kidney-bruising ride as the dual-sprung truck attacked rutted mountain paths that bore ever upwards through the shouldering pines. Kenlaw cursed and braced himself with both arms. Brandon caught a grin in Olin's faded eyes. The road they followed led on past a tumble-down frame house, lost within a yard that had gone over to first-growth pine and scrub. A few gnarled apple trees made a last stand, and farther, beneath the encroaching forest, Brandon saw the hulking walls of a log barn, trees spearing upwards past where the roof had once spread. He shivered. The desolation of the place seemed to stir buried memories. Beyond the abandoned farmhouse, the road deteriorated into little more than a cow-path. It had never been more than a timber road, scraped out when the lumber barons dragged down the primeval forests from the heights half a century or more ago. Farm vehicles had kept it open once, and now an occasional hunter's truck broke down the young trees that would otherwise have choked it. Olin's pickup strained resolutely upwards, until at length they shuddered into an overgrown clearing. Reynolds cut the engine. "Watch for snakes," he warned, stepping down. The clearing was littered beneath witch's broom and scrub with a scatter of rusted metal and indistinct trash. A framework of rotted lumber and a corroded padlock faced against the hillside. Several of the planks had fallen inwards upon the blackness within. Olin Reynolds nodded. "That's the place. Reckon the Brennans boarded it over before they moved on to keep stock from falling in. Opening used to just lie hidden beneath the brush." Dr. Kenlaw prodded the eroded timbers. The padlock hasp hung rusted nails over the space where the board had rotted away. At a bolder shove, the entire framework tore loose and tumbled inwards. Sunlight spilled in past the dust. The opening was squeezed between ledges of rock above and below, wide enough for a man to stoop and drop through. Beyond was a level floor, littered now with the debris of boards. "Goes back like that a ways. Then it narrows down to just a crack," Olin told them. Kenlaw grunted in a self-satisfied tone and headed back for the pickup to get his equipment. "Coming with us?" Brandon asked. Olin shook his head firmly. "I'll just wait here. These old bones are too eat up with arthritis to go a-crawling through that snaky hole." "Wait with him, Eric, if you like," Kenlaw suggested. "I probably won't be long about this. No point you getting yourself all dirty, messing around on what's likely to be just another wild goose chase." "I don't mind," Brandon countered. "If that Morian came out of this cave, I'm curious to see what else lies hidden back there. Odds are one of those Brennans found it someplace else and just chucked it back in there. Looks like this place has been used as a dump." Kenlaw cautiously shined his light across the rubble beneath the ledge. Satisfied that no snakes were evident, the archaeologist gingerly squeezed his corpulent bulk past the opening and lowered himself to the floor of the cavern. Brandon dropped nimbly beside him. Stale gloom filled a good-sized antechamber. Daylight trickled in from the opening, and a patch of blackness at the far end marked where the cavern narrowed and plunged deeper into the side of the mountain. Brandon took off his mirror sunglasses and glanced about the chamber. The albino's eyes were suited to the dank gloom. The wreckage of what had once been a moonshine still cluttered the interior of the cavern. Copper coil and boiler had long ago been carried off, as had anything else of any value. Broken barrels, rotted mounds of sack, jumbles of firewood, misshapen sculptures of galvanized metal. Broken bits of mason jars and crockery shards crunched underfoot. Dead ashes made a sodden raisin pudding. Kenlaw flung his light overhead and disclosed only sooty rock and somnolent bats. "A goddamn dump," he muttered petulantly. Maybe something farther back in. The archaeologist swung his light towards the rear of the chamber. A passage led farther into the mountain. Loose stones and more piled debris half blocked the opening. Pushing his way past this barricade, Kenlaw entered the narrow tunnel. The passage was cramped. They ducked their heads, twisted about to avoid contact with the dank rock. Kenlaw carefully examined the walls of the cavern as they shuffled on. To Brandon's eye, there was nothing to indicate that man's tools had shaped the shaft. After a time, the sunlight from behind them disappeared, leaving them with their flashlights to guide them. The air grew stale with a sourness of animal decay, and as the passage seemed to lead downwards, Brandon wondered whether they might risk entering a layer of noxious gases. "Hold on here," Kenlaw warned, stopped abruptly. Darkness met their probing flashlight beams several yards ahead of their feet, as the floor of the passage disappeared. Kenlaw wiped his pudgy face and caught his breath, as they shined their lights down into the sudden pit that confronted them. "Must be 30-40 feet to the bottom," Kenlaw estimated. "Cavern's big enough for a high school gym. The ledge we're standing on creeps on down that fault line towards the bottom. We can make it if you'll just watch your step." "Is the air okay?" Brandon wondered. "Smells fresh enough to me," Kenlaw said. He dug a crumpled cigarette pack from his pocket, applied his lighter. The flame fanned outwards along the direction they had come. It fell softly through the blackness, showering sparks as it hit the floor. "Still burning," the archaeologist observed. "I'm going on down." "Nice if that was natural gas down there," Brandon muttered. "This isn't a coal mine, just another natural cavern for my money." Clinging to the side of the rock for support, they cautiously felt their way down the steep incline. Although an agile climber could negotiate the descent without ropes, the footing was treacherous, and a missed step could easily mean a headlong plunge into the darkness. They were halfway down when Kenlaw paused to examine the rock wall. Switching hands with his flashlight, he drew his geologist's pick and tapped against the stone. "Find something?" Brandon turned his light onto the object of the archaeologist's scrutiny, saw a band of lighter stone running along the ledge. "Just a sample of stratum," Kenlaw explained, hastily breaking free a specimen and shoving it into one of his voluminous pockets. "I'll have to examine it back at my lab, study it for evidence of tool marks and so on." The floor of the pit appeared little different from the chamber through which they had entered the cavern, save that it lacked the accumulated litter of human usage. The air was cool and fresh enough to breathe, although each lungful carried the presence of a sunless place deep beneath the mountains. "Wonder when the last time was anyone came down here," Brandon said, casting his light along the uneven floor. The bottom was strewn with broken rock and detritus, with a spongy paste of bat guano and dust. Footprints would be hard to trace after any length of time. "Hard to say," Kenlaw answered, scooping up a handful of gravel and examining it under his light. "Sometimes the Confederates worked back into places like this after saltpeter. Maybe Bard Warner came down here, but I'm betting that morion was just something some dumb hillbilly found someplace else and got tossed onto the dump." "Are these human bones?" Brandon asked. Kenlaw stuffed the gravel into a jacket pocket and scrambled over to where Brandon crouched. There was a fall of broken rock against the wall of the pit opposite their point of descent. Interspersed with the chunks of stone were fragments of moldering bone. The archaeologist dug out a section of rib. It snapped easily in his hand, showing whiteness as it crumbled. "Dead a long time," Kenlaw muttered, pulling more of the rocks aside. "Maybe Indian." "Then it's a human skeleton?" "Stone burial cairn, at a guess. But it's been dug up and the bones scattered about. These long bones are all smashed apart." "Maybe he was killed in a rock slide." Kenlaw shook his head. Look how this femur is split apart. I'd say more likely something broke open the bones to eat the marrow. An animal? What else would it have been? Kenlaw suddenly bent forward, clawed at the detritus. His thick fingers locked on to what looked to be the edge of a flat rock. Grunting, he hauled back and wrenched forth a battered sheet of rusted iron. Part of a breastplate. Damned if this isn't the original skeleton in armor. Give me a hand with the rest of these rocks. Together they dragged away the cairn of rubble, Kenlaw puffing energetically as he flung aside the stones and fragments of bone. Brandon, caught up in the excitement of discovery himself, reflected with a twinge that this was hardly a careful piece of excavation. Nonetheless, Kenlaw's anxious scrabbling continued until they had cleared a patch of bare rock. The archaeologist squatted on a stone and lit a cigarette. "Doesn't tell me much," he complained. "Just broken bones and chunks of rust. Why was he here? Were there others with him? Who were they? What were they seeking here? Isn't it enough that you've found the burial of a conquistador?" "Can't prove that until I've run some tests," Kenlaw grumbled. "Could have been a colonial. Breastplates were still in use in European armies until this century. Or an Indian buried with some tribal heirlooms." "There's another passage back of here," Brandon called out. He had been shining his light along the fall of rock, searching for further relics from the cairn. Behind, where they had cleared away some of the loose rocks, a passageway pierced the wall of the pit. Brandon rolled aside more of the stone, and the mouth of the passage took shape behind the crest of the rock pile. Kenlaw knelt and peered within. "Not much more than a crawl space," he announced, "but it runs straight on for maybe 20 or 30 feet, then appears to open onto another chamber." Brandon played his flashlight around the sides of the pit, then back to where they stood. "I don't think this is just a rock slide. I think someone piled all these rocks here to wall up the tunnel mouth. If they didn't want it found, then they must have found something worth hiding," the archaeologist concluded. "I'll take a look. You wait here in case I get stuck." Brandon started to point out that his was the slimmer frame, but already Kenlaw had plunged headfirst into the tunnel, his thick buttocks blocking Brandon's view as he squeezed his way through. Brandon thought of a fat old badger ducking down a burrow. He kept his light on the shaft. Wheezing and scuffling, the other man managed to force his bulk through the passage. He paused at the far end and called back something, but his words were too muffled for Brandon to catch. A moment later, Kenlaw's legs disappeared from view, and then his flushed face bobbed into Brandon's light. "I'm in another chamber, about like the one you're standing in," he called back. "I'll take a look around." Brandon sat down to wait impatiently. He glanced at his watch. To his surprise, they had been in the cavern some hours. The beam of his flashlight was yellowing. Brandon cut the switch to save the batteries, although he carried spares in his pockets. The blackness was as total as the inside of a grave, except for an occasional wan flash as Kenlaw shined his light past the tunnel mouth from the pit beyond. Brandon held his hand before his face, noted that he could dimly make out its outline. The albino had always known he could see better in the dark than others could, and it had seemed a sort of recompense for the fact that bright light tormented his pink eyes. He had read that hemeralopia did not necessarily coincide with increased night vision, and his use of infrared rifle scopes had caused him to wonder whether his eyes might not be unusually receptive to light from the infrared end of the spectrum. Kenlaw seemed to be taking his time. At first Brandon had heard the sharp tapping of his geologist's pick from time to time. Now there was only silence. Brandon flipped his light back on, consulted his watch. It had been half an hour. "Dr. Kenlaw," he called. He thrust his shoulders into the passage and called again, louder. There was no reply. Less anxious than impatient, Brandon crawled into the tunnel and began to wriggle forward, pushing his light ahead of him. Brandon was stocky, and it was a tight enough squeeze. The crawl space couldn't be much more than 2 feet square at its widest point. Brandon reflected that it was fortunate that he was not one of those bothered by claustrophobia. Halfway through the tunnel, Brandon suddenly halted to study its walls. No natural passage. Those were tool marks upon the stone. Not even Kenlaw could doubt now. The regularity of the passage had already made Brandon suspicious. Cramped as it was, it reminded him of a mine shaft, and he thought again about the mention in Creasy's grandfather's tales of the interconnecting tunnels found at the sinkhole pits. The tunnel opened into another chamber, much like the one he had just quitted. It was a short drop to the floor, and Brandon lowered himself head first from the shaft. There was no sign of Kenlaw's light. He stood for a moment uneasily, swinging his flash about the cavern. Perhaps the archaeologist had fallen into a hidden pit, smashed his light. "Dr. Kenlaw!" Brandon called again. Only echoes answered. No. There was another sound, carried through the rock and the subterranean stillness. A sharp tapping. Kenlaw's geologist's pick. Brandon killed his flash. A moment passed while his eyes adjusted to the blackness. Then he discerned a faint haze of light, visible only because of the total darkness. Switching his own light back on, Brandon directed it towards the glimmer. It came from the mouth of yet another passageway, cut against the wall opposite. He swung his light about the pit. Knowing what to look for now, Brandon thought he could see other such passages, piercing the rock face at all levels. It came to him that they began to run a real risk of losing their way if they were to progress much farther within these caverns. Best to get Kenlaw and keep together after this, he decided. The new shaft was a close copy of the previous one, albeit somewhat more cramped. Brandon scraped skin against its confines as he crawled towards the sound of Kenlaw's pick. The archaeologist was so engrossed in what he was doing that he hadn't noticed Brandon's presence until the other wriggled out onto the floor of the pit and hailed him. Spotlighted by Brandon's flash, Kenlaw glowered truculently. The rock face where he was hammering threw back a crystalline reflection. "I was worried something had happened," Brandon said, approaching. "Sorry. I called to you that I was going on, but you must not have heard." Kenlaw swept up handfuls of rock samples and stuffed them into the already bulging pockets of his paratrooper's jacket. "We'd best be getting back before we get lost. Reynolds will be wondering about us." "What is this place? Don't tell me all of this is due to natural formation." Brandon swept his light around. More diminutive tunnels pierced the sides of this pit also. He considered the broken rock that littered the floor. "This is a mine of some sort, isn't it?" "Congratulations, Dr. Kenlaw. You really have found one of the lost mines of the ancients. Christ, you'll need a team of spelunkers to explore these pits if they keep going on deeper into the mountain." Kenlaw laughed gruffly. "Lost mines to the romantic imagination, I suppose, but not to the trained mind. This is a common enough formation. Underground streams have forced their way through faults in the rock, hollowed out big chambers wherever they've encountered softer stone. Come on, we've wasted enough time on this one." "Soft rock?" Brandon pushed past him. "Hell, this is quartz." He stared at the quartz dike where Kenlaw had been working. Under the flashlight beam, golden highlights shimmered from the chipped matrix. "Oh, my God," Brandon managed to whisper. These were good words for a final prayer, although Kenlaw probably had no such consideration in mind. The rush of motion from the darkness triggered some instinctive reflex. Brandon started to whirl about, and the pick of the geologist's hammer only tore a furrow across his scalp instead of plunging into his skull. The glancing blow was enough. Brandon went down as if poleaxed. Crouching over him, Kenlaw raised the hammer for the coup de grace. When Brandon made no move, the murderous light in the other man's eyes subsided to cunning. Brandon was still breathing, although bare bone gleamed beneath the blood-matted hair. Kenlaw balanced the geologist's pick pensively. "Got to make this look like an accident," he muttered. "Can't risk an investigation." Tell them you took a bad fall. Damn you, Brandon. You would have to butt in the one time I finally found what I was after. This goddamn mountain is made out of gold, and that's going to be my secret until I can lock up the mining rights.
He hefted a rock, improvising quickly for all that his attack had been born of the moment. Just as well the pick only grazed you. Going to have to look like you busted your head on the rocks. Can't have it happen in here, though. This has to be kept hidden. Out there on the ledge where we first climbed down, that's where you fell. I'll block the tunnel entrance back up again. All they'll know is that we found some old bones in a cave, and you fell to your death climbing back up. He raised the rock over Brandon's head, then threw it aside. Hell, you may never wake up from that one there. Got to make this look natural as possible. If they don't suspect now, they might later on. Push you off the top of the ledge head first, and it'll just be a natural accident. Working quickly, Kenlaw tied a length of rope to Brandon's ankles. The man was breathing hoarsely, his pulse erratic. He had a concussion, maybe worse. Kenlaw debated again whether to kill him now, but considered it unlikely that he would regain consciousness before they reached the ledge. An astute coroner might know the difference between injuries suffered through a fatal fall and trauma inflicted upon a lifeless body. They always did on television. Brandon was heavy, but Kenlaw was no weakling for all his fat. Taking hold of the rope, he dragged the unconscious body across the cavern floor. Any minor scrapes would be attributed to the fall. At the mouth of the tunnel, he paused to pay out his coil of rope. Once on the other side, he could haul in Brandon's limp form like a fish on a line. It would only take minutes to finish the job. The tunnel seemed far more cramped as he wriggled into it. The miners must have had small frames, but then people were smaller 4 centuries ago. Moreover, the Spaniards, who almost certainly would have used slave labor to drive these shafts, weren't meant to let their slaves grow fat. It was tighter, Kenlaw realized with growing alarm. For a moment he attempted to pass it off as claustrophobia, but as he reached a narrower section of the tunnel, the crushing pressure on his stout sides could not be denied. Panic whispered through his brain, and then suddenly he understood. He had crammed his baggy jacket pockets with rock samples and chunks of ore from the quartz dike. He was a good 20 pounds heavier, and inches bulkier now than when he had crawled through before. He could back out, but to do so would lose time. Brandon might revive. Reynolds might come looking for them. Gritting his teeth against the pressure on his ribs, Kenlaw pushed his light on ahead and forced his body onwards. This was the tightest point, and beyond that the way would be easier. He sucked in his breath and writhed forward another foot or more. His sides ached, but he managed yet another foot with all his strength. No farther. He was stuck. His chest aching, Kenlaw found scant breath to curse. No need to panic. Just back out and take off the jacket. Push it in ahead of him and try again. He struggled to work his corpulent body backwards from the tunnel. The loose folds of his paratrooper's jacket rolled up as he wriggled backwards, bunching against the bulging pockets. Jammed even tighter against his flesh and against the rock walls, the laden coat bunched up into a wedge. Kenlaw pushed harder, setting his teeth against the pain as rock samples gouged into his body. He couldn't move an inch farther, backwards or forwards. He was stuck midway in the tunnel. Still, Kenlaw fought down his panic. It was going to cost him some bruises and some torn skin, no doubt, but he'd work his way free in good time. He must, above all else, remain calm, be patient. A fraction of an inch forwards, a fraction of an inch backwards. He would take his time, work his way loose bit by bit, tear free of the jacket or smooth out its bunched-up folds. At worst, Reynolds would find him, bring help. Brandon might be dead by then, or have no memory of the blow that felled him. He could claim he was only trying to drag his injured companion to safety. Kenlaw noticed that the light from his flash was growing dim. He had meant to replace the batteries earlier. Now the spares were part of the impedimenta that pinioned him here. No matter. He didn't need light for this. Only to be lighter. Kenlaw laughed shakily at his own joke. Then the chuckle died. The flashlight was fast dwindling, but its yellowing beam was enough to pick out the pink reflections of the many pairs of eyes that watched him from the mouth of the tunnel. Barely glimpsed shapes that grew bolder as the light they feared grew dim. And then Kenlaw panicked. The throbbing ache in his skull was so intense that it was some time before Brandon became aware that he was conscious. By gradual increments, as one awakens from a deep dream, he came to realize that something was wrong, that there was a reason for the pain and clouded state of awareness. An elusive memory whispered of a treacherous attack, a blow from behind. Brandon groaned as he forced himself to sit up, goaded to action as memory returned. His legs refused to function, and after a moment of confusion he realized that his ankles were tied together. He almost passed out again from the effort to lean forward and fumble with the knots, and more time dragged past as he clumsily worked to free his ankles. His brain refused to function clearly. He knew that it was dark, that he could see only dimly, but he could not think where his flashlight might be, nor marvel that his albino eyes had so accommodated to give him preternatural vision in a lightless cavern. Remembering Kenlaw's attack, he began to wonder where the other man had gone. Only disjointedly did he understand the reason behind the archaeologist's actions and the probable consequences of his own plight. The knots at last came loose. Brandon dully considered the rope, his thoughts groping with the fact that someone had tied it to his ankles. Tied him to what? Brandon pulled on the rope, drew coils of slack through the darkness until there was tension from the other end. He tugged again. The rope was affixed to something beyond. With great effort, Brandon made it to his feet, staggered forward to lean against the rock face beneath which he had lain. The rope was tied to the wall. No, it entered the wall, into the tunnel. It was affixed to something within the narrow passage. Brandon knelt forward and followed the rope into the crawl space. Dimly he remembered that this was the shaft by which he had entered, or so he hoped. He had hardly crawled forward for more than a body length when his fingers clawed against boots. Brandon groped and encountered damp cloth and motionless legs, the rope pressing on beneath their weight. "Kenlaw?" he called out in a voice he scarcely recognized. He shook the man's feet, but no response came. Bracing himself against the narrow passage, Brandon grasped the other man's ankles and hauled back. For a moment there was resistance. Then the slack body slid backwards under his tugging. Backing out of the tunnel, Brandon dragged the archaeologist's motionless form behind him. The task was an easy one for him, despite that the pain in his skull left Brandon nauseated and weak. Emerging from the shaft, he rested until the giddiness subsided. Kenlaw lay where he had released him, still not moving. Brandon could only see the man as a dim outline, but vague as that impression was, something seemed wrong about the silhouette. Brandon bent forward, ran his hands over the archaeologist's face, groping for a pulse. His fingers encountered warm wetness across patches of slick hardness and sticky softness, before skidding into empty eye sockets. Most of the flesh of Kenlaw's face and upper body had been stripped from the bone. Brandon slumped against the wall of the cavern, trying to comprehend. His brain struggled drunkenly to think, but the agony of his skull kept making his thoughts tumble apart again, just as understanding seemed to be there. Kenlaw was dead. He, Brandon, was in a bad way. This much he could hold in his mind, and with that the recognition that he had to get out of this place. That meant crawling back through the narrow shaft where Kenlaw had met his death. Brandon's mind was too dazed to feel the full weight of horror. Once again he crawled into the tunnel and inched his way through the cramped darkness. The rock was damp, and now he knew with what wetness. But he forced himself to wriggle across it. His hands encountered Kenlaw's flashlight. He snapped its switch without effect, then remembered the fresh batteries in his pockets. Crawling from the tunnel and onto the floor of the chamber beyond, he fumbled to open the flashlight, stuff in new batteries. He thumbed the switch again without result. His fingers groped across the lens, gashed against broken glass. The bulb was smashed, the metal dented. Tufts of hair and dried gore caked the battered end. Kenlaw had found service from the flashlight as a club, and it was good for little else now. Brandon threw it away from him with a curse. The effort had taxed his strength, and Brandon passed from consciousness to unconsciousness, and again to consciousness, without really being aware of it. When he found himself capable of thought once again, he had to remember all over again how he had come to this state. He wondered how much time had passed, touched his watch, and found that the glare from the digital reading hurt his eyes. Setting his teeth against the throbbing that jarred his skull, Brandon made it to his feet again, clutching at the wall of the pit for support. Olin, assuming he was getting anxious by now, might not find the passage that led from the first pit. To get help, Brandon would have to cross this cavern, crawl through the shaft back into the first pit, perhaps climb up along the ledge and into the passageway that led to the outer cavern. In his condition, it wouldn't have been easy, even if he had had a light. Brandon searched his pockets with no real hope. A non-smoker, he rarely carried matches, nor did he now. His eyes seemed to have accommodated as fully to the absence of light as their abnormal sensitivity would permit. It was sufficient to discern the shapes of objects close at hand as shadowy forms distinct from the engulfing darkness. Little enough, but preferable to total blindness. Brandon stood with his back to the shaft through which he had just crawled. The other tunnel had seemed to be approximately opposite, and if he walked in a straight line, he ought to strike the rock face close enough to grope for the opening. With cautious steps, Brandon began to cross the cavern. The floor was uneven, and loose stones were impossible for him to see. He tried to remember if his previous crossing had revealed any pitfalls within this chamber. A fall and a broken leg would leave him helpless here, and slowly through his confused brain was creeping the shrill warning that Kenlaw's death could hardly have been from natural causes. A bear? There were persistent rumors of mountain lions being sighted in these hills. Bobcats, which were not uncommon, could be dangerous under these circumstances. Brandon concentrated on walking in a straight line, much like a drunk trying to walk a highway line for a cop, and found that the effort demanded his entire attention. The wall opposite loomed before him. Brandon was aware of its darker shape an instant before he blundered into it. He rested against its cool solidity for a moment, his knees rubbery, head swimming after the exertion. When he felt stronger once again, he began to inch his way along the rock face, fumbling for an opening in the wall of the pit. There, a patch of darkness less intense, opened out of the stone. He dared not even consider the possibility that this might not be the shaft that was hidden behind the cairn. Brandon fought back unconsciousness as it surged over him once more, forced his muscles to respond. Once through this passage, Olin would be able to find him. He stooped to crawl into the tunnel, and the rock was coated with a musty stickiness. Brandon wriggled forward across the moist stone. The sensation was already too familiar. When his out-thrust fingers clawed against a man's boot. Kenlaw's boot. Kenlaw's body. In the shaft ahead of him. Brandon was too stunned to feel terror. His tortured mind struggled to comprehend. Kenlaw's body lay in the farther chamber, beyond the other passage by which he had returned, and Brandon knew a dead man when he came upon one. Had he circled the cavern, gone back the way he had come? Or was he delirious, his injured brain tormented by a recurring nightmare? He clutched the lifeless feet and started to haul them back, as he had done before, or thought he had done. The boots were abruptly dragged out of his grasp. Brandon slumped forward on his face, pressing against the stone to hold back the waves of vertigo and growing fear. Canlaw's body disappeared into the blackness of the tunnel. How serious was his head injury? Had he imagined that Canlaw was dead? Or was it Canlaw ahead of him now in this narrow passage? Brandon smothered a cackling laugh. It must not be Canlaw. Canlaw was dead, after all. It was Olin Reynolds, or someone else, come to search for him. "Here I am," Brandon managed to shout. "In here." His lips tasted of blood, and Brandon remembered the wetness he had pressed his face against a moment gone. It was too late to call back his outcry. New movement scurried in the tunnel from either end. Then his night vision became no blessing, for enough consciousness remained for Brandon to know that the faces that peered at him from the shaft ahead were not human faces. Olin Reynolds was a patient man. Age and Atlanta had taught him that. When the sun was high, he opened a tin of Vienna sausages and a pack of Lance crackers, munched them slowly, then washed them down with a few swallows from a mason jar of blockade. Sleepy after his lunch, he stretched out on the seat and dozed. When he awoke, the sun was low, and his joints complained as he slid from the cab and stretched. Brandon and Canlaw should have returned by now, he realized with growing unease. Being a patient man, he sat on the running board of his truck, smoked 2 cigarettes, and had another pull from the jar of whiskey. By then, dusk was closing, and Reynolds decided it was time for him to do something. There was a flashlight in the truck. Its batteries were none too fresh, but Reynolds dug it out and tramped towards the mouth of the cave. Stooping low, he called out several times, and when there came no answer to his hail, he cautiously let himself down into the cavern. The flashlight beam was weak, but enough to see that there was nothing here but the wreckage of the moonshine still that had been a going concern when he last set foot within the cavern. Reynolds didn't care to search farther with his uncertain light, but the chance that the others might have met with some accident and be unable to get back was too great for him to ignore. Still calling out their names, he nervously picked his way along the passage that led from the rear of the antechamber. His batteries held out long enough for Reynolds to spot the sudden drop-off before he blundered across the edge and into space. Standing as close to the brink as he dared, Reynolds pointed his flashlight downwards into the pit. The yellow beam was sufficient to pick out a broken heap of a man on the rocks below the ledge. Reynolds had seen death often enough before, and he didn't expect an answer when he called out into the darkness of the pit. As quickly as his failing light permitted, Reynolds retraced his steps out into the starry darkness of the clearing. Breathing a prayer that one of the men might have survived the fall, he sent his truck careening down the mountain road in search of help. Remote as the area was, it was well into the night before rescue workers in 4-wheel-drive vehicles were able to converge upon the clearing before the cavern. Men with lights and emergency equipment hurried into the cave and climbed down into the pit beyond. There they found the broken body of Dr. Morris Canlaw, strangely mutilated, as if set upon by rats after he fell to his death. They loaded his body onto a stretcher and continued to search for his companion. Eric Brandon they never found. They searched the cavern and the passageway and the pit from corner to crevice. They found the wreckage of an old still, and within the pit Canlaw's body, and that was all. Later, when there were more lights, someone thought he saw evidence that a rockfall against the far wall of the pit might be a recent one, but after they had turned through this for a while, it was obvious that only bare rock lay underneath. By morning, news of the mystery had spread. 1 man dead, 1 man vanished. Local reporters visited the scene, took photographs, interviewed people. Curiosity seekers joined the search. The day wore on, and still no sign of Brandon. By now, the State Bureau of Investigation had sent men into the area in addition to the local sheriff's deputies. Not that foul play was suspected so much, But a man had been killed and his companion had disappeared, and since it was evident that Brandon was not to be found inside the cavern, the mystery centered upon his disappearance, and why. There were many conjectures. The men had been attacked by a bear, Brandon's body carried off. Brandon had been injured, had crawled out for help after Olin Reynolds had driven off, had subsequently collapsed or become lost in the forest, or was out of his mind from a head injury. Some few suggested that Kenlaw's death had not been accidental, although no motive was put forward, and that Brandon had fled in panic while Reynolds was asleep. The mountainside was searched, and searched more thoroughly the next day. Dogs were brought in, but by now too many people had trampled over the site. No trace of the missing man was discovered. It became necessary that Brandon's family and associates be notified, and here the mystery continued. Brandon seemed to have no next of kin, but then he had said once that he was an orphan. At his apartment in New York, he was almost unknown. The landlord could only note that he paid his rent promptly, and often by mail, since he evidently traveled a great deal. The university at which he had mentioned he was working on his doctorate, when asked once, had no student on record named Eric Brandon, and no one could remember if he had ever told them the name of the grant that was supporting his folklore research. In their need to know something definite about the vanished man, investigators looked through the few possessions and personal effects in his cabin. They found no names or addresses with which Brandon might be connected, nothing beyond numerous reference works and copious notes that showed he had indeed been a serious student of regional folklore. There was his rifle and a handgun, a Walter PPK and .380 ACP. Still nothing to excite comment. The Walter was of pre-war manufacture, its serial number without American listing. Until someone forced the lock of his attaché case and discovered the Colt Woodsman. The fact that this .22 caliber pistol incorporated a silencer interested the SBI, and after fingerprints had been sent through channels, was of even greater interest to the FBI. They were manufactured for the OSS, the agent explained, indicating the Colt semi-automatic with its bulky silencer. A few of them are still in use, although the high-standard HD is more common now. There's no way of knowing how this one ended up in Brandon's possession. It's illegal for a private citizen to own a silencer of any sort, of course. In the hands of a good marksman, it's a perfect assassination gun. About all the sound it makes is that of the action functioning, and a clip of 22 hollow points placed right will finish about any job.
Eric wouldn't have killed anyone, Ginger Warner protested angrily. The FBI agent reminded her of a two-scrubbed Bible salesman. She resented the high-handed way he and the others had appropriated Brandon's belongings. That's the thing about these sociopathic types. They seem perfectly normal human beings, but it's only a mask. He went on. We'll run ballistics on this and see if it matches with anything on file. Probably not. This guy was good, real good. What we have on him now is purely circumstantial, and if we turn him up, I'm not sure we can nail him on anything more serious than firearms violations. But putting together all the things we know and that won't stand up in court, your tenant is one of the top hitmen in the business. Brandon? A hitman? Scoffed Del Warner. Brandon's not his real name, the agent went on, ticking off his information. He set up other identities, too, probably. We ran his prints. Took some looking, but we finally identified him. His name was Ricky Brennan when he was turned over to a New York State foster home as a small child. Father unknown. Mother, one Laurie Brennan, deceased. Records say his mother was from around here originally, by the way. Maybe that's why he came back. Got into a bit of trouble in his early teens. Had a fight with some other boys in the home. One died from a broken neck as a result. But since the others had jumped Brennan, no charges were placed. But out of that, we did get his prints on record.
thanks to an institutional blunder when they neglected to expunge his juvenile record. They moved him to another facility where they could handle his type. Shortly after that, Brennan ran away, and there the official record ends.
Then how can you say that Eric is a hired killer? Ginger demanded. You haven't any proof. You've said so yourself.
No proof that'll stand up in court, I said, the agent admitted. But we've known for some time of a high-priced hitman who likes to use a high-powered rifle, one like this. He hefted Brandon's rifle. This is a Winchester Model 70, chambered for the .220 Swift. That's the fastest commercially loaded cartridge ever made. Factory load will move a 48-grain bullet out at a velocity of over 4,100 feet per second on a trajectory flat as a stretched string. Our man has killed with headshots from distances that must have been near 300 yards in reconstructing some of his hits. The bullet virtually explodes on impact, so there's nothing left for ballistics to work on. But it's a rare gun for a hitman to use, and that's where Brandon begins to figure. It demands a top marksman as well as a shooter who can handle this much gun. You see, the .220 Swift has just too much power. It burned out the old nickel-steel barrels when the cartridge was first introduced, and it's said that the bullet itself will disintegrate if it hits a patch of turbulent air. The .220 Swift may have fantastic velocity, but it also has a tendency to self-destruct. Eric used that as a varmint rifle, Dell argued. It's a popular cartridge for varmint shooters, along with a lot of other small-caliber, high-velocity cartridges. And as for that silenced Colt, Eric isn't the first person I've heard of who owned a gun that's considered illegal. As I said, we don't have a case, yet. Just pieces of a puzzle. But more pieces start to fall into place once you make a start. There's more than just what I've told you, you can be sure. And we'll find out a lot more once we find Brandon. At a guess, he killed Laidlaw, who may have found out something about him, then panicked and fled. Sounds pretty clumsy for a professional killer, Dell commented. The agent frowned, then was all official politeness once more. These hillbillies were never known for their cooperation with federal agents. We'll find out what happened when we find Brandon. If you find him. Brandon seemed to be swirling through pain-fogged delirium, an endless vertigo in which he clutched at fragments of dream as a man caught in a maelstrom is flung against flotsam of his broken ship. In rare moments his consciousness surfaced enough for him to wonder whether portions of the dreams might be reality. Most often, Brandon dreamed of limitless caverns beneath the mountains, caverns through which he was borne along by partially glimpsed dwarfish figures. Sometimes Laidlaw was with him in this maze of tunnels, crawling after him, his face a flayed mask of horror, a bloody geologist's pick brandished in one fleshless fist. At other times, Brandon sensed his dreams were visions of the past, visions that could only be born of his obsessive study of the folklore of this region. He looked upon the mountains of a primeval age, when the boundless forest was untouched by the iron bite and poisoned breath of white civilization. Copper-hued savages hunted game along these ridges, to come upon a race of diminutive white-skinned folk who withdrew shyly into the shelter of hidden caverns. The Indians were in awe of these little people, whose origins were beyond the mysteries of their oldest legends, and so they created new legends to explain them. With the successive migrations of Indians through these mountains, the little people remained in general at peace, for they were wise in certain arts beyond the comprehension of the red man, who deemed them spirit folk, and their ways were those of secrecy and stealth. Then came a new race of men, white skins made bronze by the sun, their faces bearded, their flesh encased in burnished steel. The conquistadors enslaved the little folk of the hills as they had enslaved the races of the south, tortured them to learn the secrets of their caves beneath the mountains, forced them to mine the gold from pits driven deep into the earth.
Then followed a dream of mad carnage, when the little people arose from their tunnels in unexpected force to entrap their masters within the pits, and to drive those who escaped howling in fear from that which they had called forth from beneath the mountains. Then came the white settlers in a wave that never receded, driving before them the red man, and finally the game. Remembering the conquistadors, the little people retreated farther into their caverns, hating the white man with his guns and his settlements. Seldom now did they venture into the world above, and then only by night. Deep within the mountains they found sustenance from the subterranean rivers and the beds of fungoid growths they nourished, feeding as well upon other cave creatures and such prey as they might seek above on starless nights. With each generation the race slipped farther back into primordial savagery, forgetting the ancient knowledge that had once been theirs. Their stature became dwarfish and ape-like, their faces brutish as the regression of their souls. Their flesh and hair assumed the dead pallor of creatures that live in eternal darkness, even as their vision and hearing adapted to their subterranean existence. They remembered their hatred of the new race of men. Again and again Brandon's dreams were red with visions of stealthy ambush and lurid slaughter of those who trespassed upon their hidden domain, of those who walked mountain trails upon nights when the stars were swallowed in cloud. He saw children snatched from their blankets, women set upon in lonely places. For the most part, these were nightmares from previous centuries, although there was a recurrent dream in which a vapid-faced girl gave herself over willingly to their obscene lusts, until the coming of men with flashlights and shotguns drove them from her cackling embrace. These were dreams that Brandon, through his comatose delirium, could grasp and understand. There were other visions that defied his comprehension. Fantastic cities reeled and shattered as the earth tore itself apart, thrusting new mountains towards the blazing heavens, opening vast chasms that swallowed rivers and spat them forth as shrieking steam. Oceans of flame melted continents into leaden seas, wherein charred fragments of a world spun frenziedly upon chaotic tides and whirlpools, riven by enormous bolts of raw energy that coursed like fiery cobwebs from the cyclopean orb that filled the sky. Deep within the earth, fortress cities were shaken and smashed by the hell that reigned miles above. From out of the ruins, survivors crept to attempt to salvage some of the wonders of the age that had died and left them exiles in a strange world. Darkness and savagery stole from them their ideals, even as monstrous dwellers from even greater depths of the earth drove them from their buried cities and upward through caverns that opened onto an alien surface. In the silent halls of vanished greatness, nightmarish shapes crawled like maggots, while the knowledge of that godlike age was a fading memory to the degenerate descendants of those who had fled. How long the dreams endured, Brandon could not know. It was the easing of the pain in his skull that eventually convinced Brandon that he had passed from dream into reality, although it was into reality no less strange than that of delirium. They made a circle about where he lay, so many of them that Brandon could not guess their number. Their bodies were stunted, but lacking the disproportion of torso to limbs of human dwarfs. The thin white fur upon their naked pink flesh combined to give them something of the appearance of lemurs. Brandon thought of elves and of feral children, but their faces were those of demons. Broad nostrils and out-thrust tusked jaws stopped just short of being muzzles, and within, over-large red-pupiled eyes glinted the malign intelligence of a fallen angel. They seemed in awe of him. Brandon slowly raised himself on one arm, giddy from the effort. He saw that he lay upon a pallet of dried moss and crudely cured furs, that his naked body seemed thin from long fever. He touched the wound on his scalp, and encountered old scab and new scar. Beside him, water and what might be broth or emollients filled bowls which might have been formed by human hands, or perhaps not. Brandon stared back at the vast circle of eyes. It occurred to him to wonder that he could see them.
His first thought was that there must be a source of dim light from somewhere. It then came to him to wonder that these creatures had spared him. His first thought was that as an albino they had mistakenly accepted him as one of their race. In the latter, he was closer to the truth than with the former. Then, slowly, as his awakening consciousness assimilated all that he now knew, Brandon understood the truth. And in understanding it at last, Brandon knew who he was, and why he was. There was only a sickle of moon that night, but Ginger Warner, feeling restless, threw on a wrap and slipped out of the house. On some nights, sleep just would not come, although such nights came farther apart now. Walking seemed to help, although she had foregone these nocturnal strolls for a time, after once when she realized someone was following her. As it turned out, her unwelcome escort was a federal agent. They thought she would lead them to where her lover was hiding. And Ginger's subsequent anger was worse than her momentary fear. But in time, even the FBI decided that the trail was a cold one, and the investigation into the disappearance of a suspected hired killer was pushed into the background. It was turning autumn, and the thin breeze made her shiver beneath her dark wrap. Ginger wished for the company of Dan, but her brother had taken the Plot hound off on a weekend bear hunt. The wind made a lonely sound as it moved through the trees, chattering the dead leaves so that even the company of her own footsteps was denied her. Only the familiarity of the tone let her stifle a scream when someone called her name from the darkness ahead. Ginger squinted into the darkness, wishing now she'd brought a light. She whispered uncertainly, "Eric?" And then he stepped out from the shadow of the rock outcropping that overhung the path along the ridge, and Ginger was in his arms. She spared only a moment for a kiss before warning him in one breathless outburst, "Eric, you've got to be careful. The police, the FBI, they've been looking for you all summer. They think you're some sort of criminal." In her next breath, she found time to look at him more closely. "Eric, where have you been? What's happened to you?" Only the warm pressure of his arms proved to her that Brandon was not a phantom of dream. The wind whipped through his long white hair and beard, and there was just enough moonlight for her to make out the streak of scar that creased his scalp. He was shirtless, his only attire a ragged pair of denim jeans and battered boots. Beneath his bare skin, muscles bunched in tight masses that were devoid of fleshy padding. About his neck he wore a peculiar amulet of gold, and upon his belt hung a conquistador's sword. "I've been walking up and down in the earth," he said. "Is summer over, then? It hadn't seemed so long. I wonder if time moves at a different pace down there." Both his words and his tone made her stare at him anew. "Eric? God, Eric, what's happened to you?" "I found my own kind," Brandon told her with a laugh that gave her a chill. "But I was lonely among them as well, and so I came back. I knew there must be an open passageway somewhere on your land here, and it didn't take me long to find it." "You've been hiding out in some caves?" Ginger wondered. "Not hiding out. They recognized me for who I am, don't you understand? They've forgotten so much over the ages, but not all of the old wisdom has left them. They're not quite beasts yet." Ginger considered the scar on his head and remembered that he must have been wandering in some undiscovered system of caverns for many weeks, alone in the darkness. "Eric," she said gently, "I know you've been hurt, that you've been alone for a long time. Now I want you to come back with me to the house. You need to have a doctor look at your head where you hurt it." "It's certain to sound strange to you, I realize." Brandon smiled. "I still sometimes wonder if it isn't all part of my dreams. There's gold down there, more gold than the conquistadors ever dreamed, and hordes of every precious stone these mountains hold. But there's far greater treasure than any of this. There's a lost civilization buried down below, its ruins guarded by entities that transcend any apocalyptic vision of hell's demons.
It's been ages since any of my people have dared to enter the hidden strongholds, but I've dared to enter there, and I've returned."
Ginger compressed her lips and tried to remember all she'd learned in her psychology course last year. "Eric, you don't have to be worried about what I said about the police. They know you weren't to blame for Dr. Kenlaw's death, and they admitted to us that they didn't have any sort of evidence against you on all that other nonsense." She hoped that was all still true. Far better to have Eric turn himself in and let a good lawyer take charge than to allow him to wander off again in this condition. They had good doctors at the center and Morganton who could help him recover. "Come back?" Brandon's face seemed suddenly satanic. "You'd have me come back to the world of men and be put in a cell? I think instead I'll rule in hell." Ginger did not share in his laughter at his illusion. There were soft rustlings among the leaves alongside the trail, and the wind was silent. She cried out when she saw their faces, and instinctively pressed against Brandon for protection. "Don't be afraid," he soothed, gripping her tightly. "These are my people. They've fallen far, but I can lead them back along the road to their ancient greatness." "Our people," Brandon corrected himself. "Persephone." Ramsey Campbell, the Fifth. Ramsey Campbell was born in 1946 and has lived in Liverpool ever since, now with his wife Jenny and daughter Tamsin. After dawdling along in the Inland Revenue for 4 years and enjoying himself rather more in Liverpool public libraries for another 7, in 1973 he took the risk of writing full-time, with Jenny's invaluable support. Other people who have encouraged him include his mother, August Derleth, his English teacher, Ray Thomas, Kirby Macaulay, Bob Lowndes, Carol Smith. Influences: Lovecraft, M.R. James, Leiber, Bloch, Aickman, Nabokov, Graham Greene, Elaine Rene, Hitchcock, and all sorts of horror films he sneaked into the Isolde London Road to see at the age of 15, and above all, The Princess and the Goblin. His novels include The Doll Who Ate His Mother, of which Bernice Williams Foley wrote, "Thank goodness this distasteful manhunt is fiction," The Face That Must Die, To Wake the Dead, and he is currently working on one probably to be called The Nameless. His short stories are collected in The Inhabitant of the Lake, Demons by Daylight, and The Height of the Scream, and he has edited Super Horror and New Tales of the Thulu Mythos. One of these days he means to write a history of horror fiction. He reviews films and horror fiction, at least for those few publishers who send out review copies, for BBC Radio Merseyside, and is president of the British Fantasy Society. In 1978 he was given both the British Fantasy Award and the World Fantasy Award for Best Short Fiction, though not for the same story. I must have passed the end of the path 100 times before I saw it. Walking into Keswick, I always gazed at the distant fells, mossed by fields and gorse and woods. On cloudy days, shadows rode the fells. The figures tramping the ridges looked as though they could steady themselves with one hand on the clouds. On clear days, I would marvel at the multitude of shades of green and yellow, a spectrum in themselves, and notice nothing else. But this was a dull day. The landscape looked dusty, as though from the lorries that pulverized the roads. I might have stayed in a house, but my Aunt Naomi was fitting. The sight of people turning like inexperienced models before the full-length mirror made me feel out of place. I'd exhausted Keswick, games of crazy golf, boats on the lake, or strolls round it, narrow streets clogged with cars and people scaffolded with rucksacks, and I didn't feel like toiling up the fells today, even for the vistas of the lakes. If I hadn't been watching my feet trudging, I would have missed the path. It led away from the road a mile or so outside Keswick, through a gap in the hedge and across a field overgrown with grass and wild flowers. Solitude appealed to me,
and I squeezed through the gap, which was hardly large enough for a sheep. As soon as I stepped on the path, I felt the breeze. That raised my spirits. The lorries had half deafened me. The grubby light and the clouds of dust had made me feel grimy. Though the grass was waist-high, I strode forward, determined to follow the path. Grass blurred its meanderings, but I managed to trace it to the far side of the field, only to find that it gave out entirely. I peered about, blinded by smoldering green. Elusive grasshoppers chirred, regular as telephones. Eventually, I made my way to the corner where the field met two others. Here the path sneaked through the hedge almost invisibly. Had it been made difficult to follow? Beyond the hedge, it passed close to a pond, whose surface was green as the fields. I slithered on the brink. A dragonfly, its wings wafers of stained glass, skimmed the pond. The breeze coaxed me along the path until I reached what I thought was the edge of the field, but which proved to be a trough in the ground, about 15 feet deep. It wasn't a valley, though its stony floor sloped towards a dark hole ragged with grass. Its banks were a mass of gorse and herbs. Gorse obscured a dark green mound low down on the far bank. Except that the breeze was urging me, I wouldn't have gone close enough to realize that the mound was a cottage. It was hardly larger than a room. Moss had blurred its outlines, so that it resembled the banks of the trough. It was impossible to tell where the roof ended and the walls began. Now I could see a window, and I was eager to look in. The breeze guided me forward, caressing and soothing, and I saw where the path led down to the cottage. I had just climbed down below the edge when the breeze turned cold. Was it the damp, striking upwards from the crack in the earth? The crack was narrower than it had looked, which must be why I was all at once much closer to the cottage, close enough to realize that the cottage must be decaying, eaten away by moss. Perhaps that was what I could smell. Inside the cottage, a light crept towards the window, a light pale as marsh gas, pale as the face that loomed behind it. Someone was in there, and I was trespassing. When I tried to struggle out of the trough, my feet slipped on the path. The breeze was a huge cushion, a softness that forced me backwards. Clutching at gorse, I dragged myself over the edge. Nobody followed, and by the time I'd fled past the pond, I couldn't distinguish the crack in the earth. I didn't tell my aunt about the incident, though she insisted I call her Naomi, and let me stay up at night far later than my parents did. I felt she might disapprove. I didn't want her to think that I was still a child. If I hadn't stopped myself brooding about it, I might have realized that I felt guiltier than the incident warranted. After all, I had done nothing. Before long, she touched on the subject herself. One night we sat sipping more of the wine we'd had with dinner, something else my parents would have frowned upon if they'd known. Mellowed by wine, I said, "That was a nice meal." Without warning, to my dismay, which I concealed with a laugh, my voice fell an octave. "You're growing up." As though that had reminded her, she said, "See what you make of this." From a drawer she pulled 2 small gray dresses, too smartly cut for school. One of her clients had brought them for alteration. Her 2 small daughters clutching each other and giggling at me. Aunt Naomi handed me the dresses. "Look at them closely," she said. Handling them made me uneasy. As they drooped emptily over my lap, they looked unnervingly minute. Strands of a different gray were woven into the material. Somehow I didn't like to touch those strands. "I know how you feel," my aunt said. "It's the material." "What about it?" "The strands of lighter gray. I think they're hair." I handed back the dresses hastily, pinching them by one corner of the shoulders. "Old Fanny Cave made them," she said, as though that explained everything. "Who's Fanny Cave?" "Maybe she's just an old woman who isn't quite right in the head. I wouldn't trust some of the tales I've heard about her. Mind you, I'd trust her even less." I must have looked intrigued, for she said, She's just an unpleasant old woman, Peter. Take my advice and stay away from her. I can't stay away from her if I don't know where she lives, I said slyly. In a hole in the ground near a pond, so they tell me. You can't even see it from the road, so don't bother trying. She took my sudden nervousness for assent. I wish Mrs. Gibson hadn't accepted those dresses, she mused. She couldn't bring herself to refuse, she said, when Fanny Cave had gone to so much trouble. Well, she said the children felt uncomfortable in them. I'm going to tell her the material isn't good for their skin. I should have liked more chance to decide whether I wanted to confess to having gone near Fanny Cave's. Still, I felt too guilty to revive the subject, or even to show too much interest in the old woman. 2 days later, I had the chance to see her for myself. I was mooching about the house, trying to keep out of my aunt's way. There was nowhere downstairs I felt comfortable. Her sewing machine chattered in the dining room, by the table spread with cut-out patterns. Dress forms stood in the lounge, waiting for clothes or limbs. From my bedroom window I watched the rain stir the fields into mud, dissolve the fells into mounds of mist. I was glad when the doorbell rang. At least it gave me something to do. As soon as I opened the door, the old woman pushed in. I thought she was impatient for shelter. She wore only a gray dress. Parts of it glistened with rain. Or were they patterns of a different gray, symbols of some kind? I found myself squinting at them, trying to make them out, before I looked up at her face. She was over 6 feet tall. Her gray hair dangled to her waist. Presumably it smelled of earth. Certainly she did. Her leathery face was too small for her body. As it stooped, peering through gray strands at me, as though I was merchandise, I thought of a rodent peering from its lair. She strode into the dining room. "You've been saying things about me. You've been telling them not to wear my clothes." "I'm sure nobody told you that," my aunt said. "Nobody had to." Her voice sounded stiff and rusty, as if she wasn't used to talking to people. "I know when anyone meddles in my affairs." How could she fit into that dwarfish cottage? I stood in the hall, wondering if my aunt needed help, and if I would have the courage to provide it. But now the old woman sounded less threatening than peevish. "I'm getting old. I need someone to look after me sometimes. I've no children of my own. But giving them clothes won't make them your children." Through the doorway I saw the old woman glaring as though she had been found out. "Don't you meddle in my affairs, or I'll meddle in yours," she said, and stalked away. It must have been the draught, or her movements, that made the dress patterns fly off the table, some of them into the fire. For the rest of the day I felt uneasy, almost glad to be going home tomorrow. Clouds oozed down the fells, swaying curtains of rain enclosed the house, beneath the looming sky. The gray had seeped into the house. Together with the lingering smell of earth, it made me feel buried alive. I roamed the house as though it was a cage. Once, as I wandered into the lounge, I thought 2 figures were waiting in the dimness, arms outstretched to grab me. They were dress forms, and the arms of their dresses hung limp at their sides. I couldn't see how I had made the mistake. My aunt did most of the chatting at dinner. I kept imagining Fanny Cave in her cottage, her long limbs folded up like a spider's in hiding. The cottage must be larger than it looked, but she certainly lived in a lair in the earth, in the mud, on a day like this. After dinner we played cards. When I began to nod sleepily, my aunt continued playing, though she knew I had a long coach journey in the morning. Perhaps she wanted company. By the time I went to bed, the rain had stopped. A cheesy moon hung in a rainbow. As I undressed, I heard her pegging clothes on the line below my window. When I'd packed my case, I parted the curtains for a last drowsy look at the view. The fells were a moonlit patchwork, black and white. Why was my aunt taking so long to hang out the clothes? I peered down more sharply. There was no sign of her.
The clothes were moving by themselves, dancing and swaying in the moonlight, inching along the line towards the house. When I raised the sash of the window, the night seemed perfectly still, no sign of a breeze. Nothing moved on the lawn, except the shadows of the clothes, advancing a little and retreating, almost ritualistically. Hovering dresses waved holes where hands should be, nodded the sockets of their necks. Were they really moving towards the house? Before I could tell, the line gave way, dropping them into the mud of the lawn. When I heard my aunt's vexed cry, I slipped the window shut and retreated into bed. Somehow I didn't want to admit what I'd seen, whatever it was. Sleep came so quickly that next day I could believe I'd been dreaming. I didn't tell my parents. I'd learned to suppress details that they might find worrying. They were uneasy with my aunt. She was too careless of propriety. The time she had taken them tramping the fells, she'd mocked them for dressing as though they were going out for dinner. I think the only reason they let me stay with her was to get me out of the polluted Birmingham air. By the time I was due for my next visit, I was more than ready. My voice had broken, my body had grown unfamiliar. I felt clumsy, ungainly, neither a man nor myself. My parents didn't help. They turned wistful as soon as my voice began to change. My mother treated visitors to photographs of me as a baby. She and my father kept telling me to concentrate on my studies and examining my school books as if pornography might lurk behind the covers. They seemed relieved that I attended a boys' school, until my father started wondering nervously if I was particularly fond of any of the boys. After 9 months of this sort of thing, I was glad to get away at Easter. As soon as the coach moved off, I felt better. In half an hour it left behind the Midlands hills, reefs built of red brick terraces. Lancashire seemed so flat that the glimpses of distant hills might have been mirages. After a couple of hours the fells began, great deceptively gentle monsters that slept at the edges of lakes blue as ice, 2 sorts of stillness. At least I would be free for a week. But I was not, for I'd brought my new feelings with me. I knew that as soon as I saw my aunt walking upstairs. She had always seemed much younger than my mother, though there was only 2 years between them, and I had been vaguely aware that she often wore tight jeans. Now I saw how round her bottom was. I felt breathless with guilt in case she guessed what I was thinking, yet I couldn't look away. At dinner, whenever she touched me, I felt a shock of excitement, too strange and uncontrollable to be pleasant. Her skirts were considerably shorter than my mother's. My feelings crept up on me like the wine, which seemed to be urging them on. Half my conversation seemed fraught with double meanings. At last I found what I thought was a neutral subject. "Have you seen Fanny Cave again?" I said. "Only once." My aunt seemed reluctant to talk about her. She'd given away some more dresses, and Mrs. Gibson referred the mother to me. They were nastier than the others. I'm sure she would have thrown them away, even if I hadn't said anything, but old Fanny came storming up here just a few weeks ago. When I wouldn't let her in, she stood out there in the pouring rain, threatening all sorts of things. "What sorts of things?" "Oh, just unpleasant things. In the old days they would have burned her at the stake, if that's what they used to do. Anyway," she said with a frown to close the subject, "she's gone now." "Dead, you mean?" I was impatient with euphemisms. "Nobody knows for sure. Most people think she's in the pond. To tell you the truth, I don't think anyone's anxious to look." Of course, I was. I lay in bed and imagined probing the pond that nobody else dared search, a dream that seemed preferable to the thoughts that had been tormenting me recently as I tried to sleep. Next day, as I walked to the path, I peeled myself a fallen branch. Bypassing the pond, I went first to the cottage. I could hear what sounded like a multitude of flies down in the trough. Was the cottage more overgrown than when I'd last seen it? Was that why it looked shrunken by decay, near to collapse? The single dusty window made me think of a dulling eye, half engulfed by moss.
The facade might have been a dead face that was falling inwards. Surely the flies were attracted by wildflowers, but I didn't want to go down into the crack. I hurried back to the pond. Flies swarmed there, too, bubbling above the scum. As I approached, they turned on me. They made the air in front of my face seem dark, oppressive, infected. Nevertheless, I poked my stick through the green skin and tried to sound the pond while keeping back from the slippery edge. The depths felt muddy, soft, clinging. I poked for a while, until I began to imagine what I sought to touch. All at once I was afraid that something might grab the branch, overbalance me, drag me into the opaque depths. Was it a rush of sweat that made my clothes feel heavy and obstructive? As I shoved myself back, a breeze clutched them, hindering my retreat. I fled, skidding on mud, and saw the branch sink lethargically. A moment after it vanished, the slime was unbroken. That night I told Aunt Naomi where I'd been. I didn't think she would mind. After all, Fanny Cave was supposed to be out of the way. But she bent lower over her sewing, as if she didn't want to hear. "Please don't go there again," she said. "Now, let's talk about something else." "Why?" At that age, I had no tact at all. "Oh, for heaven's sake! Because I think she probably died on her way home from coming here. That's the last time anyone saw her. She must have been in such a rage that she slipped at the edge of the pond. I told you it was pouring with rain. Well, how was I to know what had happened?" Perhaps her resentment concealed a need for reassurance, but I was unable to help, for I was struggling with the idea that she had been partly responsible for someone's death. Was nothing in my life to be trusted? I was so deep in brooding that I was hardly able to look at her when she cried out. Presumably her needle had slipped on the thimble. She'd driven the point beneath one of her nails. Yet, as she hurried out, furiously sucking her finger, I found that my gaze was drawn to the dress she had been sewing. As she'd cried out, of course it must have been then, not before, the dress had seemed to twist in her hands, jerking the needle. When I went to bed, I couldn't sleep. The room smelled faintly of earth. Was that something to do with spring? The wardrobe door kept opening, though it had never behaved like that before, and displaying my clothes suspended bat-like in the dark. Each time I got up to close the door, their shapes looked less familiar, more unpleasant. Eventually I managed to sleep, only to dream that dresses were waddling limblessly through the doorway of my room towards the bed. The next day, Sunday, my aunt suggested a walk on the fells. I would have settled for Skiddaw, the easiest of them, but it was already swarming with walkers like fleas. "Let's go somewhere we'll be alone," Aunt Naomi said, which excited me in ways I'd begun to enjoy, but preferred not to define in case that scared the excitement away. We climbed Griesdale Pike. Most of it was gentle, until just below the summit we reached an almost vertical scramble up a narrow, spiky ridge. I clung there with all my limbs, trapped thousands of feet above the countryside, afraid to go up or down. I was almost hysterical with self-disgust. I'd let my half-admitted fantasies lure me up here, when all my aunt had wanted was to enjoy the walk without being crowded by tourists. Eventually I managed to clamber to the summit, my face blazing. As we descended, it began to rain. By the time we reached home, we were soaked. I felt suffocated by the smell of wet earth, the water flooding down my face, the dangling locks of sodden hair that wouldn't go away. I hurried upstairs to change. I had just about finished. Undressing had felt like peeling wallpaper, except that I was the wall, when my aunt called out. Though she was in the next room, her voice sounded muffled. Before I could go to her, she called again, nearer to panic. I hurried across the landing into her room. The walls were streaming with shadows. The air was dark as mud, in which she was struggling wildly. A shapeless thing was swallowing her head and arms. When I switched on the light, I saw it was nothing. She'd become entangled in the jumper she was trying to remove, that was all. "Help me," she cried. She sounded as if she was choking, yet I didn't like to touch her. Apart from a bra, her torso was naked. What was wrong with her, for God's sake? Couldn't she take off her jumper by herself? Eventually, I helped her as best I could without touching her. It seemed glued to her by the rain, I assumed. At last she emerged, red-faced and panting. Neither of us said much at dinner. I thought her unease was directed at me, at the way I'd let her struggle. Or was she growing aware of my new feelings? That night, as I drifted into sleep, I thought I heard a jangling of hangers in the wardrobe. Perhaps it was just the start of a dream. The morning was dull. Clouds swallowed the tops of the fells. My aunt lit fires in the downstairs rooms. I loitered about the house for a while, hoping for a glimpse of customers undressing, until the dimness made me claustrophobic. Firelight set the shadows of dress forms dancing spastically on the walls. When I stood with my back to the forms, their shadows seemed to raise their arms. I caught a bus to Keswick for want of something to do. The bus had passed Fanny Cave's path before I thought of looking. I glanced back sharply, but a bend in the road intervened. Had I glimpsed a scarecrow by the pond, its sleeves fluttering? But it had seemed to rear up. It must have been a bird. In Keswick, I followed leggy girls up the narrow, hilly streets, dawdled nervously outside pubs, and wondered if I looked old enough to risk buying a drink. When I found myself in the library, leafing desultorily through broken paperbacks, I went home. There was nothing by the pond that I could see, though closer to Aunt Naomi's house something gray was flapping in the grass. Litter, I supposed. The house seemed more oppressive than ever. Though my aunt tended to use whichever room she was in for sewing, she was generally tidy. Now the house was crowded with half-finished clothes, lolling on chairs, their necks yawning. When I tried to chat at dinner, my voice sounded muffled by the presence of so much cloth. My aunt drank more than usual, and seemed not to care if I did too. My drinking made the light seem yellowish, suffocated. Soon I felt very sleepy. "Stay down a little longer," my aunt mumbled, jerking herself awake when I made to go to bed. I couldn't understand why she didn't go herself. I chatted mechanically about anything except what might be wrong. Firelight brought clothes nodding forward to listen. At last she muttered, "Let's go to bed." Of course she meant that unambiguously, yet it made me nervous. As I undressed hastily, I heard her below me in the kitchen, opening the window a notch for air. A moment later, the patch of light from the kitchen went out. I wished it had stayed lit for just another moment, for I'd glimpsed something lying beneath the empty clothesline. Was it a nightdress? But I'd never seen my aunt hang out a nightdress, nor pajamas either. It occurred to me that she must sleep naked. That disturbed me so much that I crawled into bed and tried to sleep at once, without thinking. I dreamed I was buried, unable to breathe. And when I awoke, I was. Blankets, which felt heavy as collapsed earth, had settled over my face. I heaved them off me and lay trying to calm myself so that I would sink back into sleep. But by the time my breathing slowed, I realized I was listening. The room felt padded with silence. Dimness draped the chair and dressing table, blurring their shapes. Perhaps the wardrobe door was ajar, for I thought I saw vague forms hanging ominously still. Now I was struggling to fall asleep before I could realize what was keeping me awake. I drew long, slow breaths to lull myself, but it was no use. In the silence between them, I heard something sodden creeping upstairs. I lay, determined not to hear. Perhaps it was the wind, or the creaking of the house. Not the sound of a wet thing slopping stealthily upstairs at all. Perhaps if I didn't move, didn't make a noise, I would hear what it really was. But in any case, I was incapable of moving, for I'd heard the wet thing flop on the landing outside my door. For an interminable pause, there was silence, thicker than ever. Then I heard my aunt's door open next to mine. I braced myself for her scream. If she screamed, I would go to her. I would have to. But the scream never came. There was only the sound of her pulling something sodden off the floor. Soon I heard her padding downstairs barefoot, and the click of a lock. Everything was all right now. Whatever it had been, she'd dealt with it. Perhaps wallpaper had fallen on the stairs, and she'd gone down to throw it out. Now I could sleep. So why couldn't I? Several minutes passed before I was conscious of wondering why she hadn't come back upstairs. I forced myself to move. There was nothing to fear, nothing now outside my door. But I got dressed to delay going out on the landing. The landing proved to be empty, and so did the house. Beyond the open front door, the prints of Aunt Naomi's bare feet led over the moist lawn towards the road. The moon was doused by clouds. Once I reached the road, I couldn't see my aunt's tracks, but I knew instinctively which way she'd gone. I ran wildly towards Fanny Cave's path. Hedges, mounds of congealed night, boxed me in. The only sound I could hear was the ringing of my heels on the asphalt. I had just reached the gap in the hedge when the moon swam free. A woman was following the path towards the pond. But was it my aunt? Even with the field between us, I recognized the gray dress she wore. It was Fanny Cave's. I was terrified to set foot on the path until the figure turned a bend and I saw my aunt's profile. I plunged across the field, tearing my way through the grass. It might have been quicker to follow the path, for by the time I reached the gap into the second field, she was nearly at the pond. In the moonlight, the surface of the pond looked milky, fungoid. The scum was broken only by a rock, plastered with strands of grass, close to the edge towards which my aunt was walking. I threw myself forward, grass slashing my legs. When I came abreast of her, I saw her eyes, empty except for two shrunken reflections of the moon. I knew not to wake a sleepwalker, and so I caught her gently by the shoulders, though my hands wanted to shake, and tried to turn her away from the pond. She wouldn't turn. She was pulling towards the scummy water, or Fanny Cave's dress was, for the drowned material seemed to writhe beneath my hands. It was pulling towards the rock, whose eyes glared just above the scum, through glistening strands, which were not grass, but hair. It seemed there was only one thing to do. I grabbed the neck of the dress and tore it down. The material was rotten and tore easily. I dragged it from my aunt's body and flung it towards the pond. Did it land near the edge, then slither into the water? All I knew was that when I dared to look, the scum was unbroken. My aunt stood there naked and unaware until I draped my anorak around her. That seemed to rouse her. She stared about for a moment, then down at herself. "It's all right, Naomi," I said awkwardly. She sobbed only once before she controlled herself, but I could see that the effort was cruel. "Come on, quickly," she said in a voice older and harsher than I'd ever heard her use, and strode home without looking at me. Next day we didn't refer to the events of the night. In fact, we hardly spoke. No doubt she had lain awake all night, as I had, as uncomfortably aware of me as I was of her. After breakfast, she said that she wanted to be left alone, and asked me to go home early. I never visited her again. She always found a reason why I couldn't stay. I suspect the reasons served only to prevent my parents from questioning me. Before I went home, I found a long branch and went to the pond. It didn't take much probing for me to find something solid, but repulsively soft. I drove the branch into it again and again, until I felt things break. My disgust was so violent it was beyond defining. Perhaps I already knew deep in myself that since the night I undressed my aunt, I would never be able to touch a woman. Stephen King, Big Wheels, A Tale of the Laundry Game. Stephen King was born in Maine in 1946, and seems made to be asked, "What's a nice guy like you doing writing stories like these?" Though I imagine he's growing tired of such questions by now.
One answer may be that a writer of horror fiction can be more honest about his subconscious than most people, and perhaps suffer from it less. He and Peter Straub are among the small number of writers who prove that best-selling horror fiction need not be junk. His novels deal with the dark side of the familiar, of the ugly duckling romance, Carrie, the American small-town epic, Salem's Lot, the alcoholic's last chance, The Shining, the post-apocalyptic novel, The Stand. His short stories are worthy of Richard Matheson, whom he admires but equals rather than imitates. They are collected in Night Shift, a collection so satisfying that I even forgive him for using the title I plan to use myself. He lives in Maine with his wife Tabitha and his children Naomi, Joel, and Owen. This is his strangest story. Rocky and Leo, both drunk as the last lords of creation, cruised slowly through the streets of Crescent and Rocky's 1957 Chrysler. Between them, balanced with drunken carefulness on the monstrous hump of the Chrysler's drive shaft, sat a case of Kleinblatt's beer. It was their second case of the evening, which had begun at 4 o'clock, punch-out time. "Crap in a jug," Rocky said, stopping at the red blinking light above the intersection of Mason Street and Highway 99. He did not look for traffic either way, but did cast a sly glance behind them. A half-full can of Kleinblatt's rested against his crotch. He took a swig and turned left onto Highway 99. The Universal made a thick grunting as they started chuggingly off in second gear. The Chrysler had lost first gear some 2 months ago, back in August. "What time is it?" Leo held his watch up to his cigarette and puffed until he could read the dial. "Almost 8. "Crap in a jug," Rocky said. They passed a sign which said Hartford 44. "Nobody's going to inspect this," Leo said. "Nobody in his right mind is going to inspect this." "Crap in a jug," Rocky said. He reached third gear. The Universal moaned to itself, and the Chrysler began to shudder deep in its guts. The spasm eventually passed, like the coughing spasm of a tubercular, and the speedometer needle climbed tiredly to 40 and hung there precariously. When they reached the intersection of Highway 99 and Devon Road, which ran next to Devon Stream, which formed the border between the townships of Crescent and Devon for some 8 miles, Rocky turned onto the hot top more or less at random. They had been driving more or less at random since they had left work. It was 31 October, 1969, and the inspection sticker on the Chrysler ran out promptly at midnight, barring an act of God or the atomic bomb. Rocky was too drunk to imagine either, and Leo didn't care. It was not his car. Beyond that, he also was completely mummified beneath a cerebral shroud of Kleinblatt's. Devon Road wound through the only heavily wooded patch of Crescent, and the great bunches of elms and oaks crowded in on both sides, nude and skeletal in the decayed end of Connecticut autumn. The wooded patch was known as the Devon Woods. It had attained these capital letters after the torture murder of a young girl and her boyfriend in 1958. The young girl and her boyfriend had been parking and were found in the boyfriend's 1949 Mercury. The Mercury had real leather seats and a large chrome hood ornament. The occupants had been found in the glove compartment, in the front seat, in the back seat, and in the trunk. Mostly the trunk. "This jug humper better not stall out here," Rocky said. 90 miles from no place." "Bunk," Leo said. This had risen lately to the top 40 of his vocabulary. "There's town." Rocky sighed and sipped his can of beer. Town was a faint glow on the near horizon from the new shopping center. While peeking at it, Rocky drove the car over to the left side of the road, looped back, almost went down over the soft shoulder, and pulled it back on the road. "Whoops." Leo burped and gurgled. They had been working together at the new Adams Laundry since September, when Leo had been hired as Rocky's washroom helper. Leo was a small, rodent-featured fellow of 22 years who claimed he was saving $20 a week from his pay to buy a used Indian motorcycle. He was going to go west to Arizona next winter on the Indian. He had previously been through 12 jobs since he and the world of academics had parted company at the minimum age of 16. He liked the laundry fine. Rocky was teaching him to wash, a trade he was firmly convinced would come in handy once he got to Flagstaff. Rocky, an older hand, had been at the laundry for 14 years. His hands, ghost-like and bleached as he handled the steering wheel, proved it. He had spent jail time for carrying a concealed weapon in 1960. His wife, then puffily pregnant with their third child, announced, 1, that it was not their child, but her child and the milkman's child, and 2, that she wanted a divorce on grounds of mental cruelty. 2 things about this situation had driven Rocky to carry a concealed weapon. 1, he had been cuckolded, and 2, he had been cuckolded by the for Christ's sake milkman, a pimply half-wit named Spider Milligan, who wore his white cap cocked at a jaunty angle. The milkman, for God's own sweet sake. The milkman! Even to Rocky, who had never progressed beyond reading the Fleer's funnies that came wrapped around the bubble gum he chewed indefatigably at work, the situation had sonorous classical overtones. As a result, he had duly informed his wife of 2 facts. 1, no divorce, and 2, he was going to blow a huge hole in the guts of Spider Milligan. He had a .32 caliber pistol purchased shortly after the end of World War II, which he used to shoot at bottles, tin cans, and small yellow dogs. He left the house on that afternoon for Oak Street, where Spider Milligan denned in a rooming house for single gentlemen. He stopped on the way at the Four Corners Tavern to have 8 or 10 beers. In the interval, his wife had telephoned the Bulls. They were waiting for him on the corner of Oak Street. Rocky was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon and spent 7 months in county jail. During this period, the divorce had gone through, just as slick as hog fat through a chicken, and his ex-wife was living with Spider Milligan on Dakin Street in an apartment house with a pink lawn flamingo in the front yard. They were possessed of a 4-month-old son who looked every bit as vapid as his daddy, along with the 2 girls. They were also possessed of $15 a week alimony, which probably came in handy. A week after the marriage, Spider lost his job with the Oak Hill Dairy Company and showed no signs of hurry in finding another. "Son of a bitch," Leo said. "Can't we just pull over and drink?" "I gotta get a sticker on my wheels," Rocky said. "A man's no good without his wheels." "Nobody in his right mind is going to inspect this. It ain't got no flasher lights." "It's got 'em if I step on the brake at the same time." "The window on this side's cracked. I'll roll it down. 40 degrees and you're tooling around with an open window. Who's going to believe it?" "I'll roll it down any goddamn time I feel like it," Rocky said coolly. He tossed his beer can out and got a refill. He popped the top. Beer splurted. "Wish I had a woman," Leo said, looking into the dark. He smiled strangely. "If you had one, you'd never get out west. Didn't you tell me you wanted to go out west?" "I'm going." "You'll never go," Rocky said. "Pretty soon you'll have a woman. Next you'll have alimony. Women always leads up to alimony. Cars are better." "Pretty hard to screw a car." Rocky giggled. "You'd be surprised." The woods began to straggle away into new dwellings. Lights twinkled up on the left, and Rocky suddenly slammed on the brakes. The brake light, parking lights, and turn signal all went on at once. It was a home wiring job. Leo lurched forward, spilling beer on the seat. "What? What?" "Looky," Rocky said. "I know that fella." There was a tumorous, ramshackle garage and Citgo filling station on the left side of the road. The sign in front said, "Bob's Gas and Service, Bob Driscoll, Proprietor. Front-end alignment, our specialty." And at the bottom, State Inspection Station, number 72. "Nobody in his right mind," Leo began. "Me and Bobby Driscoll went to school together," Rocky said. "We got it knocked, bet your fur." He pulled in unevenly, headlights illuminating the open bay door. He popped the clutch and roared towards it, and a stoop-shouldered man in a green coverall ran out, making frantic stopping gestures. "That's Bob!" Rocky cried. "Hey, Bobby!" A moment later, they ran into the side of the garage. The Chrysler's carb went into a racking spasm of belches. A small yellow flame appeared from the end of the sagging tailpipe, followed by a puff of blue smoke. The car stalled gratefully. Leo lurched forward, spilling more beer. Rocky keyed up the engine and backed off for another try. Bob Driscoll ran over, profanity spewing from his mouth in verbal crepe banners. "The hell you think you're doing, you goddamn son of a—" "Bobby!" Rocky yelled, his delight nearly orgasmic. "Hey, stiff socks, what you say, buddy?" Bob peered in through the window. He had a twisted, tired face that was hidden beneath the visor of a greasy ball cap. "Who called me stiff socks?" "Me!" Rocky fairly screamed. "It's me, your old finger diddler. It's your old buddy." "Who in hell?" "Johnny Rockwell." Cautiously. "Rocky?" "Yeah, you sumbitch." "Christ Jesus." Slowly, unwilling pleasure seeped across Bob's face. "I ain't seen you since the Catamounts game, anyway." "Shoosh, wasn't that some hot ticket?" Rocky slapped his thigh, spilling Kleinblatts on the seat. Leo burped. "Sure it was. Only time we ever won our class. Say, you beat hell out of the side of my garage, Rocky. You—" "Yeah, same old stiff socks. Same old guy. You ain't changed even a hair." Rocky peeked belatedly at the ball cap to see if this was true. It appeared that beneath the ledge of its visor, old Stiff Socks had gone almost completely bald. "Jesus, ain't it something running into you? Did you finally marry old Marcy Drew?" "Hell, yeah. Back in '60. Where were you?" "Jail. Listen, can you inspect this muffa?" Caution again. "You mean your car?" Rocky cackled. "No, my hog." "Sure, my car. Can you?" Bob opened his mouth to say no. "This here's a friend of mine, Leo Brooks. Leo wants you to meet the only basketball player from Crescent High who didn't change his sweat socks for 4 years." "Pleased to meet you," Leo said. Rocky cackled. "Want a beer?" he asked old Stiff Socks. Bob opened his mouth to say no. "Here's the little crab catcher," Rocky said. He popped the top. The beer, crazied up by the headlong run into the side of Driscoll's garage, boiled over the top and down over Rocky's wrist. Rocky shoved it into Bob's hand, and he sipped quickly in self-defense. "Rocky, we close it. Just a second. Let me back up." Rocky popped the clutch in reverse, skinned a gas pump, and drove the Chrysler jerkily inside. He was out in a minute, shaking Bob's free hand. Bob looked dazed. Leo sat in the car, tipping a fresh beer. He was also farting. Beer made him fart heavily. "Hey," Rocky said, staggering around a pile of rusted wheel rims. "You remember Diana Rucklehouse?" "Sure," Bob said. An unwilling grin came to his mouth. "She was the one with the—" He cupped his hands in front of his chest. Rocky howled. "That's her. That's the one. She's still in town?" "I think she moved to—" "Figures," Rocky said. "Hey, you can put a sticker on this pig, can't you?" "Well, we close at—" "Jesus, it'd sure help me out. I'd sure appreciate it." Leo burped and looked closely at the Chrysler's horn ring. "Yeah," Bob said. "I suppose I could look it over." "Sure," Rocky said, clapping him on the back. "Same old Stiff Socks." "Yeah," Bob said, sighing. He pulled on his beer. "You beat hell out of your bumper, Rocky. Gives it some class. Goddamn car needs some class. Hey, want you to meet the guy I work with. Leo, this is—" "You introduced us," Bob said with a soft, despairing smile. "Howdy-doody," Leo said. He fumbled for another can of Kleinblatts. Silvery lines were beginning to trace their way across his field of vision. Bob Driscoll, only basketball player from Crescent High who never changed. Want to show me your headlights, Rocky? Bob asked. Sure. Great lights. They got real class. Pop 'em on, Leo. Leo turned on the windshield wipers. That's good, Bob said patiently. He took a long swallow of beer. How about the lights? He's been drinking, Rocky told Bob. On the left, Leo. Leo popped on the headlights. High beam? Bob asked. Leo fumbled for the dimmer switch with his foot. The lights came on high beam. Signals? Bob asked. Leo smiled slyly at Bob. Better let me do it, Rocky said, bumping his head as he got in behind the wheel. The kid don't feel so good, I think. He squeezed the brake and worked the turn blinker. Do they work without the brake? Bob asked. Does it say any place that they have to? Rocky asked craftily. Bob sighed. His wife had large floppy breasts and blonde hair that was black at the roots. When she came to the garage on Thursday nights for her bingo money, her hair was usually done up in large green rollers under a green chiffon scarf. This made her head look like a futuristic AM/FM radio. Once, near 3 in the morning, he had wakened and looked at her slack paper face in the soulless graveyard glare of the sodium streetlight outside of their bedroom window. He had thought how easy it could be. Just drive a knee into her gut and screw both hands around her neck. How easy to whack her into bland and faceless prime cuts, and perhaps mail the pieces to some place far away. Robert Driscoll, care of General Delivery, Lima, Peru. It could be done. God knew it had been done in the past. No, he said. It doesn't say they have to. The rest of the cold beer gurgled down his throat. It was warm in the garage, and he had had no supper. He could feel the beer rising into his mind. Hey, Stiff Socks just came up empty, Rocky said. Hand up a brew, Leo. No, Rocky, I really... Leo, who was seeing none too well, finally happened on another beer and passed it to Rocky. Rocky handed it to Bob, whose demurrals petered out as he held the can's cold actuality. Rocky opened it. Leo farted homily to close the transaction. All of them drank in silence for a moment. Horn work? Stiff Socks asked apologetically. Sure, Rocky reassured him. He bleeped the horn. It emitted a feeble squeak. Battery's a little low, though. They drank in silence. That goddamn rat was big as a cocker spaniel, Leo said. Kid's carrying quite a load, Rocky said to Bob. Bob thought about it. Yeah, he said. This struck Rocky's funny bone, and he cackled through a mouthful of beer. A little trickled out of his nose, and this made Bob laugh. It did Rocky good, because Bobby had sure looked like one sad bastard when they pulled in. They drank in silence. Diana Rucklehouse, Bob said meditatively. Rocky sniggered. Bob chuckled. He held his hands out from his chest. Rocky laughed and held his hands out even further. Bob guffawed. You remember that picture of Rita Hayworth that Tinker Johnson pasted on old Lady Fremantle's bulletin board? Rocky howled. And he put those great big jahoobies. She just about shit on the spot, Bob said. Leo farted. You two can laugh. Bob blinked at him. Huh? Laugh, Leo said. You two can laugh. You two ain't got holes in your backs. Huh? Don't listen to him, Rocky said, worried. Kid's got a skinful. You got a hole in your back? Bob asked Leo. The laundry, Leo said, smiling. We got these big washers, see? Only we call 'em wheels. They're laundry wheels. That's why we call 'em wheels. I pull 'em, I load 'em. Put 'em in dirty, take 'em out clean, that's me. He looked at Bob with insane confidence. Got a hole in my back.
Yeah? Bob was looking at Leo with fascination. Rocky shifted uneasily. There's a hole in the roof, Leo said. Right over the third wheel. They're round, so we call them wheels. When it rains, the water comes down. Drop, drop, drop. Hits me. Whack, right in the back. Now I got a hole there. Like this. He made a shallow curve with one hand. Want to see? He don't want to see, Rocky yelled. We're talking about old times, and there ain't no hole in your effing back. I want to see it, Bob said. They're round, so we call it the laundry, Leo said. Rocky smiled and clapped Leo on the shoulder. Hand me a beer, kid. Leo handed up a beer. The case was gone an hour later, and Rocky sent Leo stumbling up the road to Pauline's Superette for more. Leo's eyes were ferret red by this time, and his shirt had come untucked. He was trying with myopic concentration to get his camels out of his rolled-up shirt-sleeve. Bob was in the bathroom, urinating and singing the school song. Don't want to walk up there, Leo muttered. He walked in a drunken semicircle, still trying to get his cigarettes out of his shirt-sleeve. It's dark and cold. You want a sticker on that car or not? Rocky hissed at him. He had begun to see weird things in front of his eyes. A huge bug wrapped in spider silk in the corner. Leo looked at him with his scarlet, drunken eyes. Ain't my car, he said cunningly. You'll never ride in it either if you don't go get that beer. Rocky hiccuped and looked fearfully at the dead bug in the corner. By the Christ, you won't. Okay, Leo whined. Okay. He went after the beer, walking off the road twice on the way up to the corner and once on the way back. When he finally got to the warmth of the garage again, both Rocky and Bob were singing the school song. Bob had managed, by hook or crook, to get the Chrysler up on the lift. He was wandering around underneath it, peering at the rusty exhaust system. There's some holes in your stray pipe, he said. Ain't no stray pipes under there, Rocky said. They both found this spit-sprayingly funny. Beer's here, Leo announced, put the case down, sat on a wheel rim, and fell immediately into a half-doze. He had swallowed 3 himself on the way back to lighten the load. Rocky handed Bob a beer and held one himself. Race? He said. Just like old times? Sure, Bob said. He smiled tightly. In his mind's eye, he could see himself in the cockpit of a low-to-the-ground, streamlined Formula One racer, one hand resting cockily on the wheel as he waited for the green flag, one hand touching his lucky piece, the hood ornament from an old '49 Merc. He had forgotten Rocky's straight pipe, and he had forgotten his papery wife with her transistorized curlers. They opened their beers and chugged them. It was a dead heat. Both dropped their cans to the grease-darkened cement and raised their fingers at the same time. Their belches echoed off the walls like rifle shots. Just like old times, Bob said, sounding forlorn. Things sure do change, don't they? Sure do, Rocky said. He struggled for a deep, luminous thought and found it. We're getting older by the day, Stiffy. Old Stiffsock sighed and belched again. Leo farted in the corner and began to hum, Get Off My Cloud. Try again? Rocky asked, handing Bob another beer. Might as well, Bob said. Might just as well, Rocky, my boy. The case Leo had brought back was gone by midnight, and the new inspection sticker was affixed at a slightly crazy angle on the left side of Rocky's windshield. Rocky made out the pertinent information himself, working very carefully. He was seeing triple. Leo was snoozing in the corner with his mouth open. The silk-wrapped bug was still in the other corner. Rocky was morally certain that the bug was an hallucination, but he was taking no chances and keeping clear. Bob sat on the floor cross-legged, a half-empty can of Kleinblatts in front of him, staring fixedly at nothing. Well, you sure saved my life, Bobby, Rocky said. He kicked Leo in the ribs to wake him up. Leo grunted and whoofed. His eyes cracked part way open, closed, and opened wide when Rocky footed him again. "We home yet?" he muttered. "Take it easy, Bob," Rocky cried cheerfully, carrying Leo around the Chrysler by one armpit and pushing him in. "We'll stop back and do it again sometime." "Those were the days," Bob said, his eyes suddenly filling with tears. "Everything just gets worse and worse since then." "That's right," Rocky said. "Take her easy, fella. Keep your thumb on it." "My wife gives me a crappy time in bed," Bob said, but the words were blanketed by the coughing misfire of Rocky's engine. Bob got to his feet and watched the Chrysler back out, taking a little wood from the left side of the door. Leo hung out the window, smiling like an idiot saint. "Come by the laundry sometime, Skinner. I'll show you the hole in the back. I'll show you my wheels. Rocky's arm came out of the darkness like a vaudeville hook and pulled Leo into the dimness. "Bye, fella," Rocky yelled. The Chrysler did a drunken slalom around the 3 gas pump islands and bucketed off into the night. Bob watched until the tail lights were only fireflies, and then walked carefully back inside. On his cluttered workbench there was a chrome ornament from some old car. He began to play with it, still crying cheap tears. Later, sometime after 3 in the morning, he strangled his wife and then burned the house down to make it look like an accident. "Jesus," Rocky said to Leo as Bob's garage shrunk to a white point of light behind them. "How about that? Old Stiffy." He was reaching the stage of drunkenness where every part of himself seemed gone except a tiny glowing coal of sobriety somewhere in the middle of his mind. Leo did not reply. In the pallid lights of the dashboard he looked like the dormouse at Alice's mad tea party. "He was really bombarded," Rocky said, driving on the left side of the road for a while. "And you went and told him. How many times do I have to tell you about that? Where am I going to keep my rocks if you go around telling everybody?" "It's my hole," Leo said sulkily. "They're my rocks. Found 'em all myself. So just—" Leo stiffened. "There's a truck behind us with no lights." Rocky looked in the rearview mirror. He saw a truck with no lights. A milk truck. "It's Spider," he whispered fearfully. "Jesus, it's Spider Milligan." "Who?" Leo asked dully. He was still trying to remember if Rocky had ever told him before tonight that he was keeping rocks in the hole in Leo's back. Rocky didn't answer. A tight, drunk grin spread over his lower face. It did not touch his eyes, which were huge and red like spirit lamps. He suddenly floored the Chrysler, which belched blue oil smoke and reluctantly creaked its way up to 60. "Hey, you're too drunk," Leo said. "You're—" He paused vaguely, seeming to lose track of his message. The trees and houses raced by them, vague blurs in the graveyard of 12:15. They blew by a stop sign, flew over a large bump, leaving the road for a moment. When they came down, the low-hung muffler struck a spark on the asphalt. "I was fooling," Leo said wildly. "There ain't no truck." "It's him!" Rocky screamed. "I saw his bug back in the garage. God damn!" They roared up Southern Hill on the wrong side, and a station wagon coming the other way skidded crazily over the gravel shoulder, getting out of their way. Leo looked behind them. The road was empty. "Rocky?" "Come and get me, Spider!" Rocky screamed. "Come and get me!" The Chrysler had reached 80, its top speed. They came around the turn which leads on to the Johnson Flat Road, smoke spurting up from Rocky's bald tires. The Chrysler screamed into the night like an affrighted ghost, lights searching the empty road ahead. Behind them, lights flicked on at a side crossing, and an old 49 Mercury, disguised as a milk truck, pulled out at a sedate speed. A mile ahead there was the sound of a huge rending crash as the Chrysler left the road and sheared through a telephone pole.
It crashed into a gully on its nose and exploded. Fire gouted up in a startled, roiling pyre. "That's it," Spider said. "Let's go get his rocks before the cops get there." But when he looked around, the seat was empty. Even the bug was gone. End of New Terrors, edited by Ramsey Campbell, narrated by David Palmer, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, December 1983. For special distribution is authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Pocket Books, 1230 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 10020.
End of book.